안녕하세요.
Your champion is Yuki Ichikawa from Japan.
John Finkel wins the most amazing game of Magic I think I've ever seen.
Congratulations to Jan Merkel, your champion.
He didn't block and that was it!
And he's going to give the good game, and we have a champion. It's Ely Cassis.
What is on top of the deck? Oh, it's Lightning Helix! Oh my god!
And Reed Duke is your Pro Tour Phyrexia champion. Nathan Stoyer did it again. I have never seen
이게 전승자가 없더라고요. 그죠?
Jake Beardsley is your Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings.
전승자는 없고 지금 6승 1무가 있는 것 같은데?
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to day 2 of competition here at World Championship 29 from Las Vegas, Nevada. From 105 players on day 1 down to just 50 today.
아 그래도 어제 림이 그 피처 포드 좌질이었거든요? 진짜 못하는 포드 걸려가지고 이 재미가 없었거든요? 뭐야 용 뭔데 이거? 오늘은 좀 재밌겠다 그래도 1번 테이블 하지 않을까? 그죠?
Alongside Monty DeBooty and Cedric Phillips. Hey Monty, what are you looking forward to on day 2 today?
Maria, I want to see a sick comeback streak. I'm thinking back 2 years ago, you had to talk to Hachi, 03 draft, runs the
이 아저씨 추운가 보다.
makes top 8, wins the world championship. I want to see somebody that's sitting at 4-3 coming into today, barely squeaked in, just run the tables again and make that sick run.
That would be awesome. Hey Cedric, what are you looking forward to?
For me, there's a lot of players to choose from. There's a lot of players in number 2 of competition. I got my eye on one person. It's not who you think. Gregor.
미국 대회장을 갔을 때
I'm not
그런 게 있어요.
I'm here for standard and I'm here for the G.
저런 센터 있죠? 컨벤션 센터 같은 데는
Appears to be
난방을 되게 세게 해요.
the weekend and it's kind of thing else.
날씨는 따뜻해도
This might be the best version of it.
안에 건물 안에 들어오면 그 난방을 직방으로 만든 자리가 있거든요? 안녕하세요? 그쪽은 엄청 추워요.
Yes, he's done very well this season.
So no surprise if he does well again here today. Let's take a look at our tournament schedule, everybody, and remind you of what happened yesterday and what's yet to come. Monty yesterday.
Maria, we kick things off as we always do with 3 rounds of
그래서 보면은
drain being the format.
후드 집업 같은 거를 프로들이 갖고 와서 앉는 의자 그 위치에 따라서 입을 때도 있고 그래요.
Match points, that's a 4-3 record or better, qualified to come back today for day 2.
And on day 2, we
셀레스냐 인첸? 왜 근데 니케님은 맨날 이상한 데 만들어요?
Rounds of wild drain.
셀레스냐 인첸 메인 덱도 아닌데 왜 만들어요?
One less round on each of day number 1 and day number 2. And once we get through those important rounds, we get to the super important rounds.
정석적으로 강하다고 하는 덱을 만드셔야죠. 왜 맨날 이상한 거 만들어요?
Those players that are in here in day number 2 down to just 8 that will advance to tomorrow.
and you are not going to want to miss the action tomorrow for Top 8 Sunday. It is single elimination standard. Best 3 out of 5 games. Sideboarding starts after
셀레스냐 인첸 같은 덱은 날목 덱은 아닌데?
Eastern. Top 8 Sunday. Well, if you missed any of the action from yesterday, don't worry, everybody. We've got some highlights with Cedric right now.
We do indeed a lot to go over in day number 1. It was a great start to the tournament. 105 players showed up here to sunny and beautiful Las Vegas. We certainly enjoyed our stay here, as have the players.
잘못된 지금 그거예요.
Played at this MagicCon in Las Vegas. And amongst the matches that are
옛날 인첸 덱은 지금 인첸 덱과 크게 다른 점이 있었죠. 그 3만화 생물 있잖아요. 인챈트 가져와서 붙여가지고 그 캐스팅 줄여가지고 계속 막 붙일 수 있는 걔가 있어가지고 인첸 시너지 맞는 생물 깔아놓고 다다다다다 달아가지고 그냥 뻥치는 덱이었는데 지금은 그냥 미드레인지 덱이에요. 야 너무 약간 예전 셀레스냐 생각하면 안 돼요. 그 3만화 생물 없는 거 커요. 그 화이트 생물 있죠. 걔 없는 거 되게 커요. 그런 날먹 느낌이랑은 좀 많이 다르죠.
Rarely
네.
lose. Gabriel Nassif, who was the 2003-2004 Player of the Year in the Player of the Year race here this year. But what it's all about when we talk to these players here, Player of the Year is important, yes, but being the winner of the World Championship is what these 105 players came here to do.
그러니까
We've got 50 in day number 2, and eventually it's going to be one hoisting that trophy.
왜 없나 몰라.
Let's take a look at our standings after one
호주가이
competition.
6승 1무. 6승자가 그래도
That is
6명.
has not lost yet in
오렌지
the
컨트롤,
does not
듀크,
have an unblemished record. His record
그거.
there at 6-0 and 1
램프.
has that draw. Plenty
이
of
친구는
really good
에스퍼.
names here at the top of our standings. Take a
미드레인,
look at
미드레인지.
won a Pro Tour this year, sitting at 6-1. Greg Orange, the Citrus Assassin, we mentioned him earlier, 6-1, has had a fantastic season. No surprise seeing him here at the top of the leaderboard. Yellow Hat himself sitting at
오예,
5-1
와카.
is Hall of Famer Gab Nassif. And check this out, sitting at 5.
해가 메타체일 왜 없는지 모르겠어요. 아, 나 진짜 나 메타체일 엄청 준비했는데. 뭔데 이거? 한데라 승리, 리사 승리. 길을 열어라. 그 얘네들 깐부예요? 저 손 붙잡고 지금.
More names, you already named some, but more names from Team CFB Ultimate Guard and friends. Jim Davis at 5-2, Seth Manfield at 4-2-1. They are doing extremely.
님들아 이거 하네요. 예선 플레이인 다판승.
Boys, Simon Nielsen as well as Modi
이거 하네요.
still in it here on the second page of the leaderboard.
전 안함. 정확히 말해야죠. 못함. 거지 못함.
Can we find an underdog from this group? Monty had mentioned earlier how he's looking for a comeback tale. Well, Sam Hardy is certainly capable of such a thing. You can say the same thing for Carl Sarap, who team
딱 여기까지 한 절반 정도 되는 거고
best limited player.
이 뒤로는 거의 한
Beardsley checking in at
시체들 이미 죽기 직전인 시체들 이제.
to even be able to make it in day number 2. He's a Pro Tour champion, as is Alexander Hayne, who was on the outside looking in at Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings, ended up getting a draw in the final round of the Swiss competition to miss the top 8. Well, Hayne has got a tough road ahead, but as we know, he's a Pro Tour champion. He's certainly capable of stringing together some victories.
All right, and here's our final page of standings here because coming back to battle today are 50
온드레이.
players, ending here with Marcio Carvalho squeaking in 50th there with that.
여기까지 딱 50등이고 밑으로는 거의 다 죽어가는 애들이에요. 아 1번 테이블 재밌겠다. 이게 드랩이지.
We're going to show you 8 of those players right now. This would have been a fantastic top 8. Of course, sadly these players missed out.
실종 데이2.
Yeah, unfortunately, we did get to watch some very high-stakes feature matches at 3-3 in the last round, each match deciding who moves on to day 2 and who doesn't. For Yuta Takahashi, Autumn
얘 어제 피처했죠?
they were 3 of the players we unfortunately saw fall in those last matches. We won't be having a back-to-back world champion this year. Nathan Stoyer fell, and some of the players, whether they were fan favorites among the other players or sleeper picks like David Inglis and Daniel Gocho, they will not be back for day 2 either.
All right, commiserations to them. I know some of them, though, are trying to qualify for the next Pro Tour in this building as we speak. So they're still after it, Well, we mentioned how important limited is here in this competition. Let's take a look at some people who really crushed it on
안녕하세요.
winning their pod. Here's our 3-0 drafters. Cedric, what do you see?
Well, you mentioned our world's runner-up last year.
그린이 둘, 넷, 여섯, 12명 중에 그린이 4명. 화이트가 되게 많네. 나는 화이트가 그렇게 많을 줄 몰랐어요. 아니 근데 모노블랙, 모노화이트 뭐예요? 무슨 일이 있었던 거야? 드랩에서 어떻게 모노가 나와? 이게 무슨 일이 있었던 거지? 네, 컷 했죠.
But I'm going to turn my attention to these white-blue strategies of Cole Cunningham and Carl Sarab. I talked to a lot of players coming into the weekend, and they said white-blue is the worst color combination to be in because the tapping matters doesn't actually matter. Well, for Cole and for Carl, it mattered.
아니 드래프트 모노 뭔데 이거?
And you see here in this Wilds of
말이 되나?
you can do, Maria, a little bit of everything.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at some more draft archetypes here that the players might be shooting for as they sit down and crack those packs this morning. Monty, what do you like here from our first 5?
I think the archetypes everybody was looking for, they wanted to be in one of the powerful red archetypes, either black, red, or red, green. team, both doing extremely well. But you know, when everybody's got their eyes on red, that opens the door for maybe some white
Powerful
players
monster.
to get the 3-0s as we saw, but maybe not by tapping.
Yeah, let's take a look at 5 more archetypes here. And Cedric, what do you want to draft?
You see the options here. Spells matter. We saw that 3-0 yesterday. We've seen Celebration Aggro do very well.
Celebration
For
어그로.
me, it's talked to a lot of players again coming into the weekend. They said they really do like those black and green cards. Sometimes alongside red cards, sometimes just alongside each other, because you can win the short games against the aggressive decks, you can win the long games against the slower decks, and you can play in between in the mid-range. So black-green, a deck that I like quite a bit, and you can say the same here for these fantastic players at the World Championship.
Well, we'll find out what happens as we turn our attention to our featured pod this morning. Check it out. These are our top players at the top of the standings. Monty, what do you think of this pod?
I mean, look, if this was just the top 8 of the World Championship, I don't think anybody would
이라이 빡세다 이라이.
anybody would be surprised that this was our top 8. This is an extremely strong group of players, and it is just one of the
이라이 빡세요.
50 players here on day 2.
얘 지금 1등인데 양옆으로 봐봐.
undefeated overnight player and a regional champion Anthony Lee, Kenta Kahama runner up in a regional championship, Greg Orange crushing the season. This pod is just
네임 밸류는 밑에 4명이 좀 부족할 것 같고 위에 4명 여기서 3명이 네임 밸류가 높으니까 타이트하겠다.
We're going to be watching Anthony Lee leading our field at 6-0-1, a winner of the Australian New Zealand Regional Championship. That's right. This could be
매직 12년 산이면
your store, the regional championship. You could be here at the World Championship. Talk to me about his
골가리 미드레인지 미러 매치에서 드로우?
He started off with a very good draft.
친구인가?
Getting the first round win against
에스퍼 이기고 도메인 이기고 셀레스냐 이기고 이 친구가 골가리예요.
all the way to time as those grinding mirror matches can go, and picked up an unintentional draw, but then righted the ship, got 3 more wins in the afternoon, including a nail biter match against what they call their unwinnable matchup against Gab Nassif on Domain Ram.
Unwinnable, but managed to get the W there. Awesome stuff from Anthony Lee. We'll see if he can get another 3-0 this morning.
이게 아마 이 친구가 4승에서 5승 정도 하면은 8강 갈 텐데. 4승? 4승에서 5승 정도 하면 5승 하면 가겠다 아마 5승. 5승 더 하면은 네, 갈 거야 아마.
Thank you, Maria. Welcome to the booth here at the World Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. And as we talked about yesterday, draft super important, and especially now, this is whatever they're going to draft here. They have to take this for the next 3 rounds and try to pick up as many wins as possible to make that run for top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. But look, a lot of these players already have had a fantastic start.
아 근데 진짜 메타 게임 챌린지 왜 안 하지?
All the preparation's been done, and now you're just moving into the packs.
That's right, and there is a lot of pressure on that, right? Part of draft, right? The skill part of it is navigating the packs, but you are at the mercy of what gets open in packs. You take a look at our table here, you can see our feature drafter in the upper right there, Anthony Lee, surrounded by Gabriel Nassif, Reed,
이 아저씨 어제 투덜이
Kenta Kahama, Kenji Seigo, Mitchell Tam.
금쪽이죠 금쪽이. 저지콜 계속 받았던 그 테이블 금쪽이 테이블 그 아저씨.
Stack table to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. But when you see a
그렇죠 드랩도 하고 어제랑 똑같아요.
Now please remove the wrapper from the pack label A.
This is our draft judge.
아 머리카락 이거
If you've never done a time draft,
뭐지 이거?
Daniel says, and
하려면 제대로 해야지 어설프게 했네 염색? 브릿지 넣은 건가?
have to figure out much for yourself, which is nice, but these players are used to it.
We'll be passing this pack to the left. Pick up the pack.
아 재밌겠다 오늘 드랩은 재밌겠다 어제는 개노잼이었는데.
Says Anthony Lee. Let's see what he opens up.
okay,
Look, a
there's
coin pull.
아니 카메라 이거
Yena pulled
구도가 왜 이래?
Red Tooth Regent.
레어 집겠네? 레어 집을 것 같은데?
Green white enchantment build.
저 화이트랑 그린을 뒤로 빼고
It's an
있죠?
extremely powerful card now. It is a gold card, right?
Yeah.
So and starting off the draft, maybe committing to green white might not be something that you want to start off right away. But of course, there's lots of great mana fixing in this format. And if you first pick a card like Yena, you can draft around it, and she's extremely powerful if you do.
That's right, and it looks
파워
like it's
카드는
being sold. So
집어야지.
Yena here Now Yenna pays you off for having enchantments at all, but particularly auras even more so.
Right, there's an amazing combo with Yenna and Cooped Up, because with Yenna's ability, you can make a copy of an enchantment.
그린
you control.
생카드가 나오길 기도하겠죠.
Right, but with Cooped Up, you copy Cooped Up, put it on a creature, you pay 3 mana, sacrifice it, exile the creature. Guess what?
오 3바일.
Do it again. And by the way, there is a Cooped Up in that pack.
Right.
The chances
레드는
aren't particularly high, unfortunately, for Anthony. He's pulled Red Tooth Vanguard to the
아이,
anything
아
else.
빡친다. 안 보여.
I mean, that card's okay.
레어가 있네요. UR 레어가 있네요. UR 레어.
Oh yes.
There was a Scalding
바운싱
Blast.
시키고 나오네.
We saw Adriana Moscato go 3-0 with an incredible blue-red deck, but I think Anthony might be interested in just following up this first pick, Yenna.
3바일 먹지 않을까 투드라?
Vanguard. If you're going to
저
be
괜찮은데?
deck around Yenna, you're going to have a good amount of enchantments in your deck.
Okay. Well, there we go. Red Tooth Vanguard.
자 이러면 셀레스냐 어그로?
This card, so rare and uncommon here for Anthony. You see Anthony looking up. That's just a way to not see what's going on the
듀크가 무슨 색 가는지 대충 보면 알 수 있어요.
There's your combo right there, Paul.
That's what you want.
Oh.
Mr. Armont at the back as well.
Yeah, but you know the important thing in this format that I found is when in doubt, when something's close.
듀크는 그린은 가는 것 같고 그린은 겹친 것 같은데 다른 컬러 가는 게 레드 RG 가나?
Cooped up.
Yeah.
Right, a single color card. Real tough when it's a good card like Cooped Up. But if you have a gold card, you know, people aren't really splashing around.
이게 뭐지?
You know, for Sir Armont, if Anthony's the only green
평화주의.
at the table, there is an off chance that he gets back that Armont.
평화주의.
And Cooped Up is especially important when you're drafting. I mean, outside of that Yenna, when you're drafting green-white, little lighter on interaction, a little lighter on removal. So this is probably a card that you take even higher in this archetype than perhaps others.
Oh, and look at this. The Princess Takes Flight is
that's
next.
so
And
fast.
look at that. He lifted it up. No sweat on this one. That is the card I will be taking. Really great. Again, you know, comboing with all of these.
듀크 RG 가는 것 같기도 하고 RG 같은데 RG?
Oregon, if you can get that going.
Yeah, and the stockpile celebrant, right? In white, there's just so many ways to get this off the battlefield.
그래도 괜찮은 거 많이 먹었다.
You're like, wait, they get the creature back. It's not that great.
Right.
But
듀크가 잘 주고 있죠? 너 GW 하라고 주면서 본인은 어떤 거 가는지 궁금하긴 하네.
Right. This saga, if you're reading it correctly, only has 2 chapters.
Exactly.
You don't want to see the ending of that story necessarily. All right, what's next here? Titanic Growth.
Not a whole lot.
폭풍 성장.
Wilds, maybe on a splash.
땅이고
Base green. There are usually many opportunities to splash. You usually will have the ability to do so. Titanic Growth is just not, you know, an important card.
There are so many powerful cards to splash in this format. I think Evolving Wild makes a lot of sense here. Let's say you get past the Threadbind click. Yeah, you can now play it and then just play one island, and all of a sudden you have an extremely powerful card to add to your deck. So this Evolving Wilds makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, no, I like that pick from Anthony. It's also very early in the draft here as well, you know, so he's not sure where he's going to go just yet. That was only, what, 5th pick? All right, what does he have here?
확인이 안 된다. 카드가 잘.
Crossbridge card, Tangible Virtue.
드랍 3위.
Not too strong. We'll note that you do see a lot of good
Three.
red cards there. There's a Flick a Coin and an Edgewall pack, but
Three.
it looks like Anthony is just completely ignoring all
Three.
those cards.
약간 어그리시브하게 짜려고 하는 것
All
같은데?
green and white cards that he sees. But that's just something to keep track of, though, right? You're seeing a lot of those red cards. Red seems to be kind of open here on the right side.
Frostbridge guard was his pick. Tempest.
비행기 좀 나와줘야 좋은데? 포드랍 비행이랑 라린 할 수 있는
You're looking to
비행이랑.
just be green white. There's a minecart there. Again, a very solid card to play if you're, you know, leaning into an aggressive red strategy. But he's not close to that right now.
How about that Spreading Seas? Copy it up. You know?
Yeah, you know,
Probably a little ambitious, huh?
I think on the splash it's probably ambitious. I think if you're maybe base blue, you can play it. It helps you bargain, and if you can play it yet. But I think on the splash, just probably not impact. Oh, there's
Wow.
Ash as
Ash
well.
at the back of that
Oh.
bag.
Should he have been red white? It feels like
이거는 이제 스탠 아니고 그 카드죠.
That's really interesting, Paul, because Ash is, you know, key card in one of the best archetypes, if not the best.
I wondered if you just take it and then just kind of let the packs come to you,
I
right?
would, because Griffin Airy has not proven to be a reliable build around in the format. There are food tokens that trigger it, but
Right.
it just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
이거는 저도 못 써봐가지고 모르겠네. 좋다고
Green black food deck,
비행?
splashing the Griffin stationary, that
And
kind of works.
And look, now he get a flick a coin or a bellowing bruiser.
Yeah.
You could have either one. Yeah, I kind of like speculating on red-white there, but it looks like Anthony has kind of dialed into this green-white deck.
Anthony hasn't seen a playable green card, right? It was the second pick, Red Tooth Vanguard, and that was it.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so
But it looks like he's sticking to his guns. Savior of the Sleeping. You know, he's just picked up medium
2-3
bestial bloodline there that he can
2-3
do well.
그래도 사인 잘 받아서 잘 짓네 얘는.
here is well, Pack 2's probably
어제는 보고선
didn't pass any of the
이거 아닌데 싶었는데 얘는
The byproduct of him not getting past any green.
그런 건 없네요.
He also didn't pass any green, so he could probably get pretty hooked up.
Count the pack out to your left. There should be 4 cards.
Reed Duke is the one passing to him.
And I do know that that team does favor kind of drafting the slower green mid-range control decks.
3 cards to your left.
Also,
So
Reed does.
yeah, and
I mean,
Reed in general.
In general, I mean,
Yeah,
yeah.
right. So it wouldn't surprise me if Reed was in green here.
Pick up a nice little Ristic study for his commander
Pass 2
deck.
cards to your left.
뭐 하이픽이니까 대충
Pack you have 5 seconds.
Just a couple of cards left here in the first pack. That looks like Intangible Virtue as his last pick.
Draft and pass the last card.
He's not really set up to take advantage of that at the moment.
무난하게 픽한 느낌? 무난해요.
Two green
막
cards and then
엄청
Yeah, it was. I mean,
잘 집었다 느낌은 아니고
picks were great.
네.
White does seem
그냥 듀크가 일단 그린을 안 줬어요. 잘 좋은 그린을 안 줬거든요.
to me.
그리고 제 눈에는
You might have
아마
wanted
듀크는 RG 기반으로 집지 않았을까? 이런 생각이 좀 들어요. RG, 이거 BG 아니면 RG 기반으로 집었을 것 같은데 블랙?
you know, it feels like
블랙도 좀 넘어온 것 같기는 한데
Vienna and
제가 자세하게 못 봐가지고 이게 화질이 그렇게 좋은 게 아니라
because every pick you can sort of feel him gravitating towards the cards that would be best in that archetype. Not just by color, but also, you know, trying to pick up
무난합니다 지금.
stuff like that.
무난해요 지금.
So I think
Which can have a high
이
pay.
정도면 2승은 할 만한 덱이 나올 거예요. 2승
a good amount of
노려볼 만한 정도 덱
got a
나올
lot of
듯.
kind of filler level.
아직까지 이게 3승 할 덱처럼 보이진 않고
Four, I want to say.
He's got a lot of look at that
So-
2 Frostbridge cards at the front going me. I'm
Right.
a
It's like, hey, I guess I'm a 2-drop.
Yeah.
Not, you know, there's so much to do with your mana in this format. You just very rarely have
이제 좀
ability to
뭐랄까
to spend 3 mana to
Please
tap down
remove the
almost
wrapper from the
forever.
pack
Yeah.
labeled B.
Okay, let's see how pack 2 goes.
그냥 평균적인 픽 이상의 뭔가 파워 카드가 있어야지 이제 3승 덱이 되는
Where
거예요.
they never even made it to him.
아직까지는 평범한 셀레스냐 그냥 사인 잘 받은 셀레스냐 정도?
From the other direction, which is Gabriel Nassif.
Pick up the pack. You have 40 seconds.
There you go. All right, let's get into pack 2. Pick 1
오
here.
공룡.
That's a Decadent Dragon.
Oh
Can't
my-
take that one.
Dude, why not? Oh, okay. Well, maybe he
와
can't.
근데 공룡
Takes flight.
옆으로 넘기면은
I'm honestly like I would take
아
it.
뼈 아프다.
Oh, you don't have that much green, and
Right. I'm just in my mind. I'm not in green. I'm touching green.
right. But the Princess Takes Flight is
know.
an extremely powerful uncommon.
Yes.
Right now, Anthony, Anthony
이거-
is a little bit light on bargain. Only has the Archon's Glory, so that is something that he needs to be mindful of for the rest of the draft. It's like, hey, if it says bargain on it, Kellen's Light Blades,
듀크 약간
those are the cards he's going to be looking for.
준도 갈 것 같은데.
So I don't know.
Shuffle and count the pack
Maybe he
out
could
to your
wheel it.
아마도 듀크는 준도 갈 듯.
Fantastic way.
Also, by the way of note, that Sir Armont did not come back
Yes.
in the first
And
pack.
뭐 제가 드래프트 이렇게 예상하는 게 100% 맞진 않을 텐데
Gingerbread
Oh.
Hunter. All right, if you're going to be green, let's do it.
일단 나시프는 그린을 못 받았으니까 그린 계속 넘기는 거고
And this card is just fine even without the -2/-2 ability. But I mean, this is
But he'll-
this is
yeah.
this is one of the best
Alright.
uncommons in the set.
All right. If
There
you're
you
going to be
go.
green and you're going to open,
이러면
You didn't pass any green
got
pack
paid
1, so you got this one passed to you in pack
Yeah,
2.
you got it.
듀크는 늑대 먹을만 할 거고 늑대.
A lot of decent
There's a Brave
cards
the
in this
Wilds
pack.
in this pack too.
Great
얘는 5만화 5호로 그냥 써도 좋고 만약에 터치해가지고 블랙
But the
디나일 한번 쓰고 나갈 수 있어도 좋고
as you mentioned, he's got the Evolving Wilds. Plus,
Shuffle and count the pack out to
he's
your
in green
right.
now, and
Yeah.
that means that he's likely to pick up a few fixers.
그러니까 나시프는 그린이 없고
or something like that can enable.
이색이다 그러면은
Yeah, I think
레드
as you mentioned before, Brave the Wilds in particular.
Mhm.
is
블루
something that
플러스
stands
알파
out, but the stockpiling celebrant is
블루
also fantastic with the 2 copies of the
블루
Princess Takes
블랙이나
Gotta have it.
This is just a slam dunk stockpiling celebrant.
그런 쪽으로 가고 있을 것 같고 근데 이렇게 보면 블루도 아닌가? 이게 결국에 가운데 있는 사람은 내 왼쪽과 오른쪽이 어떤 컬러를 가는지라 그걸 잘 나눠가는 게 중요해요. 근데 지금 제가 볼 때는 나시프는 아직까지는 확실히 어떤 걸 가는지 모르겠지만 두쿠는 준도 컬러 쪽으로 가지 않을까 생각 드네요.
Okay, the pack 2 has gone well for Anthony so far. Oh, another cooped up.
Oh wow, there's a lot of different options here.
디나이를 먹을지 3바이를 먹을지 디나이 먹을 것 같네.
Just
디나이
ignore
올려놓은 거
them.
보니까
Just like Anthony, just ignore them. All right.
So there's
고민하네요. 3바이랑 디나이랑.
and a cooped up.
So yeah, that's kind of interesting, right? Because the cooped up is a removal spell, works really well with Yenna, but you just picked up a stockpiling celebrant, and a hopeful vigil is a great two-drop.
생물로 어그리시브하게 가기로 마음 먹었네요.
That's not the one you want.
I think that was third of those.
That would have been my third option in this green white deck. I think
3바이는 정말 괜찮죠?
perfect
이거 불러.
in this strategy. You're already looking to take bargain cards.
Right.
Hopeful vigil's fantastic with that. If you copy the vigil, that's also good.
I mean, I get it. The Red Tooth Vanguard, you know, is powerful in and of itself, and it does have synergies with what you're doing fundamentally.
안녕하세요.
Man, you gotta go.
파이님.
You gotta go. Or the
자, 원드랍부터.
Oh,
근데 원드랍은 그린의 원드랍이 더 좋긴 한데.
I just show you
인정
a
먹네.
picture of one red deck
Paul,
with the
you
ginger
changed,
brood in
man.
it, and
He used to draft
now I'm the
control
aggro
decks.
guy.
Yeah, now
뭐
he's-
어쨌건 얘도 후반에 좀 좋을 수 있어요. 후반에 좀 잘 쓸 수 있긴 해. 못 맞게 하고 때릴 수 있고.
It's a good card, to be fair to you.
Yeah. Lots of ways to put rolls onto things, but
W
this is a bargain spell. It's interaction. I
Nine.
think this is going to be something that he takes. Don't really see anything else to consider here. Oh, excuse me. You could consider. We are already looking to splash.
그러면 잠깐만. 오르조브도 아니고 UW도 아니다.
I think you really need bargain at this point. So.
Definitely. It's funny because you said
화이트는 확실히 안 쓴다.
it's a bargain spell that's
다시
also an
푸는?
interaction spell.
그럼 UR?
That is the order that Anthony's thinking of at this point.
Right.
Because he wants to be able to get
UR 유비 둘 중 하나?
copies of Princess Takes
Yeah.
Flight off the battlefield.
If you cannot get the Princess Takes Flight off the battlefield, it's not that great.
Unless you're hammering your opponent, right? Where like you can close.
블랙 디나이는 거의 안 오는 거 보니. 오!
There we
지졌어.
go.
바로 먹어야지.
Bargain cards. There's a Hamlet glutton. See a Dawn of Hope there as well, an interesting one.
Yeah, that card hasn't really panned out for me. I think this format's just a hair too fast.
이게 여기까지 넘어온다고?
to take over.
일단 확실해졌네요. 이러면
No.
그린은 안 가고 있으니까 사인은 잘 주고 받은 것 같아요.
Still
원래 그리고 지금 듀크가
yeah, it says 5GG.
그린을 못 받고 있어요. 그린은 안 줬는데, 그죠?
It's 3GG. That is a 5.
If you pay 7 mana for this, you're not having a good time.
That's right.
그러니까
Okay.
두 번째 색깔이 뭘지가 중요할 것 같은데.
Again, we always
이거
keep
부여하면 먹겠죠. 저 괜찮아요.
very
5만화 사사.
It's the only option that you
근데 토큰 나오는 거 자체가 비질런스로 나오고
really powerful.
괜찮습니다.
You know
리밋에서.
what? This is another interesting card where coming in, I thought this card was going to be fantastic.
Me too.
But again, format's really fast. It's just okay. And additionally, the removal's really good in this format.
It is.
셀레스니안 일단
And if you spend
정석적으로 잘 짚고 있네. 이 정도면은
grapple you, it's just over.
잘 짚고 있는 거예요. 괜찮아요.
Screaming in the night, and that's what I think of as
드랩 되게 타이트하게 가고 있는데 괜찮게 짚고 있는 거야.
Yeah.
All right, there's a candy trail. Unlikely to make the main deck, but in a pinch, you know, that card does replace itself, and it's okay.
It's always that 24th card for
It
me.
is,
Where
it
I'm just like, you know, it could be okay.
I think you hope not to play it, but when you do, it's not.
Ooh,
Oh,
this
there's
is
that
a
Brave
gift.
the Wild.
Oh, that's
그것도
Fantastic.
나쁘지
So
않죠.
we're looking at what, three bargain cards in this pack,
Yes.
right? So that's
Yeah, the Light Blades, the
that.
Glutton,
Yeah,
and,
this pack really helped Anthony.
and
kind
the
of-
Celebrant,
Yeah,
you know, isn't bargain.
take
bin.
advantage of that Princess Takes Flight here.
Yeah, having 2 copies of Princess Takes Flight is a game plan. I mean, it really.
아니 저 3하나 저거 안
There's
먹어?
not a
그거
Sweet's
먹어?
Revenge.
Yeah,
Paul and I have been talking about it, and it hasn't
어,
done well in the
모르겠네.
format, but maybe there's something to it.
possibly maybe the Golgari food deck.
하긴 뭐 GW는 안 먹을
I
법한데
don't want to go back to that hopeful vigil.
후드 쪽이 아예 없나?
So
지금?
good in Anthony's deck. I mean, sure he has another Dewdrop, but the vigil I just think is superior. There's a lot of ways to get punished too for playing one toughness creatures in this format.
I think that's the wake up screaming in the night card for Anthony after. I mean, seriously, like he's gonna go wait.
벨트리.
Yeah.
You know,
Draft. Pass 2 cards to your right. Pick up the pack. You have 5 seconds.
You get another last pick intangible.
Yeah, he's setting up for the for the token
Any
Yeah.
tokens, but
with the Dawn of Hope.
지금까지 먹은 거 보면은
but he didn't take it.
2승은 무난하게 할 듯.
Don't think so.
The Dawn, I think it
He
ended
didn't
up
get
somewhere
that,
else. Yeah, bummer. He had a combo deck on his hands.
So it does make sense that Pack 2 went better for Anthony, especially with the green cards. Getting a Hamlet Glutton that late makes some sense because, well, frankly, he didn't pass any green.
네,
Right?
무난한
But I
2승은
think Pack 2
할 것
might be
같은
difficult.
픽이에요 지금까지.
It's going to be mostly the
무난하게.
cards, but I think this pack
근데 역시 파워 카드가 약간 부족하긴 해서
stabilizes.
3승이면 전승이잖아요. 3승까지 갈 수 있을까? 이건 아직
Yeah, I
모르겠어요.
would say his deck's good now. Not great, but
Yeah.
good. You
Yeah,
know.
but you got the Gingerbread Hunter.
지금까지 먹은 걸로는 굉장히 무난해요.
Things to bargain, right? And you still have another pack to go. Maybe you'd like to have slightly better options at the 2 and 3 mana slot.
그냥 이게 뭐라고 해야 되지? 포스리퍼 따다닥 해서 그냥 템포로 필드 밀어붙이다가 약간 비행으로 마무리하는 그런 방식의
I mean, he did up
셀레스냐 각이 나오면
Frostbridge guard.
예, 괜찮게 이제
There's a chance
Yeah.
he can get
2승 정도 하는 그림이 나올 거고
and he's got his nice aggressive 2-drops in instead.
여기서 이제 파워 카드가 약간 추가가 된다. 그러면 이제 3승도 노려볼 수 있는 정도가 나올 것 같아요.
I'm just saying
지금까지는 생물의 그 질은 되게 괜찮아요. 생물의 질은 괜찮은데 비행이라던가 약간 정직하지 않은 좀 변수를 만들 수 있는 그런 카드는 좀 부족해 지금. 아직까지는 그래요.
The sweet spot for it. You know, late in the pack.
하마나 비행 정도 좀 짚고 그러면 더 괜찮을 것 같은데 라링이 있고 해서 이제 데미지 레이스도 좀 가능하고 그래야 되는데
Also, it's pack 3 and that's a triple green card. Like somebody could pass it to him.
it is possible. Although
You know,
그래도 뼈대는 잘 만들어놔서
we'll see.
여기서 약간만 괜찮은 거 얻으면
might go into green if he opened it here.
Right.
All right, let's see what he picks up. Oh, there's Utopia Sprawl.
And nothing?
웜이랑
Ugh. And I
이건
really
뭐지?
like Utopia Sprawl, so that's
유토피아? 유토피아 먹겠네.
Yeah. Yeah.
유토피아도 괜찮죠?
I mean, there's good cards in here. They're
Yeah.
just all in other colors.
Taken
So,
by Nightmares. Yeah, well,
but
all right.
hey, look, Utopia Sprawl is fantastic. So,
It's great.
yeah. It's,
Like, it feels like you're playing a different game when you play it on.
나시프는 블랙은 거의 가는 듯 하니까
turn when Utopia Sprawl
나시프도 이제 블랙
is just gonna be.
나이 먹을
I'm gonna
거고
have a tough time.
It does feel unfair.
Yeah.
제가 생각할 때 나시프도 덱 잘 나왔을 것 같거든요. 색깔 아예 안 겹쳤어요.
Oh, yeah. Maybe.
원하는 거 다 먹었을 거야.
It's also
지금
so you can copy it.
피처하는 양옆으로는
Turbo.
덱 다 셀 것 같아 3명 다. 반대편 포드는
Forest ever.
이제 대충 예상이 안 되긴 하는데
Reed is shipping down the line here. Third intangible virtue. What do you see? Oh,
오 좋은 거 나왔네. 비나이 생물.
Wow. That
그건
너무
is-
좋죠.
Yeah, I mean,
so good because he needed another 5-drop. He needed another bargain card, and he needed another removal spell. Ta-da!
it just does it all. I mean, this card's phenomenal. Of course, he's going to take it. No other real options in this pack. This doesn't mean
쿠가
that he's
RG를
not
가고
still-
있는 게 아닐까? 준도 가고 있는 게 아닐까?
10
But-
seconds.
Yeah, this is a gift for Anthony.
A gift from Uncle Reed Duke. Enjoy it, kiddo.
Draft.
옛날 카드야? 걔가 이제
13.
그런 거?
From Anthony.
비터블러썸 같은 거.
Snapped off that egg of this champion. What a nice pickup for him.
계열 받죠? 상대 비터 까면 계열 받죠?
But I just want to note that that is a song of Totem Tens.
Wow, and a Monstrous Rage.
Yeah, Monstrous
are
Rage is
premium cards.
Monstrous Rage is one of the best
얘나?
metrics in the
얘나
format.
Can he
필요할까?
splash for that song here? He does have the double
It's
evolving one.
possible.
먹을
with
게
the double
그닥
evolving
없긴
ones,
하네.
you're already looking to play a swamp, but the Brave the Wilds does a lot.
이게 약간 그 옛날에 좋은 카드가 들어가 있는 거잖아요. 비터라던가 진짜 네, 이런 게 드랩에 나오면
Man, but
진짜
song
밸런스 붕괴예요.
Song is definitely good. Anthony's deck isn't overly aggressive. Like Song is a little bit better where you're just trying to really
비터로 이제 적당히 비행 뽑은 다음에 씹어 먹어도 되니까.
finish him off.
Yeah.
This one could. This deck's trying to go a little bit longer.
Okay, so fair enough.
Oh,
What do you
okay.
see? Oh, that's perfect
Yeah.
for Woodland
괜찮죠?
Acolyte.
무난하죠?
Yeah, he's going to be taking this. Seems
Just a great 3-drop for his
Yeah.
deck. And then, of course, it's got the pump spell aspect as well.
so.
Or,
3 out
sorry,
of the
the
4
recursion.
first picks being uncommons. Pretty
Yeah.
good start
10
here.
seconds.
근데 듀크가 블루를 가고 있나?
Card from your graveyard on top of your library. Maybe rerun the
Princess Takes Flight.
You know, just
Yeah.
like have multiples.
Draft.
Yeah,
Shuffle
Anthony's
and
deck
count
has
the pack out to your left.
good amount
There
of
should be
interaction,
11
right? We're talking
cards.
about Cooped Up, double Princess Takes Flight, and the Agatha's Champion.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, you want to fight?
Pick up the pack. You have 25 seconds.
Titanic growth.
블루를 갖고 있는 느낌도 좀 들긴
we
하는데.
did talk about kind of Anthony's two drops not being.
근데
particularly
분명히
strong.
그린은
This
갖고
does
그린
have
블루
bargain on it as well.
플러스 그러면은 짬통인가?
That
듀크?
cross-bridge cards.
Yeah, you know, it's also worth noting we're playing best 2 out of 3.
근데
like on Arena Premier.
웜코일이나 비터 같은 좀 나오기 희박한 미식들 있잖아요. 이런 거 뽑고 드래프트 하면 이게 잘 나오면 삼성 해야 되는 게 맞긴 해요. 너무 말도 안 되게 세.
Yeah, especially
근데 또 이제 드랩이라는 게 한 장 들어가 있는 게 안 나올 수도 있으니까.
probably okay on the fixing, so just wants a better two drop for the deck.
Yeah, there's Troyan, but not really worth splashing for probably.
치밀은 아닌 것 같다. 그냥 준도 맞는 것 같다.
Fairy Dream Thief.
듀크는 준도 가고 있는 게 맞는 것 같아요.
That's what it seems like. I don't think he's interested in playing any of these cards.
No,
So now Anthony has to think about what card is best against him.
근데 제가 생각할 때는
That makes sense when you're playing
그런 카드들 있죠. 좀 너무 말도 안 된다고 느껴지는 카드들은 좀 안 냈으면 하긴 해요. 리미티드 특성상 너무 좋은 애들이 있어요. 이 칼라데시 원코일도 그렇고 이번 블록 비터도 그렇고 비터 블러스.
Sir Armand, there's
There we
another
go.
gift. So maybe that's the one from the first pack. It just took a little while.
Oh yeah, just
two more.
went around another table and came back. Yeah.
It went on a long trip, but it did make it back.
괜찮은 거 잘 먹네.
5 seconds.
So a great pickup here. For
예, 좋죠?
This was late. What is this, 7th pick or something?
What? Yeah, this is a phenomenal pack here for Anthony Lee.
Yeah, pack 2 and pack 3 were very.
사실상 5마나 66 생물 느낌인데 66 이상 될 수 있는.
Pick up the pack. You have 20 seconds.
He stayed the course and it paid off. Yeah, 6th pick. No, 7th pick, Sir Armand the Redeemer.
Not bad.
Moment of Valor is a playable card. Return.
근데 여기 포드 자체가 전반적으로 좀 셌거든요. 카드들이 좀 괜찮은 편이에요. 전반적으로 보는 카드들을 봤을 때.
Also good out of the
그래서 제가 생각할 때는 다른 사람들 픽도 봐야 되겠지만 이게 3승덱은 아닐 것 같아.
There's Gabriel Nassif, who's sitting directly to his left.
All the blue cards.
And there's a Prism.
Yeah, probably just take. Oh, and a Spiteful Hex Mage.
Jeez, Johann Stopkop here too.
5
Wow.
seconds.
Man, why is that Spiteful
Prism?
Hex Mage still in there?
Spiteful Hex Mage
Nobody's
is
in black.
really, really strong, especially when you're.
이게 3승덱은 아닐 것 같아요.
Back out to your left.
포드가 좀 괜찮은 밸류의 덱 카드들이 많이 돌았던 것 같아요.
Enable bargain with it.
Right.
You've got so many great
아, 못 봤어.
That
뭔데?
was Titanic growth.
타이타닉 폭풍 성장.
Anthony needs.
폭풍 성장도 굉장히 좋죠.
Card in the pack, so yeah.
엄청 무난한 배틀트릭.
If that one didn't make
야, 리밋에서 이 정도 배틀트릭이면 굉장히 좋은 편에 속해요.
other augmentation.
좀 때리는 거 자체가
Bargain, yeah, for sure.
이제 내가 푸시하고 있을 때 상대가 블럭하는 데 있어서 크게 고민이 많이 돼요.
That's where you really want to play that card.
Yeah.
그러니까 이제 킬각이 나오는 사거리가 이제 금방금방 생기니까
Pick up the pack. You have
폭풍 성장 있는 블럭은
A great one. Again, these are just the last cards coming in. There's Dark Tutelage.
Maybe a better sealed deck card, a little slow and limited. 4 mana to kill.
또 뭐야 저 이름 하나 없는 거 뭔데 저거.
Doesn't quite get there.
pick up the pack.
왜 이름 없는데?
And a Phyrexian Unlife. No. Cancel that order. Area's
Draft.
Whisper.
Pass 2 cards to the
I
left.
think he figures that one actually matters.
Right.
Cast against me, or the other
Yeah.
one probably doesn't. Okay, so we're winding down the third pack here for Anthony Lee. He started off green-white, and he went end to end. Never wavered for a second, maybe to his detriment, but in the end, it did pay off for him. I think that knowing what we know now, it would have been better for him to stay in green-white rather than try out.
덱은 괜찮게 집은 것 같아요.
I'm being a little results-oriented here.
Yeah, of course.
적당한 디나이, 적당한 패리,
Everything changes,
괜찮은
right?
생물들.
For example, had he taken the Ash, had he taken some of the other red
근데
cards,
막
maybe you're going to see more red in pack 2, right? And then also
와 이거 말도 안 된다. 이런 카드는 없고 걔가 좀
right? And that is a bomb. That is an
전형적인 그냥
incredible card in aggressive red.
드래프트에서
Late Spiteful Hex Mage. So a lot of
적당히 지분, 적당히 잘 지분. 근데 이게 월드잖아요. 되게 타이트한 포드란 말이에요. 그러면 덱 괜찮은 편인 거예요. 이 포드가 되게 타이트한데 이 정도면 괜찮은 거야.
There's the end of the Sir Armand. We knew about all of these. The Knightly Valor is in. Oh, the three bowls of porridge and the prism are actually, and the candy trail.
Wow. Okay, so
he's got a lot to sacrifice here beyond just the 2 copies of Princess Place.
무난한 정도로 집었다고
yeah,
보이네요.
there's a couple of filler options here, right? The only with you got the 4/2s, couple of savior to sleepings, which you're generally not too happy playing. But I suppose with the Princess Takes Flight, that's something
부스팅도
that's
있고.
its way into the graveyard. It's something that you can play. But hey, look, the top end looks good, right? You have Yenna, Hamlet Glutton, and a bunch of fantastic.
맞아요. 각 칼라 조합당 다 어느 정도 할 만한데 제가 느낄 때는 그린이 약간 좀 많이 센 느낌이 있긴 해요. 그린이 그러니까 나오는 거에 따라 다르긴 한데 표준적으로 그린이 쓸만한 게 많은 느낌. 안정적으로 나오는 느낌? 그린이 포함되어 있는 덱을 짜면? 근데 다른 컬러도 다 할만해. 뭐 치믹도 괜찮고 이번 블럭은 그래서 다른 블럭보다 색깔에 대한 밸런스는 괜찮은 것 같아요. 제가 볼 때는 이번 블럭 림이 재밌어요. 제재도 재밌다고 엄청 하더라고요. 와 2포드는 널널하겠다. 1포드에 비해서 3포드 4포드 야소카 얘도 좀 하고 잘하고 포드 일본 포드가 역시 선수 퀄리티가 높네. 근데 왜 50등밖에 안 보여져? 나머지는 없는 건가? 그러면은 드래프트 어떻게 해? 이거 몇 등까지 데이2 잘라버리지? 이거 몇 등까지 자르는 거지? 이거 설마 막 7인포도 있고 막 이런 식이야? 50등까지 있는 거 보니까? 맙소사.
And welcome back to coverage here of the Magic the Gathering World Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. We are early in the day here on round number 2. We've just completed our draft, and now we get to see what happens. This is the fun part. We watched Anthony Lee draft, and now
그래도 이거는 보는 맛이 좀 있겠다. 어제 드래프트는 진짜 눈물의 드래프트였거든요. 둘이 시작이 같아. 자, 다른 사람도 봅시다. 포드 이게 포드 자체 카드 밸류가 높았다고 저는 느꼈기 때문에 덱들이 나쁘지 않을 거거든요.
Everything else is kind of what we hope to see here. Outside of a couple, you know, the Candy Trail, the Prism, the Three Bowls of Porridge, the Troublemaker Oof in the main. You know, he had to kind of scrap it out a little bit down at the bottom end.
Yeah, it looked like he's choosing to shave a land. I guess you have the Brave the Wilds, but choosing to shave a land just to have a little extra cards like Prophetic Prism and Candy Trail to kind of help smooth out your draws and give you a little more fodder for some of the bargain spells that he has in his deck.
He's also only played one Brave the Wilds. He has 2 in his pool. Let's take a look at Kenji's.
Oh, mirror?
Colors, yeah.
Okay.
So he's playing a Troublemaker Oof in the main as well.
레어 저 토끼는 좋기는 한데 생물이 좀 앞에 생물이 조금 포도랍이 좀 많은 스닝감이 약간 부족하고 포도랍은 다 같이 좀 부족한 느낌에 5드랍 1코 페어리가 블루 말하는 거예요? 블랙 말하는 거예요?
Yeah.
블루 3-3 말하는 겁니까? 블랙 1-1 분수를 말하는 겁니까?
And it's a 2-for-1. Yeah. Okay, well we'll see.
블루요? 예, 괜찮아요.
I like Anthony's build a little bit better, but Kenji's build has the gotcha factor with a couple of those.
이건 근데 지금
Double strike and, you know,
요거 호주 친구가 더 무난 지금 미러 매치거든요. 왜냐면 이게 자기 대각선 있는 사람이랑 게임하기 때문에 색깔이 겹치는 경우도 돼요. 내 대각선 포드니까.
Cool and collected, but I wouldn't be. This is huge, man. I mean, this is how their day is going to start.
둘 다 멀리건 사이좋게 멀리건 했는데.
You don't get those opportunities very often. Let's see how this goes for these players. Looks like Anthony won the die roll, and he's going to start off with his big bomb, Candy Trail.
Helps you find your bombs.
This is what we call filler, right?
Yep.
This is a type of card that doesn't do much on its own, but holds its own and replaces itself.
Yeah, it's not the worst though, right? You can play it, and you know there are far worse cards that you can be playing in your deck. There are also better cards, of course.
It's also nice that it takes up the 1-drop slot where there's oftentimes that you don't have anything that you can do in that spot.
Right.
Now the 2-mana later, that is valuable. But.
And look at this, Anthony has Princess Takes Flight and the Stockpile and Celebrant, the 1-2 punch here. Now you have the choice. Do you want to play the Oof? Okay, decided to play the Oof because let's say you go Princess Takes Flight, kill a thing, bounce it, play it again, then you play the Oof.
나는 저 투드랍 생물 그냥 쓰는 거 조금 아깝다고 느끼긴 하는데. 굉장히 저는 굉장히 좋아하는 부여 방법이에요. 그린 투드랍 이 부여 방법 저는 이거 굉장히 좋다고 생각합니다.
You can kind of shut down Welcome to Sweet Tooth if you time things correctly.
나는 이거 스탠에 쓸 것 같아.
Yeah, it works a lot better when you have instant speed removal, right? If you're holding a Torture Tower, Candy Grapple, or something like that. In this instance, the only way Anthony can prevent this from happening is casting Princess Takes Flight and then hoping that Kenji doesn't have a follow-up creature, which is pretty unlikely.
Which is unlikely in green-white.
Right.
Yeah. The other question is, what else are you doing?
Yeah,
날라가.
you're not losing much.
You're kind of looking for an excuse to get Princess Takes Flight down. Plus, he did have a 2-drop, like smash for 4, kill something.
Yeah.
Also, you know, it's not the end of the world if Welcome to Sweet Tooth, you know, pumps one creature for a little bit. It's not.
Yeah, you want to try to avoid it if you can, but yeah, you can try to fight through it. But I mean,
생물 여기서 못 갈면은 안 되죠.
And this is like the floor. Right, where you're like,
생물이 약간 부족한 느낌이 있긴 했거든요.
3 power and 3 toughness worth of stats.
생물 무조건 깔긴 해야 돼. 이거 크거든요. 깔리냐 안 깔리냐.
Hollow Scavengers or something like that, you can make it even bigger. So, one of my favorite cards in the set.
Yeah, it's really performed well. Powerful, cool.
3일인가?
And Anthony is looking and going, I got one of those. Actually, he's
카운터가 2개가 올라갈 예정이고.
Playing a mirror.
You had the same idea I did.
Right.
Red Tooth Vanguard's going to hit the battlefield now for Kenji, and that would be a nice recipient of Chapter 3.
Yep.
And Anthony also realizes, you know, you're not going to block.
Well, it does have flying.
이상?
So yeah, 4 in the air and then just do that, scry. The Red Tooth Vanguard's going to be huge, but Anthony's hoping to find a way to remove the Princess Takes Flight. Does have the
이제
Light Blades, but of course needs to have.
다시 날리면 되니까 카운터 올라가도 저 생물은 결국에
Princess Takes Flight.
But you know he does have 5 power out after this turn anyway.
한 턴만 공격하고 약해진다 볼 수 있죠 다시. 이짤됐다 들어야 되니까.
Yeah, I've definitely still have played it in kind of my red-white aggressive decks where I don't have a ton of bargain, but it's still just a nice card to play kind of towards the end, where you get a blocker through and get some extra, force some extra points of damage.
Okay, Sweet Tooth happens, and now you see the Vanguard is huge. Anthony's pulling the, nice creature. Shame if something would happen to it.
If only I had a way to exile it somehow.
Might as well jam.
Oh.
아 근데 확실히 셀레스니한테 약간
And he's got a Sky Beast tracker to follow up.
생물이 좀 부족한 느낌이 있긴 하네. 12시가.
I wonder if Anthony should just pick a fight here and take that thing out and start jamming.
약간 고민이네요. 투드랍 날리고 싶은데 저 이바사 쟤도 공격을 가고 싶은 입장에서는 쟤를 날리고 그냥 페이스를 때리고 싶은 마음도 있고, 지금 때리면 5점 들어가죠. 9 남고 대신에 상대 5달이 남는 거지. 상대 음식도 있고 하니까 어느 정도까지는 레이스가 자기가 약간 유리한 상황까지는 갈 수는 있는데, 결국에는 이제 필드에 깔려있는 밸류로는 밀릴 수도 있고, 그죠? 투드랍, 쓰리드랍 있는 거 말고는 왜 할 수도 있기 때문에 오픈시키고 때릴 건지 아니면 이득을 보는 쪽을 선택할 건지. 근데 지금 느낌은 오픈하고 그냥 때리는 쪽으로 갈 것 같거든요. 이거 엄청 고민이야. 근데 결국엔 포드랍 날리고 페이스 때릴 것 같아. 왜냐, 지금 자기가 때려놓... 이득 보는 쪽으로? 그럼 결국에 시간을 주게 되긴 하거든요, 이러면. 열고 그냥 페이스 때리는 건 어땠을까 생각도 좀 들긴 하네. 이득을 보는 쪽을 선택했어요, 그래도. 근데 이게 결국에는 푸드가 쌓이면 라이프는 다시 회복이 되고, 되게 무게는 12시가 좀 더 무거웠던 걸로 제가 알거든요. 이거 결국에 투드랍, 쓰리드랍으로 뭘 못 뚫어버리는 경우가 나와요. 왜냐, 비행도 그렇게 많은 경우는 아니었으니까. 많은 케이스는 아니었으니까. 둘 다 멀리건 한 상태에서 핸드 소진되어 있고, 결국에는 투드랍 3일도 돌려줘야 되고, 본인이 깔고 있는 건 투드랍이랑 쓰리드랍 생물. 초반에 레이스를 먼저 때린 것 치고는 필드의 질은 상대가 더 높고요, 그죠?
Destroy target blocking creature.
Bargain the Kellen Slight Blades.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, but if you attack with both, he can put 3/3 on 2/2.
Well, the Princess Takes Flight gives +2/+2 and flying.
Oh, he already has that. Which one did he give it to?
That I don't know. Probably the Celebrant. I guess he's still thinking
if he
right
gives
now.
it to the Oof, then he actually has attacks with both, right?
포드랍 날리고 때리는 게 어땠을까? 나는 계속 그 생각이 드는데 이거.
Yeah.
And if you attack with the oof and then I suppose you just put the 3/3 on there.
Right.
포드랍이
Right. Either
이바 살아서 뚫기 힘든 것도 있고. 이바사 맞죠, 얘?
Just attacking with the 5/4 here.
Fair enough.
And Kenji, I mean,
aggressively.
Maybe Kenji just takes it here.
Yeah, he might.
Right.
뚫기 힘든 것도 있고, 푸드를 만들어내는 거기 때문에.
Is he considering a double block?
So he knows about Archon's glory as well. So he's thinking about the combat tricks that Anthony might have.
그래서 나는 그냥 포드랍 날리고 때리는 쪽으로 가는 게 나았을 것 같거든요. 내 생각에는.
Maybe strand that Princess Takes.
Yeah. It's like, why didn't you block? Okay, looking for a bargain spell here.
요번에야 오바 4로 어택 간 거니까 맞아준 거지만 이 다음부터는 모르겠다. 나는 12시가 역전할 수 있을 거라 생각합니다 지금. 오, 좋죠. 어차피 3발 나올 거고 푸드 토큰 2개 있으니까 레이스 가겠다 이건데. 배틀트리?
This is a solid blowout.
먹고 그냥 찍고. 이건 괜찮네.
Honestly, a deft play around there from Kenji, but then maybe a little too aggressive there.
저게 어태킹 할 때만 찍는 거죠. 할게 어태킹. 공격을 안 갔으면 어땠을까 생각이 들긴 하네요. 이거는 좀 진짜 많이 아픈데.
That one's a little bit rough.
Yeah, now he's going to get smacked back here for 5 as well. And remember, he took the 5 the prior turn, so he's down to 4 now.
Yeah, now you can just put the cooped up potentially here on the tracker.
굳이 레이스를 안 했어도 되지 않았을까?
Get in for more damage.
Right. So now any 2 of these creatures hit.
그런 생각이 들긴 하네요.
Now there is a food token,
Right.
so you know we'll keep that in mind. But
And Kenji is on 6 mana.
다
I
먹어버리고.
believe he might have Hamlet Glutton in his deck, but has a land in hand.
okay, well he could use it off the top of the library here. Oh, it's another forest.
아, 공격을 안 가는 건 어땠을까? 손으로 가져와서 달겠죠?
He's gonna do Bestial
And
Bloodline.
Anthony's like, yes, do this, please.
Please,
I don't want you to
let
play
this
another
be your
creature.
turn. Yes. Ooh, Gingerbread Hunter.
용용 나왔네.
For Anthony. Look at the contrast.
용용인데 먹을 건 없고 보자.
Just a land for Kenji
인정.
and just pure action for
Oh
Anthony.
yeah. It's like, let's just add one more aura over onto that tracker.
Turns out when you stop at 4
보고.
lands,
Probably you need to pay the one.
용용이고.
yeah, that does
Need to
have a
pay-
royal roll on it.
Okay.
Well.
Well, guess.
Wow, and he got
And
the
that-
porridge down.
got the
아, 어택 가는 판단이 너무 아쉬웠는데? 그러니까 어택 안 가고 서 있었으면 이겼을 것 같은데 12시가.
But he did point out
네.
the problem there for Kenji.
생각은 해봤어야 되거든요.
It's definitely the case.
이거는 진짜
Goes to Anthony.
레이스 할 필요 굳이 없었는데 너무 뭐야 이거?
Mirror match.
잠깐만 3
And we're gonna head into
아 아니죠?
game number
3 멀리건한 줄 알았네.
Wait a minute.
안 달렸으면 이겼어요.
Five?
이거 근데 성공에 투머리면 갔네.
Yeah, this is gonna
Wow,
be
this could
tough.
be quick, Paul.
이게 그러니까 기본 네. 아니 그리고 제가 항상 말하잖아요.
Leads off with his signature.
되게 방향성이 중요하다고. 상대는 기본적으로 GW에 방향성을 딱 만들고 왔어요. 저거 디나이로 쓰겠다고.
Kenji,
But no way to exile, so maybe just a glass.
그리고 본인도 그게 있기 때문에 어떻게 써야 되고 어떤 식으로 쓰이는지 잘 안단 말이에요. 그러면은 가장 안정적으로 하는 거 공격을 안 가는 거였어.
yeah.
그게 데미지 레이스 면에서도 그렇고 결국 필드를 안정화시킬 수 있는 방법이었어요.
Well, that might give Kenji some hope.
Oh, and he's gonna pass the turn back, and Kenji says, "All right, so you're telling me we got a chance."
나는 좀 많이 아쉽다고 느껴요.
Also means he has 7 spells in hand.
Right.
이거는
Kenji doesn't have a way to
제 기준에서는
No, so he's gonna cast
그냥 미스플레이야,
it.
미스플레이.
Now Anthony says respect.
그러니까 굳이 레이스를 해야 되는 상황도
This
아니었고
never ends well for
요 볼리를 따졌을 때 본인이 유리하면 유리했지 불리한 상황도 아니었어요.
Oh, redraw on the prism.
Okay.
Oh, prophetic prism gets him there. GG. Let's see what happens.
왜냐 상대가 인스턴트로 흥정을 하는 게 아니면
Down on material.
이게 다시 돌려주는 건데 GW에서 인스턴트로 흥정할 수 있는 게 많이 없을 텐데
The woodland acolyte too. To just keep finding.
저것만 피하면 되는
Savior of the
모르겠다
Sea.
나는. 내가 12시였으면 이거 이불킥 각인데?
There's a land.
Okay.
Does he have some way to stabilize here?
There's a princess takes flight.
진짜 이불킥인데?
Kellen's Lightblade.
내가 12시였으면?
Okay.
프로토에서
Get the
저런 판단을 했다고?
Kellen's Lightblade. Can use that to.
Anthony could play around it, but
All right.
never mind. On all fronts.
Right.
No playing around it. No.
너무 아쉬운 판단이네. 어쩔 수 없죠 뭐. 그게 실력이면 실력이니까. 그냥 이긴 경기에 던졌어요 그냥.
Watch out.
Does Anthony have a woodland acolyte in hand? He does, right? Okay.
Graphics says so, yeah.
Yeah. I think I would have been interested in just playing that and just try to hit my land drops. Look
Just
at the
land
hand.
dropping.
You just have a bunch of 5s in your hand.
I agree. Charm Clothier, unfortunately, no targets.
맨바닥에
It's
나왔어?
just the 3/3 flyer.
All right. Naturally drew it, so this is where Kenji's tapped out. You could potentially go Knightly Valor. A lot of great options here.
5만 운육 그냥 깔아버리고
No way
쥐어
you're
팬다?
stopping me. Like if they're tapped out, I'm like, all right, that's my green
All right,
light.
get in there.
This is the one chance I have,
Yep.
and there it is, Knightly Valor from Anthony Lee. Yeah, this is gonna get real ugly.
이게 진짜 냉정하게 말하면 핸드가 많아서 고민해야 되지보다
Princess takes
내가 여기서 뭐 당할 수 있고 그것만 안 당하면
Right.
어떤 식으로 된다는 거는 상대의 손에 있든 없든 간에 그건 피해가는 게 맞아요. 그죠?
Right. He's just kind of trying to play
이게 맞는데
Anthony just has so many more threats.
내가 볼 땐 12시가 드래프트를 그렇게 많이 안 해본 것 같아요. 그러니까
I mean, I like his ability to come back.
이게 드래프트 같은 경우 잘하는 사람이랑 못하는 사람의 이 실력의 격차가 좀 많이 나요. 똑같은 카드를 쥐어줘도 사용하는 방법이나 그 퀄리티가 완전 차이가 많이 나거든요. 그러니까 잘하는 사람들끼리 모여서 드래프트를 하는 게 굉장히 중요해요. 제가 제재한테도 많이 하는 말이 그거예요. 우리 드래프트 좀만 더 잘하는 사람들 모아서 8명 만들어서 하고 싶다, 이 얘기를 내가 되게 많이 해요. 저 같은 경우 오프라인으로 원래 잘하는 사람들을 좀 모아서 드래프트를 하게 되는 경우를 많이 경험해보지 못했어요. 민트 애들이랑 할 때나 이럴 때 말고는. 근데 민트 애들도 드래프트 열심히 안 해요. PCTN이나 뭐 이런 애들이랑만 좀 하는 정도? 얘기하는 정도였는데 그렇게 모아서 해보고 싶었어요. 근데 아직까지 그렇게 사람을 모아본 적이 없어요. 그런 데서 하는 거랑 안 하는 거랑 이렇게 월드나 이런 데서 게임해보면 차이가 많이 납니다. 국내 매직풀이라고 하기보다도 그냥 제가 생각할 때는 우리나라에서 월드나 이런 그랑프리 같은 걸 나가기가 힘들잖아요. 국내에 만약 그런 대회들이 있으면 사람들이 할 거야. 근데 그런 대회가 없으니까 안 하는 거죠. 한태님 같은 경우에도 그냥 드랩 재밌어서 하는 건데 돈드랩하고 뭐 이런 걸 더 재미로 느끼지, 저처럼 이기기 위해서 막 아키타입 존나 연구하고 이런 스타일 아니죠. 드랩은 좋아하시는 것 같던데 플레이하는 방향성이 저랑은 틀릴 거예요. 그죠? 그러니까 거기서 생기는 문제라고 생각해요. 저 매직 하는 사람들의 풀 뭐 이런 것보다는 목적이 같을 수가 없으니까. 저처럼 만약에 한다면 외국에 나가고 큰 밸류의 대회를 목표로 하느냐 그렇지 않느냐인데. 안녕하세요 제이슨님. 이 시간에 뭐예요? 빨리 가서 공부해요. 빨리 공부해요. 지금 뭐 하는 거야? 그래서 그런 거에서 비롯되는 문제이지 않을까? 그렇게 생각하는데.
But he also could just take the much more patient long-term approach and say, I'm just going to strand that thing.
Of course.
지금 일어났다고요?
So this gives him the way of taking off the clothier, but he is going to troublemaker oof his own princess takes flight. And it does exile if I'm not mistaken, right? All right, well at any rate, Gingerbread Hunter is going to take the oof down and go on a little adventure of its own, but that sequence for Anthony Lee was
so rough.
Nice.
I mean, yeah, Gingerbread Hunter.
바뀔 수 있죠.
It's just sitting over there and
it's the only black card, right? So it's like, okay, I don't need this prism anymore.
Yep.
Right? I just needed to.
Dude, that was
do the
nice sequence there for me.
Very good, very good.
That was a blowout. Kenji has to just be looking and going, how am I losing these big board states over and over again?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Kenji's going to take what? 5 here, and then
장식감
7 mana Hamlet Glutton to follow that up.
얘는 요거 하나, 밑에는 2개.
Kenji has to decide if he wants to use his Kellen's light blades here.
디나이 차이는 그렇게 크게 나는 것 같진 않은데.
And Anthony says, I knew you had it.
Unless you drew a last turn, in which case, you know.
No. You played around it correctly, Anthony.
Good job,
Oh.
Anthony.
Very nice.
아스.
And there you go, the 7 mana Hamlet Glutton.
많이 기운해 이제. 투멀도 크고,
Really nice there for me.
일단 투멀이 제일 크고,
Not gonna be enough here.
이쪽은 이제 3드랍이나 4드랍이 부족하고 2드랍만 좀 많은 스타일이란 말이에요.
Anthony wishes he had that.
5드랍이라.
Man, how'd you get that one?
Yeah.
아, 이 66 돌진이 깡패네.
As well.
Anthony can go upkeep, get Moment of Valor back with the Woodland Acolyte, right? If he wants to get the 4/4 off the battlefield.
Sure.
Or just get Knightly Valor back, right? Those are both good options.
No, he's going to make the first option that you described.
지익달.
Oh, it's a permanent, excuse me.
It is permanent.
So you can get back
아,
Knightly.
저 지속물만 되나?
Try to return this moment of valor with this. It's only returns permanent cards.
아, 지속물만.
I don't know. Do I get it?
이건 지속물 아니고 스펠이니까 안 되죠.
Yeah, target this. I tried to target this. So,
This is what happens.
그거 먹고 돌려 손으로.
Mistake is, judges called and then
alright.
they
Yeah,
will.
just like illegal target, take it back.
Yeah, well, maybe the nightly dealer. We kind of like that option anyway.
That's not bad, to be honest. I mean, we're looking at what, getting in for 5 and 6.
Alright, I'm just gonna
Neither
draw.
can be blocked.
Don't have a woodland acolyte in my hand or anything.
So he's just going to draw this card for the turn rather than fire off that Mend the Wall.
끝났죠?
Okay,
Chuck's food.
big fella's going to hit the battlefield. There's the Gingerbread Hunter.
Has now the option to light blades away the 4/4, sacrificing the food.
And he's going to smash once again.
Yep.
A lot of power and toughness coming across. This green-white deck does have the ability to put out very large creatures.
He's like, I don't see any enchantments. What can you have?
It's a lethal attack.
Probably,
too.
you just need to block anyways, right?
He has to.
So there's nothing to really
It's just throw it in
consider
front of the
here.
savior.
You know
Yeah,
what's
that's your
You know
play.
what's up.
And he says, you know what's up. I've got the light blades. Food's going to get binned. And you're going to fall down to 3. And it is hard to imagine coming back.
끝났다 보이네요.
Here.
아 이거 투머리 확실히
Still the
아프고
interlopers that we missed.
No. There we
미러
go.
매치인데
That's going to do it. Anthony Lee picks up the win.
플레이적인 것도 약간 미숙했고 12시가 원래
1-0 with this battle.
12시가 이길 수 있는 게임 이건 실력패야 실력패.
Is really poised to
실력으로
make
졌다,
He's got
이건.
2 more rounds of limited here with
화장실 좀 갔다 올게요.
pick up even just one of those two, let alone both of them. He's in really good shape.
Yeah, and look, he's built a really, really solid deck. And one other thing that I want to highlight is just his play, right? In that game 1 was kind of close, a little bit back and forth, but I felt that he played in a way that allowed him to be able to take advantage of that Princess Takes Flight, and then game 2 played around it as well, right? So I think he's just playing at a really, really top level, and he's going to be hard to beat.
He is. You know, we saw 2 sequences of 2 plays, both in game 1 and game 2, where the game plan for Kenji just completely collapsed, and he was able to run him over. Okay, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we will have more magic for you in the form of Reed Duke versus Ken Takahama. Don't go anywhere.
아 다른 애들 보고 싶다. 이게 포드가 그래도 덱들이 다 전반적으로 말이 되는 덱들이 나와가지고 재미가 있는데요. 듀크덱 보여줬으면 좋겠다. 이것도 지금 피처 테이블이었던 매치 보여줄 거거든요. 네임밸류로 따지면은 듀크나 나시프 경기 중 하나 보여줄 것 같긴 한데. 게러?
And welcome back to coverage here at the Magic the
뭐야,
Gathering World
쿠키야?
Championship. It's a cycle with Paul Cheon. There's a lot going on in the building.
게러기랑 원래 쿠키랑
as well as World
겸상 못하지 않나?
Game nights on the stage over there. People battling it out. There's PTQs. There's 100K.
게러기에 쿠키 그냥 씹어 먹지 않나?
on here in Vegas, but of course we are focused on top level competitive play. And if that's what you're into, you're in the right place. We've got Reed Duke facing off against Ken Takahama.
역시 네임밸류로 보여줘서 듀크 거 보여주죠.
Gap and top finishes there between the two.
듀크 저는 준두 쪽으로 가지 않을까 예상했거든요. 색깔이 준두 쪽에 가깝지 않을까?
As they enter first draft round here. And taking a quick look at the deck list, very big gap here as well.
뭐야 준도가 아니고 심익이었네? 이거 제 예상이 맞았죠? 그린을 안 주니까 그린을 가고 있다라고 제가 말해. 뭐야 미친 세계 이거. 근데 레드가 아니고 블루를 가서 심익을 갔구나. 준도가 아니고. 씨야 이거 너무한 거 아니야 이거? 아 이게 무슨 일이야 이게? 이게 무슨 일이야?
You see that gingerbread hunter? That's the card that he likely took over Agatha's champion when
이게 무슨 일이야 이게?
to
미친.
elite, but you know, it's got a ton of mana fixing.
덱은 기본적으로 디나이가 많거나 그런 느낌은 아니고 그냥 램프야 램프. 어떻게든 버터부자 아니에요. 얘를 빨리 내자요. 지금 요거 3턴에 나오면 바로 나오니까 콤보처럼 쓴 거야. 얘는 그냥 말 그대로 토큰업으로 느낌으로 짰는데
double twisted sewer witch, specter of mortality. There's a spiteful hex mage down in the one drop. He's rared up, man. He's got it all.
Double rat out. I mean, this is a rat tribal deck. It's got a.
요거 덱 세다. 요 확실히 요 포드가
This deck looks.
요 포드가 덱이 다 잘 나왔어. 세.
This is fantastic.
이거는 해볼만 한데? 굉장히? 내가 말했죠. 어제 포드가 얼마나 좌절스러웠는지 이제 느껴지죠, 여러분. 타이트한 드랩이랑 그런 게 뭔지 좀 알겠죠. 어제가 진짜 포드가 계약했어요, 다. 애들이 다 픽도 잘 못하고 덱 차이가 너무 많이 차이 나는데 어제랑. 어그로 대 램프인데 어그로 대 램프는 어떤 결과인지 알죠 여러분? 어그로가 얼마나 잘 나오냐가 중요해요. 와 쇼써? 이거 램프가 정말 할만하겠는데? 이거 레드 많이 줬나 보다. 레드 카드가 많이 들어가던데 램프 치면은 랜드 찾아오고 깔리기 시작하면은 66 나오면서 힐하고 깔려주는데 이거?
Ideally, the spiteful hex mage is able to put that curse roll on, say, a rat or you know, something that can keep it better. But
그것은 블랙 찾아오고 생물 그래도 쉽게 죽을 테니까 음식을 가져올 거예요. 그리고 이제 66 나오고 랜드 나왔다. 근데 조금 늦네 그죠? 후공에 어그로가 2턴 쉬었으니까 이 2드랍 쉬었으니까 원드랍도 약한 원드랍 시작이었는데 이거 토큰 뽑겠다? 66 나오면은 근데 근데 듀크가 드로우 쪽이 약간 부족하지 않나? 이거는 뭐 제가 말했던 대로 예상된 패턴이에요 원래. 이렇게 나오는 거고 G 나오는 거고 5마나 드로우 같은 거 없죠. 블루에 5마나 드로우는 못 받고 바운싱 같은 크리 나이 하나? 네, 얘가 드로우에 관련된 거를 뭐야 힐도 먹었네? 원래 중요한 게 뭐가 있냐 요거밖에 없네. 콩나무 줄기 하나밖에 없네. 블루에 5마나 드로우가 있어요. 5마나에 드로우 3개 먹고 1바일 비행만 막을 수 있는 토큰 하나 꺼내는 그런 드로우 같은 거 있는데 그런 게 심익으로 갈 때 되게 중요해요. 왜냐? 부스팅을 해서 돼지를 깔고 필드를 안정화시킨 다음에 핸들을 다시 좀 모아가지고 또 큰 걸 내고 이런 식으로 가야 되는데 드로우적인 면이 좀 부족해.
I would venture to guess decent chance he lost to that card in game 1. So has to be mindful.
콩나물 줄기 나오면 정말 쉽게 갈 것 같고 이게 아니면 이제 존나 잘해. 니들아 듣고 존나 잘하. 바로 나오. 드로우라고 할 수 있는 게 되게 하나밖에 없는데 바로 나오. 개 잘해.
Normally these decks will have like 3. Right. you know,
A ton of ramp as well.
right, but he basically never misses a land drop.
블랙 땅을 안 가져오네? 그린이 그렇게 많이 필요한가? 블랙 땅 한... 어차피 블랙 땅 쓸 게 얘밖에 없긴 해요. 얘밖에. 뭐 이런 것들은 뭐
Oh, that's nice.
A little extra value there.
블랙 땅을 아예 안 가져왔다. 누가 볼까?
Basically, you can get you one of your adventure cards back.
심지어 포일이야.
Send an adventure card permanently away from your opponent, and you can exile a graveyard.
듀크요? 예. 최근에 가장 나중에 명전 들어갔을걸요?
Think about. I mean, it's going to be hard to attack, but
아닌가?
think about just what this card just did, right? It's a 5-mana 3/4
오, 지졌어.
that made a 2/2 and put +1/+1 counters on 2 other creatures. So for 5 mana, you got 9 power.
So would you
Or
rather
no,
have this or Grave Titan? That's the only question.
Okay, I'm going to take Grave Titan.
Okay,
but
fine. This is only 5.
This
though.
is an uncommon.
Yeah, no, this is insanity.
It's very, very strong.
And of course, those wicked rolls are very annoying late in the game.
윌리애들이랑 같이 들고 그러지 않았나?
Trigger the beanstalk here? Oh, this is Bramble Familiar.
아마 더 안 뽑을 거예요.
Absolutely. Fetch Quest is going to trigger up the beanstalk, and then he's going to
man,
mill
alright.
7, and he can get a creature enchantment
Okay.
of land.
Oh, there's a
나왔다.
And there's also a creature, Bread Hunter.
Oh man. Even casting Fetch Quest on the Bramble
That is
Familiar.
awesome. His ramp spell was a ramp target, as it turned out.
Wow.
Now that does just put it on the battlefield, so he'll only get the one trigger. But
자, 이제
I mean, that's
필드는 일단 램프 쪽이 가져오긴 했어요.
Bellowing Bruiser
그죠?
in hand, which could make it so that the Hamlet Gluttons can't block. The 3/4 is still
쥐들이 이제 어떻게 버티냐가 중요하죠.
can to set up a, hey, I'm going to make it so 2 of your creatures can't block, get in for a bunch, and perhaps I can finish you off on the following attack.
right, or you know, again, the wicked rolls add up.
Right?
This has been interesting because the players.
이 진짜 사기 아니에요? 진짜 너무 센 것 같아.
Yeah, they're both doing their thing.
물진에
They're doing really good versions.
라이프도 게인하고.
And I guess we get to find out which of the two is better.
5 mana.
3/3 flying.
Okay. Just a 3/3 flyer.
Okay, yeah, there's nothing in the yard, so it's just going to be a 3/3 flyer, though. That does, right? No reachers down there.
Yeah, that can help whittle Reed's life total down. Ken maybe trying to set up that bruiser later.
It's got a lot of whittling to do. 26.
Right. But at what point is Reed going to start turning this around and start actually attacking with this?
뭐야? 화이트 땅이 왜 들어와 있어?
Both of the 6/6s is nice. The downside, you know, one of them can get double blocked and just trade off for one creature on the other side.
Yeah, Ken can go put the Spectre Mortality plus the Twisted Sewer Witch
저지
on one of the Gluttons here. Any other double block would mean that Ken would lose 2 creatures.
뭐지 이거?
Not sure that Reed can afford to play combat tricks in this deck, so
Yeah,
it's probably pretty safe to double block. The Gingerbread Hunter's also already been revealed.
Yeah, so the rest of those cards go in your yard.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Bummer.
어때?
Ken, with just the 1 mana available, would Rat Out change the equation here? It would only be 5 damage. It actually would.
It would.
Wouldn't it?
It would if one of the cards in hand is Rat Out.
맞아요.
Taking it all.
한장 남았어요.
I like it. Just takes 12 damage.
Reed's at 26.
Yeah.
이바사?
Who wants to race? What does Reed have?
Oh, and that blocks the Spectre.
He's got a Sky Beast tracker, right? So now he's not going to take any damage potentially. Although one thing we've missed here
26점이란
is his excellent
라이프가
suite has not yet
진짜
played.
너무
I
압박이다.
mentioned that the players aren't really interacting with each other. Ken's the one with all the interaction.
Right. But if you don't double block there, what is your plan, right? Because you can't kill.
이제 포트폴리오 짜고 있죠.
Right.
Reed's just gonna
나
attack
어떻게
you.
짜고 있죠
You don't
지금.
have great blocks.
Yeah.
Your creatures aren't really good at blocking. So feel like the double block might have almost been necessary.
Did kind of feel like that. Although Ken is
이거 약간 느낌 나 어떡해요 지금 나 어떡해.
you know,
Does he
2만원
use
지불하고 나
like
어떡해.
gnawing crescendo or something in his deck? Because that might
that's a
change
good
things up.
question.
There are two.
막지 마.
Glowing Brute, so he can make it so that there's only one blocker.
하나 더 지불해.
Tapping all the red.
Wow, all the reds tapped. So that means that only the Root Rider Fawn can block. But this is not a huge attack.
a big attack at all. So
하나 블록하겠죠. 그리고 4점 맞고 그래도
he's in a
22점.
really good spot here.
다음 턴에 오로테 가면 어쩔 건데.
What is Ken's game plan? He's just gonna
He's just
pass.
trying to get some damage through, but I just don't think it's going to be enough. Reed's start was phenomenal here.
Filter black mana and candy grapple your Spectre.
Oh.
Okay, now who's on the offensive? That was Reed
잠깐
trying to
이게 수원프야?
mana efficient.
수원프가 부족했나 이벤트에?
That also tells me he likely has another big play this turn if he wanted to use his mana.
땅이 없어가지고 이거 수원프로 치고 있는 것 같은데? 그래서 아까 수원프 안 찾아온 거구나. 그쵸 그런 거 같은데?
Ooh,
Oh,
even
that's
getting the
4
reach
creatures
creature in
in
there.
hand.
It's like the gluttons at the very least.
아니, 그런 거 같아요. 지금 방금 이거 리그볼 쳤잖아.
Let's just look at the toughness here.
그런 거 아닌가? 아닌가? 그래서 진짜 불러놓고 얘로 친 건가? 얘 갖고 1만화 지불해서 뽑은 건가? 이걸로 친 거 같은데? 그럼 진짜 블루 만화를 아니 화이트 만화를 넣은 건데?
Okay, he's gonna scoop. Yeah, I think the
근데 왜
Brutes
넣었지?
ended up in the yard too. They should be on an adventure, right?
Right, yeah,
왜
yeah.
넣죠? 왜 줘?
Okay, well, that is game number 2 going to Reed Duke. He got to do the thing, right?
He absolutely did.
He did. You know, he even had the beanstalk, but he mainly just got to ramp out some huge cards. And strangely, Ken couldn't find any of his removal. Looking at it, he's got a ton of it.
아니 왜지? 모르겠어요.
So Brave the Wild's turn 1
See if Ken
for
can
Duke.
have a quicker start here.
That's
이거 어그로 이번에는 2턴에 3일 성공해.
one attack in.
샘플레이. 여기서 부스팅이나 뭐 안 나오면
Reed all the way down to 22.
And Reed
That
was able
the-
to go turn 4 Hamlet Captain.
신나게 맞을 듯.
Yeah. How about Glutton?
Oh, excuse me, Hamlet Glutton
Yeah.
rather.
It was a little better. You want a 2-2 or a 6-6?
Yeah.
Can I interest you?
Okay.
어우 올려. 나쁘지 않죠?
Get that monstrosity out of here, although it is just back in the hand.
Oh no. Oh no, that's a land.
He's got a Fairy Dream Thief here.
Wants a red source here though.
So this is Surveil 1.
레드 땅이 없네. 없는 것 같은데 레드 땅.
Yep.
He's going to get rid of it.
그쵸 레드 말려 있죠.
Monstrosity again.
한마나 부스팅.
For Reed, maybe a return from the wild.
That
와
would
콩나물 또 있는 것 같은데
be
근데.
an ideal
Make
card,
a
I would say.
1-1 this
Yeah.
time. Yeah.
가져오면서
Monstrosity's least favorite thing to see.
Pull this back to my hand.
Okay. Well,
좋고요.
for a little-
삼바사라 이거 못 뚫지 그죠?
Here too. Now does Ken have something like
거기다 레드 말려 있고
potentially trade the monstrosity for
핸드는 올 레드 카드. GG.
Nope. Sure doesn't.
I don't know.
아 근데 뭐야 얘 왜 갑자기 이거 하나 생겼어 왜?
Oh, that is rough.
원래 얘가 이기고 얘가 진 상태에서 시작했었나?
Duke, if he can continue to hit those
1대1 이네?
and get up to the big powerful 5, 6, 7s that he has.
Yeah, has all his mana.
Does he have a fawn
오늘
here?
영일에서 했었구나.
No, he's got
몰랐어요.
beanstalk. But remember, he did bring back his adventure creature, and he could just back
로스팅 생물?
monstrosity.
와 얘는 이거 하나 있는 거 잘 꺼낸다.
3.
Yeah.
첫 게임은 그냥 성공 잡고 그냥 두들겨 패도 너무 빨리 끝나가지고 안 보여줬나 보다.
Reed had a mana accelerant here.
오 부스팅 좋고요.
The Root Rider fawn, and he's just going to pass the turn back, leaving his 3/4 on blocking duty for the monstrosity.
또 산 안 나왔다. 이게 특이죠? 이게 막 멀리고 셔플 섞고 있는 사람 특.
That is going to be huge for him because
원하는 거 안 나오고.
I mean, we haven't looked at every list, but there's no way.
제가 말하는 저게 쓸데없는 시간 끌기의 행동 중 하나예요. 사람들이 하는.
Probably.
Is this a 9
별로 좋은 행동이 아니야.
out of 10?
I mean, he's got a couple of Mary Bards which aren't at its best because Ken's.
Well, the
I mean, it's
problem is he
fine.
keeps drawing them.
Well, he keeps drawing them and also not finding the mountains
And he
either.
can cast them, yeah.
Yeah. Look at
Oh.
Ken. He's like, you know what? I'm so behind. I'm just gonna kill your mana creature and prevent you from getting to your expensive cards.
Candy Grapple's going to send the Root Rider Fawn packing. But Ree can just do land drops the good old-fashioned way.
공격을 가면 또 센 게 나온다는 뜻이죠.
First. And is he going to use the Blueness Gatekeeper again? No, he's not.
3/4 draw a card.
Wow.
This is where you really get to see the power of up the beanstalk here.
Yep, Obria's attendance is a cantrip
GG.
in this spot. A land drop can, but it's still not a mountain.
GG. 나가.
This is incredible. If I only looked at the deck list, I would say that Ken would win this like 8 out of 10 times or something. Like, not that Reed's deck is bad.
Reed's got a very
but
solid
Ken's
ramp
is
strategy.
like super streamlined.
Right, but you know, if you miss a beat and Reed's deck is just doing its thing, it's just
이건 드로우를 하겠다는 의지죠.
Ran over. And I mean, Reed's deck is good. I like his deck. And look at this, he's just cantripping into cantrips here.
right. And at this point, I don't see Ken even just coming back. Right, there's
제발 선 나와라 이러고 들어간 거죠.
Totally. Cards in hand for Ken Takahama. Did you see that? Literally every
방금 빡종이죠.
draw, but what a great performance by Reed.
빡종이죠, 빡종.
Sweet ramp strategy. He got just the window he
와
needed
근데
to,
분노가 느껴진다.
he could be under serious pressure and not have the chance to cast 5 mana spell or even to deploy up the beanstalk, but in this case he had all the time he needed. He took it.
Yeah, it absolutely worked out for him. You know, drafting this strategy, there is some risk involved, right? Because Reed's deck.
분노가 느껴지는 빡종.
Right, we're looking
근데
at
확실히
Hamlet Gluns, a bunch of sixes.
어제 첫 번째 드랩 보신 분들 아시겠죠? 어제 제가 말했잖아요. 포도 전반적으로 사람들이 팩도 제대로 못하고 게임도 이상하다고.
We saw the 3 Brave the Wilds. It's actually really sweet. I haven't seen a deck this
저는 제 기준에서 되게 그냥
All early ramp
어쨌건 여기 나오는 사람들 풀어드리고
like there was no
제가 깎아내릴 이유가 없어요. 근데 진짜로 수준 차이가 나면 저는 그렇게 말을 해서 이제 알려주고 싶어요. 여러분들한테도. 드래프트에 대해서 좀 운적이라고 생각하는 사람도 있고 실력적인 면이 부족하다 이렇게 생각하는 사람도 있다고 느끼거든요. 그러니까 그렇게 생각하는 사람들이 있다고 제가 느껴요. 그래가지고 그게 아니라는 걸 좀 알려주고 싶어. 그래서 항상 좀 공격적으로 얘기하는 이유 중 하나가 그거예요. 드래프트는 진짜 실력이 되게 중요해요. 그래서 어제 같은 포드를 보고 드래프트 이렇게 하는구나 하면 안 된다고 저는 생각을 해요. 이건 잘못된 드래프트고 약하다. 제가 어제 그 피처 매치 한 해 데이1 떨어졌어요. 드래프트 망해가지고. 포드도 전반적으로 다 못하는데 얘는 픽한 거 망한 거 같다라고 제가 말했잖아요. 제가 그렇게 말하는 이유는 진짜 제가 솔직하게 내가 뭐 드랩에 자신이 있고 이런 게 아니에요. 드랩 이 블럭을 연습해보면 그리고 연구를 해보면 알 수 있어요. 정말로 알 수 있는 부분이 있어요. 아, 이 블럭은 저런 식으로 드래프트하면 세지 않은데 처음부터 색깔을 정해놓고 걔는 색깔을 정해놓고 갔어요. 처음부터. 근데 그런 게 좋은 드랩은 아니거든요. 그리고 원하는 대로 안 나왔으니까 데이1 그냥 사라진 거죠. 그리고 오늘 이제 픽을 하고 덱을 구축한 사람들의 덱을 보면 알 수 있죠. 엄청 많이 다르다는 거예요. 제가 생각하는 중요한 부분은 그런 부분이 중요하다고 생각을 해요. 월드에 나왔다고 해서 모든 사람들이 다 월등히 잘하고 특히 드래프트 쪽을 정말로 잘하고 이렇진 않아요. 드래프트와 상관없이 여기 오는 사람들도 많이 있어요. 스탠다드 대회를 먹고 오거나 뭐 하이 타입 같은 거를 뚫고 오는 사람들은 드래프트 실력이 부족할 수 있고 네, 그 친구 그 피처 했던 애 없어졌죠. 드래프트 망했잖아요. 2펜가 3펜가 하고. 제가 말했잖아요. 이거 망할 거라고. 덱 너무 약하다고.
Leaderboard after 8 rounds of competition here at World Championship 29. Mani, what stands out to you?
Well, the top of the field is slowly shrinking. Reed Duke, Yitzhak Gutbeck, Anthony Lee, the only players with one or technically.
제가 여기 나오는 사람들을 그 사람들의 이제
And then after that, it's all 2 losses going down. Eli Cassis,
네 억지로 GW 막 가고 막 그 친구.
in it, continuing that excellent limited prowess.
Absolutely. This is just our field slowly narrowing, but a lot of players still have a shot here. 5 and 3s as well, Mani.
Yeah, absolutely. 5 and 3, very much still in it. I said I wanted to see one of the 4.
근데 저는 잘 모르겠다고 했잖아요. 저렇게 하는 거 잘 모르겠다고.
Carl Serap, one of those 4 and 3s. Willie Adel, one of those 4 and 3s, getting the job done.
이 사람 나라가 매직이에요. 국가가
lost that round. I actually walked over to him
매직이야.
sitting in the player area. His deck not good, so he's got a rough road ahead of him if he wants to right this ship and try to get out of limited with a positive record.
All right, there's a look at our leaderboard as we gear up for round number 9, where the player in the field is none other than Anthony Lee. Cedric talked to him after his win last round.
코코아님도 저한테 드랩 좀 이제 제가 하는 걸 좀 따라 해보고 싶고 배우고 싶고 하면은 몇 가지 그 알아야 되는 게 있는데 저 같은 경우에는 목적이 확실한 드랩을 하는 편이에요. 목적을 확실하게 잡고 가는 드랩을 하는 편인데 여기에 나오는 사람들보다 제가 연구하는 쪽이 다를 수는 있어요. 그러니까 되게 형태나 방식, 굴리는 방식이나 이런 게 다를 수는 있는데 어쨌건 리밋은 이기는 게 목적이고 아케타입을 잘 짜는 게 목적이라고 하면은 제가 하는 쪽을 배우는 게 도움이 많이 될 거예요. 저기 제이스님도 저한테 처음에 드랩 배울 때 요거 얻어먹으면서 피겠어요. 그냥 본인이 좋다고 생각하는 카드랑 이거는 그냥 볼 때 구린데? 라고 해서 그거를 분리시키면 안 돼요. 진짜로 이해를 하고 못 쓰는 카드가 많이 없거든요. 리밋은 내 기준에 엄청 안 좋다라고 느끼는 카드도 정말 좋게 잘 쓸 수 있어요. 근데 그걸 처음부터 아 나는 이 카드는 좋은 카드, 이 카드는 안 좋은 카드를 나누는 플레이어는 저는 정말 싫어요. 그렇게 하면 안 된다고 항상 말하고, 그러니까 드랩은 정말로 안 좋다고 느낄 수 있는 카드를 잘 쓰는 게 잘하는 거예요. 이거 별로 같은 게 하는 카드를 정말 잘 쓰고 잘 활용하고 그걸로 아키타입을 잘 짜는 게 정말로 잘하는 플레이어가 되는 이유가 진짜 완전 빡빡하게 하드하게 하는 그룹에서 드랩을 하면 좋은 카드만 모아서 덱을 짤 수 없어요. 결국에 문제가 좀 있고 안 좋은 카드들, 이 친구 있죠? 이 친구 가셨죠? 혼자 색깔 보이죠? 이 친구는 어제 흔히 제가 말하는 류예요. 자기가 좋다고 생각하는 거 정해놓고 드랩하는 거. 이렇게 돼요. 안 좋은 카드도 잘 쓸 수 있는 덱을 짜는 게 잘하는 거예요. 남들이 안 쓰고 별로 안 좋은데? 라고 생각하는 카드를 정말 미식 정도로 높은 가치로 쓸 수 있는 덱을 짤 수 있는 사람이 리밋을 잘하는 사람이지, 그냥 남들도 다 쓸 수 있는 좋은 카드만 픽해가지고 그걸로 파워덱 이러고 굴리는 게 드랩을 잘하는 사람이 아니에요. 그래서 그런 생각을 만약 갖고 있다, 그럼 큰일 나요. 되게 위험해요. 그렇게 드랩을 배우면. 왜? 정말로 밸류가 높고 잘해야 되는 대회에 나가면 그런 식으로 드래프트를 한 사람은 성적이 안 나와요. 나올 수가 없어. 물론 블럭에 따라서 무조건 해야 하는 행동들이 있어요. 그러니까 어떤 것들이 정말 좋다, 이렇게 이 블럭은 이 패턴이 너무 좋으니까 이렇게 가야 된다, 이런 부분이 있는데 그런 부분을 연구를 통해서 얻었으면은 이제 그게 나왔을 때 그거를 먼저 가는 쪽으로 하는 건 맞아요. 그런 식으로 가야 하는 건 맞는데 잘못된 생각을 갖고 있으면 안 돼요. 아키타입을 정해놓는 건 괜찮아요. 아키타입을 정해놓는 건 괜찮은데 그 아키타입 안에서 쓸 수 있는 카드들이나 다양한 아키타입을 정해놔야죠. 저도 그거예요. 아키타입 연구하는 거 제재한테 처음 리밋 알려줄 때 아키타입 짜는 것부터 알려줬어요. 그건 잘하고 있는 거예요. 근데 아키타입을 정해놓는데 그 안에 있는 걸 뭐 레어나 미식 같은 걸 넣으면 안 되고 커먼이랑 언커먼으로 아키타입을 짤 수 있어야 되고 거기에서 쓸 수 있는 카드의 베리에이션을 최대한 많이 늘려놓고 요런 식으로 가면 이렇게 하는 게 맞다 이런 걸 확실하게 갖고 가면 돼요. 지금 모던 화이트는 요 카드를 많이 쓰는 쪽으로 가요. 이게 디나이에요. 보면은 그냥 바운싱 같은 거 아니야? 라고 느낄 수 있는데 디나이로 써요. 그러니까 디나이로 쓰기 때문에 이게 굉장히 중요한데 엉커죠? 원래 2개씩 못 먹어요. 이 친구가 잘 먹은 편에 속해요. 근데 이걸 먹은 거 치고 이거를 활용할 수 있는 부분이 살짝 부족하긴 해. 지금 볼 때는 요거 2개에 요걸로 올리는 거랑 몇 개 좀 부족한 느낌이 있긴 해요. 그래도 제가 아까 말했잖아요. 괜찮게 짚고 있다고. 무난하게 디나이 먹고 그런 부분에서 괜찮은 덱인 건 맞아요. 심지어 듀크 상대로는 더 괜찮을 수도 있어요. 왜냐? 요런 빅크리처가 나왔을 때 이거를 처리할 수 있는 수단이 손에 이제 많이 갖고 있는 경우니까 공격력 높은 거 찍는 거나 저런 식으로 날리는 괜찮을 수는 있는데 반대로 얘기하면은 듀크 입장에서 사이드에 뭐가 있는지 몰라요. 뭐가 있는지 모르는데 드로우에 관련된 건 아마 없을 거고 빅크리처나 이런 게 더 있다고 했을 때 상대가 저런 식으로 해도 초반에 압박을 할 수 있는 생물이 많진 않거든요. 네. 결국에는 저 몇 장 안 되는 부여 마법이 안 집히면은 결국에 깔려 죽어요. 지금 GW. 요즘 가장 큰 이유는 비행이 없어서요. 원래 이바삼 그 비행 같은 거 집어서 그런 걸로 비행으로 때리면서 그런 식으로 레이스를 가야 되는데 라이프를 채우면서 그 부분이 부족해요. 그러니까 우리가 알고 있는 화이트 계열의 덱이 가져야 되는 기본적인 구성을 다 맞춘 덱은 아니에요. 약점은 있다는 거죠. 거기다 상대는 어쨌건 그게 나왔을 때 힐을 하면서 나오잖아요. 힐을 하면서 나오니까는 2드랍, 3드랍이 어느 정도 깔린 상태에서 듀크가 좀 느리게 나오는 경우 쉽게 이길 수 있겠지만 그렇지 않은 경우에는 저런 걸 사용하고도 핸드 밸류에서 밀릴 거예요. 밸류 자체는 듀크 덱이 훨씬 세니까. 그렇다고 이제 엄청 빠르게 전개가 되는 패턴이 나오냐? 그렇지 않은 확률도 꽤 높고.
Well, both these players are looking poised for top 8. All they need is 3 more wins. Get to 10. They are through to the top 8. So that is the magic number these players will have in mind. But for now, let's jump in and get this game underway and see who takes it down. Who will be.
제가 말했던 부분을 한번 듣고 진행되는 걸 한번 보면 대충은 아실 거예요. 아, 이것 때문에 이런 식으로 얘기했구나. 지금 덱의 특성상 말했죠. 초반에 압박을 잘 못할 수 있다고. 왜냐, 투드랍이 많이 들어가는 건 아니거든요. 내장이면 되게 많이 들어가는 편은 아니에요. 초반에 압박이 안 돼 있고 램프죠. 그럼 디나이로 찍을 수는 있어요. 근데 찍어서 레이스에서 이길 정도의 수준이 되느냐? 그렇지 않을 수 있다는 거예요. 얘를 그냥 끊는 쪽으로 이럴 수 있죠. 이거는 어떻게 보면은 살짝 어쩔 수 없는 선택이긴 해요. 디나이를 여기다 쏘는 게 되게 아까운 행동은 맞는데 내가 느리니까 상대를 늦춰야 돼요. 상대가 빠르게 오면은 안 되니까. 잠깐만, 이거 어빌리티는 쓸 수 있어? 왜 붙인 거야 그럼? 그냥 먹으려고 붙였는데 이러면? 어빌리티 못 쓰는 게 아니네. 어빌리티를 쓸 수 있는 평화주의? 익자일로 먹으려고? 2턴 빨고 익자일로 그냥 먹으려고? 아하, 그럼 지금 먹어야겠죠? 계획대로면? 아니면 놔두면 이거 쓴 의미가 없거든요.
Is oftentimes just a good little insurance policy if there is something you want to bargain later on. If we were to see a Hamlet glutton, for example, just chew that cooped up It's all good.
There you go. Or just return it with the Celebrant. You know, I love that card too. The value if you have like Prophetic Prism, something like that, or even something like this where you're not gaining that value from
이걸로 올려서 스크라이 하려고 일단 한 거구나.
is very helpful. And I believe we saw Princess takes flight.
어차피 할 거 없으니까 한 느낌이구나.
That Anthony is looking at. Incredibly powerful saga.
I got the cooped up, got the Archon.
근데 확실히 아쉽긴 하죠. 원래대로면 원래 얘를 이걸 원래 많이 집는데 많이 못 집었으니까 한 장밖에 없잖아요. 요걸로 원래 돌려야 되는 게 요거라던가 아니면은 요거 이런 식으로 돌려야 되는데 지금 좀 아깝게 쓰인 건 맞아요 얘가. 근데 말했듯이 2드랍 3드랍이 많이 없으니까 어쩔 수 없이 이런 플레이를 해야 될 수도 있는 상황이 나오는 거죠. 원래는 얘가 나올 때 최소한 2만화 부여마법으로 2바이 토큰 나오는 거 이런 거 깔고 그거 올려서 스카라이 하면서 필드에 이제 생물줄 쭉 만들어 놓고 이렇게 플레이해야 되는 게 맞는데 엄청 잘 만들어진 지금 구조는 아니에요. 아까 말했듯이 이제 2드랍, 3드랍, 4드랍 이쪽이 조금 부족할 수 있는 GW인데 공격적으로 해야지 좋은 느낌이에요. 드로우가 많은 것도 아니고 어드밴티지를 크게 보는 것도 아니라서 그러니까 이런 식으로 깔렸을 때 중요한 생물을 몇 개 찍을 수는 있는데 그래도 깔려 죽을 수 있다는 거예요. 이것도 여기다 쓰이고 사실상 원래 이게 나왔으면 이걸 먹고 얘로 이거를 들어 올리고 이런 식으로 플레이 해야 되는 게 좋은 건데 아까 얘한테 괜히 달아서 3드랍을 얘를 템포로 깔았잖아요. 이게 생각보다 좀 아픈 거예요. 물론 트릭이 있어가지고 이걸 먹어서 얘를 날릴 수는 있어. 추방해놓을 수는 있어. 근데 듀크는 추방해도 한번 가져올 수 있어요 이걸로. 그러니까 얘를 먹은 것도 사실 좀 아쉬워요. 어드벤처라 다시 추방전에서 가져올 수 있으니까. 아마도 요거를 먹고 얘가 나오고 싶을 거예요. 얘가.
Turn passes back here to read Duke now. Root Rider Fawn and the 1-drop on the board. And we're going to feed the Cauldron on Reed's turn to get that food token.
Yep, get a food token. And has the Hamlets for next turn, but doesn't look like we have the 5th land to put it out there right now. Just wanted to get that food.
하나. 가일. 그러면 펌핑할 게 없으니까 이거는 그냥 한번 날리고 그 다음에 이거를 먹어야 되는 그린이 나오길 바라겠죠? 뭐야 없어? 왜 없지? 유컨트롤 이것 때문에 없은 건가?
And now there's got to be some way to bargain out this Princess Take Flight or the 5/4 is coming back. Anthony really wanted to draw
맨바닥에 나왔어
a
이것도.
green source here to be able to get rid of that. But
요게 1만화가 펌핑이죠.
Can always bargain it away. And get some extra damage.
요걸로 이거 먹고 얘 펌핑해서 레이스 한번 때려주고 그러면 데미지는
Archon's Glory can target any creature. So if Sir Armand were to disappear, that Hamlet, oh excuse me, that
데미지는 때려주긴 하는데 이거 안 되겠다.
Alright, so we hear Anthony saying stop at upkeep, going to draw. The trigger will be on the stack. You can
안 될 것 같아요. 이거가 하나 더 있거든요 지금 현재. 이게 라링도 달아주죠? 공격을 안 갈 이유는 없죠. 플라잉 라이프링크. 파시피즘 여기에 달 거고 하고 일단은 여기까지는 성공적인 건데 그 다음에는 얘한테 이런 거 달고 탭돌이도 나왔고
like a build.
이코는 요게 하나 더 있기 때문에 일단 라이프적인 압박을 크게 느끼고 있지는 않을 건데 이제 슬슬 하나 더 처리되면은 이때부터는 조금 힘들어질 수 있어요. 이제 이것도 되게 한 장밖에 안 남아서 나올 확률도 낮고 밸류 카드 썼고 상대도 요거 하나 있거든요. 결국 교환된다고 했을 때 프레스트 나왔네. 프레스트 깔고 부여마법 달아서 얘한테 달기 조금 아쉽긴 한데 얘가 자기도 올라가나? 유 컨트롤이니까 올라가네. 어쨌건 77 되긴 하네. 이거 7만화에 뒤집어 까가지고 나오는 애고 이게 파이트인가? 아 이게 그거구나. 부스팅이구나. 77 됐고
Because drafting on MTGArena or MTGArena, it's a very different experience. And what you're used to seeing on there, what the data says, it doesn't always
7만화 치는 게
Yeah, absolutely. You think like, wow, my deck, you know, these packs must have been so weak at the World Championship.
엔천트마트 크리처 랜드.
No, the players are taking all the good cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Anthony was sandwiched between Reed Duke and Gabriel Nassif.
Oh yeah.
No big deal. That's a nice draft here.
Right.
To try to navigate.
In the middle of a Hall of Fame set.
이러면 이제 여기 콩나물 얘 하나 남았고 이쪽도 요거 쳐가지고 나올 수도 있고.
Alrighty, so we do have 7 mana available. There is fetch quest
바운싱 시키는 애가
from the wilds for Reed Duke. How many Hamlet Gluttons have we seen now? Just the 2?
We've seen the 2, so could definitely hit another one off this fetch quest. I mean, there's still some other strong cards. I believe we saw the Gingerbread Hunter as well.
I think
Mana?
Gingerbread Hunter is
Boosting?
my favorite adventure. Puny snack.
포도랑
Whoever named the
쌍차가우나 생물?
arrays,
포도랑
because
생물.
they're so funny.
Yeah, absolutely. A punny snack.
하나로
Puny. Well, I suppose punny, yeah, sure. Alright.
Decides not to go on a quest here.
요거를
Decides to deploy some of the
요거를 쳐서 카운터를 올려주기 두 개가 올라가는 건가?
Prowler coming down first, you know,
Yeah.
would get
두
the
개.
advantage off of the fetch quest if
잘
that's
키울 수는
the way
있겠다.
to go for Reed Duke.
이쪽은 둘, 넷, 여섯.
Looks like Reed's just trying to
얘 먹고 나오긴 아까워서 땅 나오기 전까지는 안 깔 건데 땅이 나왔죠. 그럼 그냥 하드 캐스팅 할 듯.
Now there's a little bit more of a rush.
하나로 탭 시키고 레이스를 뜰 수 있기 때문에
Peter on Anthony's side of things.
이제는 상대가 얘 교환값이 안 나오면은 조금 유리하게 가져갈 수는 있는데 7만화를 쳐가지고
With Reed playing fetch quest
요걸로 큰 걸 찾아오겠죠.
on the 2-1.
그리고 얘를 키우는 식으로 해서 교환값을 만들면 얘가 딱 요 콩나물이나 이런 거 하나 막는 정도로 사용이 될 것이고
Oh yeah. Let's see if Reed can crack it wide open here.
아까 제가 말했던 것대로 교환을 하고 넘어갔을 때 밸류가 이제 어떻게 나오는지가 중요하다고 했죠. 얘 나올 거고
You know, you'd like to get the advantage of
얘를 탭을 시키면서 어택을 갈 수 있긴 해요.
this time around.
No?
We'll get another giant on the board as well as a food token. So
아직까진 괜찮은 거야. 이제 아웃풋 싸움인데 아웃풋 싸움이 12시가 쓸 수밖에 없긴 해요. 땅도 되게 많이 밀었다. 16랜드인데 이 정도 밀었으면 많이 민 거긴 해요.
and currently the only thing keeping Anthony's
이제 턴 끝에 얘 탭하고 야다 레이스를 하는데 교환이 안 돼야지 좋거든요. 얘 죽으면 얘는 이제
temper, which
미래가
we
많이
don't
없어요.
see played
3하나
in the draw format.
Exactly.
요거 정도?
Kind of tap style deck ended up not being as powerful as maybe it looked, but it still has a nice home in some of these Boros decks. Celestia, still a fine card.
Yeah, so both players hell-bent essentially, and the board state certainly favoring Reed Duke at this point.
요거는 이제 활용해 먹으려고 남겨놓은 느낌?
Okay. That could make blocks a little interesting.
So it doesn't look like Anthony has any access. Nope, there's the swamp. So could
인스턴트로 요거를 쓸 수 있는 방법. 원래 요 카드를 어떻게 쓰느냐
Prowler gets extra counters, but there's still plenty of good targets.
요거 입자일을 하는 걸 스택을 딱 싼 다음에 요거를 인스턴트로 먹으면서 흥정을 한다던가 아니면 이거를 올릴 수 있는 방법이 있으면 올리던가 깜빡일 수 있으면 깜빡이던가 원래 그런 식으로 쓰는 건데
Yes.
It's like, aha, now you see me, now you don't.
All right, nice play there from Anthony, being able to kill the creature and get the hunter down.
듀크는 이것도 한 번 더 쓸 수 있을 거예요.
The wild,
상황에
which
따라서.
can turn one of these lands into a 3/3, but a 3/3 is not really getting in there at all. So
Let's have a look at the lists here.
yeah, we're in for a long game.
Yeah, get comfy, friends. What do we need from either player to break this board stall?
선물로 만들고 요게 꽤 많이 들어간 대신에 15랜드인가 그랬을 거예요. 16랜드가 15랜드죠 얘. 근데 이거 화이트 아까 하나 봤거든요. 그래서 이게 잘못 나온 걸 수도 있고 잠깐 15, 15, 30 봤는데? 이건 진짜인데? 뭔가 잘못 기재된 건가? 일단 이게 3개예요.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. This, not a lot of games come down to decking, but that library already is starting to look pretty small for Reed as they shuffle up.
Yeah. And, especially casting Fetch Quest, you are dumping a big portion of your deck into the graveyard.
Yeah, most of those effects usually kind of put the cards at the bottom in random order or something like that. But especially putting them into the graveyard, even if Reed was trying to do this plan of return it, quest again, you can't do it too often.
No, you can't. I think I've done it once in Limited. I got Gruff triplets off of it, so I was very happy. But then I had
living the
3
dream,
cards left in my library, and my opponent just had a Bitter Blossom. So, not really getting very
impressive.
Had a quick enough pace there, but as it stands now, these big giants need to start picking up trees and smacking each other with them.
아 필드 들어온 거 봐.
Or redo some form of evasion. All right, Candy Grapple.
Okay, that'll help.
Yeah. Lots of stuff to bargain away to get the -5, -5.
But still really no way to kind of push through. There's no obvious, obvious attacks to start.
So first Bridge Guard just starting to keep the creatures at bay, tapping down. So now it's basically deploy something, pass the turn. And this could well be a strategy for Anthony. Just like, okay, you are many more cards down than I am in library, so I'm just gonna dump things down, gum up the board.
이거 밀어서 이기나?
Make you have it.
Yep. And most of the okay, there is a big draw from Reed.
탭돌이를 찍는다고 답이 나오는 건 아니거든요. 교환이 되긴 해야 되니까 좀 더 센 생물이 나와야 되고 얘는 부여마법이 나오면 이걸 키워놨을 때 나갔다 들어오는 걸로 내보내면은 어쨌건 얘가 다시 약해지죠.
Anything else that you bounce is just getting recast right away. Unless, okay, going for a tempo swing here.
Okay, cool. So
왜 야 핸드로 왜 무덤으로 넣어?
Wait, did that get bounced?
야 네 핸드야.
Bounced and then just nightmared away. So nice job by Reed there.
Oh yes, there you go.
I agree.
아니 이게 핸드가 아니잖아. 야 이거 핸드.
That's awesome. Because now the tapper can't keep these big attacks.
저 덱 위인가? 아닌데?
Swinging in here for Duke.
And the hopeless nightmare is just
turning things sideways.
And the hopeless nightmare is just great at being able to
왜 무덤에 넣었어?
take a scry, find a good draw.
Yeah, try close this game 1 out here. In round number 9 of our World Championship.
And what a great world champion.
아 요거 깐 거구나. 아 이걸 올리고 이거 깐 거구나 바로. 왜 무덤으로 갔나 했네. 너무 빨리 일어난 일이라 몰랐어요. 올리면서 바로 이거 깔았구나. 아 덱 몇 장 안 남았어. 아까 요거 쳐서 그래요. 2만화. 이제 교환을 하긴 해야 돼. 요거 나오는 거 기다린다던가. 이게 6호니까 얘도 교환값이 나오긴 해야 돼요. 여기서 지금 어떻게든. 지금 공격할 수 있는 건 얘밖에 없어. 얘랑 2개. 근데 트릭이 있을 때 가고 싶겠죠?
We've seen the Gingerbread Hunter. We've seen 2 of
지금 트레 이거 나왔어요. 이게 이거죠. 이거. 이제는 공격을 어느 정도 할 건데 얘를 8바 몇까지 만들어 준 다음에 가는 쪽으로.
Alright, so is tapping a lot. There is Hamlet Glutton. So Drew beanstalked into Hamlet Glutton here, which is
No?
excellent.
I'm gonna
이거 먹는다?
Hamlet Glutton, sacrificing Hopeless Nightmare. Yep. So can you help us with the triggered abilities here?
You gotta pick it,
Four,
right?
right? 1, 2,
트리거 1, 2, 3.
Graveyard from the battlefield because we're sacrificing it while casting this. That's going to trigger.
쌓을 수 있는지 물어보죠. 이거 먹을 때 이게 먼저 쌓이니까 이게 맨 마지막에 쌓일 것 같은데? 이게 먼저 먹고 잠깐만 어떻게 쌓이지? 나올 때 희생을 하고 나서 얘가 선언되는 거니까 이게 먼저 쌓이고 나머지가 동시에 뜨지 않나?
So Reed wanting the draw to happen last, so looking
I'm gonna scry too.
to just draw the best possible card. Wow, and that's 2 spells.
아 이거부터 되네? 잠깐만 먼저 쌓이고
Great for Reed now.
나중에 쌓은 거죠 이게. 그 다음에 드로우하고
Reed's got a brand. That's
몇 장 안 남았는데 지금 할만해요. 이제 배틀 트릭 지금 여기 만화 2개 있거든요. 이거 픽싱 되고 그래서 얘네들로 어택을 가서 교환값을 유도를 할 건데 요거 정도를 깎아주는 거나 얘를 죽일 수도 있긴 해요. 근데 얘를 깎아줘야 되는 게 문제고 상대 입장에서는 얘를 막아야 되는데 만약에 얘를 그냥 하나로 막아주고 얘로 교환을 이런 식으로 하거나 조금 이득 보는 식으로 생각을 근데 지금 이득 보는 건 생각 못 할 것 같고 이게 속을 수 있는데 안 속는 게 중요해요. 이 만화가 있거든요 지금. 그러니까 진짜 디나이 하나 당할 수 있다고 생각을 해야 되는데 전성으로 막으면 게임 끝나요. 요거는 생각을 좀 오래 해도 이해해줘야 돼요. 요 턴은 한 밧줄 2개 태워야 돼. 이 정도 계산하려면. 하나는 죽을 수 있다 생각하고 블럭을 해야 되는 거니까 지금 얘를 블럭하는 게 되게 위험해요. 얘를 블럭하는 게. 근데 얘를 놔두면 어쨌건 레이스에서 지는 상황이 나오니까 얘가 죽게 되는 경우를 생각하더라도 얘보다 크고 교환하기 힘든 건 정리를 해줘야 되는데 지금 얘를 공격갔다는 게 교환을 할 수 그러니까 블럭을 했을 때 얘가 이득 보는 교환이잖아요. 요거를 했다는 건 뭔가 있다는 건 무조건 생각해야 돼요. 그러니까 얘를 얘로 막을 수가 없어. 이렇게 막는다면 얘에 대한 부분을 이득을 취하기 위한 블럭이 되어야 돼요. 쉽게 말해서 얘를 막으면 너 이거 내줄 거야? 나 이렇게 해서 이득 보고 너 이거 내줄 거야? 라는 식이 돼야 돼요. 지금 알고 그렇게 막은 거죠. 마이너스 5, 마이너스 5가 있을 거다 생각하고 이렇게 한 거예요. 3, 4, 5, 5니까 이거는 못 맞고 그럼 2개 맞고 이거 2개 남겨둔 상태에서 턴을 넘긴다 이렇게 되는 거죠. 그럼 얘를 깎아서 5를 깎으면 1, 2, 3, 4 2개는 죽고 5를 깎으면 얘 공격력 깎고 그냥 2개를 잠깐만 그러면 요거를 사용하고 요거를 아꼈죠. 그러면 얘를 살리는 걸 선택하고 얘는 죽어도 된다 선택을 한 거죠. 얘는 입자를 시키고 있었네 손에 디나이가 하나는. 이건 교환하고 2개 죽고 그럼 얘도 괜찮게 교환했어요. 일단 센 거는 죽이는 디나이가 있었구나. 교환 잘한 거예요. 교환 잘했어. 얘를 남기긴 했고 이거 랜든 거를 예측을 할 거고 지금 몇 장 남았는지가 중요하긴 해요 정말. 그리고 요번에는 공격력 3, 2, 2죠. 얘가 6이고 얘는 공격을 갈 수 있고
Oh, Sentinel lost lore. That's
얘네 둘은 공격을 갈 수 있고 그죠?
You can get the combat trick back with the attendant.
Attacking with these two creatures.
뭐 어쩔 수 없이 얘는 얘 막아야 되지 않을까?
12.
그리고 요거 두 개 얘 막아야 되지 않을까?
With Hamlet Glutton.
세 개 막아봤자 하나 찍히면 얘 교환값 안 나오니까 얘는 이거 막고 두 개로 막아서 하나 찍히면은 그냥 손해보고 이거 하나 남는 쪽으로 가야 될 것 같은데? 그죠? 얘 남기고 두 개로 멀티블럭 하고 이걸로 1대1로 막고
Yeah, I think that's Anthony's best way out of this.
Yeah.
그럼 듀크는 이걸 교환 그냥 하고
Four foods to go up to 32 right now if Reed ever wants.
지금 같았으면 둘 다 그냥 교환할 수도 있다?
Try to make as many
이 나이를 손에 그냥 놔둔 상태로?
possible and just hope Reed naturally draws his entire deck.
아니면 이거는 교환하고 얘를 살린다?
Candy grapple here in combat.
얘를 살리는 쪽으로 간다? 그쵸? 드로우는 더 먹으면 안 된다. 먹어버리고 그 다음에 5점 들어가고 두 개 죽이고 그 다음에 이거 플레이로 깔면은 얘가 남은 상태로
Yeah. Over his tendons
이제
next.
얘네들도 거의 대부분 공격을 갈 수 있죠. 얘 갈 수 있고 얘 갈 수 있고 얘 갈 수 있고 얘도 갈 수 있고
Nah, I like that play a
Sentinel
lot.
lost lore. Yep.
이걸로
Target adventure you own in exile.
예.
Target
Nice.
card you own in exile that has an adventure. And exile target player's graveyard.
Turn target card here on an exile that has an adventure to your hand. That's sweet because it's not just on an adventure, you know. Any card on an adventure is an exile, as is.
이제 요걸로 비행이고 얘는 요번에 스윙을 크게 칠 거예요. 얘까지 공격 갈 거야. 하나 둘셋넷 하나 둘셋넷 개 다 공격하고 얘까지 다섯 하나 둘셋넷 다섯 스윙을 빨리 칠 거예요. 소고가 많이 없을 거라서
Heck and saving here.
Yep. Agatha's champion is a decent draw, but doesn't even have
뭐지?
anything to bargain away here. It's just
We still have the cooped up over there.
yeah, could do
예?
the cooped up.
파이트?
1, 2, 3. Yeah, you can.
얘 죽이겠죠?
The fancy trick, or can you?
지금 자기가 볼 수 있는 참 없잖아 지금 먹을 수 있는 이거밖에 없잖아.
This is not instant speed.
이거 스택 쌓고
Yeah, you
오
can
잠깐만
because you would
이거
sack
개댕
it,
아니야?
you can't,
잠깐만
activate
잠깐만
cooped
스택
up
쌓
and then play it if Agatha's champion.
안 되는구나. 안 돼, 안
Then
돼.
you could
Yeah,
put the exile
안
trigger
돼요.
on the stack and then bargain
그냥
it
못 사.
away. So something like cooped up. that
타사
would
나왔으니까 이제 블럭을 할 수 있는 상황은 나왔죠.
be a bargain creature like that.
Yeah, 'cause the sacrifice is part of the casting cost. Troyan Gutsy Explorer joins the board here. You're very late, friend. But hey, if Reed wants to draw some cards, there
I
is a
don't
way
think
to
he
do
does.
it. I don't think he does at all. So now it's just turn things sideways
블럭?
and do his best to get Anthony's life total down to 0.
No effects.
I'm guessing he's got like 5 cards or 4 maybe even at this point left in.
Okay, gets a counter there for a nice combat trade.
Nice. Oh,
이렇게
Valhalla.
했고 그러면 이 지금 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 11점 맞았고 비행 깔리고 웜 깔리고 잠깐만 얘가 5만 나죠.
This game, outside of some fantastic draw from Anthony, is going to be over here in about 2 turns.
Yeah.
하나
He's just hanging in there as long as he can, but
7점
This was a great game.
yeah, it was awesome.
It did look like Reed was in control for most of it, but there were definitely spots when Anthony could have drawn a couple great cards
Rotate.
at the top and been in this game.
Those combat tricks, man, they just
Yeah.
이거 트리거 안 했대. 나 이거 트리거 안 하면 됐어요.
I'm gonna cast Brave the Wilds. and
Brave the
eliminate
Wilds, bargain, another creature on board, and that's going to be enough for Anthony Lee. We're going to go to game number 2. That was a lengthy game.
역시 딱 예상했던 대로네. 초반에 압박을 많이 못하면 깔려 죽는다고 한 그런 그림이 나와요. 그리고 어차피 압박을 못할 거면 3바이 아꼈어야 돼. 솔직히 말해서 3바이 아꼈으면 지금보다 조금 나았을 수도 있어.
Where a draw is kind of eliminating them. That is not the case anymore. Draws are still not ideal at this stage, but you know you do need some amount of draws to make the top 8. You don't need them, I guess, but they aren't dead on day 2, is what I'm saying. But these players will definitely still want to be playing as fast as possible. But that game easily could have been a solid 20-30 minute game.
Oh, for sure. Hopeless Nightmare on the board here for Reed Duke, causing the discard and the life loss. So something to bargain away. We have Utopia Sprawl alongside. Oh, that's nice. alongside a
아, 얘 자꾸 이거
Yeah, anytime you're on the draw and your opponent
이걸로 시작하는 거 너무 불편하다.
don't feel great.
No.
That's a very unique card in this set. There's no
그
other
상대 밸류 생각해서 이렇게 쓰면은 힘든데.
That's awesome. So able to get down a 3-drop on turn 2. You'll love to see it for Anthony Lee fans.
좋은 그림이라고 생각하진 않아요.
Wait,
이거
two
이렇게 쓰는
fixed
거.
mana, not a mana producer itself though.
살짝 많이 아쉬워.
two planes instead of two forests.
되게 얘가 되게 중요하고 디나이가 부족할 수 있는 상황에서 이거 되게 잘 써줘야 되는데
But doesn't really have the expensive payouts right now.
대신 죽었으니까 주워올 수 있죠. 차라리 주워오는 그게 나와가지고 쓸 수 있으면 괜찮죠.
As a Red Tooth Vanguard, we saw Anthony pick quite a few of these.
Yeah.
유토피아가 수배밖에 안 달리죠.
Really, so
Yeah.
with the amount of enchantments,
엔첸트 포레스트.
you know, it's not even a cast trigger. It's just
포레스트가 하나라서
can come back.
부스팅하면서 나올 수가 없었고
Could play a big part in this if he's able to keep the big creatures at bay.
Yeah, I was almost
땅은 뭐 거의 다
that not discarded to the hope
깔아줬고.
maybe it wasn't drawn quite yet, but being able to do something like Utopia Sprawl, bring it back,
Sure.
not the worst, but that is a pretty big tempo loss as well. So
부스팅.
Anthony just okay with getting rid of the evolving.
Well, it would have been a heckin' cool card if it just came straight back to the grave, straight back to the battlefield. But
지금 그거죠.
Yeah, at this point,
너 이거 이 톤에 어떻게 할까? 나 유토피아 깔고 올렸는데? 그러니까는 갔죠. 저지 게임에 집중 안 했음.
okay, there is the forest, so you can get some value going.
두 마리. 하나 올렸더니 하나 더 나옴.
could have Utopia Sprawled and Red Tooth, but I'm feeling it's
Could've.
stay in hand to keep these guys coming back from the graveyard.
Would have had to name green for that to double play, so Anthony's probably much more, keen to name the splash.
맞아야죠. 지금은 랜드도 말린 상태에서 얘다 불러갈 수는 없고.
Puny snack.
Sure.
자, 핸드가 나와 봐야지 알 것 같은데 지금까지는 할만하죠.
Gutsy Explorer on
만약에 여기서
those guys.
66 나올 수가 있죠. 이걸로 부스팅 해서 이거 먹으면서.
Beanstalk as well, really on theme to Reed's deck, both in the standard portion with domain ramp and limited. And I mean that's a great turn 3 play. Let's see if Reed has the payoffs. Does have the
얘가 나오고
Nice.
and has the card to sacrifice right now, so that can come into play next turn.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Reed's had a great draw so
자,
far.
Oh yeah.
Morgan
Bang.
Glutton. First stride
Nice.
2, then getting 3 life.
Let's see what we got there.
나왔죠.
Being as clear as possible. Looks
땅을
like
올리고
another
싶을 거예요.
chance
손이 지금
off the top
이래가지고.
as well. Doesn't have the second card to bargain, but there is a forest off the top to just get closer to naturally casting it for 7 mana.
Not really something you're
만약
handling
여기서 파시피즘이나 있으면
if needs be.
그래도 많이 유리해요. 지금 이게 뭐 있다고 한들 나올 수는 없거든요. 먹을 수 있는 게 없어서. 토큰이나 이런 게 없어서. 유토피아 챔피언 요거 있죠. 요거 파시피즘 있어요. 아마 붙일 거야. 그죠? 레이스를 뛰면 11점.
Some work. I bet Anthony.
올린 건
Where are you?
아마 또 땅일 거고.
That is the reason I built this deck.
So Reed had Anthony had a really interesting decision here. Could have Utopia Sprawled and Agatha's Champion to take out the smaller creature, but decides
아마 포레스트고
on the Hamlet Glutton to force through damage is more
이거
important.
나오고.
Okay.
자, 이제가 중요하죠.
Stance.
And that did open the window to cast
챔피언이
this
2바 3이죠.
gatekeeper, so there
아닌가?
was definitely a cost to this. And it
아,
was,
얘구나.
it was
파이트하는 애.
it was in the adventure zone.
얘를 못 죽이죠. 먹을 게 없. 이거를 먹을 순 없으니까.
Yeah, that was a real decision point there for me.
유토피아를 깔고 유토피아를 먹으면서 얘를 죽인다? 난 얘 죽일 것 같은데?
The gatekeeper at this point would just get the 3 damage in, so they're gonna be
안
on
죽인다?
now. At least it's
그러면은
not trample on
또
the gatekeeper.
땅 하나 깔리면은
So Anthony is
땅은
trying to
아니네.
keep this Utopia Sprawl in hand, trying to maximize value with these Vanguards.
아 이거 파이트도 못 쳐요. 나오면은 마이너스 3 마이너스 3 하면 혼자 죽어야 돼.
And then play Utopia Sprawl, and then bring.
아
That's known information from Reed,
Yeah.
so
Reed didn't.
또 막혔어.
I'm good. I'll just wait until I have lethal on board essentially, and then kill you in one fell swoop.
And now it becomes a situation. How long is Anthony gonna wait?
11:21.
Where are we going? Agatha's champion is the follow-up here. Pretty nice.
어차피 핸드로 올릴 수 있다.
Be able to take out
그래서 공격 간다 이런 느낌?
wants to go.
Yeah, that's kind of brutal fighting that one, that's for sure.
Black, cool.
얘를 죽이는 선택인데
Vanguard.
Yeah.
And now can Agatha's champion or Vanguard?
It's gonna be champion.
Ooh, but now Reed has mana open and has candy grapple.
누구로 파이트 하는데 아
Ooh, and
비나이
doesn't have to,
비나이 있으면 혼자 죽죠. 아 그럼 게임 터져요.
Vanguard, he doesn't even have to bargain this. Put Agatha's champion
터졌어요.
to a 1-1, and it's not a bite, it's a fight.
Yep. So that one's going.
이거 메이 아니죠?
That's
So
unfortunate.
1-1 fights 1.
메이야?
Yeah, I was gonna say, is it a bite? Did I mix
No, no,
that
no,
up?
no, no.
But yeah,
It's a fight.
yeah.
메이 아니에요.
Anthony was thinking that
They
as well.
knock noggins against each other. Oh, yeah.
GG.
That's rough.
어때?
Now the floodgate is open here for Reed Duke. He is just putting his foot on the gas.
This is probably one draw step away from Anthony picking up his first loss at the World
그지.
Championship so far, which is already just impressive. He's still
그가 확실히 플레이 깔끔하게 잘해.
the Duke looking great.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. This
Advanced to
is-
8 wins.
Yeah.
Yep.
And become tournament leader. So
Yep. Tournament
pretty good
leader.
about that.
And just has to win 2 out of the next, what, 5?
와 어택에서 교환감 한 다음에 무덤 익자를 시키면 끝났어요. 이거 두 개 얘네 두 개 마저 이거 어쩔 수 없이
Now,
교환하면서 부영하고 나와서 먹는 거 선택할 텐데 추방돼 버리잖아.
At this point, so one big creature down.
그럼 미래가 없어요.
Down to 7, nothing of substance in hand. Hamlet Glutton and
너무
Sentinel
잔인하다.
has lore in hand here for
또.
Reed Duke. So here comes the Sentinel.
and exiles the graveyard so the Vanguards can't come back.
Oh boy, yep, that's gonna do it. That graveyard exile.
깔끔하다 플레이.
Nail in the coffin there for Anthony Lee. So Reed Duke 2-0. Can he be stopped, Corey?
I mean, that deck looks really good. I mean, it, you know, looking forward to the 3-0 draft match, I definitely have, you know, my advantage to Reed Duke here because
근데 뭐
looks
사실상
really powerful. Anthony's was really good too.
말했듯이 GW가 투드랍부터 좀 세게 나와서 압박을 하는 그림이 나오고 그 그림 안에서도 네, 지금보다 좀 더 공격적인 느낌으로 가야지 데미지를 누적시켜서 비나이 한두 개 써서 상대 큰 거 치우면서 죽일 수 있는 각이 나오는데 유토피아로 부스팅 했는데 그거 다시 올리면서 3바이가 나온 거란 말이에요. 후드라 3바이가 물론 점수를 하니까 의미가 없는 행동은 아니긴 해요. 근데 길게 보면은 볼 수 있는 이득을 다 포기하고 한 거란 말이에요. 그거 치고는 약한 플레이다 생각하는 거죠. 그나마 3바일 2개 나와가지고 교환도 할 수 있고 뭐 이런 각이 나오긴 했는데 무덤 원래 무덤 견제가 많이 없는데 레어가 3바사 생물로 무덤 날리니까 그 턴에 손해를 너무 많이 봤죠. 정말 크게 봐가지고 어떻게 보면은 좀 불쌍하다. 듀크가 드로우가 잘 된 것 같기도 하다. 그죠? 딱딱딱 잘 드로우 된 것 같기도 하다. 약간 놀아야 되는 타이밍에도 3바일 핸드로 올리고 늦추고 그런 식으로 좀 잘 흘러간 것 같긴 하네요. 이러면은 듀크랑 누구지? 나시포 올라왔나? 카르발류 열심히 올라오겠네. 드랩 하이포트에서 드랩 다 이기고 올라오고 있네. 50등이었는데. 이러면 보자. 첫 번째 포드 이제 듀크랑 붙을 상대 이제 이거 이기는 사람은 거의 8강 갔다고 볼 수 있어요. 듀크랑 그 상대
Nevada, as we welcome you back to World Championship 29. 50 players remain in the World Championship. By the time we are done today, there will only be 8 left standing for the title of the best in the world. We've also got MagicCon Las Vegas going on. Awesome stuff all around here today. Maria Bertholdi and Mani Debuti here with you at the news desk, gearing up for the final round of draft in the tournament. But before we do, let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out where we're at. Well, for the first time,
친구는
is not leading the field here today.
이 친구랑 둘이 붙죠.
And Yitza gets back.
백을 모르니까
8-1 pace the pack here. Mani, what else stands out to you?
Things are looking
2번 테이블은 얘랑
Team CFB
둘이 붙겠네.
friends. Reed Duke, Eli Cassis, Gavin Nassif all in that first column. Seth Manfield
1번 테이블 피처는
in 9th place. And
이승자가 이렇게 붙을 거고 여기는 이렇게 붙을 거고.
Resurgence here. Gavin Nassif
No?
is leading in 8th place, but Alexi Pelot and Jean-Emmanuel Deprave joined the first page of the leaderboard.
Excellent.
At 6 and 3 in 15th and 16th place.
Yeah, and we've got to start thinking about that magic number of 10, don't we, Mani?
10 is the magic number. If you reach it anytime before the last round, you are automatically and guaranteed through into the top 8. So I think as these rounds start winding down and as people start gathering,
역시 1번 테이블이 제일 빡세.
want to be what people have in mind.
All right, well, 2 people who are very close to that number right now are Reed and Yitza, and Cedric talked to them last round.
Reed Duke, Pro Tour Phyrexia champion, is hanging out with me in the feature match area after coming off of a nice little victory with, as you so eloquently put it, Salte cards.
Yeah, you know, you asked me if I like my deck, and the truth is it's a little bit messy, you know, 3 colors, like sketchy mana base, but I'm a really big fan of the card Root Rider Fawn. It's one of my favorite commons in the format, and I actually remember making some kind of comment where I said, give me 2 Root Rider Fawns and 38 other cards, and I'll make it work, and that's what I'm doing so far today.
Well, you're making it work. You're 2-0, 3-0 potentially on the way. Don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, of course, but the World Championships, it's a tournament. You've had some ups, you've had some downs, you've been in it many, many times. Off to a wonderful start this weekend. What's it mean if maybe another top 8 are still in contention for Play of the Year? Like, there's a lot for you to accomplish given the record.
들떠있구만.
Well, first I'll say this is just a super awesome tournament. It's really fun for the competitors, and I'm really thankful to be playing and, you know, to still be playing. But yeah, you don't get too many cracks at being the world champion, so my goal is just to make the most of it, give myself the best shot.
Well, 1 round at a time, 2-0 today, maybe a 3-0 on the way. Doing his thing. Yitza, or should I say maybe the king of double strike. You've got an awesome Boros deck that you just took down Gabriel Nassif with. Tell us about what's going on with this deck.
I had 2 of the 2/3 that gets double strike for celebration, and 2 picnic runners that can double strike if you have a 4-power creature. And I had them quite early, so I basically drafted around it a lot. I have like a lot of combat tricks. I have Monstrous Rage, +2/+2 that gives flying. I have the Archon of the Wild Rose, that when you put a roll on something, it becomes a 4/4 flying. And I have like multiple ways to put rolls on things. So I can really like deal a lot of damage out of nowhere. I even boarded in like the +2/+0 equipment last round. Normally I would say quite a bad card, but with 4 double strikers it gets pretty interesting.
Really getting the job done very, very quickly. Now I will also note that now you are 5-0 in the limited portion, and a lot of folks have said the limited rounds are very important in this tournament. What's been your key to success to not even going 6-0 here this weekend in limited?
I mean, I think this is a pretty, like, I think we had a lot of pretty weird limited formats before this. Where, like, for example, Lord of the Rings, the colors
딴짓 좀 하고 있을게요.
in Match the Machines, it was extremely aggressive. I think this is a much more like normal limited format where you can do like all sorts of things, and you just need like.
스파한테 좀 더 할만하게 할 수 있는 방법이 뭐가 있을까?
What is kind of interesting about this limited format and what we will see in both this deck and my deck yesterday is that with the off-color adventure cards, it gets really easy to just kind of splash like one of the 2 sides with the different cards that make 5 colors of mana. So I don't like playing off-color basics in my land, but I really like Shimmering Grotto, Prophetic Prism, the cards that make treasures. I think in like this format, for example, Shimmering Grotto is much better than Evolving Wilds, while most formats it will be pretty close because of the off-color adventure cards.
다시 등기주름으로 올리는 쪽.
And tricks, and maybe you could be on your way to 6-0 at
얘를
World
줄이고.
like Yitza. Good luck, buddy.
Well, the difference between an incredible season and something that ends up being something more of a disaster can sometimes be down to just one decision or moment, the turning point. We talked to 6 of the best players in the world about their turning point this season. Let's hear from them right now.
For me, the turning point was like not even the first Pro Tour top 8 or the
저한테 좀 더 할만하게 가려면 이렇게 간다?
I was actually thinking back to Pro Tour Phyrexia in round 8. I'm sitting at 3 and 4, and I'm like at the risk of not even making day 2. I'm paired into Phoenix with my Auras deck that has no hexproof creatures. So like it's a terrible matchup, like 25%. And I congratulate my opponent on making day 2 right as we sit down, but my draws just come together and I end up winning that match. And it's like if I hadn't won that, I might not have, qualified for Minneapolis. PT Match Machines that way, and maybe I wouldn't have had my top 8 there, and the whole season would have looked so different. So that one match, like the margins are just so slim, and I think it's really important to keep that in mind. That I am very appreciative that that match went my way.
Yeah, my turning point was honestly just getting to test in person with my teammates again. That was just a huge deal for me, and at the house, like for preparing for Barcelona, like Li Shitian just was watching me play, and he confidently told me that I should play Tron because he thinks that it's the deck that I played the best compared to the other decks that I was considering. And that moment was just huge for me because it filled me with a lot of confidence for that weekend. And even though it was in a format that I'm not the best at, and then I ended up, going all the way to the finals. So it was pretty incredible. And yeah, I just can't thank teammates like Lee, Tony Martos, and Zen Takahashi, all my teammates, honestly, they're just all amazing, and yeah, thanks to them, I get to play in Worlds, so yeah.
My turning point was actually in the very first Pro Tour of the season. I come from an online background. I hadn't had a lot of success at high-level pro events, and I was playing a deck, Greasefang, that was different from everyone else on my team, and I was
살짝 한번 돌려볼게요.
going into my first round, I paired into Blue-White Spirits, which is the absolute worst matchup for the deck, and I was really in my own head. I was thinking, I've blown it. I'm gonna scrub out of this tournament. I played this horrible deck, and I sit down at the table. I'm at 1 life, and I know my opponent has a counterspell in hand. I'm completely dead, and I realize the only thing I can do is to trick them into countering the wrong spell, so I can resolve Greasefang. And I really sold it. I really looked at the life totals, looked at my graveyard, very confidently played the bait spell, and they countered it, and I slammed the Greasefang, and I won the game at 1 life. I was so pumped from that moment. I just knew this was going to be my tournament.
My turning point this year was in Philadelphia. The very first draft, I absolutely train wrecked it. I remember the draft finished. I was this blue-red deck. I looked down and just like a feeling of just disgust at what I had done, and I had the feeling, is this it? Is my tournament over? Am I done? And I was like, you know what? No. Take a breath. I'm gonna 2-1. I'm just gonna pick my spots, get all lucky where I need to, and just come out of this with a 2-1, keep my tournament alive, and keep going. I did.
My turning point was the last round of the last Pro Tour, where I didn't even know that I was in contention for Worlds. As it turns out, if I win that last round, I make the top 8, I make Worlds, I make all of the Pro Tours next year. If I lose, I miss Worlds by 1 win for the 2nd year in a row. So very glad that didn't happen, very glad to be here instead, and will do my best to make the most of that opportunity.
My turning point happened in Sofia in the regional championship. I was not qualified for the Pro Tour in Philadelphia. I had also lost 5 win innings in the previous tournament to qualify for the Pro Tour, so I was not qualified. And I was playing a match where I had my win in, so I could draw the last round. So if I won the match, I would be qualified to the Pro Tour, and if I lost, I would be out. So it was a very tense match. And if I had lost that match, I will not qualify for the next tournament, and maybe I will not even be here.
Truly amazing stories there from our players. Well, everybody, there's a little over a week remaining to shop the Fall Super Drop over at secretlair.wizards.com. Don't miss out. Shop the Super Drop today. All right, everyone, round number 10 is on the way. Let's take a look at who will watch do battle for the pod. In the feature match area, we've got Reed Duke versus Jitse Gitzbeck. 7 top finishes for Reed Duke. Can he make it 8 this weekend? And can Jitse make it 1? Let's get to meet our players. Reed Duke in the Hall of Fame. Won a Pro Tour this year, Pro Tour Phyrexia. Needs to win a World Championship, though. Can he do it? We'll find out this weekend. your 2011 Magic Online World Champion as well. Yet
뭐하냐?
here from the Netherlands, qualified by doing very,
이
very
스파키
well this season.
도전적이구만.
Sitting at 8-1 atop the leaderboard with Reed. Duke there says if he wins the whole thing, he'll donate half to charity. There's the players. What about the deck's money?
All right, we are going to start by taking another look at Reed's deck. And as he described it, Sultai cards. I think that's a really fair description.
I love it.
He's playing a very traditional wrap deck up the Beanstalk, an absolute all-star in this deck. And he really highlighted how much he loves the 2 copies of Root Rider Fawn. That's been an MVP for him so far, as it usually is in these wrap decks. Having an early blocking body that can also wrap and color fix brings the whole deck together. He has a very nice removal suite. Not too many, but all of them are pretty good, and then the top end is excellent. On the other side, we get our first look at Yitz's deck, and this deck is cool. This is
극단적인 어그로. 이거 나시프 질 수도 있겠다. 이거 미쳤는데?
looking at this deck, there are a lot
미쳤는데?
that have or can get double strike through various means. It's highlighted by the 2 of the better white rares in the format, in the Werefox Bodyguard and the Archon of the Wild Rose. And then all of it is just supported by ways to get creatures through, whether that's removal, like 3 copies of Soup Cup, or it's combat tricks like Archon's Glory or Monstrous Rage. The entire deck comes together as a very cohesive package of getting your opponent's life total down to 0 through fewer attacks than you would normally expect from an aggressive deck.
Awesome decks. Mani, which do you like here?
I think the red-white deck is a little favored just because of how much faster it is, but I'm definitely not writing off Reed's deck in the matchup, just because 3 copies of Hamlet Glutton can do such a good job of either stabilizing you or at least buying enough time, and he has the removal to back it up, so I think it's going to be a close one, but slight edge to the red-white deck.
Yeah, these players are putting themselves in great position to make top 8, and certainly the one who takes the pod down is going to feel very, very good moving forward. All right, it's time for round 10. Everybody, Marshall and Paul are in the booth for the final round of draft here at World Championship 29.
Thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here at the World Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. We are here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Beautiful day outside, I assume. Haven't been there myself because we're here battling it out. This is the last round of the booster draft for the tournament as it stands. And we've got our top 2 competitors in the field ready to
여기가 부장이 약간 부족한 것 같은데.
Hootbeck and yeah, 2 very different approaches to the format here for these 2 calls. Already today in the first couple of rounds, it's a pure ramp deck, something that you don't see.
이거는 브로스가 할만할 것 같아요, 매우.
But Reed's crafted a really nice strategy where he
브로스가 성공이면은 심지어 1게임, 3게임 이겨서 쉽게 끝날 수도 있을 듯. 근데 센티넬 있다. 센티넬은 약간 변수인데? 듀크가 성공이네. 이것도 약간 운이죠. 운이 좋은 거지. 첫 게임을 어쨌건 듀크가 지금 굉장히 할만해요. 부스팅 치고
It's the 3 copies of Cooped Up. Absolutely. Because Reed is looking to slam down Hamlet Gluttons and make it so that
매우 할만해.
that gets in the way of all the aggressive creatures. But Yitze
부스팅에 생물 깔고
to deal with those creatures and attack through.
아마 상대 보로 쓴 거 알면 생물을 까는 쪽에 선택을 하겠죠. 그럼 맞아줄 거고 보로스 입장에서. 블록을 했다?
As the aggressor, and look at this, a little trade-off there. Huh. Reed's attack. That was kind of obvious. He wasn't going to be able.
어차피 뭐 캔트립 쓰는 쪽으로 생각하는 것 같네. 캔트립을 치고 다음 턴 부스팅하면서 캔트립 치고 큰 거 찾아서 깐다 이렇게 생각하고 있네요.
In kind of a Simic Bant Shell, you have Troyan, you have 7 things that cost 5 or more, you have up the Beanstalk, and a lot of other 2-mana creatures.
Wow, Reed's going to breathe a sigh of relief here as well. Cursed Courier's going to hit the battlefield. It's just a 1/1 lifelinker right now, but more importantly, Reed gets to untap with Troyan. He could just start deploying 6s here.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of 7s. I suppose there's also cards like the Obira's Attendants that he could play this turn. Let's see what he has here. Nothing.
부스팅을 쳐야죠. 부스팅을 치고
The one thing about Troyan is
캔트립을 치고
mana, but only for big things.
That's
So
right.
if you don't have it for big things, it doesn't really
스원프를 깔고 부스팅을 치고
it's been a little underwhelming in general. I think Reed has the perfect deck for it because he has so
그
many
다음에
expensive
포레스트를
things. The fact that it
캔트립으로
doesn't
버리는
just
쪽
tap for mana
생각하겠죠.
has made it so that it's not quite as great as you would expect it to be for the signpost uncommon.
He has to decide between Sentinel
블루를 가져오지 않을까?
the Wilds.
블루?
And this does
캔트립을
look like a
계속
nice place to
친다고
fire
생각하면 블루를
and get a 1/1 that
네,
actually
두 개씩
tussle
써야 될 상황이 나올 테니까.
first courtier as it currently sits at least.
So you'd say with not the ideal start here. Has the cooped up for that Hamlet Glutton that Reed has. However, doesn't really have a whole
오그로가
lot
너무
in terms of offense here. No way to get the curse roll off of the courtier. The unassuming sage can only place the sorcerer roll on itself.
아 많이 아쉽다.
So cannot do the nifty trick of putting it onto a different creature.
이러면
The sorcerer roll on the curse token would fall.
이제 많이 밀릴 거예요. 디나이 믿고
Okay, but here's the turn where Reed gets to pop off. He's not taking.
얘가 지금 이게 3개였나? 그럴 건데 그죠?
We were talking about Hamlet Glutton and the role it could play in the matchup.
아 근데 핸드가 너무 세.
You and I talked about it, and now we're going to see
핸드가.
that in action because he's got a pair of them ready to rumble.
땅 찾아오고
Fire off number 1 here.
땅 찾아오고 이거 안 씹고 땅 안 찾아오고
That is exactly what he was debating.
이게 무슨 생각이냐? 이것도 생물로 써야 된다 이거예요.
Windmill slamming 7 drops. Here on turn 4.
야, 음식 토큰 먹고 3/3 생물로 써야 된다 이렇게 생각하는 거예요. 뭐 생각할 이유가 없죠. 바로 그냥 디나이. 이게 지금 2장 남았죠 이제 2장.
Okay, just
gonna start getting his scry on. A little bit of forward progress here.
문제는 하나가 더 있다는 거지.
But Reed's the one who's deploying his game plan much more effectively at this stage.
Yeah.
2 cards in your hands.
Okay, he's gonna play the minecart Daredevil. It's just a 4/2.
So the question here just becomes, will Yetze find cooped up number 2 here? As this is going to be a Hamlet Glutton, the second one. Putting Reed up to 23. He's at a very comfortable life total right now.
7 mana.
There it is, another one.
Go.
자, 이 친구가 디나이가 요구.
Yeah.
What's the biggest thing in my hand? I'm going to play that.
I'll play that one.
Yeah.
Gallant Pie Wielder is the
이걸로도 못
draw
죽이고.
there for Yitze.
And that is
햇돌이는?
Not gonna do much.
not going to do much here, so you just got to have to
어?
pass.
요거는 2개 있는 거면 쓸 수 있나? 만화 쓸 수 있게는 안
Have to
해놓은데.
feel like the late game favors Reed Duke pretty significantly.
All right, a hopeless nightmare here.
Yitze says, "Sure, I got plenty of lands."
이러면 이거 먹고 땅 찾아오면서 생물 만들어서 필드 안정화시키고 그죠?
So probably going to use the Brave the Wilds to sack the Hopeless Nightmare to make a 3/3 and get a land. But the way that the triggers work, you don't actually get the scry. Like you scry first before you search, so it doesn't give you the maximum value when you sacrifice this to the Brave the Wilds.
Kind of matters here.
Right.
Like
Does have
having
the
a
Troyan to
3/3 is good, but a scry 2 at this stage of the game.
Yeah.
You know, you're coming up on a card worth of value there. It's a decision that Reed's going to have to
아,
make.
좀 아파.
All right. Hamlet Glutton's going to smash, and that's going to take a third of Yitze's remaining life total. Down to 12 he goes.
But Yitze does have pretty substantial offensive force here, especially if Yitze can find a card to get Celebration on the Gallant Pie Wielder, right? That becomes a 2/3 double striker. So, but Reed will be able to play potentially 2 creatures this turn, right? You go Brave the Wilds, target your island, go get another forest, then play a Sentinel.
Sure. Yeah, Reed's been holding on to the Sentinel of Lost Lord.
아까워.
Hopeless Nightmare to make this swamp into a 3/3 creature. Scry 2, search for the land. Bottom.
But he's been holding on to that Sentinel for a while.
캔트립으로 쓰겠죠? 캔트립으로 쓸 테니까 안 깔겠죠?
He's like, fine, fine, fine. I'll just play a 3/4.
깔아버렸네 그냥.
And there it is.
어차피 뭐 다음 드로우에서 안 좋으면 캔트립 쳐도 되니까.
His graveyard here, or?
I guess choosing not to.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't know if the Yitse does have. Does Yitse have any recursion at all?
There's the white one.
There is the Return Triumphant. Does
근데
have
센티넬 나올 때 무덤 무조건 추방해야 되는데?
Well, he didn't either way, so.
원 오버 뭐건데? 옥투 아닌데?
But for now, Gingerbread Hunter off the top for Duke.
My.
And remember, he had to shuffle post scry, as you mentioned, Paul. So that was just a stone cold top
who
deck
needs
right
to
there.
scry? Who needs to scry if you just draw it?
And look at this. He's going to tempt a double block here. He would dare you? No.
This is going. I'm going to take it.
But Yitze can't keep doing this.
Yeah, just hoping to draw one of the two cooped ups.
Yep.
Oh, this is so brutal.
So take out the Daredevil.
And play it.
And he can even deploy it, get his food token on.
At 23.
Your move.
GG. 들어. 아니네. 땅 들어가 아니고 하나.
Right.
At this point.
Oh, yep, but Bodyguard better here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Werefox Bodyguard would be nice.
But
is that what he drew?
I believe that's what he drew.
하나를 먹을 수 있어.
But I mean, Regis has so much in play, right? You bodyguard the Glutton, still have to deal with the 3/3. Excuse me, the Sentinel, the Hunter.
The
candy grapple?
Are you serious?
잠깐만, 얘가 문구가 두 개야 하나야.
Calm down, chill out, man. Like this is a lot.
아, 이거는 먹지도 못하고 죽네. 나와도 못 먹고 죽어요 그냥. GG.
If you had to cast the bodyguard with the trigger on the stack, if you candy grapple the bodyguard, the creature doesn't get exiled.
That's right.
So all these creatures are attacking.
He's not even going to bother deploying the thing. That's game number 1. Going to read Duke in impressive fashion off of Troy. Now, I should tell you here, take a look at the records for these players. 8-1.
원래건
If they were to pick up a
루커 핸드는
Reed can finish this off.
괜찮아요. 부스팅도 두 개 있고.
2 games to 1 and picks up the match. That would leave them at 9 wins. Now, there's a magic number here at the World Championship. If you get to 10 wins, any round before the last round is Swiss, you are automatically locked for the top 8. So, the winner of this match will have 3 free rolls. If they win any of them in standard, they're in. And then the last round they'll have to play, and if they win that, they can still get in on tiebreakers. It's not like impossible.
뭐니?
You know, mathematically speaking, really good chance for top 8 for whoever wins this match right now.
Yeah, it's going to put them in incredible position. Now, of course, they're both, with the 8-1 record, they're going to be in great position regardless of the outcome of this match. But yes, at 9, we're talking about the potential to lose out all your rounds and possibly still make it.
Right, that's how good of a position that player will be. This is the one card, by the way, Paul, from Yitze that kind of doesn't fit the rest of the plan here, right? You see, he's got his Collector's Vault going. It's a somewhat powerful, if a little bit clunky card, but you don't see it in red-white very often.
No, absolutely not. This is the opposite of what typically the red-white deck's looking to do. I could see it potentially in Reed's deck.
Yeah,
trying to
it would
ramp,
be very
play
good.
big things, it actually loot. But in the red-white deck, it's a little bit too slow, but it does create treasures, and yes, it does have some.
듀크가 또 좋은데?
For example, he has 2 copies of Picnic Runner, right? So it's like, hey, if I have something that can consistently generate treasures, perhaps I can use that to, you know, get a little more power out of my deck. But it's
듀크가 너무 좋다.
you're not playing a creature, right? So there was a Bellowing Bruiser, for example. That goes much better with, for example, what the red-white deck is generally trying to do. But
I mean, think about it from Reed's perspective, right? You don't do anything on turn 1, and then you know, then turn 2 you play the vault. It Reed's like, oh, thank God. Like that's the best case scenario for Reed probably. Because Reed just needs a little wiggle room. He needs a little bit of time where he's not getting his
근데 이거 리엔이에 쓸만하지 않을까?
and then those gluttons can take over.
Reed's deck just looks so consistent, right?
It has been
이거 써볼까? 리엔이에?
We're talking about 3 mana creatures, 3 Brave the Wilds, 2 Return from the Wilds. I mean, every hand's just going to look the same.
Shields are up now. Rider Fawn and the Sky Beast tracker.
잘못이라? 이거 끝나고 나서 스탠다드 하기 전에 대충 덱 한번 만들어 볼게요. 어떤 생각하는지 제가.
Doesn't come up super often, but Reed's deck is actually built around this, you know, mana value 5 or greater thing. And the food tokens are going to matter.
In Reed's deck, it's 4 mana 2/4. When you play a spell, get a food.
Pretty much. I mean, by the time that thing's on the battlefield, it does play.
You've played all your cheap things at that point, right?
Mm-hmm. So,
나 이거 쓸 것 같아.
has not been able to get any
좋은 것 같아요.
damage flowing this game or last. And once again, he's activating the vault.
Yeah, so, at the very least, this will create a treasure.
Yeah.
And if Yitze is able to play a permanent, that will give him an enabler for celebrating every turn, right? It's going to be pretty easy, given that you get that treasure. The cost is, of course, 1 mana because you get the mana back from the treasure.
파탄 리엔이 되거든?
And with the Gallant Pie Wielder, that can add up.
Right, so probably deciding between maybe the Battle Garb or the Dragon Mantle if Yitze is interested in playing out the Mountain this turn.
Mantle's going to hit the yard. And are we just going to see maybe Cooped Up on the tracker or the Battle Garb here?
I think we might see Pie Wielder number 2.
Another Pie Wielder. So now we have a celebration trigger as well. And that does lead a good attack here.
It would die.
더블 스트라이크. 멀티블럭을 한다. 나 죽는데? 아, 빡치네?
It's just gonna pass. Wow. So, yeah, man. Reed's deck draws have lined up so well here.
Right.
Like, that was a lot of work for Yitze. He had to spend 2 mana. He had to sack a treasure. And he just had to watch that celebration trigger just disappear.
And Reed's hand is fantastic.
What has he
Candy
got
Grapple, Balluna's Gatekeeper, Hamlet Glutton, Fetch Quest potentially on the Bramble Familiar too.
Kidding me? Is Reed going to be 9-1?
I think he's a favorite here given his hand.
See if Yitze can fight back. We know his deck has the ability to be explosive. Well, he's going to send one of them back. And he's just going to play the Bramble Familiar. And this is just such a classic Reed Duke trap. Like, you have no good attack. And if you try to get frisky, he's just got the Candy Grapple sitting there, too.
Yep.
Reed knows.
Slow and steady.
Right? This is the game plan. How do I lengthen the game? Right? How do I make this go longer? Because, you know, one other thing to note here is that if you're in Reed's seat and you're watching your opponent activate that vault over and over, he's discarded 2 spells to it.
Right.
Like, it's not like he's crafting this perfect game plan with all these great spells. He's ditching them.
All right, and so now Candy Grapple's going to have a wonderful target here.
Beautiful.
That's a 4/3 double striker attacking. Use your mana and next turn start playing your big creatures.
Now, no mana available for Yitze right now, so Reed can just do the thing he's going to do, which in this case is Candy Grapple to kill it. Jeez. So not only a solid 1-for-1 for Reed, he played 3 spells that turn cycle.
Used all his mana.
And he used, and it was like a time walk against Yitze as well. Goodness sakes.
Yeah, Reed's pretty good at Magic. I'm just going to say.
Killing him softly here. Now what? Glutton?
Time to just hard cast the Glutton. No bargain.
Oh shit!
I want to keep my
뻑하고 없어.
very much.
Like, Reed's facing hardcore red-white aggro, and his life total hasn't been below, like, 16 or something.
Right.
in the match.
He's just dropped that one game against Ken Takahama in the first round.
And Ken had an absurd deck.
Right. But Reed's deck is also looking fantastic here.
It's just, you know, I think what you said is
좀 걸리려고 이게 마지막 라운드인데 1시간 안에 끝나지 않을까요?
two cards in hand, one hand.
그렇게 생각이 드네요.
It's hard to get that perfect balance of ramp spells, mana
1시간 안에는 끝날 듯.
and then also being able to find some interaction in there as well, right? Getting that perfect mix, and Reed just has it with the triple Hamlet Glut.
Yeah. Okay, there's cooped up. And an equip.
마지막 라운드니까 뭐 그렇게 어마무시하게 오래 걸리지는 않겠죠.
Did get double strike as well, but Reed says the best this 1/1 is going to do is soak up 8, so good enough.
That's another Hamlet Glutton.
Yeah, he's got a backup. You never leave home without at least 2 Hamlet Gluttons.
When you got 3. I don't know if there's any great blocks, so Reed might actually choose to attack this turn. You can just play the Hamlet Glutton and then get in for 4 potentially.
Yeah, he's got the Balloonist Gatekeeper on Adventure too, and it looks like he's going to go for that.
Just choosing to go for that instead, perhaps also playing the Scarecrow Guide rather.
Mize. He also got in for 2 with the Sky Beast Tracker. He's also piling up food tokens. Reed is playing bigger, better, more, and more often.
Has used every single bit of his mana for every single turn.
Like, what are you gonna do against that? Meanwhile, Yitze is over there with his vault, and he's activated it every turn.
Yeah, you know, and the kind of combo with the vault and the Pie Wielder, he's been able to pull it off here, but Reed just kind of has a much more powerful game plan. And Reed, if you can pick up this 9th win, getting 1 step closer. Of course, was the World Championship finalist
2013.
In 2013, in what many consider to be a very, very favorable matchup. I know that one was a really particularly tough loss for Reed.
Toughest of his career.
Yeah,
I've asked him.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I did a video with him about that match. In fact, we went through the plays and we went into depth about it, and I could tell even talking to him about it then, that was years later.
Still thinks about it?
Yes.
Well, has the opportunity to potentially get that title.
Yeah, step 1, win this game.
Then win one more.
Step 2, win 1 more match today. And
then a few more matches.
We'll get back to you on Sunday about the rest. But like,
look, this whole
these
ramp,
are big steps.
This whole ramp strategy is working out real well here for Reed.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes he's supposed to have all Hamlet Gluttons in his opening hand and not cast them, or he's supposed to ramp up to everything and just not have anything to cast.
That's the cost of playing ramp, right?
He has not paid it.
No.
Every time we watch him,
he's done the ramp
it's this
into the big
perfect
thing.
blend where he like casts a big thing and then like, oh, I have a candy grapple here too, just to make sure I don't die. He's now at 26 with 3 food. He's a dominating board presence as well.
And if he absolutely runs out of things to do, he can return the Bramble Familiar to hand, right? And then go cast Fetch Quest.
Sure.
Maybe find something else.
How about another Glutton? He still has one floating around.
That's
right?
true.
You got to feel
Yitz has been fighting. It's the reason why he's 8-1.
Yeah.
It's another cooped up.
That is exactly what he needed to see to at least keep his life total from starting to plummet.
Has a nice little 1/2 in hand too with the Curse Courtier plus Monstrous Rage, right? You put the you can remove the curse. Okay. It's a 4/3.
Yeah.
So it can still get double blocked down. It would mean you're trading the red cap thief for the archer.
4/3. Is Reed ready to give up even 1 point of damage here?
As long as he stays above 20.
22-18.
All right, he is.
all
He
right,
says,
all
I'm going to
right.
keep my board presence for the cost of going from 26, or sorry, down to 18 life. Wow.
He's at 22, right?
I believe he was at 26 to 22, but we have him at 18 for some reason.
Yeah.
Well, that's just a 4-3. That's not the double strike anymore. I apologize. That's me.
Okay, 22.
Yep. Thank you.
So Reed still hasn't fallen below 20 this game. Uh-oh.
You can
Did
attack
Yitsa
with
Oh.
everything and still use all your mana.
Incredible.
You can go Sentinel plus feed the Cauldron if you want. Could potentially wait till Yitsa's turn, given that he's already got 3 food in play.
Sentinel of Lost Lore, bye-bye Graveyard. He doesn't get any extra value. He didn't have anything on an adventure that time. I'm just hoping that Yitsa doesn't have to activate the vault again.
Oh,
like just
we are vaulting.
Just add to the board.
I mean, there is a Bellowing Bruiser.
Mm-hmm.
Could choose to just play that and attack with both. Try to race, but Yitsa's down to 11 now?
He is. The leftovers from Reed are attacking him down at this point.
And it's hard to race 3 food
It's
as
very
well.
difficult. Land drop for Yitsa. Okay, there's the Bruiser.
Oh,
Bruiser,
defense.
go. Never where you want to be. Reed's going to go back up to 25.
I mean, the Bruiser, Reed currently doesn't have an answer for the Bruiser.
No, he
so
doesn't.
he doesn't have a great attack here.
No.
Right?
No, he doesn't.
And Yitse's got that vault.
He's just going to pass it back. Okay, come on, Yitsa. Let's get back in this thing.
Clawing back.
Double Hamlet Glutton, who cares?
Oh, cut in? It's also not bad.
Jeez.
You got the cut in. You can get rid of the Sentinel if you want.
Sentinel of Lost Swords at 3/4. The perfect size.
You think Reed's going to discard a card here and return Bramble Familiar to hand?
He might. He drew a land, right?
Has 7 mana even if you bounce it.
Yeah.
You discard the Swamp.
It does feel like it's about that time. All right, there's cut in. That's going to target the Sentinel. And then Young Hero roll is going to go on the Red Cap Thief, I believe. Yeah, there we go.
So that can attack as a... It's currently a 4/3. It can attack as a 5/4 this turn.
Pick up that 1 counter.
So 5/4. Will Reed just fire off the Feed the Cauldron here? It's a very juicy target. Oh, just block bounce.
Block and bounce. There is a window for Yitsa. No, he's just going to have to let that happen.
25-11, right?
Reed's like, you know what? I could use a 7-drop.
Yeah. Oh, 30, 31.
So his life total skyrocketing.
Right. Remember, when you cast Fetch Quest, that's another food off the tracker.
The Sky Beast tracker has produced multiple food.
All right, it's time for Hamlet Glutton number 3, I think, Marshall.
I'm ready.
I'll cast Fetch Quest and make a food.
All right, let's see what he hits.
1, 2,
Okay.
4, 5.
Oh, that's a lot of lands.
Are you kidding me?
That's a lot of lands.
Land
뭐야?
or creature. Guess I get my Rider.
이게 가까운 거야?
So that's about as close to as
Shit!
you're going to get. And
But hey, he
remember,
went through
these
a
go
bunch
to
of
the yard. Yeah, that was actually beneficial, but he's got to be careful. Can't do that forever.
Right. Hey, and this Collector's Vault, I mean, Yitsa doesn't need any more lands. Any land he draws, he can cycle.
Yeah, and he's built up
doing some
treasures
work.
as well. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I like this. This is an interesting game.
Still has a lot to fight for. I mean, a few turns ago, we thought it was all but over.
Yeah.
But Reed whiffing here, and Yitsa, you know, finding a way to stabilize here could give him an opportunity here.
I have to start using dice. Yeah, four treasures.
4 treasures. Now all of a sudden, remember we talked about it before. He's got Picnic Runner in his deck, right?
Picnic Ruiner, even
Picnic
worse.
Ruiner,
yeah.
rather. So lots of mana.
That's right. 4 treasures. Yeah. Okay.
We're attacking here too.
Yitsa playing the calm, cool, and collected card here. He's just straightforward.
Yep.
Reed has a lot of life total to play with here, though, so he can just take it.
Grabby Giant time. Blocks everything that Reed has. Doesn't get feed the cauldron. Does not kill it.
Let's see what Reed can find.
22 to 11.
There's plenty of things to cash in too with that Grabby Giant. You can start sacking treasures.
You're true.
If you want to draw some cards.
Yeah, he's actually presenting a couple of different fronts at this point.
I will bargain Brave the Wilds.
This will help.
Forest into a creature.
This actually can attack.
Yep, and Reed did draw in Obera's attendance. So if Yitse chooses to block with the Grabby Giant, that would be a favorable exchange for Reed Duke.
And then he could still feed the cauldron if he wants, and if he main faces it,
right,
get that food as well.
Attack.
Will Yitsa block?
Yitse does have Monstrous Rage.
Yeah.
That would work, right? Because you give it -4, -0, becomes an 0-3. You Monstrous Rage. That becomes a 3-4. The sizing is still great against the forest, right?
벙커만 아카가 없어서
That's
되게 못
exactly
짜는
what
거죠.
Yitsa's going through in his mind right now.
He's like, what could you have? Okay,
that was a little weird timing.
I guess he just wants to keep the Grabby Giant alive, period.
I just mean you say block, and then Reed has to decide what he wants to do.
That's fair. So Reed's like, well, I guess I'm just going to play the attendance now.
Yeah, I guess if you're just gonna.
Yep. But hey, that's a 5-4 trampler as well.
Remember, just to reiterate, what would normally happen there is blockers are declared, and then priority
얘들아, 봐봐.
to Reed Duke. He would have to say, I'm not going to do anything. And then Yitsa
Oh,
has
shit.
an opening at that point to capture.
All right, so Reed has 2 fantastic tricks here. So if Yitse chooses to go for a pretty aggressive attack here, Reed could potentially...
예, 반칙이지 이거는.
It feels like Yitsa has been building up towards something like that, but we'll see. He's shown remarkable patience this game.
Yeah.
The vault's done good work for him. It's interesting to try to figure out if it would have been better if it was just an aggressive creature and he could have been applying pressure.
Right.
But at this point in the game, it's much better. And perhaps the only reason we're at this point of the game is because of it.
The one I suppose Reed might probably close to decking, but you have to be wondering, why didn't Reed go for fetch quest again?
This is stolen goodies, by the way. This is the adventure for picnic.
You get 3 counters total, right? So 2 and 1? Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Okay, that resolves.
Targeting the creatures that don't get targeted by Feed the Cauldron. How patient will Yitse choose to be here? What is the worst case scenario? He knows about the attendance.
Okay, he's going to play Picnic Ruiner.
Okay.
And he's just going to
with
send in
one.
this huge Grabby Giant.
This is what, a 7-6? No, excuse me, 9-6. 9-6 trampler.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, 9-6 trampler. So if Reed
It cannot be Cauldron.
That creature is a 9/6.
So Reed can make it down to 5 power with the attendance. So that's a 5-6. So if Reed does choose to block with everything, I'm curious to see how Yitse will choose to order this. Because if you target, for example, the Familiar plus the Fawn, that's 5 damage. You're guaranteed to get 2 things off the battlefield. If you order it like that, that you only get one.
If you get it like this, you actually only get just the tracker, right?
Is tracker number one?
I believe that.
Okay.
되죠 이거.
My understanding is that.
Got it.
Still, Reed has to be happy with this exchange. That tracker did serious work for him, and now he just took a huge threat off the battlefield. And he has gives him something to do with his mana this turn if he needs to. A little light for Reed, but he's only done the one.
희귀성이 있어요. 희귀성을 갖다.
Yeah, that's what it looks like for the cooped ups, I imagine.
Wow, he actually has a window to do it here as well.
Oh,
man. And Yitza can't do anything about it because he's tapped out.
보딩 때문에 화이트 땅 하나 넣은 거야?
Yitza's down to 11, so he's got to be very careful.
Oh, and this double block, Reed has feed the cauldron. This double block's going to be a disaster.
And Yitza
너무해.
this game evaporate. I don't know if you caught that on his face, but there was a
GG.
nation there as he says, yep. Because these are the types of plays that it's very difficult to come back from. Super high leverage turn there for Reed Duke.
Then he can go attendant as well, I believe.
Yeah.
What a turn here from Reed Duke.
He can, Paul, you're right.
Jeez.
나가죠 나가.
I mean, that's got
Hey,
to be it
나가.
at this point, right?
That has to
was
be.
just backbreaking.
I mean, just emotionally speaking, I don't know how he comes back.
I mean, I can barely handle it here.
I mean, that was a very soul-crushing turn. In a game that has been fighting, trying to just get back into in any way. Remember, Reed's at 22 against an aggro deck. And that's going to do it. Reed Duke picks up the 3-0.
와, 듀크.
And if he can win,
거인이 제가 좋다고 한 거 아시겠죠? 코아님.
and even if he doesn't, he can
왜 그린이 센지.
probably get in. And even if
제가 어제 설명 좀 해드린 부분
Yeah, and I mean, of course, with
딱 보니까
Reed,
느껴지죠,
he's
어떤
gotta be
식인지.
loving his chances. This the ramp deck that team has brought has been doing extremely well, putting Nassif
따라 뭉갠다.
all into Day-2. But that draft deck, man, that was fun to watch. And just watching Reed play that deck. Every
이거
single mana was used on basically every single turn.
요 덱이
he loves being mana efficient.
요거를 4개 쓰면
He understands, look, I'm trying to
기본적으로 2턴에 나와서 3턴에 이걸 돌려서 얘나 얘 중에 하나를 던지면 4턴에 5마나가 나오면 이거나 요거 나오면 리엔이 되거든요. 8장 중에 하나 있으면 이거 나오고
He gave Yitze plenty of opportunities to make
흥성이 있는데?
held up his tricks, and for the most part, Yitze did a great job playing around it.
Yeah.
But at the end, Reed finally got him, and it was just really fun to watch.
It finally collapsed. So Reed Duke with the big win here this round. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, though, we will have Simon Nielsen and Seth.
기능성 있어요, 되게.
Don't go anywhere.
플러스 최고의 마블 오리지널 시리즈 Always have been, always will be 루키 시즌 2 오직 디즈니 플러스
뭘 하나를 빼야 될까? 오케이. 카가 없어. 엉커 연계. 조장고도 멀었어. 어제 드랩도 2승 3패 했어요. 돈 드랩하고 죽음. 흑록? 좋은데? 퀘스트 좋은데?
And welcome back to coverage here of the Magic the Gathering World Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. We're in the last round of booster draft here for our World Championship.
이 공룡 용갈 이거 그럴싸하다. 잘 만들었다. 저런데 돈 쓰지 말고 메타 게임 좀.
It's very loud, Dragon. Our next one, Simon Nielsen is playing against Seth Manfield. Simon in a particularly interesting position. He started his draft yesterday with an 0-2. So you draft, you're excited, you sit down, you lose your first round. Okay, that's tough. Then you play your next round, you lose that, and you're like, I'm 0-2. Like, this has not gone well. And look at his record now. 7-2. He's waiting.
깜쪽이랑 드레 못하는 애네. 깜쪽이가 이길 듯.
Left behind that rocky start. And, you know, if you've been watching professional level Magic recently, Simon has been on an absolute tear. Now, if you've been watching professional level Magic for any number of years, you'll know Seth Manfield on the side. In fact, he has won one of these things, a World Championship. And we're going to join these two in game number.
얘가 깜쪽이고 얘가 깜쪽이, 얘가 드레 못하는.
So now he's just one game away from turning an 0-2 start into a win out going into standard. What do the decks look like here, Paul?
So Seth Manfield is drafting kind of a Golgari control deck. I mean, we're looking at multiple copies of Territorial Witchstalker, which I think Seth is really just playing to kind of muck up the ground until he can kind of get into the late game and play kind of some of his larger win conditions. And this is kind of the deck that you would see collectors vault in more often, right? It's like, hey, I'm just trying to get to the late game. I'm going to make some treasures, and then I'm going to maybe play some Hamlet Glens and some large creatures and get there that way. Now, Simon Nielsen's deck is a blue-green deck, splashing white. Ooh.
Yeah, so there's some action here.
And apparently he has a Virtual Loyalty.
Yes, he does. Yes, Virtual Loyalty. That's one of the better cards. And then you see Greta on the other side here for Manfield. Oh, if you blinked, Grass Fade is going to take it down. So that's a Oblivion Ring style effect if you haven't seen it before. And that's going to have it exiled until it goes away.
Yeah. Oh, man, some haymaker. Not a common has not yet been cast.
No, they're not even bothering with these things.
예, 트랩 잘 못해요.
There's a common for you, the Witchstalker.
It's in both decks.
Yeah, and Seth is going to keep things simple here and just fire off the Gingerbread Hunter after it already did its work.
Why does it have to?
잘 못한다는 게 이제 제가 말하는 건 상위권 애들 중에 못한다는 거지. 그렇다고 막 족밥 이런 얘기는 아니고. 상대적으로.
But it looks like it's going to decide not to run headlong into a 5-5.
Good decision.
Yeah. In the meantime, with all that mana up, Nielsen says, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and take the 5 here. Very risky to go for a double block in a situation like that. You won't often see professional players take that kind of risk on.
Yeah.
Okay, Wicked Visitor.
The Huntsman's Redemption here.
Huntsman's Redemption. That's 5 more power added to the board just this turn. Manfield, hyper mana efficient as well. You seeing a trend here, Paul?
Well, good players use their mana well.
Yes, they do.
스탠은 열심히 하고 잘하고 그 컨스는 열심히 하고 잘하는 편인데.
Slam that Virtue of Loyalty as quickly as possible here. So now
드랩이 약점이에요, 드랩이.
Likely going to be the target for the Huntsman's Redemption on the sacrifice to search for any creature in his deck. So whatever the best creature is in Seth Manfield's deck that's not Gingerbread Hunter is what he's going to be looking for.
Simon's going to return the favor attack with his 4/4 with Vigilance here because once again he's the one with mana that's untapped.
Right.
And even though a double block from Seth may be tempting, it is definitely risky, but he's going to do it anyway. And it worked out for him.
And that was a great exchange there for...
See, these are the subtleties, right?
Man.
Seth made the block. Now, he knows the list, right? Oh, but look at this. Another Grasp of Fate here from Nielsen. How did he end up with 2 of those things?
You know, I don't think people are as high on it. It's a very good card, but the double white makes it really difficult for you to consistently play this card as a removal spell unless you're very heavy in white.
Right. And look at this. It's not going to be Gingerbread Hunter that goes away. It's Huntsman Redemption.
Okay, so
clever.
Seth Manfield does have Agatha's Champion in his deck, so that would be the perfect creature to search for with the 2 food that he has in play.
Okay, Conceited Witch. That's going to be a wicked roll.
This is a lot of offense coming in, though.
That's a chump block right there.
Wow.
From Nielsen. Seth Manfield turning the tables quickly.
Can just play the switch too. That's his best option.
Hey, this is the downside of not taking out the Gingerbread Hunter, right? You're getting slammed on now.
If Seth has anything, you get punished. You take so much damage.
Right. So Simon's going to need to find a way to mitigate what's on board. He took the long game route with his Grasp Buffet, taking out Huntsman's Redemption. You can see why. It wasn't getting pretty for him going forward, but now he has to deal with what's on board, and Edgewall Pack is another great addition to the board here. Oh, and you can see why now. I did not know that Simon had that.
This makes more sense.
Yeah, now the game plan makes sense. In fact,
믿기지 않아.
if I'm in Seth's seat, I'm like, oh no, once he goes for that, because Expel the Interlopers is a great sweeper, and it's going to take care of
매스 먹고 지금 믿기지 않아 하는 중.
Double Grasp?
Dude.
That's a reason to play a lot of planes.
I would be white, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Voracious Vermin is going to be the rebuild plan now. The chump block makes sense. Like, it all comes together now that you see the Expel.
Definitely.
Beanstalk Worm.
And Seth doesn't have an attack through the worm unless he has a removal spell here. Okay, just flooding the board here, but none of them great at attacking. Well, actually, the Baronati and the Conceited Witch can technically get in if Simon doesn't have a creature to block.
Right.
A second creature to block the Menace on the Witch.
How about Sir Armont?
Oh, excuse me. Of course, the Beanstalk Worm also has reach, so the Baronati cannot attack. So
true.
Seth has no attacks unless he has a removal spell.
Yeah, he
or
went
a
from
great combat.
theoretical 1 attack to 0.
To nothing.
Yep.
To potentially dead very soon. That's
Actually
a lot
true.
of attack.
Yeah, and don't forget Virtue of Loyalty sitting over there as well.
Right, you get to untap. You can attack, and then you get to untap, and it would get the counter.
Yeah, this is punishing the smaller creatures on the other side here for Seth. But Simon hasn't quite gone down that route just yet. Oh, but he is going to now.
Oh, no attacks either.
He doesn't want to trade. Okay.
Okay. Wow. I mean,
if he waits one turn, then his attacks get even better.
Seth needs to find removal spells or just try to close the door quick, because this thing will run away with the game.
Is Seth the one that needs a sweeper now?
Yeah. What can we have, though?
Yeah.
It's going to be pretty hard. It's going to be pretty hard to cast Expel. Yeah, make a 1/1. I mean a 2/2.
I mean a 2/2, a 3/3. Yeah.
Oof.
Return from the Wilds looks really good.
Yeah. So
살아난다.
5 counters so far.
역시 예상대로 깝쟁이가 더 세졌네.
Like Simon's at 11. You know, even an attack with all of his creatures getting through wouldn't kill him.
Okay, that deals with 1 creature.
Yeah. Scream Puff with Death Touch.
Okay.
Oh, hatching plans?
No bargain.
Oh, but now he's going to have a huge double striker in a little while.
Yeah.
He must have a specific plan for next turn.
Right.
Because you'd kind of want to keep
도망가로. 그냥 이제 죽여줘 그냥.
Probably in conjunction with something else. But maybe he's got a way to sacrifice it, reload, and go crazy.
Yeah. Perhaps waiting for it to get 5 power before attacking, because of the Scream Puff in play. But we're almost getting to the point where, I mean, Simon could just be representing a lethal attack, right?
Yeah, Simon's being really patient. You know, he's had some at least trade level attacks prior, but he knows he can just sit here. His board's getting better.
It's like, how can I lose if I just keep playing creatures and don't do anything?
Right.
Right?
And then just pick a nice turn to just slam. Yeah. Man, taking a look at Seth Manfield's list, I don't know. I mean, he's well beyond the realm of having 1-for-1 removal.
Perhaps a sideboarded spider food? Okay.
Yeah, just to kill the virtue itself.
Right.
Well, he's going to feed the Cauldron.
That's
to
3
take
food.
Out the scariest down the line threat.
I was going to see if he had a Sweet Tooth Witch, but he does not.
I want to see what Simon does this turn. Oh. I didn't see. What is it? Whatever. He sacked the hatching plant.
That's
so
a
he gets
diminisher
3.
witch.
Diminisher witch. Okay, sure.
Oh, but didn't put it on the screen puff?
He's got some plan going here, Paul.
Yeah.
합중이가 되게 훨씬 세다.
Every time we go, Simon's in trouble. He tends to follow it up with something very impressive here.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, okay.
Really, really
Makes
impressive.
sense.
Yep. The Hamlet Glutton is going to sacrifice, since he controlled it, that roll, and that allows him to cast it this turn as well. And he's finally attacking. What can Seth Manfield do? Can he leverage this board to get some of these creatures off the board?
Yeah, I mean, I imagine that Screen Puff's going to get in front of one of these creatures. There's a monster roll on the Beanstalk Worm, so that's an 8
필드 지저분한 것 봐.
Trampler. No, excuse me. 9/8 Trampler.
So that's probably one you want to not have to take another hit from.
Oh, no, there's a Sir Arm. I can't do this math. It's a 10/8.
It's a 10/8?
Well, there's a Sir
you're
Armand
right.
in play too,
Armand.
right? Yeah.
Well, looks like he's going to take down Sir Armand. Oh, down it goes. Down to 8, Paul Seth
now we have
Manfield.
2 gigantic
이겨줘.
This is basically a one-turner here for Seth to find answer
그만 괴롭혀.
for the worm. And then that might buy him a turn if he's lucky. I mean, that human token's a 4/4 now, right? Just that little guy.
Just a random 1/1?
Yeah, just a random 1/1 from Return to the Wilds is now grown to a 4/4. It's bigger than anything.
The only thing
Seth has.
sweeper level type card I can think of is Spectre of Mortality, but Seth does not have nearly enough creatures in the graveyard to wipe the board. And it's also just not in his deck.
So that's a couple of problems.
Couple of problems, yes, I would say. Does Seth have Shattered the Oath? That can kill enchantments.
Yeah, this feels like if he had Shatter the Oath and killed the enchantment, then he would just died of the creature anyway.
Wait.
Uh-oh. Twisted
어?
Fealty.
이건 변수인데?
Token as well.
Could he steal the game?
Could he? I mean, I think it might need one more card, so this is...
Could he steal the game?
That's a 10-power Trampler.
이건 변수인데?
That's the question now.
Baronati can attack for 3 in the air.
Oh, boy.
Oof.
Simon Nielsen just went from being way, way ahead to gulp. Okay, here comes everything from Seth Manfield. He's still got cards in hand, too.
Oh,
and right now, Simon's tapped out. Oh, my goodness sakes. This has to be a very stressful moment for Nielsen.
Okay, so the Baronati gets in for 2. You can potentially make it 3. Assuming you don't block the worm, that's an attack for 10. That's 13 between the 2 largest creatures there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say, but you have to double block the Conceited Witch, so you're probably just letting the Witch through, in which case you need to put something in front of the worm.
Simon has material he can throw away to just keep his life total high.
He can stay alive, but in order to stay alive, I think you need to put the Glutton potentially in front of the worm. Just to stay alive.
Yikes.
Well, what happens if you don't? You put the Glutton in front of the Voracious Vermin? Perhaps double block the Beanstalk Worm? Then you take how much? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, plus whatever tramples through, which is 10.
웜이 너무 세다.
7 is 3. Yeah.
He has to consider wicked rolls here as well.
Not to mention, you still have to consider a little bit what kind of combat tricks Seth might have. Because if you just survive this turn, you still have to be thinking, I'm still the one with Virtue of Loyalty.
Right, and Seth's at 8. Like, is there a way he can block, survive, and then just kill Seth? You know, where Seth is in a desperation mode where he's like, I need to hope that you make a mistake, or that you play too conservatively, or whatever.
And look at this, he's going double block here. So that's a 7/7 and a 4/4 up against a 10-power creature. Seth can choose to kill the Hamlet Glutton. The worm would also die, but Simon would still have a 4/4 in play.
Dude, that 1/1.
Right. He would have a 4/4 and a 4/3. The Diminisher Witch still lives, which does represent the lethal attack. If Seth doesn't have a follow-up creature.
Uh-oh, Seth's picking up some lands here.
Oh, what can this be? Feed the cauldron? No.
He's just
Oh,
gonna
just
pump
the
the
pump?
Baronati.
Isn't Seth just dead here? Is this not an attack for 8?
We'll see what Seth has.
Okay,
Does
play
he
the
have?
forest.
He can food token.
He does have a food token, so he played a land.
Okay.
Okay.
Still, that was a nice exchange for
Yeah,
Manfield.
absolutely.
He got both of the biggest creatures off the board from Simon's side.
Now remember, Virtue of Loyalty untapped, so this is a free attack here for Simon Nielsen.
Yeah.
You attack for 8, take Seth down to 3, and you can still play something, and you get to untap your creatures.
Oh, wait a minute. Archon's Glory.
Well, that's 2. And you can buy it back.
Buy it back right now. And he's going to sacrifice the virtue because he's got lethal even through the food token.
So that's an attack for 12.
That is.
Through the food.
You'd be at -1.
-1.
And there it is. Nielsen from 0-2 has
역시 예상대로 깜짝이가 이기는구만.
the second limited round, and he is now going to enter the fray for standard with a shot at top 8.
0-2-8-0, no problem. And you know what? I mean, you have to give credit to Seth. He made it a fight. Because you were like, well, there's just no chance Simon can possibly come back, can possibly lose the situation. But he gave it a shot. But wow, really, really great play there at the end, too. So Simon on a nice little heater here now.
In big picture,
예상했던
that's going to do it for
사실
the
결과라.
here from the World Championship. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to transition back over to standard. First, though, we're going to take a little break, and then you'll be right there with Maria, Mani, and
또 쓸데없는 얘기하겠구만.
Calm down.
듀크.
You're the god of mischief. 디즈니 플러스 최고의 마블 오리지널 시리즈.
듀크 이제 1승만 해도 거의 올라갈 것 같은데? 1승, 2승? 잠깐만 쉬었다 올게요. 잠시만요.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to coverage of World Championship 29 from Las Vegas, Nevada. We've also got MagicCon Las Vegas going on in the building with us here. Thousands of players joining here for the best game in the world. There's a look at Jimmy and Josh from Game Night signing some merch, and a look at Artist Row as well. I was over there earlier, did some shopping for myself. Sorry, Mani and Cedric. Maria, Mani, and Cedric here at the news desk with you, everybody. And we are getting closer and closer to finding out who our top 8 is going to be here at this year's World Championship. 2 players who are doing very well for themselves. Reed Duke and Simon Nielsen talked to Cedric after big wins last round.
It's Reed Duke's time once again. This is getting some real Pro Tour Phyrexia vibes, buddy. I'm just hanging out with you all weekend long. A 3-0. Maybe the best feeling in competitive Magic, 3-0 in the draft. Yep. Now, of course, when you come in to day number 2. Great record, but it's a little scary doing the draft. Tell me about how things went for you.
Yeah, certainly there's some pressure because you see your name at the top of the standings. Everyone else sees your name at the top of the standings. You're in pod number 1, so there's a lot of pressure to like not blow it, right? So I was coming in hoping to just get like a nice clean draft where 2 colors are open, build a solid deck, and that's not what happened. Like I ended up with kind of a sketchy one, and when I was building my deck, I was like, did I blow it? But one thing I've learned over the years, and one thing I try to tell players is the quality of your limited deck is really only one small part of a good limited run. And what happened was, I had good draws, I didn't mulligan much, I played hard, and I was able to, go 3-0. Who knows if I had the best deck in the pod or where I would rank there, but the result was that I went 3-0, and I'm thrilled with that.
So, in the draft portion, Boros Celebration in the first draft, Sultai in the second draft, all the colors, which leads me beautifully into the constructed deck you're playing. All the colors, little domain action. All the domain action. So, you've got 3 win-ins. One step at a time. I know you're not going to get too far ahead of yourself, but what's the mindset now? I know you've been in this position before, but, again, this is Worlds.
Yeah, the key is that I have to just do my thing. The way that things can go really badly from here is if I start getting emotional, get in my own head, like picture one outcome and then that outcome doesn't happen. That's how you get upset. But I'm just here to play Magic. I'm going to do my best next couple rounds. Whatever happens, happens.
Well, he's here just to play, and he's pretty darn good at it. Pro Tour Phyrexia champion Reed Duke might be on his way to another top 8 at Worlds. Reed, good luck.
Thank you.
It's fun times with Simon Nielsen. Now, Simon, you've been around the block a time or two.
I have.
You know the deal. You start a tournament 0-2. That's not good. That's normally, we say 0-2 drop. You go play in the next tournament or a side event, but in a tournament like Worlds, you can't go 0-2 drop. There are still rounds to play. You started.
저 배고파서 라면 좀 끓여올게요.
Then maybe you drop, but you couldn't do that. How did you feel?
어차피 잡담하고 있을 테니까
Definitely did not feel great.
얘들 잡담하는 동안
I felt like I hadn't really woken up at the time of the draft yesterday, but I had like my sights set on, I think my standard deck is still really good. I just if I can get this last round of the draft, I can possibly go 3-1 and make Day-2, and that's it. Again, what I wanted to do, right? So, I just ended up running the tables. Then I lost the game to Force Fruition in round 3 of draft, and so I was really behind. When I ended up winning that match, and then I just rattled off 4 straight wins with my standard deck. So the fire got back.
So from 0-2, we rattle some off. So now 5-2 into Day-2. Great. He just came off a 3-0 in his draft pod. So 0-2 to 8-2, which means you essentially haven't lost in 24 hours. And now the top 8 is well within your grasp. You've turned your entire tournament around.
It really has, yeah. This is just crazy. I mean, I opened, sat down today. I didn't have time to get breakfast. I was literally the last person to arrive at the draft tables. And I opened, expelled the interlopers. Oh, that's pretty good. Next pack, opened the white virtue. Oh, that's pretty good. So I ended up with a really nice band control deck, and took down Seth in the finals of the pod.
Yeah, a former world champion, Seth Manfield, who you took down in the finals of the pod. Now Simon is 8-2. You're moving into constructed. You like your constructed deck. You haven't lost with your constructed deck. Maybe another top 8 on the way. Simon, I'm going to say it. I don't know if you need it, but I'm going to say it. Good luck.
Thank you, Seth.
Well, somebody else who had a rough start to a world championship once was none other than Yuta Takahashi. Started out 0-3, and then he ended up winning the whole thing. That was World Championship 27. You see him here with Reed Duke, a player, but also a fan, getting his Fairy Mastermind signed by Yuta Takahashi. You love to see it. It's just so wonderful. The players are the best of the game, but that doesn't stop them. Hi, Reed! That does not stop them from being huge fanboys as well of other great players in the game. All right, everybody, we're gearing up for round number 11 here in the tournament. Let's take a peek at our leaderboard and find out where we are at. We just saw him camera there. Reed Duke leading the field at 9-1. Anthony Lee in second there at 8-1-1, picked up the first loss. What else do you see here, Monty?
Well, I see the French players continue to win, and Maria, earlier this year, I talked to Jean-Emmanuel Deprat. He and his French testing team all year have been Team Guillotine. And he asked me after one Pro Tour, why didn't you talk about our team? And I'm like, Jean, you got to do well for me to talk about you guys. All right, well, here he is, 7-3. He's winning. Team Guillotine, maybe this is their year to make a comeback.
Awesome stuff. There is our standings. All right, everyone. It's time to shift our attention from draft over to standard. Let's take a look at our standard metagame and find out what decks the pros brought here this weekend and in what numbers, Monty.
Yeah, well, when we came into the weekend, the talk, of course, was about Esper midrange, the most played deck in the field, but only 20 copies, 19%, not too bad. Mono red aggro, the next most played, and we really did feel like we were going to have a good weekend of standard. There were a lot of different decks across midrange, combo, control, ramp, 5 colors, 3 colors, mono colors. It felt like we had everything, and so far it's really delivered over the 4 rounds of standard that we got to watch yesterday, and I'm really excited to see where it goes today.
All right, there's a look at our standard metagame. We're now going to call out some players and some decks who did very well indeed on standard in day 1 of competition with our 4-0 standard deck. So if you're looking for something to play at home, we're going to kick things off with Jim Davis here, a mono white human Cedric.
Yeah, you better start with me.
I mean, I'm giving this one to you, of course.
Okay, that's a good job by you. Beatdowns. Beatdowns all the way around. Pretty straightforward stuff here. Now, Jim Davis doesn't really normally play this style of deck, but it appeared to be good enough for him and some members of his team that he wanted to do the human thing, kicking things off with Recruitment Officer. Key cards here, though. Thalia, Guardian of Thraben. Adeline, Resplendent Cathar. Really good mana, of course, and some creature lands, too, so that's pretty nice there.
I'm going to talk about Reed Duke here in this domain ramp list. Also went 4-0 on the day yesterday. Reed Duke switched into this deck last second on the advice of Gab Nassif. We'll see if he likes that decision. I mean, he must be pretty happy with it so far. Let's take a look at our next one here, Monty.
As for Legends, the 3rd most popular deck in the field, very creature-based, taking advantage of Thalia, playing it at its best. This deck may be falling a little out of favor for Esper midrange, but still very capable of powerful draws.
That's a look at Esper Legends. Up next, we have Azorius Soldier, Cedric.
Soldiers, but not all the way. You know, there are some soldiers that I think people would expect to see here that you're not actually going to find, kind of being replaced by Regal Bunnycorn and Luminarch Veteran, excuse me. So what's kind of going on here is you can kind of play more of a, let's say, mid-rangey game with some timely counter spells like those 4 copies of Make Disappear. Very innovative deck from Team Handshake.
Hey, if you want to play Control, Greg Orange, as always, has got you covered running Bat Control here this weekend. I talked to him before the tournament. I said, "You running Control, buddy?" And he goes, yeah. Classic Greg Orange. Fant Control is doing very well for himself on day 1 of competition. All right, what about this deck, Monty?
Rakdos, Reanimator, Zen, and Team Worldly Council were locked into this deck very early in testing, almost had a crisis of faith this past week, but went back on the deck at the last moment, and so far doing pretty well for Zen. You're trying to get an Attrax into the graveyard, bring it back using Cruelty of Gix, and this deck is strong.
All right, Cedric, moving on over to Esper Midrange. We got 3 in a row for you here.
Yeah, a lot of different ways you can do Esper Midrange. That's why we're going to focus on it here on the back end. You know, you saw the Esper Legends deck a little bit earlier. Midrange, you're going to find some copies of Wedding Announcements, some similar creatures, of course. Rafine kind of shoring things up a little bit, but they're also going to find some lists that do not have a key black creature here, and that's Shieldred. Some players want to play it, some players don't, and what's really nice, about Esper Midrange is you can kind of season to taste. There are no cards that you 100% really have to play. Your sideboard is very malleable, and I think best of all for a 3-color deck is you've got some really good mana and some powerful cards to go along with that good mana. It's just your best guess of what you think other people are going to do to how you want to build this archetype.
Congratulations to our players going 4-0 in standard on day number 1. Well, for everyone watching from home, you can join in on all of the fun. You can shop MagicCon Las Vegas merch right now. All you have to do is click the link below the stream to go directly to the official merch store, so check it out. All right, everyone, round number 11 is coming up next. Let's find out who we're going to watch in the feature match area this round. Faces may look familiar. Reed Duke and Anthony Lee here met in draft earlier, but now we're on to standard. Domain Ramp versus Golgari midrange. 7 top finishes for Reed Duke. Take a look at Reed Duke here. Started playing all the way back in 1995. He's in the Hall of Fame. He's your Pro Tour Phyrexia champion. Switch decks, like I mentioned, at the last second to what he's playing here right now. And here's a look at Anthony Lee. Qualified for this tournament by winning in Australia, New Zealand RC. welcome to the World Championship, Anthony Lee. Could he get his first top finish here this weekend? Talk to me about these decks, Monty.
All right, we're going to start with Reed Duke's Domain Ramp deck. This was really headlined by Gavin Nassif, and Reed switched onto it at the last moment. This deck is very cool, trying to ramp out powerful spells like Atraxa, Herd Migration, Virtue of Persistence, the early ramp spells, Courier's Briefcase, Topiary Stomper, and Invasion of Zendikar, really doing heavy lifting. And yes, this is an Up the Beanstalk deck, not the full 4 copies, but only 2 copies still gets you a lot of value. This deck is very strong, and it really does shine because it has the tools to survive using cards like Sunfall, and then its late game is unparalleled in the format. On the other side, Anthony Lee, Golgari Midrange, the deck that he and Javier Dominguez brought. Cheap, efficient creatures, Mosswood Dread Knight, Glissa Sunslayer. These are the cards that really headline this deck. You have a very, very disruption suite to back it up, and you're trying to grind out games.
듀크가 유리하겠죠?
Grinding out game goes. It's very hard to grind out games against this Domain ramp deck that Reed has brought.
Yeah, and Reed, this is one of his first 3 win-in-ins here, because 10's a magic number.
Yeah, usually for the Monty moment, I focus on something maybe strategic or fun we may see in the round, but I think the Monty moment for this round could be if you see
아이 뭔데? 얘들아.
if Reed Duke takes down this match,
자막너.
the first name
뭐
in
하는
the
거야?
top 8 is going to be Reed Duke, and that would be quite the Monty moment.
아, 탑8 아직도 없다는 뜻이구나, 한 명도.
Can he make it into the top 8 of the World Championship? Well, he certainly...
이게 지금 그거 말하는 거구나, 8강. 8강 아직까지 빈자리밖에 없다, 이 뜻이구나. 나는 지금 탑 플레이어 8명 보여주는 줄 알았는데 자막 않는 줄 알았어요.
To in this matchup, which is kind of a repeat of what we've seen. So no, you're not experiencing deja vu. Different format, different pairings. So yeah, these guys are gonna have to duke it out again.
I'm excited. You know, this is a matchup that's definitely gonna favor Reed Duke. We've seen this matchup play out earlier yesterday with Domain up against Golgari, where Nassif did end up losing to some unfortunate draws, but
듀크가 유리할 듯 해요.
to lose from the Domain size, as it is that good of a draw, and this is just the time in a tournament.
골가리의 숙련도를 봅시다. 앰프를 이길 정도의 사이드 플랜을 짜왔는지, 잘 짰는지.
And see them, you know, have their whole 2 weeks worth of testing kind of come true.
2 weeks only?
2 weeks, yeah, maybe more.
Oh man, these players have been working towards this World Championship the entire season. Here they are. Who is going to make it into the top 8? Reed Duke at
디나이 빼겠죠?
1. So if he wins here, he's in. He's good to boogie. But starting things off here with Duress from Anthony Lee, taking a look at the hand. Double up the Beanstalks. Beanstalk gamers, rise up.
Absolutely. Pretty, you know, Duress-proof hand. Like, I'm sure we're going to see one of these up the Beanstalks taken away, but that's still going to be a good turn 2 play for Reed. But I want to draw some attention to right below Anthony Lee's name there with opening hand of 5. Not ideal. Does have the Moss Dreadnought to get some value going, but not the start Anthony wanted.
Not at all. So hopefully drawing to some better options with the Mosswood Dreadnought and the Dread Whispers. Does have Glissa Sunslayer. We're kind of, you know, discussing this card when we saw Golgari so represented this weekend. It's kind of, it was almost the card without a home.
Yes.
For a long time, and now it seems to have found a pretty nice shell to fit into.
Absolutely, and thanks to this card here on the left, Mosswood Dreadnought really enabled another good 2-drop for this deck. It really needed it there.
Yeah, with sticking power and just, you know, a value engine through the long, grindy games, this card's going to do work for you.
So we did see Virtue taken because Glissa was in the hand for Anthony, and now we're just going to do a removal check. Is there an answer to Glissa, or will Glissa start to take over? And as of right now, I don't see one.
Anthony's just like, please live, please live. That would be great. Yeah, unlike Mosswood Dreadnought, Glissa not coming back so easily.
상대 패턴이 진짜 좋다.
Is working so far, and if Glissa connects, either drawing a card or destroying target enchantment, there's a pretty good one on the battlefield to get some value off.
So this citizen likely going to jump in the way of this pesky first striking death touch. Who put first striking death touch on a creature?
Someone who really wanted Golgari to be good.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
It's like, all right, what do I have to do to see this played at the highest stage of them all? And this is it. Glissa Sunslayer does work.
This looks like a card that would be designed by Reed Duke, to be honest.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. I mean, you know, if we're talking about cards that Reed Duke would design, if he is world champion, he gets to do it. So, you know, a lot of us figured, hey, Yuta's going to make a fairy. Reed may well make something a little Golgari.
And how cool of a moment was that? Reed asking Yuta to
that
sign.
was so cool.
What if it's the flip side next year? Yuta comes up asking Reed to sign the card. If
that would be awesome.
Put this together. Gotta love those.
와, 패턴 1, 2, 3, 4 나왔어. 앞서사.
Reed Duke is such a quality individual. My very first event, I wanted to get a deck box signed by all the players taking part. It was the Mythic Invitational in Boston, 2019, I think.
Sure.
And he knew that I was looking for everyone. He comes up to me and he says, "Hey, I haven't signed your box yet. Can I sign your deck box for you?" I'm like, "Yes, please."
Yeah, a class
great
act.
guy. Yeah.
I was lucky enough to be on a testing team with him for multiple years, and not only did I learn a ton, but you know, was always treated with respect and dignity, even though I was not a very good player. Maybe so.
Well, you are a very good player, Corey Baumeister. Leyline Binding, gonna get some double value off those up the beanstalks. And getting that Glissa off the battlefield too.
Yeah, and that was pretty needed because Anthony had a great curve out for this mull to 4. You know, basically Hellbent maybe has one card here, but Reed really needed that Leyline Binding. So an incredible draw. Now he has the breathing room to maybe take a couple hits from this Tortoise and Moss Knight and maybe try to get to that point where he can cast that Atraxa. But step one was you had to have a way to deal with Glissa, and he found it.
Yeah. Glissa off the board. We'll be able to keep these enchantments safe for the time being. Leyline Binding would be an excellent target. But at the moment, look at the disparity in the hand size right now. Anthony just has Gix's command.
아이폰은 어느 정도 채울 수 있긴 하는데. 선펄?
And a Sunfall now
그치.
for Reed Duke. If he had to fire off that Sunfall, that is back-breaking for Anthony.
And that was off the top. That was huge there. That was really the difference in the game because that Foundry.
무리주 치면 돼요 이제. 한 턴에 무리주.
A lethal attack next turn. The Sunfall off the top. Not only a great exile effect to deal with all the creatures, you get an incubate token yourself, and why not draw 2 cards when you got both up the beanstalks in play?
Good grief, Value Town. I mean, those are the only 2 copies of Up the Beanstalk in Reed Duke's opening hand. So you just know that these cards are like reporting for duty, sir.
And Reed's thinking, I'm moving on up with those beanstalks.
Oh yeah,
that's for sure.
Certainly climbing at a rapid rate, no slowing down. Is Reed Duke. He wants to get this, you know, one more win and done. I don't want to take another chance at getting into the top 8. I want to lock it up right now. I want to chill out for the rest of the day and then worry about top 8 later.
Absolutely. Cheer on some teammates. Still got plenty of teammates left still doing well as they are one of the best teams to be doing it right now. And have been for years.
Oh, yeah. It's the years of experience in Team Channel Fireballs. Absolutely ridiculous. So formidable forces indeed. But Anthony Lee, no one to scoff at here, the ANZ champion.
아니 무리주 보면 나가지 않을까?
Just at this point now, it's just Reed can kind of pick whatever. But I'm guessing we're gonna see
Ancestral Briefcase, like you called it yesterday.
Yeah, there you go.
Herd Migration, go get some life and land.
Yep, so get the
no, we're going for a, we're going for the big swing now. Yeah, let's just get this game over and done with, says Reed Duke. Herd Migration, let's get those 3/3s out the board. On the board.
Absolutely, get to draw the 2 cards as well, and this Golgari mid-range deck can only really attack on the ground. So if you can just gum up the battlefield on the ground, Anthony's not going to be able to get through that. And this should be pretty trivial from this point with Reed.
안 나가? 무리주 한 번 더.
Oh yeah. Gix's command just gets worse the more things there are on the board, so I'm going to game number 2 here shortly, I think. Go for the throat, sure. A way to try and stay alive. This Mosswood Dreadnought can keep coming back, but not looking good here for Anthony.
Yeah, and cards like Cut Down, Gix Command, you know, even Virtue of Persistence, Go for the Throat. These are the cards that are going to be coming out from Anthony's deck, and, you know, looking at the sideboard, a lot of other things that are going to be coming in. Phyrexian Arena, Duress, Nissa, these things that... I'll block with all.
Oh man, where's your Death Touch combat trick when you need it, huh?
Oh, too funny.
Not in the deck. That's where it is. Now to 16. Goes Anthony. He's going to try and find something here. Go for the throat swamp. Gix's command in hand on the other side of things. Just the world at his fingertips for Reed Duke.
Yeah, and even though this is kind of a nice little exchange with this Dread Knight taking care of a beast, you know, over the course of enough time, it would take care of all the beasts.
Oh, yeah, yeah. It's the life total that's the problem.
Exactly. But now we're going to see a huge attack from Reed, and you can just go second main phase, 5 more 3/3. Next turn, we should have this all wrapped up.
Oh, yeah. It's just a matter of time now. And a matter of casting a bunch of herd migrations here for the Duke. Down to 7.
2주 한 방 더. 나가.
Oh, yeah. Value. Duke stamping his authority on this matchup here in game 1 versus Anthony Lee. So, game 2, Corey, what the heck does Golgari need to do to beat this donation deck?
For starters, not multi 5.
Yes.
You know, that is a
point.
huge thing. Even Anthony had a great draw with that mulligan to 5. Really drew out of it quite well.
보팅 플랜도 별로 안 좋네.
Able to dodge the sunfall for one more turn. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough one. And now Reed Duke with that mulligan to 6, but is still 1 game away from locking up a world championship.
보팅 플랜도 그렇게
It feels good just
좋은 거 같진 않아요.
imagine being in his shoes.
Yeah, Reed Duke has plenty of fans all over the world, so they would love to see their hero make it through to the top 8 of the World Championship.
So Reed's hand here is quite awkward. We see Mirex, you would really want to just go turn 2 up the beanstalk before a duress can deal with it. But with the fact that you don't have another green source, if you never top deck one, you'll be really priced out of casting anything else. So a nice disciplined play here from Reed. And honestly, if there was a duress for that herd migration, it could have been pretty brutal.
Yeah, that would have been bad news bears indeed. But Mirex allowing the 1-turn use of its colored mana producing ability. So herd migration going and getting some lands there. Graveyard Trespasser on the board now for Anthony Lee, exiling the herd migration. Let's see where Reed goes here for turn number 3.
Now this looks like this could be a virtue of persistence on the Trespasser or up the beanstalk. I think there's even a go for the throat. Now we'll just see if there's the swamp that is needed. Yep, looks like forest and swamp. So Reed has a ton of options this turn. It's just going to be if he values keeping his life total high or wants to start drawing some cards. And let's get real, we want to start drawing some cards.
Give me cards.
구가 많이 유리해 보이네요.
Smite off the top.
Oh, yeah.
That's
That's a lot
best.
of fun over the deck. Now it's like, oh, hey, look at this. That's fun. And also exile.
오,
So
이런 거
basically
쓰는구나.
graveyard recursion, you know, from any opponents. That's gone for good.
Yeah, and he did have the option to smite that. Decides against it, and here is Shieldred to start
오포도
taking
있고.
away at Reed's life total. No, Reed does have swamp and go for the throat to have a nice clean answer for it.
Yeah, didn't have it on the upkeep, so we'll take the 2 damage or 2 life loss there from the Apocalypse herself. It survives for now, though. It's picking his spot here. When
굳이 뒤집어줬어야 됐나?
That was
이거 뒤집어 주는
go there and switch it to night. You know, Anthony.
이게 맞아?
Anthony, you know, kind of saying
모르겠네,
the first
나는.
times I've switched this to night. Reed did have the opportunity to kill Shieldred before it went to night and prevent.
그냥 10월 찍는 게 맞지 않았어요? 모르겠네. 굳이 1점 더 쳐맞을 이유가 있나?
It's almost assuredly just going to be go for the throat. So bit of a strange pass of the turn there.
잘 모르겠네. 나는 찍었을 것 같은데.
If he just automatically goes for the throat this, then it feels like a slight misstep. But I never questioned the Duke, so. Because now he can't smite this werewolf either, you know, so.
It's the 1 extra toughness.
Yeah.
Still has the ward of the discard card.
Yeah.
But yeah. 4 more points of damage coming in as well as the Blossoming Tortoise added to the board here. Do we hit a land? Ooh, Restless Cottage, lovely. Did you see Anthony give a little heck yeah?
전혀 납득되지 않는 플레이라 할 말이 없어요.
Yep. And a second cottage
납득이 안 돼.
Herd migration once again, padding the life total, going and finding some more.
그냥 제 눈에는 솔직히 듀크 뭐 이런 명성 빼고 그냥 플레이 봤으면 그냥 인스턴트 중이야. 인스턴트는 역시 남탄 했어야지. 왜 저런 선택을 했을까?
The more and more, it does look like it was slightly rough to let it go tonight.
But to be fair, there are
왜?
plenty of
Why?
things to keep track of in a game of Magic at any given time.
Yeah. Oh, of course.
And you know, day and night is not something that people worry about too often, I guess. So
yeah.
let's see where this goes. Jetmir's Garden for the Duke. Gonna tap 2 here. And kill the Tortoise.
Okay. Tortoise gets cast. Doesn't look like there's another spell to play, but you could either play a land and cycle the Jetmir Garden or just play the garden.
너 때문에 몇 대를 더 맞는
You
거야?
could get the Restless Cottages in there.
Oh, yeah.
어택킹 찍는 거로도 못 찍고.
Graveyard Glutton.
Now the Cottages, you know, slowing that roll down a little bit because the Blossoming Tortoise off the board.
Yep.
Makes them their full activation costs. So let's see where we're going here for Anthony Lee. Yep, Duress. Let's take a look. We'll be able to grab.
찾아와야지 뭐.
Well, let's see. Does Reed Duke respond here with the herd migration? Kind of feels bad using 3 herd migrations just for landed life.
It's basically just saying, is it okay if you take herd migration? Because Elspeth Smite is just not very good right now.
Yeah, it's not doing anything at the moment.
So Reed knows the herd migration would get taken. And
왜 이런 진짜
Yeah.
안 좋은 선택을 했을까?
anything. So, but now Anthony's gonna see the good news that well, there's not.
뭐 상대가 땅으로 공격 와도 뭐 찍을 수 있는 것도 아니었고 마법 물체인데 뭐.
As long as we can double kick it, which it looks like.
아, 난 모르겠다. 나 솔직히 말해서 그냥 존나 큰 실수한 것 같아요.
2 cards to discard then, because you'd have to pay the ward cost twice, right?
I would think we're gonna hear it.
Yeah, I believe so.
Thank God Reed asked that question, Ailey, because I did not know the answer. It all comes down to.
Thank you, judges. Once again, if you're ever in doubt, ask a judge.
I think Reed heard us, so he's helping us
there you
out.
go, sure.
It all comes down to if those kickers stack or
아,
if they
모르겠어.
combine
나는 전혀
you know, trigger, but since you know we've definitely seen those go 2 at the face, 2 at a creature, it makes sense that that does stack.
Yeah, so Reed needs 2 cards to discard. Did have a couple lands in hand, so.
So he can do it by playing a land, and then whatever he draws, discarding that and the plains or swamp, and be completely hellbent.
If it's a Sunfall, the problem solved.
Yeah.
Man, Graveyard Exile plenty here. The Cottage and the Graveyard Glutton getting in there. Down to 12 goes Reed Duke. Let's see what the draw is here. Proving ground. All right, sweet. So yeah, happy kicking.
에휴, 뭐, 나는 이거 뭉쳐서 지는 것 같다. 원래 그냥 얘 시올 찍고 어택 올 때 얘 죽여서 필드 클리어 한 상태에서 거북이 나오면 거북이 이걸로 찍고 갔으면.
Immediately.
Yep, can kind of attack through it. If you just want to attack with your 4/4 Restless Cottages, but that's not the best plan. If you just end up not blocking and then Archangel can just attack.
Yeah.
4 damage to you.
Oh.
Wow. I like this.
뭐 그냥 듀크가 못해서 진 것 같아요. 잘못했어요.
Have my mana just in case I top deck Atraxa or anything like that. But as it stands, I guess we don't have any blue mana for Atraxa quite yet.
Not at the moment, no.
so
Merix
can't
is just
cast that
producing
one.
colorless. Yator's, or excuse me, Jetmir's Garden, not a blue.
뭐 세주까지 나왔으면은
Find that still. But you know, this is not the situation or not the position you
위험마법 저거 깔아서 드로우 하나 먹고
at the top of the deck plays nice with you.
깔아도 상관 뭐야 이러면 부시겠네. 콩나무도 부시겠네.
You know, there's no secret about that, and he does have the virtue as a play next turn to then draw a card as well. But yeah, this is still very troublesome.
Yeah, Terra Sunder kicked, exiles the Angel, no life for Reed Duke, and in for a big old chunk of damage.
So 12 up to 16.
And I mean, Virtue doesn't really have a
그거는
target.
그냥 실수해서 진 게임이죠.
Even in Anthony's graveyard, you would see those starting to get eaten
Oh yeah,
up as
he's
well.
chewing up all of the creatures in the graveyard.
우리 주 나오는 거 아니면
The virtue
힘들어
of
보이네요.
resistance from even having an impact on this game. You know, it's basically
위험하면 깐다고 답 나올 거 아니니까 사이클링을 돌린다? 사이클링 돌린다고 답이 나올까?
Alrighty, where are we going from here?
I think you got to start with cycling. I think the virtue.
그래도 뭐 돌리긴 해야죠. 근데 내 턴에 돌리냐 상대 턴에 돌리냐 이런 것도 차이가 있을 수 있는데.
Topiary Stomper is okay at 3 mana. Leyline Binding is probably the best possible.
Yeah, Binding would at least, you know, keep Duke alive one more turn. But as it stands, I think Anthony may have lethal on board with the creature lands.
Cycle is a great sign for Anthony.
Yep.
And now
Spar's headquarters.
So found Spar's headquarters. So I was gonna say Reed is just representing cycling and drawing into Leyline Binding, but
땅 깔고 그냥 변신 못해?
Nissa has sent an Animist now in hand for Anthony. I mean, if that doesn't end the game, I don't know what will.
Yeah, I like this play better. He has the lethal on battlefield.
Goodbye graveyard, so yeah.
And the one Elspeth Smite is already gone, so I don't think Reed has a out.
Leyline Binding?
But it's yeah, Leyline Binding couldn't be cast there because it's not the full domain.
이거 그냥 듀크가 못해서 진 거야 이거. 인스턴트 플레이 때문에 진 거예요.
Much better for Anthony. Just stayed in control from the get-go.
Yeah.
So definitely took advantage of being on the play that game. So game number 3, let's go. Let's see if Anthony Lee will join Reed Duke at 9 wins, or if Reed Duke will be our first player into the top 8 here at the World Championship.
And looks like some full hands from both players. Yep.
Nice.
Just the way we like it. And the ideal start for Anthony, and not the ideal start for Reed. Mostly because of the land. Starting with Forest is not great. You know, you have so many triomes. You're fine. Headquarters is the best one, the Bant triome, but Forest is about the last land that you want to start with.
Yeah, so plenty of information here for Anthony. Knows about the 2 angels. Elspeth Smite, the only valid target. And we're getting a triome down, or a tri-land down.
Perfect information for Anthony with playing that land, but Reed says it's plenty worth it to cast that.
Bramble Familiar, no fetch quest yet, but will help Anthony get ahead in the mana department here, or at least keep pace with Reed Duke.
상대 드레스 하나 묶었어. 오히려 좋아.
Best card from Golgari against this domain ramp deck, but Duress saw no other targets, so now it becomes this weird kind of sequence of when do you actually fire this Duress off, where it would make sense that Reed would draw, number 1, a non-creature spell, and number 2, a card that he couldn't cast. So now going to 4 mana, you play one of your 4 drops, but I would assume next turn, depending on what happens, you might fire off a Duress to try to clear the way, but things looking quite good for Anthony.
Yeah, at the moment he
시올이냐 거북이냐인데 나는 거북이.
4 mana available to him, like you mentioned, so could get the torches down or Shieldred. Both are super impactful.
난 거북이 퍼스트.
Maybe a little more so.
I like Tortoise first to try to hit a land, probably, but yeah, I think.
별로 같아.
Cycling away.
Because since you already do have land.
난 거북이 퍼스트에 드레스 치고 나왔을 것 같아.
Untap land number 5, so you can't go Tortoise plus Duress next turn unless you draw land. So there was a cost to playing Shieldred first.
In response to the Shieldred, we saw the cycle, so Reed wouldn't take any extra damage. Do we have domain?
Close
enough. So 2 mana Leyline Binding, getting Shieldred off the board before the draw trigger happens.
Yep.
Excellent find there for.
아니 핸드에 시올이 2개였던 거야?
Off the board.
And now Anthony's got to look. Okay, I had information on your hand. We saw tracks.
아니 시올이 냈는데 시올이 안 없어지는 거 보니까 시올이 2개였던 것 같은데요?
So I think this is perfect information for Anthony right now.
Drew another Shieldred?
I want to say there's only 1 in hand right now because the 1 got cast.
드레스 치고.
Could be wrong.
3 Shieldreds. That's just like. So much.
아니 시올이 2개였으면 먼저 나오는 게 맞죠? 네, 그런 것 같아요. 아까 시올 하나 거북이 하나가 아니고 시올 2개 거북이 하나였던 것 같아요. 그래서 시올부터 나왔나 봐. 이러면 또 시올 그냥 던진다? 그지? 왜? 나는 시올이 3개니까.
3 cards in hand after this it looks like.
로스팅이냐 메스냐. 화이트가 2개가 나오죠. 메스 쳐야지.
So no other Shieldred in hand. Both of those have been seen on the board.
아, 자, 메스가 아니잖아, 저거. 엔젤이잖아.
Thank you for flicking through your cards, Anthony.
생각해보니까.
Much appreciated.
부스팅을 끊는다. 메스인 줄 알았는데 썬펄이 아니고 엔젤이었죠.
Archangel coming on down, smacking a poor little raccoon and getting some life.
So Reed did have an option there to play Toper
이러면
and then line up a first
아니 핸드가 근데 뭐가 있는지 정확하게 나오지가 않으니까.
my life total here. It's time to get the Archangel down and start mitigating some of this damage that Shieldred's going to do.
드레스 치고
This Duress is gonna win.
삥 나고
Got him.
Nice. Yeah, got him.
그다음에 이제 거북이 나오죠.
That beautiful foil Atraxa.
That is very shiny. That's like, you know, burn your retinas shiny.
There you go. Yeah.
아니야 10월 또 하나 없어졌어.
Alright. So Shieldred putting in some work here. This Archangel not able to stand up to the 4/5 Death Toucher.
So
Oh wait, Glissa.
Glissa's pretty good. This
지금 느낌은 그냥 일 안 해.
be able to get to land 7 to block that, but once again, the stats on Glissa blocking it is not very good.
Yeah.
First strike death touch.
그냥 일 안 함.
Yeah. And if that Shieldred were to go down and Glissa connects, well,
안
that's
되겠다.
Shieldred just for the
여러분 안 되겠다. 알바 자르자. 안 되겠다.
excellent going here for Reed Duke, able to take care of Glissa.
알바 잘라야 돼 이거.
That's the biggest problem right here.
Yeah, it's close. Both are definitely troublesome in their
아테라사를 막을 수 없다.
You know, if you kill Shieldred and then Glissa connects, you get Shieldred back. So that's the nightmare scenario that Reed has to avoid. So that might just be a reason in itself to get Glissa off the battlefield and then just assemble a track.
이거는 시올드레드 멀티블럭.
Spell after that. So AK, that means leave Shieldred on the battlefield for 3 more turns.
10월 멀티블럭 하고
That's a real cost as well, but Archangel will be able to gain a little bit of life.
Yeah.
어차피 3-3은 찍어야 돼. 찍을 수밖에 없거든요.
Deal with the Glissa, gain 3 life.
3-3은 찍고 10월 멀티블럭?
Removal in hand, next turn Atraxa, and hope that there's nothing from Anthony's side of things to deal with it.
Yeah, and I mean there really isn't, you know, there's no
어차피 다음에 아트라사 나오는데 최대한 필드 깨끗하게 하고 나오고 싶거든요.
Anthony, there's not many of them in the format anyways, but yeah, Pilfer being one of them. So it's gonna happen. But now it's
그게 아니라면 CO를 냅두고 엔젤로 어택 간 다음에 3-3 찍고 CO를 그냥 맞아주는 건데 이거 멀티블럭 하겠다는 거죠.
Yeah, been scrapping here for a foothold, as you mentioned. So passes the turn, 3 mana up.
And this go for the
Duress.
hidden information. Redrew it right after the Duress.
Okay, that's fine though.
Duress is a dead draw here from Anthony because you fire that off, you know, it's the go for the throat is just going to be cast in response.
Yeah.
So
이건 드레스를 칠 이유가 약간 없다고 생각할 수도 있어요. 왜냐? 상대가 아까 그 드레스 두 번째 거 삥 났거든요. 상대가 없다고 생각할 확률이 높고. 노. 퍼스트 칠게요. 그러니까 노. 지금.
Did a really nice play there here. Obviously already wanted to just double block Shieldred and is fine for that 2-for-1, but gave Anthony all the opportunity in the world to go for the throat, one of those creatures or something, and then deal with it there.
뭐야?
Yeah, and as it stands with the way that Death Touch works, you have to
얘 데스터치 없었어? 얘 데스터치 아니야?
so 4 toughness will still
왜 살아? 왜 얘 살아있어?
Topia survives. Yeah. So if you want to survive the apocalypse,
지금 여기 금쪽이 또 나왔죠. 하나로 가죠.
Blossoming Tortoise on the board for Anthony.
Which land did you pick?
Yeah. Unless we're misunderstanding something there with Death Touch there, I believe you do have to assign.
아니 이 새끼 어떻게 여기까지 온 거야 얘? 지카드 능력도 모르는 거? 뭐 어떻게 된 거야 이거?
Damage you had to assign, but as it stands, we're just going to attack and then get Atraxa down.
나가, 야 나가.
Yeah, 10 cards. Ooh, nice. So we've got enchantments, 3 enchantments, Sunfall, 4 creatures. We've got the Obstinate Baloth in from the board, and then 2.
야 나가라. 뭐하냐 씨.
Yeah, either way, looking great for Reed here. With no answer to that Atraxa, he's getting really close to being the first player into the top 8 of this World Championship.
Sorcery, enchantment, land, creature.
이건 월챔 무대의 압박이 아니에요. 그냥 이미 마음가짐에서 졌어. 이미 마음가짐에서 졌거든요. 3바3 고포에 찍혔을 때 이미 마음가짐에서 졌어요. 아, 나 졌네. 약간 그런 느낌 들었어요.
Okay, all right. Anthony just saying, you know what, you got a Duke, and that is 10 wins here for our Pro Tour Phyrexia All-Be-One champion. So Reed Duke, another top 8 for his list of achievements.
Yeah, and we've seen Reed take second at the World Championship to Shihar Shenhar.
실망이 크다. 이번 월드는 실망이 크네요. 피처 매치 또 이 수준이면 아, 이거 진짜 매직 프로들 실력이 전반적으로 떨어진 것 같아요. 경쟁 매직을 잘하는 사람들이 많이 떠났나봐.
Probably should have taken my medicine and like killed it right away, but seemed really expensive. I made a drug control and things spiraled out of control.
There we go, and you know that is the
kind of a great player.
Exactly, that's the sign of a great player, being able to look at the end of the match and think, you know, Reed Duke's one of the best players in the
듀크 진출인 것 같은데 이게 정확하게 몇 포인트의 진출인지를 우리가 모르니까. 근데 거의 다음 게임 이기면 100% 진출 아닐까요?
Even in a match he wins, that's what separates the greats from the elite.
Oh yeah. And Reed Duke is certainly one of those.
참고로 저도 정확히는 모른다.
Right now to find out more about our next matchup, so don't go anywhere.
전체 14, 7라운드 7라운드. 그다음 탑 8인데 이거 믿기지 않는 도메인 컨트롤. 도메인 컨트롤이에요.
Tons of expensive spells and controlling elements, allowing the set to really be grindy while still having more agency. On the other side, Kenji is playing Esper Midrange, the most played deck of the weekend, and very much trying to be ready for all coming threats.
이 개노제 매치를 왜 보여주는지 모르겠지만 도메인 컨트롤이 이길 듯. 얘가 하나야. 이바일 플래시 생물도 하나라 도메인 컨트롤이 유리해 보이는.
I'm feeling pulled through time between the past, present, and the future. 로키가 돌아온다. Great.
아, 로키 광고 한 10번쯤 보니까
로키 시즌 2.
훨씬 나을 것 같아요. 훨씬 나을 것 같아요.
Welcome back to coverage of World Championship 29 from Viva Las Vegas. Eliloni alongside Corey Baumeister in the booth. Checking out the Game Nights guys there, having their meet and greets.
I love those guys.
Oh, they're so great. They're the superstars here, but, well, for the most part, I'd say. But, you know, we're going to be crowning a couple superstars here this weekend as we watch the players competing to make it into the top 8 at the World Championship, Corey. Been an excellent day so far.
Yep, absolutely. And there's plenty more excellent Magic to come. We got all these really high stakes winning in Magics or matches coming up here. So yeah, don't move because you got a lot coming on.
Speaking of, let's jump in and take a look at the only 6-0 in draft, Ely Cassis.
메인이 유리해 보이는 매치.
S1 range in the hands of Kenji Seigo. 8-2 up against a 7-3 record. So Ely Cassis still has a couple of things to do before locking up that top 8, but he's got to be feeling great, Corey.
Yeah, feeling great, fresh off taking second place at the last World Championship. You know, I mean, so that's already incredibly impressive. Being the only so limited, really had a good grasp on that. And, you know, Ely, just a great friend of mine, and I've seen him play Magic so many times, and I've always said he's the best player that I know for sure. So it makes a lot of sense to see him doing so well at these tournaments, event after event.
Oh yeah, and an A+ human to boot as well. You know, like in the last World Championship, in the finals. He was telling Nathan Stoyer.
옆에 덱 펼치고 있는 사람이야?
Yes.
And we don't want to be like, well, Ely, you probably shouldn't have done that, but that's just the kind of player he is, right?
누굴 말하는지
He wants
모르겠어.
to have the best possible outcome for any player that he interacts with, which is great, you know. But he even said, so I want to do one better than last time. So
absolutely.
나 누구 말했는지.
Time will tell.
It's like the proud dad of the Pro Tour.
He is, yeah. And proud dad of 2 gorgeous kiddos as well.
All right, looks like Ely did mulligan to 6 this game, with Kenji keeping a fresh 7 with an excellent start.
Good grief, look at this go. Got Danik, we got Lord Skitters, Sewer King. Lord Skitter's second ability doesn't trigger though with Danik out, right?
내가 다시 보기에서 한번 봐봐.
Extra in case. I'm gonna get rid of your graveyard, but Ely Cassis
아
wants
미안.
none of that.
스트랍이야.
Leyline binding along with the countdown.
잠시만요.
Both of those creatures and the graveyards are free game once again.
And Ely did test with the rest of Team Channel Fireball, replaying that domain list. His list is much different, much more controlling. Plays 4 Chrome Host Seed Shards instead of some of the other things like Topiary Stomper.
아, 우리 다시 보기 없지. 죄송. 확인 불가능함.
He did 6-0 limited and only 2-2'd constructed here with that 8-2 record. So
아, 우리 다시 보기 못 보지. 한국이라.
But he's also playing a Shieldred in the deck.
Goodness, these cards, these creatures don't stay on the board long enough for us to even register. You know, there's been a Shieldred, but no Urtai says no thank you. We had Danik Pie's Apparition gobbled up there by another Leyline Binding. So cards flying fast and furious here for both players.
All right, let's see what our follow-up is here. Looks like Kenji still got 4 cards in hand, with Ely at 2 or 3 there.
This domain control deck has been so impressive.
Yeah, whatever iteration you have of it, it very much is great. When you just play all the best possible cards, Ely is maximizing on Up the Beanstalk and Leyline Binding, so that's kind of the backbone of his deck. Just really maximizing that card. And we've seen Up the Beanstalk just be so good that
So
playing
many
anything less than 4, you know, really seems silly at times.
There was so much debate on social media about Up the Beanstalk, you know, half of it's going, yeah, it's great, the other half's going, no, it's trash. It's pretty darn good, as it turns out. Turning all of your 5 mana value spells into card draw, heck yeah.
So here is the end, which is a nice little card, exiling it, and you just get to peek at what's going on in your opponent's hand, deck, graveyard, so no Danik on either side. Will be cast here, and you get to see how your opponent sideboarded. So the end gives you a lot of good information, while being a okay removal spell.
You know, it's not amazing or anything, but it's certainly information. I'm glad we're not the only ones who get tripped up by alternate arts and the like.
And it does look like Kenji not only you know, has cards in his language, of course, but also has a really cool looking deck with all these foils and all.
Oh yeah,
so
it's beautiful, you know.
really nice.
실거짓이 그
Fancy up your deck.
뭔가 무슨
Looks like virtue, destroy evil,
그
and
뭐라고
the
해야 돼요?
Wandering Emperor in hand for Kenji, able to deploy the Wandering Emperor right now, I believe, as long as that mana.
칼 들고 막 3인칭으로 막 다니면서 때리고 싸우는 그런 류 게임 있잖아요. 패딩 치고 그런 류 게임이죠. 예. 다크 소울류. 피구라. 저는 피지컬이 개쓰레기라 그런 게임을 안 좋아해서 저처럼 포기하면 편한데 왜 힘든 길을.
So with perfect information now, where does Ely Cassis go from here? Don't have his cards in hand available, unfortunately, but let's see what he deploys. It's another Shieldred, the Apocalypse.
봐봐요. 깨면 쾌감 지리죠. 그죠? 그 시간에 그냥 술 먹어도 비슷함. 쾌감 지리. 근데 술 먹는 거는 마트만 가면 되니까 쉽죠? 피구라는 노동을 해야죠.
Fight through. We saw destroy evil, so the Shieldred is likely not long for the world, but the Wandering Emperor down on the board and assembling her forces.
안 하는 게 이득.
Maybe Ely was saving it for that.
저도 술 마실 친구 없어 혼자 집에서 먹어요.
Double Shieldreds down. Let's see if the next variant of Shieldred will survive.
Yeah, you think it'll be a third art as well?
저도 그래요.
I think so.
그래서 혼자 먹어요.
I'd bet on that. Yeah. It's Vegas. May as well bet on something insubstantial, inconsequential. Shattered Sanctum.
오 일단 에스퍼 판이라고 보기에는 결승까지 보고 메타 지난 다음에 봐야 될 것 같아요. 그러니까 좀 유명한 사람들, 잘하는 사람들은 에스퍼 아닌 거 많이 들고 나왔거든요. 이 결과를 보고 나서 어떻게 바뀔지 봐야지 알 것 같은데. 이것도 도메인 컨트롤이니까 옷이에요. 옷이 비슷한 거예요. 옷이 램프 듀크가 지금 가장 성적 좋고. 그러니까 당장의 이 환경을 보고 에스퍼 판이다 이렇게 보기 아직은 애매한 것 같네요. 제가 생각하기에 좀 플레이가 그 레전드리 아니에요. 이거 미드레인지예요. 그 에스퍼 레전드리는 많이 안 나왔어요. 좀 다른 덱이긴 함.
Wandering Emperor continuing to add to the board here. Another soldier and in for 5 points of damage, so down to 12.
환경이 안 변한 건 아니에요.
One thing that Ely's deck does not contain is Atraxa. You know that big over.
지금 꽤 괜찮아요 환경. 이 정도면 저희가 볼 때는 많이 괜찮은 환경인데. 사람마다 기준은 다를 수 있긴 한데.
So these kind of board states look to be even worse. That this kind of trying to come back from this is amplified.
아직 없죠.
Don't have the powerful spells.
지금 있을 수도 있겠다. 지금 나왔을 수도 있겠다. 볼까요? 어제는 아직 안 나왔었는데 지금은 나왔을 수도 있겠다. 근데 이게 결과 나온 다음에 나오지 않나? 중간에 그냥 나오나?
Kenji's just like, sure, I'm a swing. And, 3 mana available for Ely, but not doing anything about this attack. Down to 3 he goes, and Kenji is looking poised to pick up his 8th win here at the World Championship.
Yep, absolutely. Ely will have to take down 2 of the next 3 to make it to the top 8.
아직 안 나온 듯한데 덱리스트 보려면 그냥 위자드 홈페이지 가면 있어요.
Counters on all, my friends. Do we have a board wipe for Ely Cassis?
뭐 그렇긴 하죠. 그렇긴 한데 이번 이벤트는 100명밖에 안 나오는 이벤트라 덱리스트 찾는 게 그렇게까지 어렵진 않을 거예요. 지금 해보고 싶으면은 찾는 게 그렇게 어렵진 않아요. 이벤트 자체가 월드라서 많이 없어요. 300~400명씩 나오는 이벤트는 아니라서.
No, that's it. The hand extends to Kenji Seiko picking up the win here,
뭐야?
improving to 8
도메인
wins.
좋네?
So for both players, 2 more wins to go before they can lock up their spot in the top 8, Corey.
Yep, absolutely. And it sounds like, if Ely were to sneak in there, he'd be like,
게임을 못.
to a blue draft for the top 8. His record being 6-0 for that one. But yeah, big congrats to Kenji on a nice win there.
Yeah, maybe we can sign a petition somewhere and get Wizards to change
sure.
things at the last second. Who knows? Alrighty, friends, we are going to take a quick break, and when we're back, we're going to be with the news desk after that.
아, 그만. 그만 들어. 근데 아랄라 좋은 데가 아니에요. 다른 덱 연구하시는 걸 추천드립니다. 저는 그냥 기본기 연습하고 싶으면은 BG 추천하고, 그냥 성적을 좀 잘 내고 싶다 하면은 램프도 괜찮고, 에스퍼는 솔직히 저는 비추천. 운영하는 덱이라보다 그냥 템포 덱에 가까워가지고. 로그 덱 좋아요? 나 요즘에 페어리 연구 중인데 페어리 한번 해보실래요? 아, 그래요? 오, 그쵸, 뭐 크게 바뀐 건 없을 거예요. X라고 하면 바뀐 게 없긴 하죠.
Welcome back to Las Vegas, Nevada, and World Championship 29. 50 players remain here in our battle to name the best in the world. Magic the Gathering. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news desk. Marie Bartholdi and Mani Devooti here as we get down to the wire on day 2 of competition, ever closer to our top 8. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out where we are at. Reed Duke.
루크는 한 번만 더 이기면 진출할 걸로 보이네요. 아마도 맞을 거예요.
Top 8. Mani, what does that mean for everybody else?
7 spots remaining, Maria, and we know that up until the last round, if you get to 10, you're in. So for Simon Nielsen, he's now the person that is 1 win away and has 2 rounds of win-ins before that ultimate round. For everyone else, still at least.
아니 근데 이 이벤트 자체가 월드라서
other than Simon Nielsen right now.
잘하는 사람이 성적 잘 내는 게 좀 당연한 대회긴 해요. 페어리 이렇게 잡으려고.
Somebody who came in second last year at the World Championship. Take a look. Here is our top 8 so far. Reed Duke in with
이렇게 해보려고 생각 중이에요.
the magic number before the final round of play. Who will be joining him? We will find out so soon. And there is Reed taking a picture with teammates there. So happy to make the top 8 here at this World Championship. Congratulations.
본매치.
The first person in
본매치 테스트하러
Cedric
갑니다.
Takum after his big win last round.
난 칼 좋을 것 같아. 옛날 델버 느낌으로.
Alright, we're queuing it up. There it is. There's a look at the trophy while we wait. This is what the players are playing for this weekend. Alright, let's hear from Reed now.
This guy again. Reed. Again? Again?
What can I say?
Reed, you just won your match to lock it up, to make the top 8 of another World Championship. Easy question. How's it feel, man?
It feels awesome. I mean, this is what I woke up in the morning hoping to do, and just keep the train rolling for Sunday. And like I said to you an hour ago, I mean, you don't get that many shots to be the world champion, so I really want to make the most of it.
So for Constructed, this story's kind of going around a little bit. Late game audible. I've known you for a while. I don't think of you as someone who makes kind of the late game switch. Now, trusting the Seath, okay, that makes some sense. Domain control, clearly within the wheelhouse of what you like to do. But after you decided, you know what, okay, I'm gonna make the switch. Like, nerves? You said earlier limited, am I blowing it? Clearly it's going okay, but what kind of nerves with a choice like that?
Yeah, I mean, the ramp deck, like, you kind of look at the cards on paper and you're like, wow, so many moving pieces, so many colors of mana. What if I miss a land drop? What if I don't have my double white on time? And yeah, like, all these things can happen, and sometimes you play a game with the ramp deck where you kind of feel silly, like, you know, how did I get myself into this mess? But other times, it goes smoothly, you know, you slot in your removal spells on the way to working up to Atraxa, and then these 7 mana cards, they just win the game such a high frequency of the time that it makes for a pretty effective plan.
Well, it has been plenty effective for you. You are our first player into the top 8 at World Championship 29, Reed. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And that is Reed Duke, the first person into our top 8. Well, it is deck tech time, and we've got Corey Baumeister with Javier Dominguez. Tell us what he played in Standard and how to play it.
All right, everybody, I am joined by back-to-back Pro Tour top 8 competitor and
좋아요.
one ranked player in the Player of the Year race, Javier Dominguez. Javier, how are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
I cannot complain. I cannot complain. So you are playing Golgari mid-range today. Maybe not necessarily the most flashy deck we've ever seen. What made you want to play this here at the World Championship?
Well, honestly, it feels like I think I'm going to be able to play the deck well. Like other decks, I'm afraid I might make some mistakes, and you know, Wolves is like the toughest tournament, the best players here, and I just thought like if I'm in a stress situation, like in the finals, semi-finals, or whatever, I want a deck that maybe it's not the best, but it's the one that's best for me. I want to play it well, and I think that's being in a comfort zone is what's important for me in this tournament.
And you've always kind of liked those mid-range style decks,
I
right?
do.
That's
They
your
are my
bread and
thing.
butter?
Yeah, it definitely is.
So let's start by checking out some of the cards here. I would say one of the new cards and probably the most mid-range cards I think we have ever seen is Mosswood Dread Knight. Tell us about this one. This has to be my favorite card from the set.
Yeah, it's very cool to play with. It's like Spaniard, remember that card? But for mid-range.
Yeah.
What was aggressive, it goes from mid-range, it's hard to kill.
But it can block.
Can block, can draw cards, can also attack. It's like a very mid-range card. And, you know, you describe it well, and definitely one of the big payoffs of being green. One of the strongest cards in your set, and I mean, I'm putting a lot of hope in this small guy.
And I mean, just the value, never really ending, constantly going back on that adventure, ends up being excellent. One of the other new cards here we have is Blossoming Tortoise. This card has a lot of synergies in the deck. Tell us a little bit about this one.
Well, for starters, it's good with a creature land, like obviously like Cottage, which is a strong card as well, and Mitchell's Foundry. But the thing is, the bar for drops in Consulted is quite high.
Yeah.
But this is a card that you have to deal with sometimes, like most of the times, but it still leaves value in the battlefield. I think that's very good. That's something like a card like Shieldred that makes him more powerful doesn't do.
Yeah, Shieldred definitely one of the most powerful cards that we've seen this entire year. But if you just kill it, sure, you lost 2 life or whatever, no big deal. But you were saying some of the creature lands that it goes into, Mishra's Foundry is something we've seen, but Restless Cottage here has to be one of the best creature lands that we have seen in a very long time. Tell us a little bit about the applications of this.
It gives the village slash half of the, you know, the land, battleground land, like the creature land. Yeah. It's just like a big payoff because
왜 칼 안 나와? 칼 써보고 싶어서 하고 있는 건데.
And it's just like mana fixes as well, like it makes the mana better. Yeah. I think this deck might not exceed if it wasn't for this creature land.
Yeah. And the Tortoise making it cheaper, does that come up pretty often?
Not only cheaper, but also bigger.
Yeah, yeah. Attacks for 5 if you have 1.
You know, they add up very fast. Like if you have 2 of these lands on a Tortoise, then like suddenly you're taking for 13 out of 1 card, and that's a lot.
And if you ever have like 1 Tortoise in play, 6 mana, you can play another one and then activate, something like that.
There's a lot of wild things happening with Tortoise sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. So besides that, we have some other creatures that kind of fill
out
here. You have some 1-ofs, you have some 2-ofs, but Glissa Sunslayer is one that has just been an incredible card. Maybe didn't really have a home, you know, in Standard the last couple times. Like, is this just an auto-include in every Golgari deck, or what do you like about this?
I think so. I mean, I think it was not played much because of Fable the Mirror Breaker. We know that 3-drop was like very high.
Yeah, it's not quite Fable. But.
Yeah. But this is a
나왔다,
creature
칼.
that always wins the combat, or at least
했어봐야겠다.
combat. Yeah. And this is a creature that's hard to ignore, which means you play it and your opponent often has to work with it, and that's very good at protecting Shieldred which is something this card does very well. So I think it's like a team player here.
Okay, it's the glue that holds it together.
A little bit, yeah.
Speaking of another card that holds the deck together is something that we've seen for a very long time, and that's Graveyard Trespasser. Now, you got some strong opinions about this card, right?
Yeah, I think this card, like, it doesn't look very good. Like, I always try to cut it from my decks, but the I cut it and eventually I'm like, the deck is missing something, and I put it back. And this was good in the last other deck, Black Red Midrange, good in Pioneer also. Like, this is a good card that just pretty much the glue of the deck in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And graveyards are definitely relevant in this tournament, so being able to take care of some of those cards is definitely powerful.
Absolutely.
So the last thing I want to talk to you about, Javier, is kind of your removal sweep. You know, you have some cutdowns, gigs commands, like a lot of one-ofs and stuff. Do you just like one-ofs, or is this a very calculated amount of removal spells?
I do like one-offs a lot.
Okay.
I just think like one-offs sometimes let you spread your answers like very well, and you know, having access to these cards as a one-off means cannot play around it.
Yeah.
But also like you know, it's good to have access to them. Like
좋다.
sometimes you get them, and then you can sculpt your games around that.
Okay.
And they can often not keep coming. So I like to have these like big cards that also gives commands, which is an answer in a way, but also like a big bomb sometimes. So I like to have access to those. Sometimes they don't go well, but you know.
Yeah, it's hard to play around a lot of one-ofs, that's for sure. Well, Javier, last time we did a deck pick, you top 8 in. I hope the same for you.
이거 대박 느낌 나고 괜찮을 것 같은데. 아직도 잡담하고 있어? 이거 약간 연구를 좀 해보려고 같아.
Festival in a Box is available for pre-order now and includes Dan Frazier's Mox Box, an extraordinary secret lair drop featuring Mox Opal, Max Tantalite, and Soul Ring, with foil-etched retro framed art by the legendary Dan Frazier. A Chaos Draft booster grab bag, a Mystery Booster Convention Edition box, and a gorgeous...
요걸로 쓸 수 있는 게 많은 게 좋은 것 같아. 요거 펜타림이 많으니까 21랜드여도 땅 까는 것도 어렵지 않고.
We're of course trying to give away that trophy to somebody here this weekend, but we also are going to award a Player of the Year title, which is a highly coveted title that we're bringing.
그리고 언커먼 와카 없어가지고 이거 없어서 이때 테스트를 못해고. 이거 개 좋지 않아요? 얘 2턴에 나오고 3턴에 캔트립 돌리면 4턴에 이것 중 하나 나오면 바로 이거 하나 나오고. 좋아 보이는데 이거?
And Simon Nielsen needs to make top 8 to force this race into tomorrow. Good news is he has 2 rounds to do so. We're going to find
벙커 와카 레어 미시타 오리. 저 덱 짜느라고 많이 만들기 때문에 없어요.
Alright, everybody, let's get ready for round number 12.
이게 근데 나올 때 좀 많이 아프긴 하더라고요. 10점 맞으니까.
Hey, we're going to see if Simon Nielsen can make top 8 there. Simon Nielsen versus Anthony Lee. Azorius Soldiers versus Golgari Midrange. Let's get to meet our players. Simon Nielsen, 2 Pro Tour top 8s this season. A good reason why he's doing so well in that Player of the Year race. The winner of the World Magic Cup in 2014 with Team Denmark. This is a win and in to the top 8 for Simon Nielsen. But he's going to have to get through Anthony Lee to do it, sitting at 8-2-1. Anthony Lee was our overnight leader of the tournament, won the Australia-New Zealand Regional Championship to make it here today. There's the players. Tell me about the decks, Monty.
All right, let's start by taking a look at.
근데 이거 페어리 약간 옛날 델버 생각해보면 괜찮은 것 같은데 나는.
Inglis, Nathan
나는 덱 괜찮아 보여, 솔직히.
Nathan and David, not great day 1. Simon doing great with it. This deck, the reason they brought it is they wanted to play Make Disappear in the standard format, and they believe this is the best Make Disappear deck. Makes sense, you have a lot of flash threats and cheap creatures, so you're always able to hold up Make Disappear alongside being able to put on a lot of pressure on your opponent. One of the key cards of
아, 페어리 올려달라는 거야? 나 리엔이 올렸는데?
gives you a huge 3-up in value using all those cheap creatures that you're playing, and of course Convoke continues to allow you to leave up mana to play on your opponent's turn. On the other side, we see Anthony Lee
칼이 없다.
of Team Handshake as well, so this is a battle between
칼이 이 덱의 핵심인데?
decided to go against the grain and bring this Golgari mid-range deck because of comfort. This deck is very cool, they found some success with it. Mosswood Dread Knight, the excellent new inclusion to the deck, headlines the creature suite that is followed by Glissa, Shieldred, and the Blossoming important. This deck is all about being able to grind, being able to have these sources of card advantage.
제재시켜야겠다, 제재. 마카가 많은 제재시키는 수밖에 없어요, 이거.
But you're a little unfavored when you're being put under a lot of pressure like this Soldier's deck.
All right, in this
Yo-on.
Monty, what should everybody be
도전!
watching for in particular?
Okay, so I think for this specific matchup, I would be looking for a sideboard cut that is coming out of Anthony's deck, which is Path of Peril. Normally, this is not the best board wipe, considering it's a little expensive if you want to use the full cleave cost. However, against the Soldier's deck, just playing this for 3 mana kills almost all of their creatures. So if Anthony boards this in and is able to draw it at the right time against the right board state, it could just be a devastating turn of the tide for him. Devastating.
All right, everybody, that's our setup of round number 12. Let's find out what happens. Over to Marshall and Paul with Paul in the booth.
Thank you, Maria. Welcome to the booth here at the World Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. And I mean, this is about as big as it gets if you're sitting in Simon Nielsen's seat with just one victory needed to secure that top 8 slot. And let's not forget, he started 0-2.
0-2 into 9-0. And if he lost a slot into the top 8, then Player of the Year is also up for grabs.
Incredible pressure on him, though it is spread out over potentially this round and next. But I'll tell you what, he'll want to take care of business right here and right now. The person who's going to try to stop him from doing just that, Anthony Lee, sitting across from him. He sleeved up Golgari mid-range for the tournament, and he's had quite a wild ride here as well. We followed him early in the morning on his booster draft. Now, though, we're in standard. Let's get underway in game number 1. Big picture matchup, Paul. Who's favored? Who do you like here?
I think it's a pretty close matchup.
님들아 이거 보세요.
This
아니다, 나 빨리 끝낼게.
has kind of a lower curve, but it's not the most aggressive deck. We have 2 more aggressive decks in the format in mono white, mono red. But of course, you sacrifice some of that to gain access to make disappear and counter magic to help you against the slower decks in the format. Now, this Golgari deck, it does have some somewhat expensive cards, but it also has cheap cards to interact. So Anthony Lee very well aware of the card make disappear and will do his best to play around that. One of the really important cards in this matchup for Anthony Lee is going to be that duress that you see, right? Because that's a cheap way to deal with some of the counter magic, but also
깐족이.
go for the throat. Cards that allow
깜짝이
you
나왔어요,
to also
깜짝이.
play at instant speed, so that if you have that option, maybe you save that and pass to play around your opponent's make disappear.
Pair of Chrome coats here for Simon Nielsen. He did get duressed. Not super effective.
It missed.
It did end up missing. And you see the Mosswood Dread Knight is on an adventure thanks to, what is it called? Dread Whispers. I knew that.
All right, and then of course going to convoke. This is going to be a huge turn here from Simon Nielsen.
He says, yeah, there's a reason I'm main facing this one. Here comes Knight Errant of Eos with Convoke. He had the 1 mana left over, plus the 4 creatures getting tapped. This is only turn 3.
Yeah, and the Golgari mid-range deck, at least game 1, doesn't have a way to kind of clean up the board like this. Monty mentioned Path of Peril being one of the most important cards, but that's a card that you see in the sideboard. So this is going to be really tough here for Anthony Lee.
Near maximum on that X as well. I didn't quite see what he found, but I'm sure we'll find out soon enough.
Yeah, I mean, Simon's hand just kind of has it all here. We have the Iganjo too. The Regal Bunnycorn is a 6/6 if you play it next turn.
No kidding.
No removal here for Anthony Lee. His only option here is probably just to run out a Graveyard Trespasser. Oh, never mind. Looks like there is persistence, but
미친놈!
no great target, right? You can
짤짤짤!
That is not a great use of your speaking. So it is just going to be the Trespasser. No targets for that either.
아 존나 억울한데 짤짤짤은?
Turn back.
이게 맞냐고 짤짤짤이.
Daytime. That Trespasser hitting the battlefield.
Yeah, I imagine
걔 사기당했어요. 걔 사기.
interested in just playing as many threats here as possible. You get a free attack here from the Knight Errant as it is a 4/4. Could also consider just attacking with everything just to force 1 point of damage through. Looks like he ups against that, but hey, I mean, get you for 4. Oh my goodness. Sentinel.
Seriously?
Convoke. Bunny Corn. All the value.
Wow, this is insane here. For
신난다 하고 있는데?
He's just overwhelming Anthony.
Oh, there's Harbin as well. 5 soldiers are on the battlefield, so next turn they're all gonna fly. They're getting bigger.
What? You're not getting Harbin? What can you reveal?
Anthony's just dumbstruck here.
Yeah.
억울하다.
Look at him. What is going on?
Yep.
That's all you can say.
That's
Yep.
about all you can do. Unbelievable draw here from Simon Nielsen. I mean, Anthony drew a card, played a 3/3.
Hey, Anthony played a spell on turns 1, 2, and 3 this game.
True, yeah, he did play turret.
And he is extremely behind.
Missed with everything.
I mean, I'm thinking the best
예,
possible draw
저는
here would probably be a Shieldred off the top, right?
계속 이거 봐야죠.
Sure. And then he just lose.
And then you die.
Yeah, when your best possible draw isn't very good, you're in a really bad spot.
Yep. And there's the 6/6 Bunny Corn. Excuse me, 7/7.
20 years.
행운이 좀 부족한가?
Simon gets to joke around about the artwork on his cards. He's so far ahead.
And Anthony did find the best possible in the Shieldred here, but not sure that it's going to be good enough given that he was able to find, that Simon was able to find that Harbin. And with the 5 soldiers that he can attack with, they're all going to gain flying. So that's an attack for 11 in the air. Now I suppose you can kill a soldier here.
So he's going to kill a soldier and then scoop up his card. Simon Nielsen chuckles there, but that is game number 1. Very quickly going to Simon Nielsen. One big step towards that top 8. And we're underway here in game number 2.
Now things get a lot better here for Anthony after sideboard. Path of Peril is phenomenal.
Is he actually going to hit with duress this time?
That's a good question.
Simon slow rolling him.
Oh, got one. This hand not quite as explosive.
This is kind of funny because this is a really high stress, high stakes match they're playing. But these are 2 of the nicest, funniest players in the field, so they're still just joking around.
Yeah, and they're teammates, so.
Right, they know each other on top of it.
미친?
I wonder if it just feels like a play test game to them.
I just want, yeah, this makes me, I just want to play Magic with Anthony.
Yeah, yeah,
Like, I
totally.
just want to play some matches. Battle.
그 야리꾸리한데 다 만나서 지는구만. 이거 페어리 이거 기어 원에서 놀 수 없는 데겠네 이거.
And this is also really interesting. You would think that in this matchup where Anthony got run over, right? That a card like Phyrexian Arena might not be what you want. But Anthony actually bringing Phyrexian Arena out of the sideboard for this matchup.
Yeah, and it
Perhaps the
looks okay.
games go a little longer after sideboard.
I'm sure being on the play helps him out here as well. It's going to be Zephyr Sentinel.
페어리를 지킬 수 있는
Just want to put as much
패를 좀
pressure
써야
as
되나?
possible here, so that that arena can't take over the game with all the extra cards that it provides.
Right, you want to turn it into your friend.
Right.
It's a little 1/1 unblockable on your side. Can you capitalize?
A winning announcement. Draw card.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Yep. Anthony does have a Gix's Command, which is quite strong in this matchup. If it can resolve, it costs 5 mana. 1 mana off from playing that. Needs to find a relevant play this turn, though.
정말 12개가 그렇게 좋은 건 아닌 것 같아.
asked for one and they gave it to us and
They're joking around about which set that particular Phyrexian Arena comes from.
Oh. I mean, that's a way better one. Way better looking one than most.
Okay, Dread Knight's gonna hit the battlefield now. But I keep looking at that wedding announcement. You know, the longer those things stick around.
Right. But if you cast the Gix's command before you get to flip the wedding announcement, that would wipe Simon's side of the battlefield, right? Those two creatures in play.
Oh, sure.
Then you can potentially put 2 counters on your Dread Knight, give it lifelink, help mitigate the life loss from the Phyrexian Arena. So
I like how you're thinking here, Paul. That's a good swing.
additionally, if Simon chooses to just convoke out the Knight Errant of Eos, you could go, hey, I want to kill all 2 power creatures and also make you sacrifice the biggest thing that you have in play.
And it happens in that order.
Right. Okay, never mind. Just chooses to kind of play a slow game. But remember, Anthony, with that Gix's command, can wipe the board here.
Right.
That's 4 creatures down, and you make a 5/4 lifelinker for the turn.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Sorry, that's really important.
It is, yeah.
Simon only attacked with his Zephyr Sentinel, so he does get a token from his wedding announcement.
It's like the coast is clear. It just feels like
11 to 22.
Anthony's
23.
want to go.
I don't think it will matter too much.
Sounds like you haven't played the Magic much.
Simon's just digging on it.
I mean, I did tell you that you're supposed to be the aggro deck, right? I think he actually said the opposite. But.
I was like, what are you talking about?
They are very familiar with this matchup.
You can tell. Simon's questioning him, you know. You don't know this.
He's just trying to throw him off. Ooh, he's got a Path of Peril in hand as well. There's a Nissa, which is a nice way to kill Wedding Announcement and the Takazia's Welcome. Oh, yeah,
there it is.
Brutal.
Make this one big, make all those gone.
Yeah.
It's for 5 so I got a 70. Yes, and you go to a 16.
That was nice.
That was very nice. And does Simon even have a great play this turn?
He's just gonna need
play
one
in
pretty
Knight
soon.
Errant of Eos, but for no value?
Oh. Yeah, that feels like a tough way to come back into the game by trading off.
Turn, put my announcement draw card.
Okay, so choosing not to, and really wants to get the value.
No, we'll see, yeah.
Maybe you draw the Emperor.
Oh, that actually be a sick draw.
He has it in his hand for sure.
Some bold predictions here from Anthony Lee.
100%.
He's trying to get a read, maybe. Do you have the Wandering Emperor in your hand?
Well, now you'll know for sure. There's a duress.
First he predicted that he would draw it off of that trigger, and then he said, maybe you've already got it. Simon didn't really give him anything. You know. And Anthony wants to know too. That's a whiskey. Yeah, that is one of those ones where you miss and you actually still feel relieved about it.
Yeah. I mean, that arena, you're just so far ahead on cards, right? And not to mention, you got a nice 4-for-1 or something on the previous turn.
Right.
So now the coast is clear. What's the biggest threat?
Is Simon gonna Otawara? Like, is his life total under?
Right, could use the Otawara
threat?
on the Dread Knight.
Nope, he's gonna take it. He's down to 12.
Now, does Anthony play the 3-2 or just keep up go for the throat here?
He's gonna keep the aggression rolling. And Simon's gonna make a Phyrexian Might token on end step.
So Simon has created his own card advantage engine here. Takazia's Welcome plus Murex. This ability triggers once per turn, so you play a creature on your turn and then end of turn make a token. So even better, potentially. But does need to find a way to deal with that 5/4 trampling Mosswood Dread Knight here. Anthony has plenty of incredible options at his disposal. Go for the throat plus Nissa next turn.
He's rebuilding. One card at a time. Both players with card draw engines rolling. Feels like the game's still recovering from Anthony having swept the board with the Gix's command. Now
Yeah, this is a big turn.
Knight Errant of Eos. And again, he's going to be able to pay 4. So X equals 4 here. He's left himself 2 mana available.
He is down to 12.
There's the Zephyr Sentinel.
얘들아, 이거를 넣어서 이걸 지켜주려고 했더니 청보야.
Just the Zephyr Sentinel. So Anthony can get Simon down pretty low here. Has a go for the throat for the Knight Errant. Can potentially attack in for 8. You have a Foundry as well. There's also Path of Peril. It's a little bit less exciting given that you also have two Mana Valley creatures in play.
Right.
One which is the biggest creature on the battlefield, but perhaps there's just too much in play that he still needs to fire it off anyways.
Zephyr Sentinel counts as counts as 3 cards.
Yeah.
And I have 6.
That Takazi is welcome, doing a lot of work for Simon Nielsen.
And he seems to have kind of set up the combo here.
Yeah.
But Anthony's been reaping the rewards from that Phyrexian Arena for multiple turns now, and it's got to feel tough for Nielsen to try to overcome that.
Anthony's gonna just try to just get aggressive here, perhaps go for the throat on the 5/5, excuse me.
Life totals have stayed very close, again thanks to the arena.
Now Simon doesn't have 5 soldiers to attack with, so Harbin will not trigger next turn. Can play the Zephyr Sentinel at instant speed, but I still think we're going to be a little bit short. Make Disappear will not be able to counter this, even for 4. Yeah. So I think Simon just has to let this one go. Could play a Zephyr Sentinel to bounce it.
Yeah, I mean, is he going to do it anyway?
No.
아, 이거나 봐야겠다.
Right, looks like he's valuing the
충격 먹었어요.
disappeared here still.
어째 이런 일이.
Because this is an attack
홍보라니.
for Simon on the crackback.
Ooh. With the Zephyr Sentinel?
With the Zephyr Sentinel, it's an attack 14.
Ooh.
And Anthony's at 13. And Anthony does not have a lethal attack here. So if he attacks with both, if he attacks with both and tries to cast the Path of Peril, I guess Simon has to cast Make Disappear, and then he won't have lethal.
Right.
He'll be a little bit short.
Exactly.
Okay, this is.
너무 좋아서 충격 먹었다기보다 내가 이런 걸 놓치다니 늙었나? 이런 생각 들어서 충격
You
받았어요.
clear the board? Do you just pass? You do have a creature land available. If you take damage to play the Nissa, you're dead, right? Because you try to cast it, you're going to go down to 9.
Yeah.
It gets countered, and then you take 11.
And you're dead on board if it gets countered.
Okay, Path of
내가 이런 걸 놓치다니 이런 느낌?
So can he make Disappear?
So if he wants to make Disappear, he also sacrifice a creature.
Right.
And if he does, he will only be able to attack for 9.
Ugh.
So a little bit short.
But it's better than losing his board, right?
Well, potentially. I mean, perhaps these Dread Knights are just a giant problem, right? Maybe you just reset and just flash in the Sentinel.
And get a card.
Get a card, get in for 3, and
Maybe this
worry
is an
about the Dread Knights
opportunity
later.
for him to have his problem solved for him? Let's find out. This is a really interesting inflection point here for Nielsen.
Okay.
He does want to protect what he's got.
Yep. How, can he find 4 extra damage here somehow?
내가 내 거를 지켜주는 게 의미가 없어.
That can bounce the 5/4. So then he'd go down to 1.
팔을 쓸 거면 그러면
Anthony's got a bunch of lands and some
헬피어스
creature
같은
lands
거 써야
available
되나?
as well.
That's right.
If Anthony plays an untapped land, he can attack with both the Foundry and the Restless Cottage. And
he can do both potentially?
Right, because 2 mana plus the Foundry. Then right now there's 3 mana with the Restless Cottage. You just play an untapped land. That's 2 additional attackers.
Simon Nielsen playing for top 8 here. He's up a game, and he's got a 9-2 record. 10 is the magic number.
Do you just play a creature here, draw a card, and reevaluate?
It's starting to feel like that's the option, yeah. Because he can't close out the game this turn, at least with the board as it sits.
There we go. Oh, excuse me. There was a Lunark veteran in the graveyard.
Okay.
And remember earlier where I believe Simon missed a life gain trigger?
Yes, it was 1 life.
And it was like, it might not matter. It could.
갑자기 신났구만.
Oh, that's rough. He drew a second copy of Harbin. Remember, these Dread Knights trample.
Especially the big one.
Super trample.
슈퍼 트램플은 뭐야?
Tough spot here for Nielsen. You can see he's deep in the tank. These are the positions that don't come up that often, right?
Yeah.
Really, really close.
Because you want to set aside. Okay, so you have to think about, look, I want to at least maybe set aside the token for a potential Restless Cottage attack, right? Because that's just already a lethal attack by itself.
Uh-huh.
But then you also, you know, you have Otawara. Let's say you bounce.
손에 이거 하나 있고
You still need to
이거 하나 있고
keep something back to block the 3/2.
바운싱 있고.
I suppose you can take the 3 and just block the 2. So look at this. Choosing the right number of creatures to attack with might just pass here, right?
Yeah.
Attack with both of these, hit you for 7, get you down to 6. Have 2 blockers. You can block the Restless Cottage. You can bounce the Dread Knight. You can block the other Dread Knight or the Foundry, and you'd go down to 1.
And he's going to pass the turn back. This is about as close as it gets.
And there's this arena too.
Yeah, I'm wondering, what about for Anthony's side, if he does the play that we saw yesterday with Nissa Ascended Animus, just cast it for full and just immediately...
Oh, absolutely. If he just decides to just go for it. But it's rough because it's like you can attack with your creature land, which you know for sure we will be able to get in there.
Yeah.
You'll make a food. You can gain some life.
It's a very all-in play.
Or you can just slam Nissa and just go for it.
How many forests are over there for Anthony? Okay, never mind. There's none.
So he would just have super trample. So yeah, that doesn't even accomplish anything here.
Yeah, double trample's double overrated.
Right. It's not like double strike. So that's not actually a thing here. So it's just sizing up your creature lands. Do you just go with the cottage? What happens then, right? If you go with the cottage, you know it's going to eat something. You'll have a food available to you. And that means you'll go up to 8
바운싱 한 방에 간다.
The arena will put you down to 7 next turn. And you have the Harbin, which flies. That's a guaranteed 4 points of damage. But then you have the recruitment officer. Oh, this is a tough turn here.
Extraordinarily close between these two. You can see Anthony Lee kind of lining up his creature lands.
Is he just going to go double creature land attack?
Did you see him kind of shrug? He's like, well, I guess we'll just do it.
But we all Simon's already mathed this out. I'm pretty sure.
It looks like
you go block the 2 creatures on the right, and you bounce the 5/4. You take 3. You go to 1, untap, attack for lethal.
Yes. And Anthony Lee looks like he found no other way forward other than doing this. And you see the Otawara come in there.
I think Simon's going to do it. 0-2 into 10-0 into the top 8 of the World Championship.
Incredible. Block, and that's going to do it. Simon Nielsen
깝죽이 승!
through to the top 8 from an 0-2 start. He keeps World Championship dreams alive. He keeps Player of the Year dreams alive, and he's just secured his Sunday play.
뭐 도치 차이 봐.
As you saw,
아빠와 아들
these
같다.
guys were with each other. There's a nice big hug afterwards between even the competitors. And yes, Simon, you should be that excited. What a win for him. 0 for 2 in the 10-2. That's incredible.
What an incredible run. I just want you to just imagine, because we've talked about what kind of a heater Nathan Stoyer's been on this year. I just want to know, within the last last 365 days,
행복한 깝죽이를
Simon
보고
Nielsen
있습니다.
now has 4 top finishes. 4.
That's unbelievable run, and it's no wonder that he's in the running for Player of the Year with finishes like that. Okay, well, we're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we have more feature match action for you here from the World Championship. Don't go anywhere.
칼을 쓰기 위한 연구를 하고 있죠. 야수카 꼴등. 페어리 실패.
And welcome back to coverage here of the Magic the Gathering World Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. We are in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada, and we're here at the Magic Con. There's a lot going on outside of just the World Championship, but of course that's where we're focused here with you, because we're down in the feature match area for more standard. And this one, we've got the deck that you'd probably expect the most and the one that you might expect the least facing off. We've got Esper mid-range down there. We've seen that one over time, and you can see that's in the hands of Kazune Kosaka on the left there.
나왔다 모노블루.
Philippe Garreau on the other side.
보여줘. 홍보 보여줘.
Blue Cauldron, Paul.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Marshall. Have not tested with that deck very much.
Wasn't a big part of your metagame breakdown?
No, I did spend a good amount of time yesterday on the floor checking it out. I wasn't sure if this deck was good, but they actually had an 8-4 record yesterday with the deck.
So actually
doing very, very well. And so I want to see this deck in action. Might not be able to give you the most cutting-edge expert commentary, but we'll see what happens.
We'll hang on for the ride either way, Paul. Don't worry about it. Let's get underway.
I do know that when speaking to them, they told me that the most problematic card against Esper was Denick, as it shuts off the combo. With Denick in play, you can no longer target cards in graveyard, which shuts off your Cauldron.
I see.
So
and this is a combo deck.
It is a combo deck, but the thing is, there's two ways to win in this deck. There's, of course, that infinite combo, which when Philippe does that, we'll all get excited and do it. But the other way is to just attack with 5/4 unblockable creatures. The deck's really good at that. You have Training Ground, you have Omen Hawker, and you just have a lot of ways to just, with the Surge engine, you can just deal lots of damage, and that's their backup plan. And they said it's about 50-50. Sometimes, most of the time, we just kill you with our 5/4 unblockables.
Going to interest you in a Sleep Cursed Fairy as well. Another beatdown card. Now, speaking of ways to interact, you can see there for Kazune, he's got Lord Skitter, which is another way to mess with your opponent's graveyard while also applying pressure.
Right, absolutely.
Kind of a nightmare, honestly.
This is a lot of damage coming in here from Kasaka, but he is tapped out, right?
That's where you want your opponent when you're playing mono
Can
blue
Kuro
combo.
figure something out here? We got a Training Grounds. We have the Surge Engine. Training Grounds does lower the cost of activated abilities down by 2 to a maximum of just 1 mana, so you can't just do it for free.
Right.
But the Sleep Curse Fae now costs 1 mana to untap.
And it's almost there anyway.
Right. Now, I'm not into. I don't think Philippe will be able to race in this situation. Racing a Rafine with all these creatures in play is kind of difficult. But
Surge Engine going to get leveled up. Kasaka's going to take a...
레이스에서는 질 텐데.
all right, just a little bit of damage here. It's unblockable.
Normally it has Defender. Gets a pretty big upgrade for just the blue mana.
So it's a 3/2 unblockable, and now making it a 5/4 unblockable. And looks like Philippe is interested in just racing here. It's a 5/4 unblockable, and the Sleep Curse Fae. Remember, it can untap here for 1 mana. And I don't think it has any more stun counters on it.
It doesn't. Yeah, you're right.
It can block.
And it may need to. We could just have an outright race here.
Not what I expected.
No.
Coming in.
And it looks like Philippe's graveyard is already fully exiled, so...
And what's the target here?
쥐들한테 고통받고 있음.
The target was Rafine.
I saw that.
Yeah, you saw the target?
Did.
It was pretty clear.
Okay, 3 cards. Oh, is there a Wandering Emperor here potentially? No, that's going to get...
It's getting discarded
taken
here.
away as well.
Ooh, 4 counters.
Dang.
Oh,
and there's go for the throw to kill the blocker.
5, 6, 7, 8, 11.
It's 11.
It goes down to 4. All right, what do you have for us?
Kasaka's at 14. So he's not going to be able to be killed that quickly.
Wow.
And that's going to be game number 1. Wow, what an aggressive draw there from Kazune Kasaka.
And you saw the power of Lord Skitter there. You know,
너무 무기력하게 졌는데 모노 블루?
Some people play Skitter, and it really just depends on what you're expecting. If you expect a lot of mono red and stuff like that, then that's where you want to be playing the
콤보야.
Faster. It gains you some life, and it's harder to kill. But in a matchup like this, where your opponents just don't have any ways to kill your creatures, you want the Skitter. It kills you fast.
아마 콤보가 나오니까 보여주는 거 아닐까?
Omen Hawker into Sleep Curse Fairy.
Did Philippe miss a Landra?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's on the play.
그냥 좀 어그리시브하게 게임도 되고 콤보도 있고.
Also went with the classy Bucket Islands from Zendikar.
Ooh, negate on the Training Grounds.
Oof.
이제 패는 거죠.
Kasaka has transitioned into a bit of a control
훈련장 날라갔지만.
with negate, but he's getting beaten down by Omen Hawker.
Oh, that's rough.
이거 너무 큰 댕 아니야?
That's a tough attack there. Losing your Omen Hawker like that.
Land number 3
with the
now
virtue of
for
loyalty.
Kasaka. And there it is, Rafine right on time. Just
근데 심각한 댕을 한 거 같은데.
Never late. And he discards an additional copy of Rafine, and that gets a counter on his knight.
Yeah, so Philippe's going to be looking to try to combo off here, I think.
Paul, we were talking about how well Simon's been doing this season, and Kasaka's had a really great run as well. 2 top 16s.
Wow.
This year.
Yeah, great start here. Ooh, look at this. So goes to attack. Kasaka blocks, and then Philippe plays a Witness Protection, turning it into a 1/1.
Oh.
But
the blue swords to plowshares?
Let's not get too carried away,
Got a
but
little too excited
look, when you're
there.
mono blue, you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, that's a better way to put it for sure. He's going to discard Lord Skitter, but it's going to keep the damage flowing on this knight.
Yeah, and now we're.
콤보 언제 나와? 콤보 안 나오고 끝나는데 피처 보여준 거야? 그럼 실망인데?
And we see that same play again. Rafine blocks a 3/3 and he gets shrunk down into a lowly citizen token.
Now,
with
and
damage.
Kasaka stuck on 3 lands here. I mean, Philippe's looking pretty good here. Dealt with both Rafines. Still has to deal with this 4/4 knight. I mean, we have a 3/2 in play. No great blocks here for Philippe. Hypnotic Rifter, one of the important pieces of the combo. Once you're able to generate infinite mana, you then use the Grifter to draw through your deck with infinite connives, and then eventually look to find your Realm Scorcher Hellkite, exile that with the Cauldron, and deal infinite damage.
And it gets huge too, right? The Grifter?
Right, you can just kill them with like
요즘에 포치 보면
infinitely large Grifter, yeah.
헬시에서 고통받고 있잖아요.
Oh, there's the Hellkite. Oh, flipping the Rona here. All right, just racing here.
Just straight up.
Plan B.
I wonder how often this really comes up.
I think it happens a good amount of the time, especially in the sideboarded games, right?
토트넘에서 고통받은 건가 그게? 포치 인생의 업적 아니에요?
Roll where they can just beat you down, but like, oops, I comboed you
Yeah,
out.
it's like, hey, 5/5 Trampler. Now, Kasaka.
PSG에서 더 고통받은 거 아니야? 토트넘에서는 행복했죠.
Probably want to use it here on the Rona.
인생에 제일 행복한 게 토트넘일 것 같은데? 포치? 네. 그리고 그 다음 연도에 2등 찍고 경절됐으니까 할 거 다 하고 갔잖아.
Sleep Curse Fairy's been really impressive too.
Yeah, it's really,
I feel like we might be seeing a lot more of that.
It's just a really annoying creature to deal with. Oh, Kasaka going for.
파리에서는 욕만 쳐먹고 첼시에서 지금 욕만 먹고 있는데. 토트넘일 때는 행복했던 것 같아요. 제가 생각할 때 포치 인생의 최고 행복했던 순간이 언제입니까? 그냥 토트넘이요 이런 거.
Okay. It's got him down to just that Sleep Curse Fairy. I did say it was impressive, but it looks a little.
난 그건 아니라고 생각해.
You can attack for 3 untap. Is that it? This takes Kasaka down to 9. But Kasaka has Go for the Throat in hand. Is he just going to go for it here?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're doing this attack, I imagine that's what you're looking for.
괜찮은 감독 플러스
Just attack with the 4/4, right? Yep.
몇 가지만 수반됐으면 마운트도 남고 다 남지 않았을까?
Wow, that was impressive. I was not expecting it to go that quickly.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Kasaka was able to.
저도 그래요. 우리가 힘들어요.
And the mono blue deck.
근데 대경이가 말했어요. 아레나를 열심히 안 해서 카드를 잘 모르기 때문에 안 보이는 거라고 이실 짓고 했어요. 진우님도 아레나 열심히 안 해서 안 보이는 거죠. 이실 짓고 하시죠.
If I just kill a couple of key things, I think it's just kind of like a house of cards.
Right. It's one of those things where
카드를 모르는 카드를 쓰니까는 저거 뭐지 잘 모르겠는데.
Because it's like, look, if you just have a bunch of Omen Hawkers and Hypnotic Grifters in play, and I just kill everything else, I'm good.
Yeah, that's right, and that's exactly what happened. We've got more standard to bring you here. Let's take a look at Ken Takahama.
미로매치를 보여주냐?
Sego, we're going to actually jump in on game 3 between these two. This is the Esper mid-range mirror match, and that means that we're of course fully sideboarded up and ready to.
네, 알랄라. 근데 있어요. 여기도 지금 5명인가? 또 나왔습니다. 3명인가? 5명인가?
Loyalty as a way to go over to the top in the mirror. As I was going around yesterday, I did see some ridiculous board states in Esper where there were just counters everywhere with multiple wedding announcements in play. And Kenji's
네, 그걸로 알랄라 병선 시켜서 다시 걔 복사해서 상대 거 찍고 그런 덱 있어요. 네, 뭔지 알아요. 유명해요, 그 덱.
Well, let's get underway here. Looks like Kenshi Sego's the one who's on the play for this game 3.
No white mana there for Kenshi. Has wedding announcement in hand, but cannot cast it.
And Ken looks like he's going to be content to sit on make disappear past turn.
상대가 잘 못했던 것 같은데.
Fairy Mastermind on end step.
터지면은 서보사 하기 전에 이길 수 있는데 상대가 잘못한 듯.
So we're going to see Yuta, the magic card, not the player, flying in for 2 and being annoying.
그러니까 아주오컨이었으면
Just pesky.
As fairies tend to be.
Indeed.
상대가 막 던져서 그렇게 한 거죠.
Identity.
It's got to be get countered here, right?
Kaido Shizuki.
아주오컨이어도 원래 알랄라 터지면은
Just gets out of control. I mean, it's draw card straight away.
I think Kenji's just figuring out which counter spell to use.
That's
here.
right. He had make disappear available as well, but decided to use negate. Another go, missing land drops and still missing colors.
Kenji can't seem to catch a break whenever we have him in the feature match area.
Yeah, that
here.
does seem to be the case, doesn't it?
Ooh. Edgar.
Yeah, he went for Edgar, but that one did draw the make disappear. Here's an opening, and there's a land now for Kenji.
Okay, Denik. That gives you the white mana now, if it doesn't die, to play the wedding announcement on the following turn with the Plaza of Heroes in play. Okay, drawing his way back into it here.
Well, before attacks. This is a nod once again to Kaido Shizuki, probably.
Yeah, but go for the throat probably here.
If you're going to kill it, you want to kill it before the attack happens. But
probably want to keep it around for a potential Shieldred.
분명히 삥날 수가
Just
있나?
kill it end of turn and take the 2. Also represents counters.
Yep. There it is, end of turn, go for the throat. Also could be a bluff in that scenario.
Yeah, absolutely.
In this case, it's not though, and Denix getting in there.
Clawing back in, got the white mana, get in. All
It's
right.
happening. All right, never mind. Go for the throat right back at you. But as we know, it's not a great answer for Denik.
Nope.
아마 상대가 잘 못해서 이겼을 거예요. 원래 컨트롤이어도 알랄라 터지면 힘들어요.
Play around, make this nope. Just disturbing the Denik.
Wants to know if it's going to resolve or not, and the answer is nope, it's not. So we've got a proper grind fest on our hands here now, Paul. Just one for oneing all over the place.
Coast is clear now for a wedding announcement.
This one's hard to one for one with.
아니 위에 있는 애는 저게 그려져 있는 제품인 거고 왼쪽에 있는 애는 그냥 A4 용지에 쓰는 거고 그 차이죠. 메모장을 만든 게 아니고 저거 그냥 나눠주는 건데 6시는 그냥 A4 용지로 쓰는 거고.
There's the Lord Skitter.
Okay.
Does it have any? Is there a Denik in the yard?
No, there's a go for the throat though. I think that's Ken might be Ken's last card.
You're right.
He has no more cards left, so he's
and that was on end of your main phase before
combat. Okay.
So he's out of gas.
그건 아니고 그냥 무덤견제로 쓰는 거예요.
Right, and whatever he drew. Okay, and Kenji does have a couple of cards here.
그냥 에스퍼 그냥 생물 좋은 그런 걸로 그냥 하는 덱이에요 둘 다. 제일 많이 나온 덱이에요 이게.
Oh. What else is Kenji working with here? Just only blue and black mana.
Yeah, probably white cards.
All white cards?
Kenny's leaning really hard on this wedding announcement right now.
It's going to draw him a card here too.
Really needs you to RSVP for this thing, Paul. Like, don't ignore it. Save the date. Okay, it's going to transform, as you mentioned. He's going to get the card.
Wow, and just nothing here from Kenji. Okay.
Back in business. He's got the Denik. And it looks like a Fairy Mastermind here for Ken Takahama.
Yeah, I see a Fairy Mastermind and a Rafine's Tower, I think, so it might just cycle that as well. I wonder what
Ken just have the one blue source, or does he have more?
Considering.
He has a Seachrome Coast as well. He could just activate it, I guess.
Could, but I think that's Rafine's Tower. I think you're just going to go for the cycle there instead and not let Kenji draw out of that it's pretty clear that Kenji has a bunch of spells that he just can't cast out of his hand.
원리건 하고도
Royalty, wedding announcement, cards
이제
like
결혼 발표
If anything,
때문에
you'd be looking for a removal spell just to kill the Denek.
하는 건가? 아니면 12시가
Fairy Mastermind comes in down.
결혼 발표가 있는데도 화이트가 말라서 못 쓰는 건가?
Oh, and another wedding announcement.
결혼 2개면 힘들죠.
The scales.
Yeah, I mean now at this point, if Kenji finds a white, just might be too little, too late.
Right, these wedding announcements just take over the game. Takes them a turn or two. You know, they're not the kind of card that you play and it's just over. But you know, when you don't have answers for it, you're in Kenji Seigo's seat. You're looking and going, "Well, I'm not going to come back from this thing."
Yes.
Okay, so now Kenji does have white mana, but at 8 life, with everything that's in play, it's going to be tough. Oh,
Right, now we're going to see the Fairy Mastermind activated, though. This was end step. Still end step.
파이팅.
Okay, well, he found his answer.
아니 뭐 누가 늦게 나라고 한 건 아니잖아요. 선택이잖아요.
Gotta wait for that wedding announcement to
파이팅.
flip. So, can Kenji turn it around here now?
Possible.
Ken has a bunch of cards though, right? Drew off the Urtai, drew off the Fairy Mastermind, drew 2 cards off the Fairy Mastermind. So that's 4 fresh cards here for Ken Takahama.
Gotta think he's
그래도
from that position with all this mana available.
이제 좀 더 키워서 어느 정도 되면은 지가 알아서 커요. 자동 사냥 돼요. 자동 사냥 전까지가 힘들지 자동 사냥 되면은 그때부터 괜찮아.
And now we can just jam one of them. You may go to block.
Oh yeah,
but
that's
wait,
too
there's
much.
more. The Wandering Emperor's going to give that thing counter and first strike to win the fight against Urtai.
So
자동 사냥 될 때까지만
just have to
버티세요.
deal with
파이팅.
a Wandering Emperor, a flipped wedding announcement, and another wedding announcement.
Yeah, and all the tokens. Yeah.
At 4 life.
Got to do all of those things.
All of those things.
And you have 1 turn to do it. These players are sitting at 8, 3, and 0, so they're very much in the mix for top 8. A win here, big step forward.
Absolutely.
Denek.
Nope.
Denek go. Believe that's a Seachrome Coast that he's got.
Yes, so does have access to white mana here.
Yeah.
But
is there anything? Oh, it's another cut down. He's just using these as tempo plays, but they're working really well.
So now Kenji needs two. Yeah.
No, he doesn't have it, and Ken Takahama picks up the win.
역시 화이트 땅 안 나와서 결혼 발표 못 가라고.
That'll give him a win in the next round.
Yeah, 9-3 with a win in with what is that? 2 rounds to go. So 2 chances at a top 8 here for Ken.
근데 원래 욕심 내는 덱이라 어쩔 수 없긴 해요, 저거.
On the precipice, we'll see if he can close that out. Now we've got even more magic to bring you here.
도메인 컨트롤 아까 졌죠. 아, 심이.
This is domain control.
개노잼 덱.
Simic
These
Cauldron. We had mono blue.
Right?
They really are. You take a look at the top tables and you'll find these cards, no doubt about it.
And Ely's deck, let's just say he's not playing the team deck. He started with the domain ramp shell, and then kind of just took all the top end out of it.
콤보 한 번만 보여줘라. 콤보 한 번도 못 돌리고.
Instead. But it's been working for him.
Oh, that is great. All right, we are underway now. If you look, these players are also 8-3, and they're also in game 3. So this will be the decider once again.
Yeah, and I would guess
There's
that
Cauldron.
the reason to play Cauldron would be you would think you might have a pretty decent ramp matchup, right? Just because they don't have. They're trying to ramp up and play big spells, so they might not have that much interaction.
They're kind of doing their own thing.
Right, they're trying to ramp up. But now Ely's deck is a little more interactive, so maybe it's a little different. I feel so underprepared for this World Championship, Marshall.
You didn't spend all your time.
Neither of these decks were on my radar here.
Yeah, they threw you a couple curveballs, Paul, and we're not going to blame you for that.
Simic, Cauldron, and
yeah,
Ely's homebrew.
They weren't exactly in heavy rotation pre-tournament.
뭐 보여줘.
But let's see how things go here.
All right. So
looks like he's going to use a Cauldron to get a counter on his Awoken land.
Yep. So now you can pay 2 mana to untap. Okay.
What does Ely have, though? He's got this. Oh, there we go. He's got something. March of Otherworldly Light.
Kim?
Oh, Tamio's safekeeping though, giving as it's all permanence.
좋아, 콤보 이제 보여줄 수 있나? 가자.
Oh, but look at that Sunfall now from Ely Cassis.
All right. Can Alexi reset here? The exile is so relevant here in this matchup too, as that does prevent Alexi from exiling with the Cauldron. Malevolent Hermit still around.
Never really quite found its home, did it?
It saw some play in sideboards. It does make it so that if you're trying to fight against counter magic, it's pretty nice to have in play. It now has the counter target spell unless you pay 3 ability up right now, which is going to make things a little more difficult here for Ely Cassis. There's the Up the Beanstalk, the deck that Ely basically built this deck around. Beanstalk control. Ely's like, I don't want to play around this Hermit, so.
And he's going to use his Incubator token.
콤보 한번 못 돌리고 주는 것 같은데?
Ren and Realmbreaker as well. So he's moving forward here for Cassis.
Yeah, doing
무기력한데?
just keeping the board clear. Planeswalker down.
Yeah, and there's another Ren and Realmbreaker, though, to at least keep the action flowing. But still, you know, Cassis is at 15. He's got tons of mana. And he's got Up the Beanstalk at the ready as well to keep the action flowing. Feels like he's in a good position. Ooh, he's got 7-drop too. Herd Migration. And he gets to draw a card from it as well. And does he have the full amount? He's got 4.
4, okay.
Not very impressive. Just 12 power.
Exiling the Malevolent Hermit.
카운터 침.
So now
많다.
any creature that Alexi has, he can choose to pay a blue to counter. Is that what he did?
That's what he did. Because
there we go. Okay.
He did get the card, of course, off of it, but
right. But hey, don't have to deal with 12 power.
That Cauldron's really annoying.
Yeah.
Now there's Rona.
Okay, so Rona's in play. Oh, getting something back. Getting the Planeswalker back.
Yep.
Okay, proliferate. I'm trying my best here, Marshall.
This is a weird deck.
I'm trying my best. All right.
Alexi's got himself a spicy one. All right, Celestis, land. Oh, another Up to Beanstalk. If this could find him something that costs 5 or more, he could really
작별 한 방에
cast it, draw 2 cards, never look back. But he doesn't have it.
Sack a creature.
Yeah, Shieldred's Edict here.
But Boseiju on the 2/2 to keep his Planeswalker alive. Okay. All right. Look at all this interaction.
Alexi's got all the moves, man. This is like impressive stuff. It still feels like Ely is just on the verge, though, right? Like, cast something for 5, draw 2, and just.
Yeah, needs to find a 5-mana card here, though.
Have it.
I think a
뭐가 과연 터질 것인가?
which would remove the Cauldron, but it would also remove the Up the Beanstalks.
Oh.
Or is it just the No, it's all. Okay.
Yeah, we'll take those out as well. But it looks like Ely decided that was worth it.
Do not combo me off.
Yeah, he can win a long fair game. He's still at 15.
Yeah, I mean, if he still just draws Herd Migration, he's just going to be fine here, right?
Right.
So.
As long as he doesn't get it countered again.
Right.
And just infinite Ren and Realmbreakers flying around.
The Realm Scorcher Hellkite there. Okay.
And another Rona. All right, back
Alexi
over to
is
you.
Scrapping here.
Can Ely find a way to not just stop what Alexi's doing, but pull ahead?
Right, because now Alexi's kind of at the point you got that restless vine stock. You can start kind of attacking.
Yeah.
You could even flip the Rona if you want. Get in for 5.
뭐 필요한 카드를 수집한다는 입장에서는 좋은 픽이지만
If
definitely.
Ooh, but
나 솔직히 말해서 막 엄청 파워 카드를 픽한 건 아니죠. 그냥 필요하면 픽하는 게 맞긴 하죠. 근데 막 엄청 좋은 픽이라고 말할 수는 없어요. 그냥 필요한 카드면 먹을만하다. 근데 만약에 4장 다 있는 거면은 어떤 색깔이냐에 따라서 차이가 있을 수는 있지만 만약에 첫 픽인데 팩이 별로 안 좋으면 할 수 있는 픽이긴 하죠. 언커먼들도 어떤 게 있냐에 따라 차이가 나는 거니까.
And remember when this attacks, so that turns the Rona into a 3/3 with 2 counters. It's a 5/5. So this is an attack for 8.
So he chumped?
He chumps and took 3. All right, Ely, what you got?
밸류가 높은 픽은 아니에요.
Real quick now, the life total's gonna plummet.
I don't know if this is what how Alexi drew things up when he was creating this deck, but it's getting it done.
That was the end. This is plan A.
Oh, okay.
I think he looted that from the Celestis.
Yeah, and Sunfall.
Ooh, that's good. Oh, but wait, there's more. Leyline Binding
Leyline
as well.
Binding too, okay.
You can take out Ren and Realmbreaker.
Or the Cauldron.
Right. Yeah, he kind of has to do Ren and Realmbreaker, right, just because life total. Like, that's the thing that's making the threats.
Right. Okay, well, we can still try to find a creep. There's a permanent. There's another Rona. You can use the Cauldron here to, I assume there's something in the graveyard. Wait, attack for 2? Oh, does Ely have, like, Wandering Emperor? Why would he attack for 2 there? Oh.
He's got Igonjo,
okay.
but he's getting protected by Tamiya Safekeeping again.
There's so much back and forth.
Weird game.
Oh, and that dies.
야 주던데.
No, he loses it.
Okay, so now we have a 2/4 Rona. A Shieldred's been exiled, but that's a triggered ability, so that doesn't do anything. 6. Oh,
he's gonna make it
to get in.
Big trampler with fire breathing.
Well, it's got 1 in a red, or excuse me, it's 2 colorless, 1 damage to any target.
Okay.
What this card has now.
Oh yeah, right. Not fire breathing. Worse than that. Or better than that.
아이고.
There's go for the throat. Take it down.
Oh.
하루살이로 버티고 있어요.
All right,
this game's pretty epic.
Yeah, and I think that they're getting right to the end of things here as well. Because this is game 3, and this game, you know, I'm sure you can notice we've got it slightly sped up.
What just happened here?
Is that his graveyard? Wow, that's a pile.
나왔다.
And
1턴.
Oh no.
Yeah, see that die just showed up? Oh. That was a judge placing that there, and it's on nothing. So I'm kind of assuming.
So this is Ely trying to get the draw here.
It's hard to imagine you can get him from 24 to 0.
Right,
Right?
yeah.
I guess.
어?
That's an annoying one, but remember, if you can exile another creature, that token can then just kill the Glissa, right?
그렇습니다.
And is that a 3/3 beast?
Yeah. 4/4 now.
Okay. And Ely's at 12.
턴.
Alexi has this and another turn to try to end the game.
He's got turns 2 and 4, and Ely will have 3 and 5.
Can just kill the Glissa here and put another counter on this creature and get in for 5.
It's really close.
뭐 사이드에서 들어온 걸 수도 있고요.
6 damage.
아니 덱 몇 장 남았는지 왜 쓰는 거지?
Looks like he's got plenty of cards.
제이슨가?
This has to be the craziest game we've covered this weekend, Paul. This is just ludicrous at this point.
Yeah.
Paul and I are like, what does Argoth do
Yeah,
again? I mean,
I'm like, that's an Argoth?
ridiculous.
Oh, okay.
We don't have to look that one up because he negated it.
Yeah, but remember now, can't kill the Glissa just yet, but now the Glissa can attack, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's got first strike and death touch. This is turn 3.
Oh, yeah, played only one spell. Yeah.
Oh.
홍보 터칠 수 있을까?
Celestis Day Night life
Right,
game stuff that's
right.
happening or not happening, as it were.
So now you can. Do you just? Okay, block.
She's gonna jump.
Okay, so now let's see. We're looking at 4, 5, 6, 7 damage. Is that enough? 8 damage?
Not currently. Azirator's Proving Ground's gonna get cycled.
I don't know if Alexi has enough to close this out in one turn.
And he only has one more turn to do it. Turn 4 is his
is this
last
Sunfall?
turn. Oh, it is. That has to be the biggest stop sign, speed bump, whatever you want to call it. So that this is gonna end up being a draw?
It seems that way, Marshall. I don't know if there's a definitive winner after that.
슬퍼 보인다.
That's turn 4 now for Alexi.
Unless can you combo off with one card?
That's unlikely. I remember when you first described what this deck does.
뭐가 나와야 되냐?
More. But you know what, Alexi, show me. I want to see it. No, this is turn 4.
No, this is turn 4.
Yeah.
I mean, not like Ely's gonna win on.
No, he doesn't have a way to do 24 from
All right.
board state, but.
오, 잠깐만.
And Realm Breaker.
렌?
Alexi going over any possible options he can come up with. Is there some way he can chain this into
I don't think so.
combo pieces or something?
You can animate your land. But
minus. Try to find
million,
something
minus,
here.
Okay. Okay.
딴지 걸었죠? 나 렌이야.
Ely having a little chuckle here. This deck is really good at milling itself.
He is putting a lot of cards into the graveyard. Maybe this is what the counting was about before, even though he had like 20 cards left. But
this isn't going to do it.
He's not going to be able to win from this position. So he just has to say go, and that means that we're going to have a draw. Wow, round 12 draw. I wonder what implications this is going to have for these two players and for everybody else.
Right. I wonder what a record like 9-4-1 does. Does that get you in? You know, we've never had
네,
a
엑스트라
person
턴.
tournament before.
Right.
So the math is all totally
들어오고.
Used to it when it's 300, 400 people or 24, but not in the middle. And this is, in fact, a draw. The match ends in a draw, as you can see there. 1-1 from the judge.
So in order for...
He does not look happy about that either.
Yeah, that was tough, but I mean, Ely kind of hung around, right? Ely hung around, and I don't think it was clear who was necessarily going to win that game from that point. So.
You know, because I keep going back to the herd migration, right? And if that had resolved, all of a sudden, Ely can start hammering, close out the game, manage the planeswalkers. He wasn't able to resolve it, but maybe there's another one coming, and that is a way for Ely to kind of flood back into the game.
Yeah.
But it didn't happen like that, and instead, it was a draw. All right, well, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll be at the news desk with Maria and Lonnie. Don't go anywhere.
씁쓸하구만. 큐크는 통과인 것 같고요. 일단 화장실 좀 갔다 올게요.
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of World Championship 29 from sunny Las Vegas, Nevada. We've had a great time hanging out here in town, attending the Magic Con that's going on as well, with thousands of our closest friends celebrating the best game in there's the trophy up for grabs here. Somebody's going home with that tomorrow, but we've got to find 8 people to battle for it. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news. That's Marie Bartholdi and Mani Devuti. 2 rounds left to play here today until we find out our top 8. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and see where we are at. Check it out, we've got 2 players locked up in our top 8. That is Reed Duke and Simon Nielsen. They get to stop playing. That's a reward for hitting the magic number of 10 before the
맵필드 꾸역꾸역 올라오고 있네.
What else is on the line here for these players, Monty?
와, 샘파디도 거의 올라왔네. 오렌지 밀리고 있고.
Only true up to the last round and not true in the
엠마누엘
so for Kenta Kahama and
꾸역꾸역 올라오고 있고.
winning this round means they're locked. For everyone else, there is no magic number. It is about winning and then seeing how the tiebreakers and the standings work out. And there are a lot of very talented names
숫자 뭐
within that mix. You see
꾸준하긴 하죠. 걔가 실력적인 면은 괜찮은데 그냥 너무 깝죽대서 싫은 거지 뭐.
they're all with the best chance here at 8-3-1. Those draws.
조금만 덜 깝죽대면은 내가 그래도 이뻐했을 텐데 너무 깝죽거려. 아, 10승부터는 무조건 가는구나.
left to do it. Simon Nielsen, our most recent player to lock up a spot in top 8. Let's find out how he's feeling.
이러면은 지금 남은 게 2라운드 남았죠.
Simon Nielsen, Pro Tour, March of the Machine, Pro Tour, The Lord of the Rings, and now the World Championship. Check, check, check. Top 8's all around. How the heck do you feel?
It's just honestly feels so surreal. Like, I probably like hit at some point. But like, you know, this is my mental achievement. But it's just like, you know, the like win.
네, 전부 스탠이야.
It's incredible.
이제 리밋은 없어요.
Poised myself after like my start. Remembering that like, you know, it doesn't matter in which order your losses come. Just gotta keep rolling. And so I'm, you know, I just like always keep my side on like just playing as many rounds as possible with my standard deck. And I have played 6 rounds now, and I love it.
So you haven't lost in standard, and of course you did start 0-2, and it's again very easy to kind of fall apart in a moment like that. Now I remember at one of the previous Pro Tours you talked about how Javier kind of picked you up a little bit when you were having a tough time, and you know you're getting good at this, get a little low and then shoo all the way through. It's really impressive stuff, man.
Yeah, I mean, like honestly the biggest thing to remember is like, you know, like you're gonna have losses in your tournament. They're gonna come at some point. If they distribute it randomly, sometimes they're gonna be in the first 2 rounds. That just happens. But it's okay, because if you have a 7-2 day, like, they can still be, your losses can be the first 2 rounds. It's like, it's fine. So that's always what I keep remembering. And also, it's a little bit fun to play with your back against the wall.
Well, I don't know about that, but it's working for you, and he loves his Soldiers deck. He's very, very much looking forward to playing it tomorrow. Now, Simon said you felt you got a little robbed that you don't get to play all the rounds with it, but I think he's going to be okay. Simon, we can't wait to see you tomorrow. Good luck, buddy.
보세요. 한없이 가벼운 세레모니. 상대를 앞에 두고 하는 저.
The absolute mad lad. Doesn't want to lock it up so early so he can play with his deck some more. Back-to-back top 8s. Congratulations to Simon Nielsen. Well, not only are we awarding the title of the best in the world this weekend at the World Championship, we also have the Player of the Year title to hand out, which is a very, very exciting race. Let's take a look at how things are shaping up there. 3 names. Read it out. That's
오, 여기에서 우승하는 사람이
win it are Simon Nielsen and Reed Duke. And check out Simon Nielsen leapfrogging.
지금 둘이서 경쟁 둘이서만 하는 거거든요. 플레이 오브 더 이어.
By the way, in our top 8, so we push this race until tomorrow. And guess what? If they meet in the final,
듀크가 했으면 좋겠다.
World Championship and Player of the Year.
깝죽이는 좀.
The most hype match of Magic we have had in years, decades.
And they're on opposite sides of the bracket, right?
Yeah, I'm so excited for tomorrow.
Yes, it could definitely happen, everybody. So you're not going to want to miss our top 8 tomorrow. All right, everybody, it is deck tech time. Hey, if you like this Azorius Soldiers deck, that's the top 8.
이 뭐냐면 한국에서
We had a chance to talk to Nathan Stoyer
자신이
about the deck.
이렇게 인기가 없다는 걸 알고 있을까요?
The deck. So if you're
모르겠죠?
interested in knowing how to play it or how it works, here's Corey Baumeister.
All right, everybody, I am here with our reigning world champion, Nathan Stoyer. How are you?
I'm doing great, Corey. You know, I'm here. I'm feeling ready to
안녕하세요. 드랩 못해서
and keep it as
데이원 탈락한
champion, but otherwise, I'm just getting ready to play with my blue-eyed soldiers.
관광객입니다. 여러분 지금 인터뷰하고 있죠.
So far.
Gotta love it. I don't know how you're going to put a second world championship trophy, you know, on a mantle. They might break there with how heavy they are. But you said it, you're playing Azorius Soldiers here. What made you want to play a more aggressive deck? That's usually not your style. You like mid-range, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know, one theme that I've kind of demonstrated over the past year is I'm going to play whatever I think the best deck is. And, and even if it's a little bit outside of my comfort zone, you know, a little bit of this aggressive, maybe mid-rangey slanted strategy, I'm going to try to pick it up and adapt and figure out the play pattern.
이덱 제가
Simon Nielsen, sort of a resident expert in these strategies, to help guide me in practice.
아니에요. 오프라인에서도 살짝
Excellent. Well, that's why you're the GOAT. You can adapt on the fly.
그 느낌이 있긴 했어요.
Let's dive into the deck list here. The first card I
하지만 이제 아레나에서 춤추면서 합죽거릴 때 이미 끝난 거긴 한데.
Knight Errant of Eos. Tell us a little bit about this card in the deck.
Yeah, so Knight Errant of Eos is the sort of card that, for one, it's the value engine in your deck. What you're ideally looking for when you have Knight Errant is you go, okay, turn 1, I'll play a soldier, some 1-mana creature, let's say a recruitment officer, I'll play a resolute reinforcements, make 2 guys, and then ideally on turn 3, you're casting this for only 2 mana, 1 or 2 mana, and suddenly at that point you've drawn 2 cards off your Knight Errant. Hopefully you're starting to build a really wide board, and the thing with Knight Errant is if you get up to 5 creatures, you can just find another Knight Errant off of it. So it's
chain them together.
Exactly. It's probably the most important card on the deck.
빨리 게임이나 하지.
Good draws come together whenever you have this card, and definitely the spell that's probably, in my opinion, one of the most powerful cards in Standard right now. We see it a lot in Pioneer, so I'm a huge fan of this card. Huge reason that I'm playing Soldiers too.
Makes a lot of sense to me. And another card that really stands out if you look at this deck list is really the blue cards. Make Disappear and Zephyr Sentinel. They're really the elements that allow you to kind of play on your opponent's turn. Was Make Disappear just the automatic counterspell that you wanted to be playing? Really no other option type thing?
So Make Disappear was a little bit comparable to Protect the Negotiators, which we have 3 of in the sideboard.
Oh, sure. Yep.
But the good thing about Make Disappear is it doesn't really ask a lot of your hands. It just means, well, if you're playing a game of Magic and your opponent casts something on curve, Make Disappear is going to be able to counter it. And when you have a ton of cheap creatures that you can sack later in the game with the 1/1s, the next creatures you make, it'll mostly counter everything up until the very end of the game. And so I think Make Disappear is sort of the de facto reason why am I playing blue.
또 준다고요? 왜 난 안 줘?
Well, Make Disappear is great.
That's the big one, yeah. And if you can ever knight out a bunch of creatures and leave 2 mana open for Make Disappear, it feels like a nightmare. I've had to play against.
아, 왜 안 줘?
It's not fun, I'll tell you that. Another thing that allows you to kind
나도
of
줘.
turn is the Zephyr.
매번 받은 사람도 있다며.
We've seen in previous soldier builds. Is this just an amazing card now as it was at Pro Tour March of the Machines?
Zephyr Sentinel's a little bit
나도 줘.
but I would describe it as like the glue of your deck.
Okay.
Zephyr Sentinel is going to help be a great role player to not only start beating your opponents down.
난 한 번 주고 더 이상 안 줘요. 나도 줘.
If you plan on turn 2, your opponent usually has to kill it, but It also protects your other creatures from removal, and you're trying to set up sequences where your opponent's in this.
나도 줘!
Do I kill your creature now, or do I wait for a better target and potentially get blown out by the Zephyr Sentinel? So it helps you with the make disappear and your resolute reinforcements, all your flash threats, sort of play this sticky game that's hard to interact with on the opponent's side.
전 안 주네요.
Bounce the Knight Errant and get that value going again.
Recast that, draw another Zephyr Sentinel, keep chaining off.
Gotta love that. Gotta love that. Now, the next card we gotta bring up is from the newest set, and when you submitted your deck list, we saw bunny ears on you to maybe hint that this was gonna be in your deck. Let's talk about the bunny. We got Regal Bunnycorn here from the newest set. What made you want to play this? Because this is not a soldier.
Yeah, so Regal Bunnycorn was actually a pretty late addition to the deck.
Yeah.
But the strength of this one is often, like Tarmogoyf, it's going to be a 2-mana 5/5 6/6 7/7, a really huge creature that demands an answer from the opponent. And the reason you don't want to max out on this card is, well, your deck is usually naturally pretty set up to beat 1-for-1 removal spells, and so if you draw a lot of this card, it's not as great. But in matchups where your opponent's interacting less, this one is going to kill them really quickly. You play against the domain strategy, and it's really hard for them to beat a hit from this creature. So I love the Bunnycorn. In my opinion, one of the best non-land cards from the new set, and a big reason that I'm excited to play this deck is I get to play the Bunnycorn in it.
Well, I think with how excited you are to play this deck, we're all just as excited to watch you play it and defend your title. Nathan, best of luck to you.
Hey everybody watching from home, you can join in on all of the fun. You can shop MagicCon Las Vegas merch right now. All you have to do is click the link below the stream to go directly to the official merch store, so check it out. All right, we have 2 rounds left to play and still a lot of people to fill our top 8. Let's take a look who will be watching in the feature match area this round. It's a win-in. Kazuni Kasaka versus Ken Takahama Esper mid-range mirror match. Let's get to meet our players. Kazumi Kasaka on this Esper mid-range
에너지 매치 2번 연속.
qualified through having a very good season on season points from Japan, currently sitting at 9-3. The last round that you can get 10 wins to get that magic number 10 versus Ken Takahama was top 2 at a regional championship for Phyrexia. All will be won on Team Misfits this year, also sitting at 9-3, also looking to get to 10. Monty, tell me about these decks.
All right, well, we have 2 Esper mid-range decks, but it isn't really, well, it is a mirror, but they're very different builds. The deck is very versatile. There's a lot of ways to build it. We see Shieldred in some builds like Kazuna's. We see Lord Skitter, one of the new inclusions, as well as 4 copies of Virtue of Loyalty, really choosing to build around that card. On the other side, in Ken's build, he goes for a different bit of a varied threat suite. He's featuring Fairy Mastermind heavily in his build of the deck. He's opted to not bring any copies of Shieldred at all. And instead is opting to go a little lower on the curve. We see him including one of the old mirror breakers for these
조금 차이가 있긴 하죠.
mirrors in Razorlash Transmog.
차이는 아니지만.
It's a card that's fallen a bit out of favor, but still very powerful against these mirrors. And of course, both decks are heavily based around Rafine, Wedding Announcement, and the Wandering Emperor as their 3-card type varied suite.
All right, so there's a look at the decks. You mentioned these are both Esper mid-range, of course, but not always playing the same cards. So what do you think is going to be the difference maker in this matchup?
I think one card I have my eyes on is Lord Skitter, and that is only in Kazune's build. This card is pretty sweet. Not only do we see that old Bitter Blossom style effect of making a token every turn, but the relevant line of text that I'm looking at is the first one where when another rat enters the battlefield, you can exile a card from an opponent's graveyard. Now, if Dedek is on the board for either player, this effect won't really do anything. But if it's not, this card can really pressure the Dedeks and that Transmogrant that Ken has in his build, and that's some extra bonus that can push the matchup in Kazune's favor.
All right, everybody, 2 rounds left to play, 6 spots left in our top 8. Let's find out who's going to the top 8 here with this winning in round number 13. Alien Corey, take it away.
Thank you so much, Maria. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the booth. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister, and we have people to put into the top 8.
That we do.
No messing around this round. We are going to get through as many matches as we possibly can. First up, though, it is going to be this Esper mid-range mirror Kazuna Kasaka versus Ken Takahama. Slightly different builds, but let's see which one comes out triumphant here. Both players at 9 and 3, Corey, so this is the time to get that 10th win.
Nothing better than winning in Magic at the highest level. This is really kind of what every Magic player lives for, is these really high pressure moments where it is kind of sink or swim. Now, both these players, if they do lose, they were saying at the desk, they will get another shot, but you don't want to have to put your back up against the wall.
No, you don't want to sweat about it. You want to just get that clean 10 wins, not have to worry about any of the other X4s or X3-1s. You just want to get it done here, right now. And if you don't go to a draw, that will happen for one of these players. So let's get underway.
All right, we have a lot of Virtue of Loyalties. That's the first thing I noticed when we see Kasaka's hand. So we're going to be flashing in a bunch of 2-2s.
Oh, yeah.
2-2s, not the best against 2-3s here with Denek, putting a bit of a roadblock. And then Ken's hand looks very good. You know, 2 more lands there, some removal spells. Rafine all lined up for the next turn. So very early advantage to Ken, I would say.
Yeah, getting that 2-3 booty down on the battlefield, pretty good indeed. Decent blocker against the 2-2. If we start getting a little bit bigger, though, which Wedding Announcement can do after 3 turns, and also provide extra bodies down on the battlefield here. You know, we can see these Esper mid-range lists become Esper tokens, essentially. Just go wide, get swole, go face.
Absolutely. So we see Rafine and targeting Denek here with the attack. So no matter what, Ken has to discard a non-land here, pretty much priced into it. Otherwise, this double block can take down Denek and you'd be trading down, but as it stands now, get to get in a hit for 3 here.
Very nice. 3 life gained as well, which will be pretty pleased about with Denek, Pious Apprentice, alongside Rafine, the Scheming Seer, a redundant copy of Denek in the bin. You know, just keeping it there for a later stage when you need an apparition, perhaps.
Yep, bring it back if you need to, disturb it back into play. I also saw Ow in the hand for Ken, an extremely powerful card if it doesn't get exiled. Another card that's kind of fallen out of favor with all the exile effects in the format. Sunfall, Leyline Binding, stuff like that. But in a matchup where you don't have those very easy ways to exile it, it becomes very scary.
Wow. Kazune is going to have an extremely wide board very soon. Extra creatures now down on the board there, courtesy of the second copy of Wedding Announcement. The first copy is going to be flipping next turn, so this is going to get very powerful soon.
Yep, absolutely. A couple more Virtues and make disappear in hand with 4 mana, so able to double spell next turn, or if you top deck a land, consider Virtue. And then, yeah, that gets really out of hand. As you can stack it the way that you would like to, put the counters on after the Wedding Announcement tokens come into play.
Yeah. Edgar Charmed Groom, another card we don't see very often in the hand here for Ken Takahama, but it is a legend.
Yep.
And, it provides some good sticking power. It's kind of like a 4-mana Wedding Announcement in a way.
Yeah.
You know, if it were to die, it comes back as an enchantment, as the coffin, puts some more vampires out, flips back. So another card that needs to be exiled, otherwise it's very difficult to deal with.
Exactly, and not a lot of ways of exile happening at all from Kasaka's list outside of if those creatures are tapped. You have Wedding Announced, or the Wandering Emperor, excuse me. But outside of that, you just have to deal with the creatures straight away.
As things stand now, the skies are under control here for Ken Takahama, but this mountain of creatures here that Kazune is amassing, it's going to be bad news really soon. So Ken digging for some answers.
Yep. So Kazune could block with the entire team, but it runs a bit of a foul if there is even one removal spell, because you just aim, cut down, add a 2-2, and then you'd lose all the other 3-3s. So I think you have to take it.
Yeah, that's way too dangerous.
Yeah.
You know, the players understand exactly what could potentially be in the hand, and at this point, sure, you're taking another 3 down to 12, but these mid-range decks can handle going down to very low life totals.
Yep, absolutely. So now it'll be interesting to see land number 4, and if we want to go for Edgar, or just try to get as many flyers into play and go with Denek, Pious Apparition from the flip side to just put 5 power in the air and threaten basically a 2-turn clock. The stronger card would definitely be Edgar, though. So an interesting decision here for Ken.
Which way does he go? First things first is Plaza of Heroes, so gonna hold up Iganjo perhaps, also Otawara Soaring City in hand, as well as the cut down.
Yeah, really interesting there.
Oh, hello.
Maybe trying to represent a counter spell in case Virtue would be hitting the battlefield. Ken saying, yeah, maybe that would be way too bad if that resolves. But Wandering Emperor was a great pickup here.
Absolutely
Kasaka.
fantastic. Not finding land number 5 just yet.
Yep.
But Wandering Emperor, Make Disappear, and the 2 Virtue of Loyalties, like you mentioned. You know, instant speed 2/2s, which are going to be very big once those wedding announcements flip. Did we miss counters on those? If the turn's being passed back?
No, this is still in combat, it looks
Oh,
like.
right,
So
sure,
cut down, dealing with the token, 3 damage coming in for Ken, and going to 21.
There you go. There we go. Okay. So attack with everything. That will be 2 cards drawn then.
So Ken does have the ability to Otawara something. You can do one of the wedding announcements, but you can't really do it at end step the way you would like to because these triggers still do, you know, go on the stack. But it would eat up all the mana. So main 2.
Okay. So Otawara, Soaring City. What do we target here for Ken Takahama?
I think Ken's just deciding on wedding announcement on 1 or 2. Bouncing a token feels pretty bad, but even bouncing wedding announcement doesn't feel great, but Kasaka doesn't really want to just play this and then not have mana open for Make Disappear. So now Kasaka has the opportunity to recast wedding announcement or just say go, have wedding announcement, bring in, well, draw you a card, excuse me, and then flip.
Yeah. So end step, the 3rd counter goes on there, so that's going to flip into Wedding Festivities. Now the creatures that were 1/1 are 2/2, +1/+1 buff across the board, and a card drawn. It's pretty good hands for both players at the moment.
Absolutely.
Do we have land number? Well, we've got a Ganjo.
Yep, got a Ganjo, and Kasaka drew land number 5. It's the worst land. It's a tap land, but
It's trying its best. Okay. Ravine and Denik swinging on in.
so as it stands right now, Kasaka doesn't have this information, but just playing Wandering Emperor, exiling Denik with this trigger on the stack, negating the draw would be kind of the best. But I mean, if there was any counter spell from Ken, it would be devastating. And there is 4 Make Disappears in the list that would completely blow out this play.
Yeah. It's a great play here from Ken. Just presenting, you know, the possible permission spell in the Make Disappears. And Kazuna respecting that.
And did discard 1 non-land, so it does get boosted.
It's extra life, extra damage coming in, but we will see Ardenvale Fealty creating a 2/2, which is a 3/3, which
Is a jump blocker, it
is a
looks
jump
like,
blocker.
yep.
Yep, get in the way there.
So Kasaka really took the safest play here, which definitely was the lowest ceiling type play. And it could come back to bite him, but you know, it was just making sure that Kasaka was not going to take the full retail here of 6 damage.
You know, when you have Wandering Emperor in hand alongside Make Disappear, you're so tempted to get to 6 mana, play the Wandering Emperor, and then have Counterspell back up for it.
And as it stands, Ken didn't go for anything there in fear of Make Disappear, just leaving up just a Ganjo here. That's the real only thing that's able to be presented here, and that will just cost 1. But Plaza of Heroes is also protecting Rafine right now, which Ken views as much more important.
Yeah, Plaza of Heroes is certainly an excellent addition or an excellent piece of tech in this Esper Heroes deck. Or Esper Legends, or mid-range.
Yeah, they can kind of
They kind of get smushed together.
Yeah, and they really can play any kind of different role. You can transform into Esper Aggro, Esper Control, or mid-range, and that's really the power of it, and the reason why this is the most played deck amongst the competitors.
You know, best colors, best cards in the format at the moment. Can't really go wrong playing an Esper Shell of some sort this weekend.
10.
Yep, exactly.
Yes. Okay.
10 to 22, it looks like. Adjusting that life total.
Cards right now, 3, 4.
Void Rend, nice pickup here for Ken.
Yep.
Uncounterable removal spell. Bits of the missing agents were discovered in various alleys across all 3 boroughs. Lovely.
Ken just deciding where you want to send these attackers, if you want to just attack with Rafine or get Denik in as well.
Oh, this could be pretty brutal if we go for the wedding announcement. Excuse me, the wedding festivities. After blocks. Here's the Make Disappear. It's not going to help, though.
Yep. Will Shield. Goes for the block on everything. Now, if we were to Void Rend the wedding announcement, you do kind of have to order these blockers first, so I'm sure we'll have that. Maybe it was verbally communicated.
So what's that, a 4-5?
Yep,
Build a
looks like a
2-2.
4-5.
And then 2 of the 1-1s. So 1 remains.
Yep. Unless it's stacked this way where it's the 1-1 first, then the 2-2 would live, so no, that's why it matters. Oh, and here's the Aganjo here.
Oh, nice. Okay, so doesn't matter. Everything is dead now, so this massive potential on board here for...
And there we go, and the exile to the Denix, so a lot of layers here.
Oh, goodness me.
From these players, and when you're holding back, both players were kind of playing coy for the last couple of turns, and eventually the fireworks got to come, and this was definitely the turn.
Yeah, that could have been absolutely devastating for Kazuna Kasaka. He had so much potential to make a massive board, could have lost everything there.
Yep.
But utilizing the Wandering Emperor as well as
that was
just keeping that alive. Excellently done.
Excellent turn there for Kasaka. Okay, and now having the Make Disappear available as well. This is huge for Kasaka. What a well-navigated game here from Kazuna.
Yeah, this is great so far. Just doing exactly what he wants to be doing with his list. An active Planeswalker now alongside these 1-1s and the 2-2. And as soon as he sees the gap too, he's going to start deploying these virtual loyalties.
Exactly. Now, Ken did decide to play Edgar instead of Ao to play around Make Disappear a little bit. You know, Make Disappear can still go with Casualty to take care of one of these tokens. And we'll see if Kasaka values that enough.
Oh, yeah. Let's
go.
Get that out of there. Casualtied away.
Good.
So that counter on the stack. There goes Edgar. And things looking really good now here for Kazuna Kasaka.
Really good. 5 mana here. Rafine as well doesn't have any more counter spells, so now we're probably going to see Kasaka maybe go for one of these virtues. Could also just pass the turn with Wandering Emperor, even though you have one in play. Just to make sure you don't extend into what looks like the last card could easily be a Make Disappear. You know, Ken has kind of represented it, even though he hasn't had it this entire game. If I was playing against Ken right now, I would kind of consider, or at least think he could have a Make Disappear.
And then one combat just flipped this game on its head.
Yeah.
Ken Takahama only has Owl the Dawn Sky to turn to. But with the Wandering Emperor, creatures on the board, another wedding announcement in hand, representing more cards with Rafine. Kazuna's looking very good to pick up game 1 here.
Yep, absolutely. And kind of go back to that early turn where Ken was kind of advantaged with Rafine and Denick in play and had the opportunity to play more threats, decided to hold back for Otawara and stuff like that, and maybe it came back to bite him a little bit.
Perhaps playing a bit too safe?
Possibly, yep, possibly. And so this here is playing around what Make Disappear is, or what Ken is representing, which could be Make Disappear.
You know, there is a card available if we go for the wedding announcement.
Yep, and really nothing Ken could have there to cover it.
Yeah, Samurai. Let's find that. Let's find that guy. Where'd he go?
So many tokens.
So
there
many
we go.
There we go. Got him.
They're the same art.
Admiring the art of the different tokens. And now we'll see. Ken's probably pretty priced into playing Ao here, and it's going to resolve, but the real question is it going to be enough at this point? Ken does have a decent life total buffer to maybe have this come into play, and all it needs to do is connect twice, but with, you know, I would say the other wedding, Wandering Emperor in play. Can't really exile Ao because it's never really going to become tapped, but still has plenty of other action, Kasaka does.
Yeah, I mean, might even just get to the point where, okay, 5 mana, let's get this virtue down and start ticking.
Yep.
Just get a massive force where you know, essentially Ken has to stay back, otherwise he's dead. So what does he have to follow up with? We've got a Rafine Scheming Seer, which is, you know, excellent card. We can start conniving.
Yeah, and has a
Oh, boy.
second Rafine in hand as well, so could just chump block with this one if Ao gets in there.
Okay, so Wandering Emperor number 1 ticking up. Yeah, let's get another counter on a creature.
And let's see if Kasaka wants to get aggressive here.
3 connive triggers.
Easy cut down to go to the graveyard. To pump. Now it is 3 power first strike, so you really just need 1 non-land to discard for sure to be able to force through.
Yeah, the other little idiot's probably going to get munched up here by Ao the Dawn Sky.
Looks like Kasaka might be going for as close to full retail as possible here with discarding all non-lands. There is only 1 land, so Kasaka's hand is just stocked no matter what.
Yeah.
But looks like wants to keep land number 3 around to go second main. Wedding announcement, end step, draw 2 cards.
Turns out
Pretty
drawing
powerful.
cards is pretty good, huh?
Yeah, turns out.
Rafine Scheming Seer, just such a cool Esper card, you know. You don't often, well, before this, you never associated Esper really with being the attacking kind, but goodness me.
Absolutely, one of the most incredible cards we've seen in a long time.
Streets of Nuka Penna just flipped that on its head. Color identity, shaking things up.
Yep.
That is a massive samurai. Swinging in here, giving Ken the big think.
Yep, so Ken could chump block the giant samurai and try to hit something spicy off the top 7 cards, or you just eat one of these tokens.
Take 6, 7.
Okay.
Down to 8 goes Ken Takahama.
And I bet if Kasaka had the choice, would be like, you know what, I'll put 2 creatures into play instead of drawing 2 here, but
no choice there, unfortunately, so the world is his oyster. Make disappear and a cut down. Tapped out, though, so now or never for Ken Takahama. What can he do to get back into this matchup?
Yep, now something like runner removal spells to clear out the flyers and attack Kasaka for 10. Some avenue to winning this game, but the longer the game goes, the more favored Kasaka is. So Ken would ideally like to win this game next turn, but it is definitely a tall order with a top deck land.
That's
So the one thing that Ken can do right now is disturb back Adenik and play Rafine. So amass 2 creatures by playing that land as well. That is decent. Get in there with an attack. Ao will either take down the Wandering Emperor, Rafine can chump block, or Kasaka goes to 3.
Yep. Well, we're going to see Adenik Pious Apparition hit the board, as you mentioned. Woken from his slumber to come and help out, and
Okay, that's a lot of flower, a lot
flying
a lot of flyers.
Yes.
Yep.
Just shortcut it. It's totally fine.
Oh, yeah. What is it?
Goes for a clue there.
I always forget about that part on.
Yep, and it is not a May. You know,
No.
you saw Kasaka remind Ken because you do it, just have to do it.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, this is definitely still a game.
Oh yeah.
Cut down for Rafine here is pretty good. Or the flip side of Denek. So cut down was actually quite strong.
So just 2 creatures on board now for Kazune. Ken is looking in a much better position than he was just a couple turns ago, so.
Yeah.
Flyers are doing some work here.
So there's the Rafine from Kasaka to at least represent another blocker, and then the combination of Denek and Rafine is probably not going to spell lethal, but at that point, Kasaka still has to worry about presenting enough damage to Ken to be able to close out this game.
Rafine's gonna get the counter, it looks like,
Yep.
potentially. Nope, still on the Samurai.
So representing a lethal attacker here, forced to chump block.
So
Yeah, this was just 7, you know. Ken could have just easily taken it and just cracked back for a large amount.
Yeah. Hopefully no follow-up 4 mana of another copy of Emperor. Oops, I win?
Yeah,
not
right.
Not right now. Oh boy. So what gets got in this situation, Corey?
It is very tough because you do want to probably keep Ow. Now, one thing you could also do is block with Ow and then put counters on your other flyers.
Yeah.
You know, the kind of hidden mode of Ow. You almost always look at the top 7.
Yeah.
But Kasaka could respond to that by cut downing one of the other flyers, and then that looks, you know, not that impressive.
That's a pretty big blow.
So I would think it's either Rafine or Denik, and both are defensible. Okay.
Cut down Matthias Apparition. That gets exiled.
So does that first just so there's not another clue.
So you're at 7.
Okay, now 2 tokens come into play, and there's a very wide battlefield. And okay, but okay, we still have the Rafine, so I was gonna say Wandering Emperor would be enough to make this a lethal owl, but there's still that blocker.
아, 저 계속 게임하고 있어.
Game.
Yeah, so back and forth between these 2 players, you know. Kazune didn't really have the power he needed to close out this game before Ken Takahama just put so much power on the battlefield with the flyers, and now utilizing that clue, so that's going to be a good sign for Kazune that he doesn't have anything useful in hand right now.
Exactly, and there is just 2 lands from Ken, both of them being tap lands as well.
And for 6?
It's tough to be this, you know, friendly with each other at such a high-stake moment, you know. Shows just how great of humans both these players are.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Magic the Gathering is a fun game, albeit extremely stressful in situations like this.
Exactly.
Oh, boy. So Rafine jumps in the way of a massive dragon, Darkslick Shores, and a Darker Wastes just lands in hand, but
yep, and doesn't look like there's another Denik in the graveyard, so the only thing Ken can do is activate Mirex. And there's another flyer off the top.
Another Rafine, another potential 4 cards to look through.
But at this point, the block is forced. Owl has to block the large samurai.
Yeah.
So that's just, no matter what, has to happen.
아니요. 이상한 데 만나서 고통받고 있어.
8 power on the samurai, so these other little 1/1s are gonna get
6, 7. So all that has to happen now is you attack with everything, you put the Rafine's ability on one of the smaller creatures, anything but the samurai, and you just have to draw 1 spell to discard, and then this should be a lethal attack.
have the flipped wedding announcement.
Yep. So this is 7 power getting through right now, as long as you target something. But Kasaka does not know Ken has land in hand as well.
Yeah. Can you imagine if it's 4 lands off the top here?
Yeah, that would be brutal. One.
There we go. Plenty of options here for Kazuna Kasaka. Does have to discard 4 cards though. So what's going to remain here?
Probably the Wandering Emperor.
I mean, either way,
it really doesn't matter, no matter what. This is going to be game number 1 going to Kasaka.
That was a slugfest, huh?
Yeah, this was a tough one.
Good grief, but excellently navigated by both of these players. They know their decks, they know in inverted commas. These decks are slightly different builds, but you know, essentially they're doing the same thing. Just try and draw cards,
땅만 깔다 죽었어.
and kill you before.
이상한 데 만났는데 땅만 자택이 죽었어요.
Amazing year, getting to the World Championship
열받은.
points, and I have been so incredibly impressed watching him game throughout the year. He has been, I think, one of the most impressive players to me at these last Pro Tours.
Oh, we might see him tomorrow in our top 8 if he manages to pick up another win here against Ken Takahama. Both players are 9-3, so they would love to get the final win they need to secure their top 8 spot.
Okay.
Next round, it's not a guarantee.
Exactly.
You have to get into the
10
scrum and
wins
fight it
is
out.
this one. This is the round where the 10 wins locked you up. Both players kept their opening hands. Both functional, powerful hands here.
Got the gates, lots of hero is sent.
아 땅이 너무 많이 나왔어.
Wandering Emperor, Shieldred, and Make Disappear. For Kazuna Kasaka, Make Disappear, Wedding Announcement. That's a pretty darn good target. This card has been insane in Standard.
Oh yeah.
아레나 하면 되잖아요.
So Kasaka passing with another counterspell available or a virtue, and looks like Ken is like, I'm jamming this game. Maybe was feeling a little bit of the pressure with not jamming and being as aggressive last game, and is like, you know what, not making that choice again.
아 야리꾸리 한 대만 나서 좋네.
Being on the play and develop the board as quick as possible here. Edgar, Charmed Groom on the battlefield, but the Knight off of Ardenvale Fealty is down the board here.
So one thing that could happen here that's slightly, you know, a slight blowout is attack with Edgar. You can block and try to Wandering Emperor it. The counterspell is there for Ken, but then Kasaka could untap and then Wandering Emperor again. But was this a block? So this was, I believe this was a block first. So now you lose the token. Okay, looks like maybe a little bit of a pump fake there. No block. I was gonna say, that's not the best block to do first. You try to Wandering Emperor first there. But now Kasaka does have the option to just Wandering Emperor, exile Edgar right now.
Yeah, nice.
And then the counter
way to answer.
And then the counterplay to that is Ken has another Edgar. So
you don't need two Edgars, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I love how fast these players, you know, make their plays.
Yeah, they do not want to draw here, that's for sure.
No.
Yeah.
That's like writing a recipe for disaster, so.
Yeah. So it would have been ideal for Ken there to have a removal spell for the Knight to then finish off the Wandering Emperor. Very clearly doesn't have it so far, but still a nice battlefield.
Yeah. Both players establishing their board states. Where does the Wandering Emperor go? We're making more 2/2s. Looks like we're just putting a counter on this Knight for the time being.
Looks like this is going to be Wedding Announcement and then hold up either negate or go for the throat. And a farewell for Ken here is an interesting card. Not the best when you're on the aggressive.
Yeah.
But definitely something that could really help you out of a sticky situation.
I'm just sad that the farewell doesn't get planeswalkers too.
Yeah.
That sounds have just been like, just destroy all non-land permanents. Why won't you?
Yeah. I mean, it already does it all lately.
Oh, except for planeswalkers. But, you know, you can choose to keep the creatures around if there are pesky enchantments.
Yeah.
Like that Wedding Festivities, for example. But Kazuni does have an answer for it at the moment.
It is an unbelievably powerful Magic card right now. Pretty much solely keeping these Celestia Aura decks in check.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
really the nightmare card for them.
This is a blowout. Oh, Voidrand. Get that Planeswalk out of here. That's not going to get the negate out of hand. Uncounterable removal spell.
And now deciding if we want to aim that, go for the throat at Edgar, and that just feels so bad if you start getting those flyers at the beginning of every upkeep, especially with Wedding Festivities.
Yeah, no. Go wide, smack face, essentially. That's what these decks turn into.
Okay, there is Shieldred. I would say still the more powerful 4-drop. With the negate backup to protect it, so. Looking pretty good here for Kasaka.
Yeah, two great spells in hand when you look at what Kentuck Harm is working with.
Yeah, Rafine off the top is excellent because Kasaka can't really do anything to that right now. You have to go for the throw, but you can't pay the ward. And negate does not hit it, of course. So if you were to attack with all 4 of these creatures...
That's a great look at, you know, an extra couple of cards, for sure.
Yeah, like you can, let's say Ken were to play Rafine, can't be countered, attack with all your creatures, draw and discard until you find something like Voidrand and deal with Shieldred where you can't negate that either. I mean, this game could all of a sudden be all but over in favor of Ken.
Really, really sweet.
Yeah.
And there are 3 copies of Voidrand, so that would be the ideal draw there with Rafine hitting the board and these creatures swinging in for, oh, we're just going for the 1.
Just for 1.
Interesting. So no 4 cards.
I think maybe a bit of a pump fake considering attacking with these other tokens as well.
Just the one then.
So you are priced into discarding. If you drew a land, you gotta still discard Farewell there. That's the one price. I guess it is already a 5/5, so I take that back.
Yeah, so Shieldred would trade then with Edgar to flip and become Edgar Markov's Coffin and start making those 1/1 life linking vampires.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Attempts to go for the throat on Shieldred, and the negate finds a target.
Okay, so that was before blocks, as we heard playfully there. But now we'll see if Kazaka even wanted to block with that Shieldred, and I'm kind of thinking probably not.
It's kind of just like, oh, hey, yeah, that's a good block. You should do that. I love that both players can find some humor in such a stressful situation.
Yeah, I think I'm more stressed than the players
Oh,
here.
yeah, for sure. We don't have anything riding on this.
Yeah, there you go. All right, and Virtue here.
Nice. Okay.
So now you can stack it in such a way that you get the token first, and then Virtue trigger goes on the stack, plus the wedding announcement. Should flip here since it is on the 3rd.
Flippity flop. All the tokens get a lovely buff. So yeah, again, just gumming up the battlefield here with these creatures. Rafine, the only flyer at the moment.
13. Yep. And there is...
Could be the advantage.
Yep, and Fairy Mastermind off the top for Ken.
Lovely.
A nice, interesting thing about this, you know, quote-unquote mirror match is Kazaka's not playing any Fairy Mastermind.
It's the only Esper mid-range deck without him in the main deck. Yeah.
Wow. It is a phenomenal Magic card, that's for sure. But at times, you know, can be outclassed.
I love the combination of Fairy Mastermind with the Shieldred out.
Yes.
Just forcing your opponent to draw. Oops, you're dead.
Stop hitting yourself kind of thing, huh?
Essentially, yes. Oh boy. Here goes Rafine scheming Seer, the lone attacker that can get through at the moment. Just ditching a land, Fairy Mastermind still in hand.
아니면 고기 갈고리 다시 돌려줘.
Damage from the Shieldred.
This is looking quite bad for Ken here.
Oh boy.
This Virtue really has no end in sight, and with that Farewell gone, that was kind of the answer to this. So
Needed it, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, even if Farewell came down for Ken, all of a sudden you're starting over, where Kasaka gets to play the first thing.
Yeah.
You know, and that's still pretty brutal for Ken. So.
So Fairy Mastermind's going to hit the board. There is a Make Disappear available along with the Go for the Throat. So plenty of answers here for Kazuna Kasaka at the moment, but the advantage is still very much with him.
Yeah, and one play that Kasaka has available right now is if that Fairy Mastermind gets activated, Ken's hope is Ken would get to draw 2, Kasaka would draw 1, but with the trigger on the stack, you can just go for the Throat it, and then each player just draw 1.
Nice.
Yeah. Looks like this is just to end step.
Yeah. End step. Make the board big. There is also the Restless Fortress down there, which can help accelerate things here for Kazuna Kasaka. And at the moment, it is looking like it is his game. Could this be the next player in the top 8, Corey?
Definitely would be a rightful, deserving top 8 competitor.
He's played excellently, like you mentioned.
그런 느낌이
qualifying
있긴
on
있죠.
points, so he's had a phenomenal 2022-2023 season. And making the most of his opportunity here, the biggest stage of them all.
Goes to activate it, and here is that play of Go for the Throat at first.
Nice.
And drain and gain.
Shieldred's such a rude magic card. So very, very powerful.
Okay, there is Ow there, but... And there is land 7, so you can play it, and Kasaka is under the big problem of have to sack 1 creature to deal with this powerful 5-drop, which isn't really a problem.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure at this point, Kazuna Kasaka just needs to start turning things sideways, and well, the ones that don't have vigilance, of course. Or even just sit there and let Shieldred do the job here for him.
Yeah, and looks like Ow was even just discarded here. And I want to say, maybe that was Ow number 2, that easily could be.
Cycling Rafine's tower, drawing again. And that is going to do it. So Ken Takahama taken down by Kazune Kasaka cleanly into our top 8, Corey.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. You know, he's just been playing some great Magic. The Virtues looked really strong in both of those games. And yeah, huge congratulations to Kasaka.
Great feeling, great play by Kazune Kasaka. We've got more players to put into the top 8 potentially, so we are going to hear from Maria and Mani about our next matchup coming right up.
We've got a great match for you coming up, everybody. Ely Cassis versus Anthony Lee.
Ely is on his unique build of domain control, taking the shell from domain ramp and putting more controlling elements with removal as well as a lot of threats in here, and Chromos C-Chart, Herd Migration, and Virtual Persistence really give this deck a punch in the late game. On the other side, we see Anthony Lee's Golgari mid-range deck. Very efficient, cheap creatures like Mosswood Dread Knight and Glissa go along Children, and a ton of removal trying to grind out the game, but is having a very hard time against a card like Up the Beanstalk.
That's Ely Cassis versus Anthony Lee coming up after the break.
Welcome back to coverage of World Championship 29 from the fabulous Las Vegas. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister, and we've been dropping bombs all day.
Yeah,
Said you'd retire that catchphrase. I'm bringing it back. So
thank you, I appreciate it.
You're welcome. We have more people to put into the top 8, but this next match is going to be a little bit different. This is not a win and in. Both players are at 8-3-1. It's Ely Cassis, Mr. 6-0 Limited, up against Anthony Lee, our overnight leader, also at 8-3.
잠시만요, 나 튕김.
Mid-range versus domain control. Corey, game number 1. What are you predicting here, friend?
Yeah, let's check it out. So normally I would predict that domain has the advantage, but Ely Cassis' list is so different. For better or for worse, we are still kind of determining that, but Ely's record would determine that maybe it is not the better domain list, as he is, you know, the only losses and draws have been from Constructed with that 6-0 Unlimited. So we'll see on this one.
So Anthony Lee on a mulligan, 6 cards.
Yep.
In the opening hands, both players just getting their mana bases established here. So what's going to happen at the end of this matchup then, as we see Liliana hit the board, is the player who wins here is not in for sure. They have to win one more, and they would be in a better position than the 10 and 4 players.
Exactly. With that draw, you know, they'd be looking very, very good if they win the last two, but it's not guaranteed. The one thing we can guarantee you is if you lose here, you are not making it into the top 8. Outside of some really, you know,
Extraordinary situation next where the player wins. So yeah, we will see. We're not going to call it an elimination match, but let's just put it in inverted commas here.
There we go.
For whoever is not the victor in this matchup. So Liliana ticking up, forcing a discard for both players.
Yeah, and Anthony came in as the leader for day one. Had a bit of a rough day today, but, you know, when 66% of your losses are to Reed Duke, you can't really feel that bad, you know, so a little unfortunate there, picking up a loss in Limited and Constructed.
Yeah, that's up against the Domain ramp deck in the hands of Reed Duke. So, you know, Domain might be the big bad for the Golgari mid-range deck. You know, it's not a whole lot of interaction for the list. No counter spells to rely on, as other lists do, the Esper mid-range and the other Domain decks.
Yeah, and it was close, though. Yeah. It was a very close match.
Oh, yeah. So. Hey, Shieldred, what's up? She's back again.
She's back. Ely was saying, I called that, but I don't have a way to beat it.
Yeah. So Shieldred's going to get Nuggin here on Ely Cassis.
Yep, there is Leyline Binding, a ton of lands. Some of them were utility lands and Herd Migration, it looks like. So a relatively uninspiring hand here from Cassis.
Yeah. Looking super hot at the moment up against Shieldred and an active Liliana.
Yeah, and the Liliana getting closer to 6. There's really no, you know, end in sight for the Liliana. As it stands right now, Ely will have to choose between dealing with Liliana so the ultimate doesn't happen, or deal with Shieldred that is, you know, potentially killing him faster.
Oh boy.
Or enters problem 3 to the battlefield.
At what point does Cassis go, oh, okay, fine, let's just go to game number 2?
Yeah.
Good grief.
Because here's the thing, this looks like in response
to the Nissa?
I think so. You know, this is definitely a verbal thing from the player, and if you go Leyline Binding on this, okay, so this was in response because Leyline has not been activated yet.
Sure.
So Nissa can just go negative and kill Leyline Binding, get Liliana back, but maybe a minor, I wouldn't say a minor sequencing problem, because I believe Anthony went down to 0 cards, so you want to play that first and then activate Liliana. So Ely just having a good timed Leyline Binding here.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to.
Or not, so.
Yeah, I mean, this is the only thing that could happen, you know, because you have to cast the Nissa first, so then you could activate the Liliana, but now that, you know, the Leyline Binding comes out, you either Leyline Binding Nissa after it ticks up and makes a giant creature.
Yeah, it's a tricky pickle to crunch on there, I guess. So.
Yeah, it's bad either way.
Yeah.
It's bad either way, that's for sure.
이렇게 이겼어요.
Oh yeah, Cycle gonna take another 2 points of damage. This isn't looking super hot, Corey.
No, it is not.
이렇게 이기.
For Ely Cassis fans.
요거 뒤집어가지고 상대 거 다 가지고.
Alright, down to 10. Let's see. What's the best thing to find at this situation? In this situation.
Boy, I would say from Ely's list, I mean, that's the thing, is they're all individually tough to deal with cards, and the only real answer that cleanly deals with all of them is Leyline Binding. So, I mean, 3 Leyline Bindings, you know? I mean, that's...
Yeah.
Because, I mean, if it was 2 creatures that were really impactful, Sunfall would be great.
Yeah.
But, yeah, looks like Ely is just like, there's not a chance I can get out of that 1, 2, 3 punch.
Jeez, like, talking about 1, 2, 3 punch, just planeswalkers.
이거나 봐야겠다.
Cassis here. Anthony Lee's gotta be.
게임 틀어놓고 하니까 집중이 안 된다.
7 cards.
불가리가 이겼네요.
Love to see it. Shieldred. I see it go for the throat there in hand for him. What else are we seeing?
And the one thing I will say is, you know, we saw Anthony like scoop it up against Reed when Atraxa hit the battlefield. You know, that was just the overwhelming card. There's no Atraxas in Ely's list, so, and there's a lot more spells. So we also saw.
이건 높은 확률로 요거를 날릴 것 같은데 핸들을 몰라서 뭐라고 말을 못하겠다. 저라면 요거 날릴 확률 제일 클 거라고 생각하는데.
And yeah, some removal in lands for Anthony. So now it's just, do you want to clear the way with Disdainful Stroke, or do you want to take Herd Migration, which gives access for Ely to have black mana, and right now you have Bant-colored mana and a Shieldred.
Yeah,
you know, that does not look good.
That's not a winning combination there, especially for the double black pipped Apocalypse.
The tower off the top is pretty good.
It's useful, but you know, you can't rely on just a Shieldred alone. You can't live on Shieldred alone. That's how the saying goes, right?
I believe it is.
Sure.
Correct. And yeah, Anthony's list is perfectly well equipped to deal with a Shieldred. It just comes down to how many go for the throats were left in.
Yeah.
You know, we know Liliana is more than likely going to be left in, and that's an answer to Shieldred straight away as well. So Ely Cassis does not want to see Liliana the Veil, and you know, there's a lot of them.
2.4로 저지가 지금 저지 화났죠?
Shieldred, you know, you don't want to be blocking a first striking Death Toucher.
No, you do not. So we do see
10월 나오면은 뭐 10월 바로 찍고 어택 가서 들어오 먹고
finding it now, but
Oh yeah. Just because we're not playing online doesn't mean.
Oh man. I think Anthony's like, wow, how lucky. Get the double black stars.
I don't think anything ever bothers Ely. He's so chill.
Honestly, same with Anthony too.
바로 찍겠죠?
Very chill, very
시작에.
awesome people that I'm happy to have the pleasure of knowing both of them.
Shieldred hits the board, and we'll see some gain and drain. No, we won't, because Go for the Throat says get out of here.
어택 가서 들어오
First
먹고
Glissa that we've seen
Yeah,
connect so far, at least when we've been in the booth.
This thing just keeps getting dead or
Oh,
exiled.
yeah. And I mean, being able to just draw a card, lose a life here is excellent.
Yeah, in combination with Shieldred on the board, like it's just cool. Draw a card, gain a life.
그거 하나의 메스를 쓸 수는 없는데
Still not looking super hot for Ely at the moment.
No,
Melissa
it really
going
is not.
Couple of creature lands for Anthony to call in when he needs some reinforcements.
And I believe we still saw a Shieldred here from Anthony.
이제
Ooh,
Oh, there we go.
That's a nice answer for it. That's an ability, not a spell, so even if there were
정멸 만화
a
남겨놨고
counter, which is not because it's Golgari, it's a great way to answer an attacking threat.
And Anthony does know about this disdainful stroke that's more than likely to occur if Shieldred's fired off. So decides to play around it by playing a 3-drop here. Looks like
MTGArena.
Arena there. Love it.
More cards.
Ely's been playing Magic so long, I guarantee he played when that card was originally printed.
Probably. We were chatting about, you know, the beginnings of Magic and beta this and alpha that, and I'm just like, I hope you still have those cards or sold them for a very good price.
Yeah.
What we got there? Dread Whispers.
Are we playing that as the creature or just drawing a card?
Yeah, we're drawing cards. Loving the Golgari mid-range life here. Just utilizing your life as a resource.
And yeah, this is going to be tough to deal with. You got to get Phyrexian-Rena off the battlefield. And yeah, anything that isn't a creature, it's pretty tough for Ely's version to deal with. You know, you have the Leyline Binding, sure, but you have 4 of those, and Anthony has Planeswalkers, enchantments, all of these different types. So I actually think this matchup went from being a really bad one for Anthony for the traditional builds to a good one based on the way Ely's deck is. Now, that being said, there's probably other matchups where he feels better equipped, maybe mono red, aggressive decks like that. Just maybe it wasn't necessarily the main focus type thing.
That is certainly a possibility.
아 이거
Too much Golgari or
릴리 나온 거 되게 까다롭다.
We've seen this weekend the Cauldron decks, for example. You can't have an answer for everything. You just got to be as best prepared as you can, and you know, get your edges where you can.
무리주 2개 썼기 때문에
So still have
나오기 조금 힘든데
love how Anthony is playing this. You know, you get the Liliana down and keep taxing Ely's mana by saying you got to keep leaving up 2
이대로 파이가 나뉠 수도 있어요.
I play Shieldred, and in the meantime, Anthony's doing everything but casting Shieldred. So extremely well navigated so far from him.
Oh, a Leyline Binding in hand now for Ely alongside.
기나이 있는 것 같은데?
I believe I saw a forest there, so we're gonna fire off the Leyline Binding to
Arena.
take care of the Phyrexian Arena. So no extra card for Anthony.
Yeah.
His draw step.
And that's brutal because, like, you want to take Liliana as well, but the value that Arena is going to provide is going to be too much. But now you tick up with Liliana, and what does Ely do? Every single turn, leave a card in hand so he can hold up Disdainful Stroke? Like...
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm just going to cast Andrea Mengucci.
So now Anthony knows it's Disdainful Stroke. So if all he has is a 4-drop, it's time to get busy with this cottage.
Oh, yeah. Double cottages and the Mishra's Factory, Mishra's Foundry.
Yep. Okay, here it is. Just
Mention?
keep attacking with that. Can play the Dread Knight as well.
Yeah.
Like,
that's 4 points of damage, making food, exiling things.
Yep, this looks like Ely Cassis will not be running back his second place finish to Nathan Stoyer here and leaving Anthony a chance to win the next round and more than likely lock it up.
It's a curious spot. Master Dread Knight joins the fray here. Alright, good.
의미 없죠.
An excellent blocker here for Ely Cassis.
Yeah, not with Liliana though, that's for sure.
No, Lily is a little mad and no land to activate either as a creature.
So now Anthony has the great joy of saying, do I want you to discard your Disdainful Stroke and I'll play Shieldred, or kill your Glissa for free? Either or are great plays.
근데 말이야.
There goes the Disdainful Stroke, so hell-bent is Ely Cassis with a Glissa Sunslayer to block the Master Dread Knight. And you know, Anthony's not probably too mad about losing that if he wants more cards.
하나, 거북이.
Exactly. That is a perfectly strong chump blocker, that's for sure.
What's up, Shieldred?
다음 턴 파인 아님.
With the Foundry as well if you want.
So Ely on the draw, gonna take 2 points of damage. 2 life lost here to the Shieldred.
And at this point, I don't even know what the best draw is. I think step 1, it has to be deal with Liliana, because the ultimate will be far too devastating.
Yeah.
맹구치 11일 중.
Yep, so it is in the graveyard, but it says you can
열일
cast
중.
the one side, of course. Okay, I mean, that's what it had to be.
Excellent. Okay, so finds Leyline Binding and gonna get rid of the Shieldred.
Okay, Ely's saying...
Okay, I haven't decided yet.
I was going to say, Ely's saying it's okay if I lose 3 or 4 lands.
Alrighty, so no potential ultimate there from Liliana.
So I'm going to
sacrifice food. Go up to 18 for Anthony.
And then 20 with the draw step, they were saying.
Yep.
근데 맞아 죽겠는데?
This is a very fast clock here for Anthony now.
Yeah.
On Ely Cassis.
so I'll go to 21.
Yep, lose 1, gain 2 with Shieldred.
Nice. Now it's on an adventure and can be replayed. What a great card. Muscle Dread Knight is so cool.
Yeah, it left the Andrea Mengucci mode and then went to an adventure. Of course, Anthony's very good friend Andrea Mengucci. We used to be on team MTG Bent Card back in the day together.
Oh.
Yeah.
Shieldred's getting in Arena again. As well as another Glissa. This is just going to be far too much here for Ely to come back from.
Looks
Down
like
to
it.
8.
These Glissas can bounce off each other, but then Arena,
아하.
an extra card,
Yeah.
Shieldred gaining
Shieldred's
you
just
the
like
life.
glug, glug, glug. Yeah. Any of these pay 1 draw cards are just so much better with Shieldred the Apocalypse out. Ely Cassis looking. Is there anything he can do? Obstinate Baloth on the board now alongside Glissa. Still though, can't even trade with.
Yeah. So,
Shieldred.
Obstinate Baloth is the card that is kind of the anti-Liliana card, because it does make you discard it, but yeah, it doesn't... If it would have came up earlier, that actually would have been pretty relevant. I think this is also a mono red card mainly.
Yeah, for sure.
But very good against Liliana.
에너지가 찬다.
Oh yeah. That's sweet. I like that.
Yeah. Because right when you tick it up the first time, comes into play, you initially get to attack it down. That's the kind of the best answer Ely has to that powerful planeswalker.
Oh my goodness. And the longer she stays around, the better she gets, as we saw her clear the way, getting that disdainful stroke out of hand. And allowing Sheoldred to just run rampant here for Anthony Lee.
Yep.
그만해야죠.
Looks like holding Sheoldred back. Of course, with first strike death touch, you don't want to run that creature into that. But, I mean, you have to block, because otherwise that's
something's
not
coming back.
Well, yeah, it's not going to draw a card. I'll tell you, it's probably going to unlock another Arena or a Liliana there.
Oh, yeah. And now it's kind of a pick your poison situation for Anthony Lee. How does he want to close this game out?
Yeah, you can definitely just play the Dread Knight. Whatever card we have in hand. Is that a Graveyard Trespasser?
Oh, yeah. Great. Start chomping, getting some more life.
And then play
losing life. Oy.
And then you can play the Dreadnought. You can hold it back as well to play around a top deck Sunfall, I guess.
See how it is.
Come on.
Daytime.
Sounds like players joking around with each other here.
선펄 아니면 없음.
Back on the board. The turn is passed.
Okay, is it Sunfall? I think it kind of needs to be.
It needs to be at this point. Domain control needs to control, and that is
선펄
the
없죠.
extension of the hand from Ely Cassis. Anthony Lee progresses to 9 wins. That is not the lucky number 10 he needs, so he has to continue sweating it out in the next round. But if he manages to pick up the next win, Corey, then he's in a very good position.
Yeah, absolutely. Would be just ahead of those other players at 10 wins without a draw, of course, and would be presented with a
이거 약간
chance to make the top 8, but still not even guaranteed. So.
램프 대
Big round next round.
All right, well, we have another match to show you. We're going to jump into
에스퍼, 불가리, 램프 이거밖에 없겠는데?
Cauldron.
All right.
Cauldron deck made it all the way here.
이터 블러스 하면 너무 좋고.
Very, very cool indeed from Alexi. So let's see how
그랬으면 페어리판이었을걸요?
resolves here as we do join in game number 3.
대회에 페어리밖에 없었을걸요?
So far, all the games we've seen Alexi win has been these like value beatdown game
flyers, free flyers, go, you know.
But it's one of those tricky combo decks where your opponent's so focused on the combo that you're like, hey, don't forget, I can beat you down with some creatures.
Seed of Hope to start things off here for Alexi. Milling cards, gaining some life, getting a permanent.
Almost bricked on the Seed of Hope there. Get 2 spells. That's no good.
Adwara and Rona, Herald of the Invasion on the board to get things going. One of the key cards in the combo, being able to draw through your entire deck in combination with Agatha's Soul Cauldron.
Yep, and now we're seeing Cess domain style deck. This is going to be much closer to Reed and Nassif's build on the same team as Elias, who was kind of on the island with playing that version of domain control.
So Seth doing a decent job of keeping creatures off the board here with Lochlin's Scorn. Hey, Kami of Whispered Hopes. I don't think we've seen this card once when we've seen the Simic Cauldron deck.
Yeah, exactly, except maybe our first round we cast yesterday. But that is a very important key to comboing off here. Still need a couple more. For sure the Cauldron.
Yeah.
A few others as well.
Oh, yeah. You know, it's our own checklist we have to go through. It's like, well, okay, we got this, we got that, we got that.
Exactly. Okay.
Hey, Cauldron time.
가자!
All right.
Nice. All right, so we need an untapper, so we need the Sleep Cursed Fae.
And I believe that's in hand because we brought it back with Seed of Hope.
Sure.
So now this is going to add 2 counters. And now that's 3 mana, 4 mana with the land.
Uh-huh. Hey, Malevolent Hermit, nice.
Great. All right, and passes the turn there with Hermit available.
많아?
Able to counter something here from Cess. So if Cess was trying to like curve out to, you know, play an invasion or something, it's not going to work too well.
Yeah, you know, combo decks, they need to be able to protect what it is that they have going.
Yes.
So this Malevolent Hermit finds a nice home in this shell to be able to sacrifice itself and counter a non-creature spell only.
So it looks like Seth just tapped out for this Stomper, right? So with the fairy in hand, you could use the ability from, you know, the Rona'd up creature here to draw a discard, put the fairy in the graveyard, cauldron it back, untap. I believe this is game.
Let's see.
I don't want to, you know, I don't want to call that.
Don't jinx it.
I also don't want to. It's very complicated, and Alexi's gonna know this better than I will.
Right. So all the countered creatures have the ability of everything under. There's the dragon.
So that's it.
Here we go. Finally, we see the dragon. Okay, maybe not in that many steps, but finally, the dragon gets to Scorch.
I'm just thankful that Alexi did win that game with the combo that game. You know, I wasn't 100%, but I mean, that's, I think, the first time we've seen the combo really go off. And I mean, that was like 4 pieces. That's not a ton. So, wow, this Cauldron deck is in contention to make the top 8, and how exciting would that be? Super spicy.
I would love to see that, but we have one more game to show you, friends. Let's jump in to Orange versus Goatbierkia. Yetsa had a very, very good day yesterday indeed. These players are in extra turns at the moment, so do or die here. If Greg were to win, he would be still in a pretty hectic situation because it's not the 10 wins. Both players still fighting for that 10th win.
Yeah, and I believe it was 8-4 for Greg, right?
Yeah, 8-4 and 8-3 and 1.
Yep, so the players like Anthony that we saw go up to 9 wins with a draw, they're going to be put above Greg, even if Greg were to win this. And wow, we're jumping into a board state here.
Oh, yes.
바트 컨트롤.
Turn.
바트 컨.
Extra turns.
Okay.
So we have, the Eternal Wanderer and the Wandering Emperor.
Okay.
Plenty of creatures on this board. Yetsa is at 8.
Yeah. And Yitza's deck, Celestia Auras, can kind of win out of nowhere. You kind of need that, you know, the certain enchantments that really go way over the top.
Like a Hallowed Haunting.
Yeah, like a Hallowed Haunting
effect.
But as
네, 그런 느낌에 이제
able to possibly attack through.
한번 볼까? 또 뭐 넣나? 부스팅 같은 거 넣나?
Not ideal. It will eliminate both of
이거 넣고 반트참 하나 끝. 이거랑 반트참 한 장.
It looks good.
So cool, yeah.
변신랜드?
Up the beanstalk and then just 5 mana sorceries, you know? So on brand for the Citrus Assassin here, and on brand with the orange.
변신랜드도 없음.
Got the orange deck box too.
Yeah. Orange shoes.
Probably.
Yeah.
진짜 존나 진지하게 이것 때문에 는 거예요.
I guess. The classic Greg as well. I guess I'll just attack for lethal.
Super chill individual.
He is very chill.
Wandering Emperor in response to attacks being declared.
Okay, it looks like Otawara, Sunfall, and Land in hand for Greg.
오렌지가 거의 잡은 것 같긴 하죠. 필드.
Softening the blow a little bit, and the poor good girls are gonna have to jump in the way here.
뭔가 필드가 더러워가지고 어떤 상황인지 잘 모르겠는데 오렌지가 어택하고 지금 그거 버티고 있는 상황인 것 같아요.
And again, another really sweet build, doing so well.
Yep.
On day 2 of the World Championship.
Yep, Celestia Enchantments, a deck that is largely contained if the number of farewells are large. We had an interview from him at the end of day 1 yesterday and said, you know what, there's not many farewells, so I decided to play this. And treating him quite well so far.
Just checking the life totals there of the players.
Complicated.
Naturalist remains.
And I mean, look at the graveyard from these players. This has been a game.
Oh, yeah. This is why there are turns, I'd imagine.
I would imagine as well.
Grindy matchup indeed.
Okay, turn 2. So this means Greg will get 2 more turns to close out this game.
I think he's probably going to do it unless we see something ridiculous here from Selesnya enchantments.
Yeah, and I mean,
Community.
that deck can definitely do some ridiculous things.
Oh, yeah.
There's Hollowed Haunting off the top, 2 of them actually, and there we go. That creates a bunch of blockers.
Yeah.
And it costs only 3 thanks to Jukai Naturalist.
That card is awesome.
Yeah.
Do we have 7 more enchantments at the moment? Don't believe so.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to be flying unless we start just casting a bunch of Spirited Companion, stuff like that from the hand. Step 1, get the Hollowed Haunting down.
Yeah.
And now Greg does have the Otawara, so in response to this next spell, can bounce it.
Yeah. Spirited Companion draws a card, only costs 1, but the trigger would be on the stack.
And even if these are just ground creatures, they're still, you know, I mean, the only creatures Greg has right now is ground creatures, so this is going to be tough for Greg to push through damage.
You don't want to be giving up your creatures. And Yitza really doesn't want to go to 8-3 and 2 if this were to go to a draw.
Yeah, absolutely not. Neither of them do, but at this stage of the game, maybe even if you don't make top 8, you know, making top 16 at the World Championship.
만화 다 쓰면은
Hold your head high for either of these players, whether you're an established pro like Greg.
뭉친 다음에 하나씩 남긴 다음에 상대 거 바운싱 올리고 어택 가면 끝나겠죠?
And you know, bringing a rogue deck, in essence, not bringing one of the safe options, if we can call it that, in the most played color pairs in Esper.
Yeah, definitely a deck we saw, you know, a couple Pro Tours ago, and has kind of been around, but I would totally agree with you. It feels much more like a rogue
4점 남은 거면
deck
더블 스트라이크니까.
as there was maybe 2-3 players that played it. Same with Bant, you know, I mean, that's definitely a rogue deck.
근데 지금 밸런스에 배날 만한 게
Oh, for sure. Lots of counter
뭐가 있을까? 아트락사? 아트락사 밴할 만하고.
So, some spicy inclusions there.
Yeah, he played a blue-white control deck, splashing green-red for Omnath in Barcelona as well, you know. Greg definitely stays on brand.
Oh, yeah.
아트락사 말고 배날 만한 게 뭐가 있을까요?
Another might there with a Mirex buried in those lands.
아트락사 라핀.
So move to untaps now for
황제.
Greg. Turn 3 of extra turns.
All right, so 4 life.
결혼. 결혼. 슈발 결혼.
Bounce the Jukai Naturalist. That's
아트락사 결혼이 맞다. 정배다. 아트락사랑 결혼.
Greg's got it if you bounce the Naturalist and there's nothing else.
Yeah, if he's got the Horned Lockwell, he can... Oh, that's only attacking creatures.
Yeah, unless there's like Iganjo.
오래 살았다. 진짜 오래 살았다. 가자 이제.
Well, yeah, Greg has Ottawa in hand.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a fact, yeah.
결혼 이제 벤 보내버린 다음에 정관 수술 해버려 그냥. 아무도 장가 못 가 이제. 갈 때 됐지. 근데 지금 느낌에서는 약간 얘도 약간 문제될 수 있을 것 같은데? 앞으로 나오는 카드에 따라 다르겠지만 얘도 약간 문제의 가능성이 좀 보이는 카드인데요? 콩나무 줄기도? 아니 나 여기서 좀 느꼈어. 반트 컨트롤이 이거 터치해서 쓰는 거 보고 느꼈어. 얘 좀 문제의 가능성이 있는 애야.
The Eternal Wanderer. So for each player, choose a creature that player controls.
하위는 내려갈 만하죠. 하위 타입은 고만화가 아니니까.
I did see an Aganjo, so if Greg went for that line that I kind of suggested right away, maybe that was not going to work, and you know that could have led to a a crackback that could have been lethal. So
yeah, Otawara bounce that. That's no longer in play. And for 3, Aganjo takes care of that.
Okay.
Good grief, Yitza is hanging on for dear life here up against Greg Orange.
Yeah, make a knight, but at this point now it's looking pretty unlikely that Yitza's not going to play enough blockers to be able to prevent losing the game. Now I think Yitza's just going for the draw at this point.
This is turn 4 of extra turns if you're just joining us.
Yep.
오렌지 억울하다.
from the Celestia deck, so this will either be Greg picking up the W or a draw for these players.
아마 지금 속으로 억울하다 이러고 있을 듯.
See where Yitza goes from here. 2 sagas taken away there. Flashing back rights of Harmony.
Okay. Looking to draw some cards. Very good combo with these Hollowed Hauntings. And it looks like this was at draw step with these other triggers on the stack. And now I believe that's another Teachings in hand. So the cute thing that you get to do now is play Teachings. When you cast it, Hollowed Haunting puts a creature into play, draw a card. When Teachings comes into play, draw a card. Teachings makes the token. When that comes into play, draw a card.
That's very cool indeed. Sweet, sweet card.
Yeah, Up the Beanstalk only draws 1 card.
Yeah, I
Teachings,
mean, draws
3.
3.
So that's just math.
Obviously the best card. Chikai Naturalist and Enchantment.
Yeah, coming in
and of
from
itself.
Chapter 2 of Restoration of Aganjo.
I'm gonna make another knight. Or excuse me, another samurai.
Yeah. How many cards are left in that deck for Yitza?
This game's been going on a
It's
while.
like 5,
so it's
right?
like 5, yeah.
미친 듯이 들어간다.
Ooh, that is a skinny.
몇 장 안 남았다. 그는 걱정하고 있다.
8. Okay.
Ooh.
There's Generous Visitor, Virtue.
Yeah, Virtue's far too slow, but
Yep.
no, gonna go for it.
Another token, draw a card.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, you did a good job of restocking this battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if this game, you know, could go on a couple more turns, Yitza could have a very real chance of winning next turn. With getting this Hollowed Haunting, get a bunch of flyers, you know, could really, really go wide here.
What's his enchantment count at now? 1, 2, 3, 4 only?
Looks like 4 right now.
Yeah. The Generous Visitor isn't an enchantment.
Yep.
It's just a critter. Kieran touched Orochi. I believe that's the backside. Yeah.
So now you get a
또
spirit.
트리거, 또 드로우.
Oh my goodness me.
If you like taking game actions, let me interest you.
This looks like an
in
Enchantress
Celestia
deck
Aura.
at Commander.
Yes.
Holy cow.
So making a might. Greg's gonna draw a card, see if he can push through 4 damage. Eternal
억울하다.
counter on the soldier. And if there's some way to clear out all the blockers while leaving in an attacker, you know, the Eternal Wanderer does kind of do that, but
서플 치고 비겨야 돼. 억울하다.
That was a turn and a half from Yitza Gopiek.
Sure.
Unbelievable. I'm sad that that's an extra turns because he doesn't get to do anything beyond that.
yeah. And we see the sun fall, so, you know, Greg could deal with all the creatures.
Yeah.
And then maybe go for decking as a real game plan if this game was going to continue.
아, 오렌지 원래 이긴 건데.
Stands. It just looks like this is going to be a draw.
Oh man, I spent so much time putting all those dice on those creatures just to have them sunfold. That's an 8/8.
Yep. Now if Greg can give it haste,
아.
don't think he can do.
Control deck?
오렌지가 배신랜드만 썼어도 이겼는데.
Don't give me hope.
그쵸? 배신랜드 어택하면 이겼는데. 배신랜드 안 써.
Okay, just going through the motions.
Yep, Seiju taking care of that, so Goodback gets to go and fetch.
Doesn't. Fails to find.
Goodness me.
Like, I have enough
Oh, yeah.
land, thank you very
After
much.
Sunfall, if this game were to continue, then, you know, Greg would pick up the W, but
is the last
it
turn.
is at turns.
Yeah,
Let's
you pass
listen
the
in.
turn. Yeah. So that's the last turn. As a reminder, you're not allowed to use the tops of your decks or anything. But as it stands, this would be reported as a draw unless you tell me it's going to be something else.
Okay. I mean, this game is still pretty much anyone's game, so we'll see, of course, what they do.
Do what you feel, I suppose.
there would be a
슬퍼 보인다.
feature, courtesy of Ganjo.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's not like if Greg had 8 cards and a bunch of more wrath effects, maybe this would be a closer.
욕심내서 변신랜드 한 장만 썼어도.
As it stands, I don't see a clear winner. You know, no matter what, I think Greg is advantaged, but you never know.
Greg is going to win the match 2-1.
Oh.
Right.
All right. Okay, so a concession there from Yitza, giving Greg the win. So at 9-4 as it stands.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So nice sportsman-like move there to give one of them a chance
상대가 컨시드 해줬어.
elimination rounds tomorrow instead of kind of eliminating each player there.
둘 다 지면은 둘 다 못 올라가거든요.
Awesome stuff from Yitza there.
그 상대가 그냥 에이 그래 내가 졌다고 해줄게 하고 져줬어요.
Still one more round to go, Corey.
Could easily be that 7th, 8th.
아니 와 매너보다 이 게임 끝까지 가면 원래 내가 이긴 거 아님? 그러니까 나 그냥 밀어줘 한 거예요. 둘 다 죽을 순 없으니까. 근데 이 게임은 사실상 뒤로 가면 오렌지가 이기는 게 맞았으니까. 세 명 확정? 가능성 있는 친구들. 오렌지도 살아났죠. 가능성 있는 친구. 밑으로는 이제 거의 이제 마지막 라운드거든요. 근데 거의 아이디 치고 이런 식으로 결정나는 게 대부분 아닌가?
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of World Championship 29 here from Las Vegas, Nevada. And
아닌가?
down to the wire on day 2 of
몇이나 가능성이 있지?
We have one round of Swiss left to play. The most exciting hour of Magic is ahead of us, Maria Bartholdi. And
9점이 9등까지 아닌가?
let's take a look at the leaderboard. The most important piece of anything that we need to look at right now.
9승이
players are
보자.
doing. So we've
아니구나.
got
11등까지구나.
Simon Nielsen, Kazuni Kasaka, all able to
브로도
lock
있고.
in our top 8 here today. But of course, we have a lot more to give away, Monty.
We really do, and Maria,
하나,
I
둘,
can tell you
명.
that every single name that you are looking
아이디
at,
치면
first through 16th right now,
명,
is relevant to
1명,
the
2명,
upcoming
3명.
round.
Are you
There's
serious?
Every
명.
single name is
얘네 아이디 치면 올라가는데?
Wow.
This is awesome.
Okay, so don't go anywhere, everybody. We have some very exciting Magic coming up for you. Take a look at our top 8. This is
아이디 치면 올라가는 거 아니야?
Reed Duke, Simon Nielsen, Kazuni Kasaka. They can stop playing. They've locked up their spots, but spots 4 through 8 hey, they're still open, and it is anybody's game, or in fact, a lot of people's game.
A lot of people's game.
우승 2무니까?
So I'm super excited for this last round today. Somebody in great position.
10승 3명 나오고 이제 9승 2무로 둘이 올라가면 이제 그거 7, 8등인 거지 사이좋게.
Anthony Lee coming off of a huge win against Ely Cassis. Win number 9. Tell us a little bit about it.
There wasn't that much to say. I think I just had like a fantastic draw. Like the Golgari mid-range deck definitely has some cards that are really good against creature decks and some cards that are really good against non-creature decks. And I think game 1 I just drew the half that was great against his deck, honestly. Like my opening hand was awful. I mulliganed it and then drew maybe one of the best 6s I could imagine, so.
Look, that's the life of playing a mid-range deck, right? Draw the right half sometimes, then the good part is you get to sideboard into the perfect deck, right?
Yeah, and then it works out a lot better post-board. So if you get game 1, then I think the match is really in my favor. I know during our match, Ely mentioned you have too many good cards against my deck, and it really felt that way.
그거 말고도 많아요. 누르면 잘못 나오는 거 굉장히 많아요.
Worlds runner-up last year, and now you're looking to make Worlds top 8 this year. 1 round left to go. Of course, I know you're going to try to win it, but are you feeling that pressure after starting off so good, picking up a couple of losses, but bouncing back?
I think it's all right. I don't think I could have done very much in my losses, so I don't feel too bad about
얘를
it.
못 고침.
Like I messed up a little, but only at the points where I had already lost the game. I don't.
고칠 거면 한 1, 2년 전에 고쳤어야 돼. 지금까지 안 고친 거 보면 못 고쳐요. 얘는 못
I
고침.
mean, getting 2 losses from Reed Duke is, that's totally acceptable. No Magic player can complain about this.
You're one of many that have lost twice to Reed, so not that big of a deal. Anthony, we're loving watching you play. Good luck, all right?
Thank you very much.
Well, the first player to lock up a spot in our top 8 was none other than Reed Duke. And hey, if you want to learn how to play Magic like Reed Duke, you probably want to learn how to play this awesome domain ramp deck. I talked to him about it before the tournament. Let's listen in. Hey everybody, I've got Hall of Famer and Pro Tour Phyrexia champion Reed Duke here with me today. Reed, you're running domain ramp this
듀크 키 되게 큰 편이거든요.
Well, the card
너 누나도 되게 키 큰가 보다.
super powerful. So the temptation to be able to cast Atraxa Grand Unifier.
아니 듀크가 큰 편이라고 봐야 180 좀 넘는 느낌? 큰 편이라고. 큰 편이죠. 한국 기준에서 봤을 때.
Some great new weapons and just a lot of cool stuff going on with ramp.
All right, so you mentioned ramp, of course. The name of the deck here.
젠슨이 거인이에요, 거인. 젠슨
So the
거인.
key ones are Topiary Stomper and Invasion of Zendikar, and both of these cards individually have really overperformed expectations. Take Invasion of Zendikar, kind of looks similar to old style cards like, say, Explosive Vegetation, where you're just getting 2 lands for 4 mana, but don't underestimate the battle aspect. Because the common and best play pattern with this deck is you play turn 3 Topiary Stomper up to 4 lands, then turn 5 you play your 5th land and get 2 more from the battle. Now the Topiary Stomper can attack and threaten to kill the battle right away. So either your opponent's chump blocking, or you get to have 2 4/4 vigilance creatures. They know you're going to play something really powerful.
얘 좀 배나자 얘 벤. 얘 좀 배나자.
Against the wall very, very quickly in a game if you can have that opening.
So ramp plus pressure too in Topiary Stomper.
얘 벤 해도 잘 굴러가는구만. 그죠?
You want a big awesome payoff and you have that.
이거 벤 해도 잘 굴러가잖아요. 여기 그냥 공용으로 합의 봅시다. 공용으로. 이거 벤하고 공용으로 합의 봐요.
The absolute best thing you can cast because she's so powerful.
Well, just look at it.
As a standalone. Yeah, just look at it. Look how many words are on that card. But usually when you play Atraxa, it means, well, often you can play like a 1 mana answer the same turn, a Leyline Binding, whatever it might be, and then the next turn when you untap, you have just all the world, all this mana, all these cards in your hand. You almost never lose from that position. Only 3 copies of Atraxa because it is a 7 mana card. You don't want to have too many in your opening hand and be clunky. But the other great thing about this deck, the other 7 mana payoffs, Herd Migration and Virtue of Persistence, these are 7 mana game-winning cards. But if you have them in your opening hand, you get to do other things with them. It's not so clunky. It's you're going to have functional, smooth opening hands a lot of the time because of these adaptable, flexible cards.
And Virtue is just such an excellent card too, and the life gain on it has got to be great too.
Yeah, Virtue of Persistence, definitely the most important addition from Wilds of Eldraine. So what I found in trying to play against the ramp deck is you want to put pressure on early. You play some early creatures.
아니 지금 아트라사 안 나가면 우리 스탠다드도 길어졌잖아요.
kill your first play, gain 2 life.
그냥 계속 얘만 봐야 돼 그냥.
Meanwhile, I'm getting to my 7th
계속 봐야 돼.
It really just does everything the deck wants.
그만 보고
And then
싶다.
Sometimes you just cast it, start putting Atraxas and you know, their best creatures onto the battlefield. It's a really good
저
card.
잠깐만 쉬다 올게요. 화장실도 가고.
You've got cards like Sunfall.
Sunfall, just, you know, sort of familiar, like, we've all seen these board wipe effects, but Sunfall is such a good version of it. Like, exiles everything, so there's no graveyard recursion, there's no indestructible, no worries about that stuff. And then, you know, you often just have like a 5/5 creature when the dust settles because of the Incubate X clause, so just, you know, I would say an abnormally powerful board sweeper and really perfect for this deck.
And how about Archangel of Wrath? What role does she play in this deck?
Well, I love having the combination of Sunfall and Archangel of Wrath, because if you think I have Sunfall, you know, hold back some creatures, then the Archangel of Wrath can, you know, demolish your board and leave me with a high life total and a lifelink blocker. But then if you go too far, you try to overwhelm the Archangel, that's when Sunfall gets you. So it's really nice to have both of these options in a world where, you know, mono red is one of the scary decks out there. Having a card that can gain you, you know, 7 life the first round that she's on the battlefield, not to mention answering potentially as many as 3 creatures. Very, very, like, great card to bridge the gap and just stabilize in the long game.
And of course, we've got to talk about the card that's been on a lot of people's lips, the beans up the beanstalk.
So this is a fun one. Not every deck, you know, not every ramp deck plays this, or I wouldn't say it's a necessary card, but it's just nice. We have 2 copies to sort of like grease the gears, keep the cards flowing. And one thing that's really cool about Up the Beanstalk is the natural predator of the ramp decks would be like counter spells. You know, people who are not going to let you resolve your Atraxa. But if they want to sit on counter spells and you have Up the Beanstalk, then you just play threat after threat after threat, and you're getting the 2-for-1 advantage every time they counter, till eventually they run out and something slips through.
So Reed, you landed on this deck at the very last minute in testing. You switched from something else. Why did you do that?
Yeah, there were a few decks that I like in this format. I'll just kind of complement the standard format that I think it's pretty balanced and a lot of things are possible. But I was looking at an aggressive white weenie deck or a mid-range Golgari deck. And honestly, the reason I settled on this is because I tried to beat it and I couldn't do it. The ramp deck is really, really potent, especially against those mid-range decks like Golgari. And in the end, I felt comfortable. It's Gabriel Nassif and Seth Manfield playing the same deck as me, and those guys are pretty smart, so I feel like I can't be doing too much of a mistake choosing this deck.
Well, this deck looks sweet, Reed. Best of luck to you this weekend. Domain ramp, everybody. Announcing the Wizards and Nerf Limited Lightning Lair, a PulseCon 2023 exclusive Nerf blaster featuring Magic's original Lightning Bolt. It also comes with 2 promo copies of Lightning Bolt featuring the original art. Available for pre-order now at HasbroPulse.com. All right, well, it is in fact time for the best hour in Magic here at World Championship 29. We have a lot of matches that matter coming up here in the final round of Swiss. Let's go through them right now. Monty's going to talk about the implications. The first one we're going to talk about is Alexi Polo versus Anthony Lee.
All right, Maria, 9-3-1 coming in. These players drew. So they are not playing this round, chose to take an intentional draw going up to 29 points. For Anthony, with a 10% bump in tiebreakers over Alexi, he is almost certainly into the top 8. Alexi has put himself in a very risky position.
Oof, that is a tough decision there. Alexi Polo and Anthony Lee drawing this round. Let's take a look at the next match we're going to talk about, Ken Takahama versus Lorenzo Terlizimani.
With both players at 9-4, this is going to be a clean winning in, losing out. Whoever takes this match will be in our top 8.
All right, no pressure, you two, here in the final round of Swiss. All right, next up, we've got Greg Orange versus Kane Reinhardt, Monty.
All right, with Greg at 9-4, if he wins, he's in. For Kane, they're at 8-4-1 on the pair-up. If they win, then they're going to have to worry about tiebreakers for making it into the top 8.
All right, Greg Orange versus Kane Reinhardt, one we have our eye on as well. Let's take a look at another matchup here. We'll be watching Jean-Emmanuel Duprat and Matt Foreman.
Same situation as the previous match. If Jean-Emmanuel Duprat wins, he's in. If Matt Foreman wins the pair-up, he'll be in that tiebreaker scrum. Notably, this match and the previous one are the important ones for Alexei Polo, because if both of the 9 and 4s win, Alexei will be out. He needs one of these two matches to go the way of the pair up in the 8-4 and 1s.
Have you ever seen a final round of Swiss so packed here, Monty?
Some, but they are few and far in between.
Yeah, this is going to be a very exciting final round. Let's pivot now to our main feature match. They'll be watching first this round. Willie Adel versus Kenji Sego. Domain ramp versus Esper midrange. 4 top finishes in the hands of Willie Adel. Let's get to meet our players here. Willie Adel, well-known Magic player, beloved Brazilian mentor, sitting at 9 and 4, 2 Pro Tour top 8s to his name, and had a pretty exciting end to day number 1, making sure he got the scoop there to come here and come back and play in day number 2 from Yuta Takahashi. And then Kenji Sego, the opponent here, top 2'd a regional championship for Pro Tour March of the Machine to make it here today, running Esper mid-range. Those are our 2 players here in our main feature for round number 14. But what about the decks, Monty?
All right, well, we're going to start with Willie's deck. Domain ramp for him. Has played against Esper midrange 4 times so far this weekend. 3 and 1 in the matches, and typically it's the reasoning is Domain ramp is trying to go over top of what the mid-range decks are able to do. Your cards like Herd Migration do a great job of going wide on the board where the Esper deck can't answer them, and the ramp from this deck really helps put you ahead so you can overwhelm the mid-range decks. On the other side, Kenji is playing Esper midrange. This is the most played deck this weekend for good reason. It's extremely powerful, and Kenji came with the 4 copies of Virtue of Loyalty, prepared for really overwhelming the size of the board from those small tokens that you're making using cards like Wedding Announcement and Lord Skitter.
All right, so that's our main feature match. Monty, what should everybody at home be watching out for in this match?
I think one card I would love to see be the deciding factor in this match is Tyranax Rex.
All right, let's go.
This is the card that is in Willie's sideboard. We saw Tyranax Rex basically get the job done against Yuta Takahashi. Can't be countered. Trample gets through the tokens. Ward 4 fights the removal. Haste and Toxic 4. The Phyrexian Dinosaur closes out the game quickly, and it is exactly what the ramp deck is looking for against Esper midrange.
All right, well, look out for it. All right, everybody, it's time for the final round of Swiss here at World Championship 29. Marshall and Paul, take it away.
Thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here at World Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. And, well, they set it up for us there at the news desk. We've got one more round to go before we fill out the rest of the top 8 slots for the World Championship. Those players will come back tomorrow to battle, but tension in the feature match behind us for sure. Across the board, you know, there's a lot of tiebreaker math happening. There's a lot of, you know, what can I do? Do I need to win? I guess we're just going to play that type of stuff happening. And, you know, at the end of the day, you can put yourself in a good position for top 8 by continuing to win, and if presented with a choice on whether you need to win or do something else, just choose to win and you'll put yourself in the best spot.
No, absolutely. But however, with this match, it's just straight up.
Very clean.
Very clean. Win and you're in. And Willie Adel, very familiar with this matchup. Kenji Sego playing a very similar list. Might be the same list as the one that Yuta Takahashi played, which is who he played in the last round of day 1. And we saw how long those games could go, and we saw, as Monty mentioned, the power of Tyranax Rex in that matchup.
What about Willie? He was like on the rocks yesterday, and all of a sudden finds himself with a 3-0 in the booster draft this morning, a 2-1, and now he's playing for top 8 suddenly. I mean, he was a 3-3 yesterday.
Yep, from 3-3 to 9-4, so 6-1 after the middling start.
The veteran still got it, does he?
Apparently.
We haven't seen quite as much of Willie as we had in prior years, but here he is. Always a factor in any tournament that he plays in. And it looks like he started off on 6 cards here, Paul.
Yep.
He's playing Domain Ramp.
I wonder if Willie's just going to run out Invasion of Zendikar here while the shields are down. No Make Disappear available.
Yeah.
So sacrificing the Courier's Briefcase for mana to make sure that he can get 2 lands into play here. Although I wonder if that was the plan, if there may have been a consideration to play it first
and then attack
it with the 1/1. Because then next turn, even if the 1/1 dies, you can play the Archangel, or the Archangel, and deal the final 2 points of damage to the battle to flip it over.
That is the normal sequence. There are, of course, sometimes reasons to deviate.
Right.
But even if it wasn't on purpose, the big picture is looking good here for Willie, with Invasion of Zendikar having resolved. And you can see the land
하하.
as a result.
도메인데 미드레인지.
The nice thing about the 4 copies of Virtue of Loyalty that the Japanese team is playing is the fact that you get to kind of play a little bit of that draw-go game, right? You can pass with Make Disappear up, but then if they don't do anything, you can still make a 2/2 creature and provide some pressure.
웃는디?
Alright, Virtue's going to take down Denik, and now we're going to attack the
빵! 나왔다.
Oh, that was big. Kenji missed the land drop, but found land number 3 here. But not really putting on much pressure here.
Nothing so far. Just going to pass turn back. Willie with 6 lands already.
바카스 먹어야겠다.
So you could play the Archangel of Wrath, and you can play around Make Disappear here. With mana up, attacking is a little bit dicey because Kenji could just make a 2/2 to block. But that does leave the shields down for you to play an Archangel of Wrath and double kick it to kill the 2/2 token and also the Invasion of Zendikar. So it could be a sacrifice worth making.
Oh, look at this. He's going to go for a second copy.
Yeah, well, so now that you've done this, it's a little bit worse to just
이제 뭐 카운터는 없는 거죠? 상대 카운터는 못 쓰는 카드지. 램프 2번 쳤으니까.
But this just ensures Willie that, you know, for any future turns moving forward, Make Disappear is not going to be too much of an issue here.
If Make Disappear had been used to counter, well, then Willie would have the clear attack.
일본 친구 슬퍼 보인다. 트렌드 키.
Does he attack at this point is kind of an interesting
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they're playing 4 copies of Virtue of Loyalty. Maybe not.
Yeah, 3 mana, 7 spells in hand.
Right.
I mean, Kenji missed his land drop last turn, so Willie knows.
Good.
머리 좋아.
Does not
Clean
attack. The wily veteran.
Very, very nice.
Might just cut down this token too. No. I don't know how many other targets there are for cut down, but of course you can also discard it with Rafine.
Okay, get in for 2. And once again goes, so no land drop, which again means 7 spells in hand here.
And Willie has a massive mana advantage here, but
안
of course,
돼.
he has to be mindful of Make Disappear.
이거야. 엔젤부터.
He's got 2 lands
그렇지.
strategically set aside.
Right,
there.
so he can do this, and if Kenji does go for to Make Disappear, he would have to sacrifice his token here.
카운터 안 치기 힘들죠?
But this does. Oh, again, then he has. He also has the cut down for the token if he wants.
Yeah, this is where not
역시
being that
잘해.
battle way back on the earlier turn there might come back to bite him. Although it looks like it won't here because of the cut down, as you mentioned. Okay, back over to you, Kenji. So board remains clear. Mana advantage in Willie's side, but cards, spells advantage very much for Kenji.
7만화부터 던지려나?
Now, so can't Make Disappear too much. If Willie finds an untapped land, he can just slam Atraxa.
어우,
There it
딱
is.
나왔다.
And you could tell that that's exactly what he was looking for.
가자!
If he gets to resolve Atraxa here,
가자!
reload and producing a huge threat. There's Atraxa Grand Unifier. This is one of the best creatures printed in recent memory. It's had an effect on numerous formats.
It's certainly a build around, right?
와,
You can see all the different
와
types.
너무 잘 나왔다.
Get one of artifact
땅 하나, 배틀 하나, 풀커 하나, 아티 하나, 브모버 하나, 생물은 골라가고 너무 잘 나왔다. 미친.
An enchantment.
sorcery too, right? You can
and a sorcery.
7 cards.
So he
아이 미친 말이 돼?
7 mana, draw 7.
클린업 안 해도 돼.
Look at Willie.
심지어 클린업도 안 해.
Deal.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Kenji
아 이거 밴 안 하냐고 님들아. 이거 밴 안 하는 거 맞아?
to facing a 7/7 flying vigilance, death touch, lifelink.
아니 이거 밴 안 하는 거 맞냐고.
You can kill it, but I mean, there's no pressure here. There's just Kenji can't come back from this.
Was it a 7-for-1?
Yes, I guess so. Yeah.
It was, right?
Well, this briefcase is going to draw 3 cards too at some point, right?
True.
So it's like a 10-for-1.
Wow.
아니 저게 밴이 아니면 뭘 밴해야 돼.
You saw the patience from Willie Adel.
7만화 7장 드로 7바칠, 라이프링크, 데스터치, 플라잉, 비질런스 이거 맞냐고.
Ossification. I'll send Rafine packing.
Right. Now, what large threat do you want to play this turn, if any?
Willie's in the business here of overwhelming Kenji with card advantage and threats.
Right.
He can certainly take his time doing it.
It looks like an Archangel for 1, because with the briefcase you can pay for make this.
That's right. He can technically pay, though.
존내 얇게 잘한다.
It is interesting to me just because the briefcase could become 3 cards later.
Right.
I wouldn't hate
역시 윌리 애들 잘해.
to disappear for a briefcase at this point, especially given that Willie has really shown that he is not going to play into make disappear. Like,
Right.
he's very aware of the card. He is not going to fall for it.
Yeah, but this allows you to kind of close out the game quicker, and he's so far ahead on cards. If Kenji chooses to go for the make disappear here, I think he's okay with paying and losing out on the briefcase.
Well, he didn't. So instead, it's going to be go for the throat to kill the transformed invasion of Zendikar.
이러고 또 3장 드로 또 남아있어. 어떻게 이겨.
Kenji's been able to keep the board somewhat clear, but it just feels like he's taking 1 step while Willie's taking 2.
Yeah.
There's a Rafine.
Can just run out the Nissa here at this point, or just a Herd Migration. Oh, and an Archangel of Wrath off the top as well. I mean, with the mana, you can actually just tap 6 mana, target it twice, and still pay for the ward cost.
And still have 2 mana left over
Yeah.
for a potential make disappear here as well.
Pay for the ward twice.
And it enters the battlefield, so he has to let that happen. Really brutal.
Yeah, this is just far too much here.
Yeah, he's just overwhelming Kenji Seigo.
와 진짜 빈틈없이 잘한다.
And he attacked the battle with the Archangel, so he's going to get the 4/4 out of the deal as well.
Just 11 power on the battlefield, knows about the Nissa. The briefcase to refill if needed, but I think Kenji can't even beat the board that's in play right now.
Would you board out make disappear?
I think it's really, really important. It really depends on how much disruption Kenji has on the board. This was just kind of an awkward game for him. The ideal strategy here is to have a somewhat aggressive start and back it up with make disappear.
So force Willie to
But
react.
Kenji's hand was tap land, and Willie was on the play, so that gave him the opportunity with the briefcase to go turn 3 invasion, which then of course allow him to comfortably play around that make disappear.
Which he did for the duration of the game. Willie's lining up another haymaker. What does he have now?
I think this is maybe a... Oh, Nissa. How many forests are we looking at here? This is 5 forests.
Yeah.
So we can overrun here for 5. Give your entire team +5/+5 and trample. Yep.
And he's just going to do that right now. And Kenji Seigo can say, well, that's a lot of numbers.
He's like, wait a second. This doesn't happen that often.
Right. He read it and he laughed. This can't be good news. Can I go to combat? Sure.
Will the Wanderer make him survive? I don't know.
Significantly lethal.
Yeah.
And he's going to concede. That's game number 1 going to Willie Adel. He's now 1 game away.
비참하게 죽었다. 트렌드 킵으로 비참하게 죽었는데 또 트렌드 킵이야.
Boy, good question. That's a really good question. I don't know off the top of my head, but it's been a while. He's been playing since 1997. He's got 4 top finishes.
딱 나왔다 그래도.
And he's in the Hall of Fame as well. But he was voted into the Hall of Fame quite a long time ago now.
Extremely accomplished player. Multiple top 8s.
His last top finish was over 10 years ago.
Really?
Pro Tour return to Ravnica, which was in 2012.
Wow.
He also won a GP that year in Toronto. That was kind of one of those seasons where it all comes together. Right. And he's always around, you know, with good finishes and stuff. Yeah. It's not like he fell off, but top finishes are hard.
뭐야 딱 나온 거 아니었어? 아니 딱 들어간 거 아니었어?
His hand doesn't have a whole lot of action right now, but of course you can cycle the Rafine's Tower. But ideally Kenji would
내 눈에 착각이었나?
Now he does have a play though. He does have the option of going either make this appear or Virtue of Loyalty. Put that pressure on. So, and Willie only has 1 relevant threat in hand right now in that Wandering Emperor.
와 근데 켄지 이 친구도 진짜 장가 못 가 죽네.
Player and also as a mentor. I remember when he got voted into the Hall of Fame. You know, he had the 4 top finishes, which was like right on the borderline.
장가 2개 들고 있는데 못 가. 카운터.
To vote for somebody at that time. There's a Chromos Seed Shark that's going to get countered, and
when he finds the land.
There you go. And he did end up getting voted.
오, 딱 나왔다.
I think the thing that pushed it over the edge for a lot of people was the fact that in Brazil and South America in general, he was you know, a mentor to a lot of the players down there. Kind of showed him the ropes.
Yeah.
All right, so wedding announcement now from Kenji.
Yeah, big land drop.
This is a big swing.
This is about enough pressure now where Kenji can kind of comfortably just pass, because now and just look. This is enough. This is what I got, and I'm gonna keep up my counter magic.
Willie's past the turn back. There's another land. It's a, what is it? Maybe a Seachrome Coast?
I don't think so. It came to play untapped, so it's the.
Oh, you're right. That's land number 4. What is it then?
카운터.
Deserted Beach?
Beach. That makes a lot more sense.
Deserted Breach sounds like a sorcery.
Yeah, it's probably red.
Yeah. Something can't block. Maybe a land gets destroyed. All right, in comes the team. Just the 2 creatures, but as you mentioned, it's good pressure.
And at this point, Willie's at the point where you can't play around counters anymore. Whatever you draw, you're just going to play.
Yeah, really awkward for Willie there, because he actually
preferred
to have the Wandering Emperor on his turn while his opponent was tapped out, but there was nothing tapped. Oh, but there's a nice 1-2 punch. Wandering Emperor gets countered, but Sunfall.
Yeah. And Willie recognizing that he's.
아 일본 친구 겁나 있는 척하네.
It's not the end of the world.
힘들 물어보고.
He can just go make a 2-2 here with the Virtue of Loyalty in hand.
불렬하다.
So still can continue to provide some pressure, and that wedding announcement will flip next turn.
마치 카운터 있는 척.
See the incubator token there for Willie, though it isn't awake just yet.
A couple of good options here for Kenji. Can go either Lord Skitter or play the second wedding announcement here. All right. Given that,
first, get in for 2.
Definitely not a Lord Skitter here. Oh, of course, Virtue of Loyalty. So you can stack this where you go token and then put 2+1/+1 counters.
That's going to be really tough. This is the turn after Willie played Sunfall.
Right.
Like he wrathed the board, and by the time it's here, he's facing down 6 power already. Or sorry, 5.
Might need to cycle here, try to find a Leyline Binding perhaps, or Virtue of Persistence.
Willie's down to 14. He's up again.
근데 슬프다.
Just trying to figure out what he could possibly draw. after cycling one of these 3 triomes that he has in hand. It's like, I gotta leave up a white in case I find binding. I need a black source in case I find a virtue of persistence.
슬프다 윌리 형.
So this makes
텐트리 한번 돌리고 접자.
access to a white and black mana here.
Funny, it's actually 7 power. I said 6, 5, and 7. But yeah, he doesn't really need too many threats, Kenji, at this point. Just any 2
접자. 드로우 땅 접자.
Yeah, and if Kenji can
really tough if
한 게임 가자.
1x1 or even sweepers.
Yeah, no, so if Kenji can just find 1 counter spell here, I just don't see Willie coming back. I mean, this also could just be enough, right? We're looking at an attack for 5. Willie can turn that token into a 2/2.
Chump block.
Chump block. Kenji did draw a Lauren of the 3rd path. You could use that perhaps to kill the 2/2 in attack.
Okay.
You put a creature onto the battlefield and you can kill it.
And this is going to get out of hand. This is Lord Skipper.
Oh yeah.
The Sewer King.
All right,
and this thing pumps out a 1/1 rat every combat.
Right.
And then of course nonsense ensues with the virtue of loyalty.
Yeah, oh, 4 and 3, correct. So can't even make a decent block here.
Nope.
So
아 너무 세다 이거.
Please. Sunfall and then hope that Kenji doesn't have any threats ever again.
저 G 토큰이 3/3이야 지금.
Suppose would also
Yes,
work.
'cause that's
Kenji doesn't have
bigger.
removal.
강력해.
Okay, he's gonna cycle
Sunfall?
Jetmere Garden. Did not see, but it better be. He's got a couple of lands in hand. Could buy him a little bit of time. Oh, his ossification.
오 서폴.
Sunfall.
Oh, and a Sunfall.
Okay. Okay, that is
가자!
here. Now you get a 4/4.
Oh, really? Says it resolved?
통과돼서 지금 기분 좋아.
Did you see him?
윌리 애들 지금 기분 좋아졌어. 뭐 통과라고 이러고.
Untap land here. He would have played it first.
Definitely want to play one of these lands though. You want 7 lands. That's kind of the number that you want to hit to play your big cards. But now Willie's thinking, well, you definitely don't have counters.
Right.
So
whatever
I
off
draw,
the top,
yeah.
please.
Herd Migration.
Yeah, Herd Migration. Okay, there's Lorna the 3rd path.
Was Kenji able to find land number 6 to also go wedding announcement? Nope.
No, but close enough. Again, you know, we mentioned it. Just
그래도 많이 할만해 줬는데.
and they're going to grow out of hand so quickly. I mean, they're going to be lethal.
This is a 4/4 and a 4/3 now.
Right.
Now Willie has.
뭐 하나만 나오면 되잖아. 아트라스 나오면 되잖아. 7장 들어가는데. 엔젤? 포3 포포.
4/4 and a 4/3.
4/3, so he can kill 1.
Right.
And then the other one won't be lethal on its own.
And he'll gain 4 here.
Right.
Go up to 11.
Red from the Proving Ground, black from the Tower, white from the Plains, and then 2 colorless, so it all works. And he'll kill Lauren.
Now, will he play this 8th land or use it to cycle? Okay.
He's going to pass. He's at that magic number 7, and he's going to keep his options open. He still hasn't been able to wake up that incubator token yet.
This is interesting, though, because Willie killed the 4/3, but now Kenji can safely attack with the 4/4
He
here.
can't trade it
He
off.
can't block.
I mean, he can just start attacking with the Archangel and swinging that back. So maybe that's his thinking.
Kenji does have a in hand.
황제가 있으니까 이제 천사 찍어서 라이프 못 채우게 하고.
Send a car, he could snap flip it.
Right.
But instead, he's just going to attack with Archangel. Oh, but there's Wandering Ember. Bye-bye. Willie says, yelp.
In response.
Is he going to cycle in response?
Perhaps Willie boarded in some counter magic? Right?
He's giving us a hint of that if he's going to cycle
If
Sparks
there's like a
headquarters.
disdainful stroke or negate or something, maybe? Nope.
And
yep. All right.
So he minused to kill the Archangel.
Okay. So could technically remove the Wandering Emperor and the token if he wanted.
Can he use Leyline Binding to stem the bleeding on Virtue or something? Like, what are the most important cards?
With another Virtue exiled, I don't think that's the most dangerous card. I think it's just deal with the permanence in play. So I think, you know, the 4/4 token that's in play.
Yeah.
Excuse me, 5/5 token that's in play.
They grow every time we look away.
Right. So I imagine that's going to be at least one of the targets, and then it's a good question on whether or not you want to perhaps deal with the Wandering Emperor or remove one of the enchantments that's in play.
There's ossification. Take out the token, it's gone forever.
Could also just play the briefcase. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no threat right now.
There is no threat. I mean, if Kenji can make a token here with the Wandering Emperor, but then it dies.
상대 이제
Willie might be
결혼.
I got a little time here, and if you make the token, I can kill it, and then the Emperor's gone anyway. And Kenji really does need a threat.
아, 바로에 없네.
Okay, that is a threat.
What did he get?
So there's a couple of wedding announcements. Certainly going to play one.
Boy. I don't know. How is Willie going to beat wedding announcement into wedding announcement? I mean, it's just
작별도 없어요.
If that Rafine's Tower was an untapped land, it would be big trouble. But even just the wedding announcement, you go wedding announcement, perhaps just make a token with the Wandering Emperor. That's 2 giant creatures. You do have a couple of chump blockers in play. You do have a Leyline Binding, and I believe Willie has the ability to draw 3 cards off the Courier's Briefcase. Blue, white, green, black, and a red. Yes.
Yeah, he does.
So.
포크는 뽑는 게 나을 것 같은데 욕심 안 내고.
He is really scrapping it out in this game. This one looked like it was gonna avalanche.
못 찍힐 확률이 큰데.
White. It has threatened to
그죠? 이게 맞지?
Right. So Kenji chooses to make a token here. Wants to end the game quickly here. Knows that there's that Courier's Briefcase in play. The longer this game goes, it's gonna get worse for him.
I think Willie's happy to see this. It means that if he finds something to turn around the board state itself, he won't have to deal with the Planeswalker.
Big draw step here for Willie.
This is huge for Willie. Let's see what he can find. Maybe an Atraxa.
Atraxa? Nope.
Montana.
Just a mountain. I think we're going to see a draw 5. Oh, excuse me, draw 3 here. Line it up.
Might as well play the mountain.
All right, and tap one of the lands for black.
Okay, so draw 3, and then he has the Leyline Binding plus the chump blockers to potentially keep himself alive.
He can go 2 blockers plus Leyline Binding here.
That looked like a lot of lands.
I think I saw an angel.
Okay.
No, maybe not.
아하.
Topiary Stomper.
Topiary Stomper. Okay, so not
Topiary chump blocker.
So not ideal here. You really want to get that wedding announcement off the battlefield here, but I'm not sure if Willie's in a position to be able to get rid of that. Says
the unflipped.
Right, the unflipped, because that's going to be generating an extra token every turn. And wow, Kenji's going to have another big follow-up here with Denick and wedding announcement potentially.
Wow, that's a sick turn. Yeah, Willie just looks like he has been overwhelmed at this point. He's got Leyline Binding here.
Is he just killing the token here?
He says, "Is it resolved?"
Right.
And now he says, well, I actually got a choice here.
Do I want this wedding announcement?
Yeah, this is a really difficult situation because he has to think about the short-term implications of him just being dead to what's there, but also he has to look and say, well, am I ever going to be able to beat, for example, that wedding announcement that you were talking about, the unflipped?
Remember, Kenji just has more follow-ups here, right? It's not just what's in play.
Yeah, I think you're going to see... I think you're going to see Willie... maybe roll his eyes a little when he sees what the 2 follow-up plays are here from Kenji.
Is that a 3/3? Is he double blocking maybe? Okay.
For a trade?
Yeah, that's a trade. With the Virtue in play, you just kind of want to... But here's
Draw 2.
Things now. Remember, these wedding announcements actually will not make tokens. Right?
Because he attacked with both.
He attacked with 2 creatures.
Right.
So that's actually good, I think.
It's actually better for Willie.
I mean, it's not great, but at least he's not facing lethal here.
And he still has top decks. Maybe he could find something. You have to think that Atraxa has to be on.
오, Atraxa.
Oh, did he just
미친.
find Atraxa Grand Unifier?
Atraxa. That's a lot of.
그만해. 하드로 그만해.
Saw him draw 7 cards off of it.
서플부터 지금 몇 번의 카드로야 이거 그만해.
Sego has to be like, are you kidding me right now?
Oh my.
Where does this guy keep finding these cards?
Okay, what can we find here with the Atraxa?
Boom! Atraxa Grand Unifier. Let's see what he hits. This is huge.
Ooh, extra drama here.
Definitely.
썸폴.
There's an Archangel and a lot of land.
아크엔젤, 아티, 땅, 썸폴.
Land sorcery artifact.
아 근데 너무 무난하게 잘 가져오는 건데 이거?
Probably Boseiju. You could get the Boseiju.
다음 턴에 결혼 발표로 생물 쭉 나오고 뭔가 해야 되는데 썸폴 맞고.
Funny enough, that's kind of like not the best.
카운터를 칠 수 있긴 하죠.
He got a 7/7 life.
근데 카운터 생물이 있긴 하니까.
You're like, was hoping for more.
Well, after game 1, of course. But hey, look.
I just in general, he's still behind.
He's at 7. Does he have an
레드
immediate
깔고.
to the Denix? So Kenji does have the Urtai resurrected, which could just kill the Atraxa, right?
Get it out of here.
That'll draw Willie a card. However, you'll get that off the battlefield. So I imagine that's going to happen. I wonder if Willie wanted to consider just playing an untapped land and briefcase just to have an extra chump blocker, right?
Yeah.
Because I mean,
아하.
you're gonna kill this. Ooh, but this makes things a little more interesting here.
What's
Kenji
that?
draws the Wandering Emperor.
Oh. Okay.
아하.
You'll have to choose between Wandering Emperor and Airtie Resurrected.
But Atraxa does have Vigilance, so I imagine it's just going to be Urtai. Oh, did he pass?
Weird. He got the discount.
Yeah.
And he's just double checking, but Boseiju only costing 1 here because Atrax is on the battlefield.
Yeah, you don't see that mode used as often,
No.
the discount on Boseiju.
Any card that has a basic land type.
Yeah, so you can get a Rafine's Tower if you wanted to.
And you see what's happening there is Kenji's just asking for Oracle text.
I wonder if you just want to play the Urtai here to kill it and then put a counter on it, right?
I think so.
But choosing not to. Remember, Atraxa has
Beijing
Vigilance, so Wandering
type.
Emperor doesn't kill it. So.
No. And you definitely don't want to let Willie hit you with it and maybe buy himself a whole extra turn worth of life.
Yeah. Perhaps
도메인 램프? 줄여봐요 이렇게 불러가나.
he has so much
아까
toughness.
윌리에 대해 썸펄 뽑았을 때 썸펄 못 받고 그냥 죽었을걸요?
Okay.
지금 칼드로 한 3번쯤 하니까는 재밌어 보이지. 간당간당한 덱이에요 이것도.
But Atraxa just hit. That's
윌리가 정말 운이 좋은 거야.
But I mean, Willie's gonna have
오,
pretty
캔트리.
fantastic turn here. However, you slice this up. Could counter the Archangel of Wrath. Okay, it's a chump blocker.
Kenji does know about 3 of the cards at least.
So Dennick
골가리 램프? 웬 골가리 램프?
right? There's two wedding announcements that are flipped, 2 counters with the Wandering Emperor. If Willie chooses to block, you can just go Wandering Emperor, make it into a 7-powered first strike.
골가리 램프라길래 유덱인가 이 생각이
Here's
드네.
Archangel of Wrath. Whoa, 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 whoa. Well, it's already resolved. Right?
I'm not. Has it? He just cast it. I don't know if and it was moving to targets. I don't know if Kenji.
Okay.
Kenji could counter this. I feel like there was enough time to respond.
Well, yeah, it's an ETB trigger, right?
Yeah. But okay, perhaps
Oh.
it's already in play then. Okay. Using this to pump the creature.
Just save it.
살려주는 센스.
Because it's now a 5/5, so it doesn't die.
Makes sense. Kenji doing everything he can to keep his board state in place.
Yeah.
He's doing a good job of it.
He is.
It's been incredible.
근데 이거 썸펄 각인데?
Over 9 turns ago.
Right.
얘 죽여야 되고 얘 안 죽일 수 없잖아. 얘 그냥 내줄 수 없으니까.
does. He has the mana to play another Virtue and keep up Urtai. If he runs out the Plaza of Heroes. And this is a 7/8 first striker with lifelink. It's like, okay, I'm putting this in the way.
Yeah, well, he's not.
These creatures are
황제를 살려야 되고 카운터 생물 나온 다음에 썬폴 맞고. 아, 보인다 미래가.
Alright, here comes the other Virtue. Oh.
I mean, this is just obscene.
Yeah. Although now you are put to the test here, right? Because that Atraxa can just kill the Wandering Emperor now, right?
Mm-hmm. So that goes to 5. We're gonna run out of dice here pretty quick.
미래가 보인다.
Because he is aware of the Sunfall, I believe.
He is.
And I think he wants to counter the Sunfall.
I see.
Ooh, that's a great draw.
What did he
Willie,
find?
go for the throat.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah.
Willie seems to find just what he needs at the last moment.
Right.
Over and over and over.
Interesting.
These are both life-linking flyers.
I would consider just sending both at the Emperor. I'm not sure that the life total matters, and if Kenji has
오!
to kill it.
Wow, it worked.
아, 썬폴 손에 있는 거 알죠?
That opens the window for Willie to maybe cast the sweeper.
Oh, okay.
아, 썬폴 있는 거 알지? 이거 아트라스로 가져온 거지?
Kind of happy either way.
Right.
10?
But with double Virtue, I mean, that's not going to take too
kidding.
much, right? Okay,
There's the Topiary Stomper.
That's totally fine as well. Kenji just being so
아, 괴롭다.
What is he waiting for?
라이프가 너무 많이 찬다. 28점 됐어. 그리고 또 드로우에
He has like really put his game plan forward in all these turns that Kenji's been sitting on.
Right.
Like a lot of really bad things happen.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Kenji is also going to be able to gain a bunch of life, and it's really hard. You can't kill the Denic that's in play because there's double Plaza.
합시다.
So you can make it into
합의
strength,
봅시다.
right? So it's like, hey, I'm going to attack. You want to hit me for 10 and gain 10?
평균 4장 들어, 럭터즈 7장 들어, 이거 너무해.
Right.
The longer this goes, the worse it gets for you.
So this is a 7-7 and a 9-10 getting in.
Yeah.
아니, 결혼 발표 4장째야, 이씨.
1/1 token trading with Atraxa.
Right.
하나하나.
Now remember, Nissa does kill enchantments, so slowly. So can slowly try to eat away at.
How about draw 3 again?
Okay, maybe looking for a leyline binding. Finds one.
Oh, he found a leyline binding. I gotta say, by the way, these briefcases have been clutch.
They've been incredible.
He's drawn 6
He's
extra
playing
cards.
the full 4 copies too, which is pretty notable.
He likes it.
Some lists play 0, some lists play 2, but 4 isn't that common.
Okay, he's gonna go for the throat. That does leave Denic on the battlefield, and he can just take it.
Yeah, that weighs a 28 now. Yeah. And remember, go for the throat, not being targeted at the Denic because of the Plaza of Heroes that's in play. But Kenji have another fantastic draw here, wedding announcement, which is just
more of the same.
Draw a card and put a 5/5 into play.
No kidding.
Just a 5/5 into play every turn.
So that's 7 counters on.
Isn't the ramp deck the one that's supposed to go big?
No kidding.
I have 10 true. Yes, I do. Yeah. 23 plus 9.
Oh, excuse me. A token doesn't come into play, right? These two.
서로 라이프링크로 데미지 핑퐁하고 있어. 데미지 핑퐁.
Two-hand though, so that's not bad. What is Willie's plan though for Denic? Like he doesn't really have a way to get it off the battlefield with those plazas, right?
Multiple removal spells.
Like he has to fire off.
Like end of turn leyline binding, untap leyline binding, or go for the throat or something.
That's annoying.
Sunfall would do it.
Okay, Sunfall, sure. But his board's decent.
Yeah, but like casting Sunfall on this board also just feels really weird.
Not where you want to be.
Right.
Now what? Did he finally find
Nissa.
Nissa, okay.
Oh, it's just a big Nissa.
I think this is just gonna. Okay.
There's Irritate. So that is what he was waiting for.
Right. So now the coast is clear to use a removal spell on the Denic. So if you have a Leyline Binding, you might want to use it on this Denic here.
He totally does. He's got a Mirrex as well. And this is going to be Leyline Binding.
Yep.
Oh, that was really nice by Willie Adel. He set that up. Very patient. Wait. Once the door opened, he slammed it back shut again.
Get in with the flyers.
Get in with everybody, right? Oh, no, I guess that...
Well, he's okay with this trade.
Oh, okay.
Stomper for
It is only for toughness.
Right.
The minimum. Wow.
Wow, okay. Take 10.
That's an interesting block, too. I mean, that thing would have been bigger than the Topiary Stomper next turn.
So down to 22. 22, 20. Yeah.
These life totals.
These life totals are absurd.
Well, both players are above 20 now.
This is game number 2.
아, 아트라스 한 장으로 이기는 거 보니까 좀 그렇다.
Straightforward affair.
Back up Denic.
Okay. So Willie says after all that.
Right. It's like, oh, I got to fight through this one too.
And this one's going to get huge, as they do.
Usually when you cast Atraxa, the game kind of ends if you get to untap.
Yeah. This one he's
this is
already
a fight.
2. And the game is very much not over yet.
All right, back to a 6-7 Denic, soon to be a 9-10 Denic once the wedding announcement flips. Ossification, can use it on the token, not the Denic. Ooh, Wandering Emperor here from Willie.
This is just insane.
Wow, oh, and Kenji has a Takenuma in hand.
아케이노마로 황제 가져온다.
Urtai back.
Yeah.
Oh, is he going to get Wandering Emperor here? Could.
It is a little cheaper. The funny part for me is I'm starting to think library size.
Right.
Right? Like, how are we looking at libraries? Yeah, he is going to get one. And he's going to cast it in an attempt to take out.
들어가는 거 보자마자 그냥 때려쳐요? 아니, 씨발로.
Ossification does kill the Denic. Or maybe you want to use it on the Wandering Emperor?
It's a really nice answer for Denic because it exiles it. He won't be seeing it back again.
Right. But most of Willie's removal are exile effects.
Okay. Let's see what he does.
Yeah.
He's going to take out Denic. And then I suppose he can use Atraxa to kill the Wandering Emperor at some point.
Yep, on the following turn, yes.
This Atraxa's been on the battlefield for a very long time.
Ooh, does that do anything?
Ooh, destroy
evil. You could just kill the Atraxa.
Right, that's
it's just an answer.
Play.
Or is there something? Do you want to kill one of the enchantments that have been ossified?
Right, get your threat back. Okay, here's Wandering Emperor right back at you.
Well, that's being exiled. Wow, what a game.
It was somehow bigger than Atraxa, so we had to exile it.
아트라스 찍어야지 뭐.
Kenji will get a token here.
A 1/1.
You mean
or a
3/3? A 6/6?
2 extra counters coming.
Just a 6/6.
아, 이게 뭐냐 이게? 이게 게임이야?
Right.
Yep.
So he made a 1/1 and it's a 6/6. Cool.
So the cards that are exiled here are
장가 네 번째예요.
Denics, right? Those are the things that you could kill. You can kill an Ossification that's on a Denic or a Leyline Binding that's on a Denic, or just simply use the Destroy Evil to kill the Atraxa. I think
this
that's
is a
what you
good
go
time
for.
to do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
You take off a huge threat and you get to keep your Wandering Emperor. And he is going to do just that. Okay, so finally that Atraxa dies.
Oh, but Tranquil Thrillback.
What?
That was the draw for Willie.
헐.
It is incredible on this board, by the way. When it enters battlefield, you may pay green up to 3 times.
No
when
way.
you do, you can choose these modes up to that many times. So you can kill 3 enchantments. Admittedly, I have not played with this one.
I feel like you just made that up, but I believe you.
Wow.
뭔 소리야 이거?
So this is just lining up the mana here, but this is going to be huge. Is he just looking to Sunfall here? See 5 mana being tapped.
I guess it's a pretty safe spot to do so.
Right, you get a 2/2 blocker here, and then you run out the frill back here.
Yeah.
What a sideboard card.
They capped it at 3 times.
Yeah, well, I mean, you don't want to go 2 nuts, right? Just 3.
Kenji says, okay. He's looking through the graveyard to see if that's one that he might want to choose.
Well, there's no Denix in there. But there is, well, no, and there's not that much recursion, I don't think, so.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to speed things up just a little bit for you here as well. This has been an extraordinarily long game. So it looks like the templating must be.
Oh, you can't kill multiple things. Okay, excuse me.
Must be.
빨리 돌리고 있어야 돼요.
He did take out the graveyard and
okay.
gain the life.
또 나왔어?
This game is going for quite a
this
while
is an
here.
absurd game.
Oh,
and there's another Destroy Evil to bring back Denix.
Oh, ambush.
Make a blocker and make sure that the Wandering
Emperor
Emperor
stays alive. Oh,
survives.
that was pretty
That was
devastating.
a nice top deck there from Kenji. Can he finish this game off at some
point?
point?
That's another frill back here for Willie.
Is this thing going to bring us to our frilling conclusion, or what's the?
Oh no!
Like, this has to end, right?
Does it though?
It's only game 2. Oh, there's
okay.
Rafine.
Rafine.
But no good attack.
Rafine.
Put a counter.
Okay, now good attack.
Yeah. Remember,
Now
the Plaza of
very good
Heroes
attack.
still in play.
Right.
Oh. Double pump. So entire team getting +3/+3. No more Virtue of Loyalties in play.
Those are gone.
Those are gone, but that is still a Denix that's not going to get blocked here. Got the token.
And the Wandering Emperor.
And gaining a ton of life.
뭐가 잘못됐다.
Look at these life totals.
Can Willie just find a nice 7-drop here?
아트라스가 하나 더 나와야 된다. 뭔가 잘못됐다.
Yeah, another 7-drop would be good. He's found it every time he needed it. Okay, well, let's try again. Cycle
I think we're trying again.
And try it again on another headquarters.
Okay, it's another blocker.
에이징랜드가 없다.
Basics left in Willie's deck, unsurprisingly.
Right. But he is going to attack here, and now finally Kenji Sego, Wandering Emperor down. Finally, Kenji's able to start battling.
Discards 2 and keeps a Virtue of Loyalty here. So has to fight through another one. Can just make a 2/2 and then play it again, and Willie's like, Everything untaps 2 and gets counters?
This is an insane.
Now what do we need? A Sunfall?
아트라스가 필요하다.
Another Sunfall.
Oh,
아트라스가 나왔다.
He doesn't have that many cards, though. And remember, these are the ones that have probably gone through.
Sunfall 하나 더.
Right? Oh, no, he did shuffle. Sorry.
How many Sunfalls have been cast? Probably a favorite to find one.
Sunfall.
Okay, here we go.
Left. Briefcase Sunfall.
There's a Depopulate in there as well.
상어를 가져오는 게 맞지 않나? 상어 별로야?
Okay.
This game is just
oh
insane.
My goodness.
And he's gonna Sunfall and clear the whole board off again. How many was that? 5 or 6?
Oh, well, now Kenji doesn't have any creatures, right?
No, and it's 7.
It's
He's
a
got a 7/7.
Oh!
How about creatures back in business again? It's like Sewer King, which is 2 creatures.
And they have Hex. The
얘 7/7이잖아요. 얘 몇 밥인 줄 알아?
Lord Skitter's.
얘 7/7이야.
Really just refilled his hand.
He did. Boy, that's an instant board rebuild though for Kenji. He needs to deal. He's gonna have to. Okay, he's gonna.
Can't even kill the rat. Can't even kill the rat.
No.
Just adding to the board here.
So he went upstairs with it?
It looks like it. There's a 7/7 in play that can block the rat token. Okay, just.
But it's not a 7/7, right? It's a.
Excuse me. Yeah, and he's tapped out, so he can't.
Right.
He can't animate it here. Wow.
So
what
he'll
a
just
draw!
be
That's
chumping again. I wonder. Library counts. You know, I'm thinking in those terms at this point.
I mean, Willie's at 44.
Right.
Also, you have to be
He's
thinking about.
chumping a lot.
You have to be thinking about time here too, right?
I wonder if Willie is.
Yeah.
He's chump blocking a heck of a lot for a player at 44 life.
Okay.
Is that turn?
아,
is this
사통, 우통.
absolutely right.
What's going on
Willie's gonna 1-0 win his way into the top 8.
And it makes sense why he's chump
더블
blocking.
KO.
Kenji just cannot get over the finish line in time. And this looks like it's the 5th turn.
Jeez.
Dude, this is insane. And Kenji just lets his Lord Skitter go even.
He knows. Even
because it doesn't matter anyway.
Right. He cannot deal 47 damage here on the final turn.
No, that Atraxa was on the battlefield for so long, as well as the Archangel, and it gained so much extra life. I guess they're just going through the motions at this point.
야, 이것도 4개째인데? 결혼 발표 4개랑 이거 4개.
Yep. Oh, do they get a couple of extra turns here?
I don't know.
Maybe?
I mean, why are they still... No, that's it. Wow, Willie Adel 1-0. Not a call we get.
밀어졌네.
Is going to secure his seat. That is incredible.
10 years.
That game was absurd.
상대가 밀어줬어요.
To his support crew over there, and take a look at this. Oh, that is incredible.
What a game.
어차피 둘 다 떨어지는 거니까 밀어줬어요. 윌리가 더 유리했으니까.
Here to root him on here. Oh, that is unbelievable. Wow. That game, like, I was like, this is just going to go forever, and then it actually did.
Yeah, I mean, there was so much back and forth. You saw how much of a fight Kenji was able to put up despite the Atraxa. Still was kind of in there for a bit, but I mean, it was just a little too much. And Willie Adel, you said 2013, right?
2012.
2012, so 11 years since his last top finish. Has a shot here with the other Brazilian world champion watching him to potentially get number 2.
Unbelievable. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, though, we've got lots more Magic.
More Magic?
Yeah, don't go anywhere.
자, 보자 어떻게 됐나요? 알렉스 드랩에서 빠그러진 것 같던데 데이2 드랩에서. 아쉽겠다. 근데 진짜 밀어준 게 아니구나. 저거 2라운드였죠. 3라운드 라운드였나? 1대1 상황이었나? 1대 0에서 맞죠? 생각해보니까 밀어준 게 아니네. 뭐야 이거 징그럽게. 생각해보니까 이 게임을 시간으로 끝난 거네. 아니요, 그냥 다 합쳐서 라운드인데 그냥 존내 오래 게임 한 거죠. 아까 빨리 돌려서 적은 건데 실제로 게임 속도가 좀 느려가지고 그렇게 된 거지 뭐. 에스퍼 레전드 대 도메인 램프. 성공 2턴 탈리아. 이거 뭔가 락밴드에 있을 것 같이 생겼다.
One way to put it, it's the kind of thing where you win and then you just have to let the tiebreakers play themselves out and hope that you're one of the ones that makes it in.
I will say, kind of coming into this, I was thinking to myself, you know, it's about time that JED puts up another top finish. He's usually good for one, roughly once a year.
He is.
Right? So,
원이라뇨.
Top-tier player, absolutely phenomenal. And we'll see if he can do that just now. Again, he controls his own fate. If he's able to win this game or next,
탈리아. 이제 라핀 가면 이긴다.
he somehow loses this one and the next.
이제 라핀 가면 이겨요.
Knock him out of the top 8, but Matt may not be in either.
Right. And winning game 1 big.
Dream crushing.
Matt Foreman,
is that
perhaps.
아 잠깐만. 상호야?
If you have a 5% shot, you know, you got to play it out. So.
Definitely. He probably has better than that even. Is that Thalia guarding the Thraben? Yeah.
Into the 2/4. Taps for white mana, so this is representing Iganjo here. So Matt Foreman thinking, am I blocking here or am I just taking 2? Just taking 2 makes a lot of sense.
Right, Iganjo gets reduced cost thanks to a legendary Thalia there. And is this right into Rafine? Yeah, well, now he's really representing the damage spell
wait,
there.
why didn't you play that before?
Yeah. Huh. So good curve for Jean-Emmanuel. Oh, but there's an ossification to take out Thalia. Right. Although leaving a Rafine behind is never really where you want to be.
Now the next level would be, what if John Emmanuel just didn't even have Iganjo Castle?
He's really good. Like, it's in his range.
That's something I would be too scared to do. But for sure, that's in JED's range.
Right. Though I will say, if you're bluffing the player who goes, hey, can I read that Plaza of Heroes, you're probably not barking up the right tree. At any rate.
Okay, he had it.
He did. The Chrome Host Sea Shark blocks, gets killed. Wow, and he even has a follow-up play with Skrelv. Okay, tame turn here for Foreman.
Yeah.
Just the briefcase and then go.
And you can't be feeling good if the prod discarded Disdainful Stroke, which is one of the best cards in this matchup.
Especially at this juncture.
Right. So that just tells you
that
Matt's
supposed to start casting 4 drops.
Right. That's where you're just going, okay, well, how many counters do I have to fight through here?
So Rafine's going to attack. This time it was a Seachrome code.
레전드 딱 많이 써가지고 A 간주 같은 거 있을 확률 되게 높죠. 3장씩 쓰니까.
Counterspell in hand, but also has the Skrelv here to protect the Rafine.
Hey, Rafine can get the job done on its own.
Absolutely.
Really good start for Jean-Emmanuel. Can he capitalize on it is the question.
Matt probably just thinking, it's like, what are the counter spells that I need to fight through? You need to do something here, right? Because if you don't, the Rafine's just going to run away with it. So you just have to fight your way through the counter spells. Yep.
And there's one to start.
부스팅 막았고.
Ooh. So this is telling me, because now, of course, John Emmanuel can also attack with Skrelv, but perhaps that's something that Matt Foreman wants.
Oh, I
right?
see.
It's like, I'm going to attack you. I'm hoping you attack me back, because now you can't protect your Rafine, potentially.
Well, looks like Jean-Emmanuel took that invitation with vigor. It also, of course, means that there's an additional attacker for the Rafine trigger, which is not good news for Matt.
You get to sculpt the perfect hand here.
Right.
And still has the Plaza of Heroes, if needed, to protect the Rafine.
Yes. Still looking good for John Emmanuel.
근데 아트라스가 2개.
I see a pair of Atraxas in Matt Foreman's hand, but a couple lands away from casting that.
Can certainly turn things around at some point. Bramble Familiar.
All right. Lithomantic Barrage here, uncounterable. Oh! Counterable.
Recounterable?
Surge of Salvation.
Are you
giving
serious?
everything hexproof and prevent all damage from black and red sources. This card's actually also not the worst against mono red.
And did he just Otawara?
와,
Oh wow, he Otawara'd in
너무 좋다. 플레이 너무 좋았다.
And get his Thalia back to block.
Wow.
That's nasty stuff
What
from
a
John
turn.
Emmanuel. Otawara costing 1, by the way. Like, that is hard to see.
Yeah. And I mean, if Jean Emmanuel can find 1 or 2 counter spells
Or maybe
here, I mean,
2. But yeah, at any rate, wow.
attack for 6.
플레이 너무 좋았고요.
Foreman's down to 6.
Hey.
Lethal next turn potentially.
John Emmanuel, if he can just maintain this board state for another turn or 2, he could be in the top 8.
Matt
Matt
Foreman
with
needs
a stacked hand, but
needs something big here and needs it to resolve. He's like,
it's
you
a
have
Atraxa.
it?
Does it resolve?
Do you have it?
It does resolve.
Okay.
Now,
이거 끝난 거 아니야?
if John Emmanuel can get Atraxa out of the way,
right, you can just
hey, have 100 cards. You're tapped out. I'll kill you.
It's already a 3-powered Rafine here. No other blockers.
Right, because he had to tap the Bramble Familiar for it. So the question is just, is the Atraxa going to be on the battlefield?
Right, if you have an Otawara, if you have a Go for the Throat.
Yep. Any removal spell for Atraxa. Does he have it?
I see a Fairy Mastermind.
I do too.
I don't know what the last card is though.
뭐 하나만 있으면 이긴 건데?
Mastermind because of the lifelink.
Okay.
Okay, he doesn't have it yet.
없나?
He also could attack with everything and try to find it.
Right. If, for example, if you can find a way to kill one of the blocked creatures.
Yes, your own.
시오를이랑 뭐 쓸데없는 거 있는 거 같은데?
Itself.
Right. If you find an Otawara here, you can look for Otawara.
And you can attack with 4. That's a lot of looting.
Look for Go for the Throat. Okay, we're searching. That's 3 triggers.
He's going to put him on Thalia. Does
뭐 나오면 끝나죠?
No, I
it
don't
was
think
2 lands
so.
and a Rafine.
퍼스트.
He's going to give him protection, and that is enough.
He just needed to find.
퍼스트 먼저 들어가죠.
Wow. And that color is going to
Good.
get through. Jean Emmanuel Duprat secures his winning in round, and he will be in your top 8 tomorrow. Congratulations.
아,
Jean.
깔끔하게 잘했다.
Earned. You know, he waited till the end of the season to get his top finish, but there he is.
Yeah, found a way to kind of slide in, and of course, we know just the caliber of player that John Emmanuel is. Didn't have any top finishes this year, but you know, anytime he makes a top 8, he's going to be one of the favorites.
Yeah, he said he wanted to be
잘했죠.
a player who's
잘했어.
won the World Magic Cup and also the World Championship. So you know, he's like aiming for little combos now.
헤드가 카운터랑 시오리 썼던 것 같은데, 그죠?
World Championship a couple years ago.
아무거나
Now another opportunity to potentially get
어떤 카드든지 하나 나오면 있겠네 무조건. 카운터 3개 올라가니까.
Where we have a win and in for one player and a win and hope for the other player. The win and in is for Greg Orange on the left side of your screen there.
그리식스가 있단 말이야?
Kane Reinhard.
아니 근데 서로 짜증나겠다.
And we're going to see if
뭐 이딴 덱이 다 있어. 끼리 만난 거 아니야?
or if Kane could put themselves in the running for the top 8. You see the record difference there, 8-4-1. Just that one draw somewhere along.
세상에 없는 매치 아니야.
And it could either be just enough or not quite enough depending on who wins.
Game 3.
Right here. Yeah, this is game 3. So players have split the first 2. Oh, and we are
어우, 토할 것 같아.
here on game 3. Take a look at the life totals. Greg Orange down to 5. Are there any threats though?
There's a creature land there.
Okay.
There are 3 beans.
뭔진 모르겠는데 토할 것 같아.
So if Greg can find anything big to play,
it certainly seems like Greg is ready to go.
it's like, oh, his hand is completely loaded here. Greg seems to be in a pretty commanding position.
Okay, he's going to go for Wandering Emperor and then +1/+1 counter first strike.
That would trade with the 2/1 first strike land.
Right.
근데 얘 진짜 모든 게 오렌지색인데? 님들 어떻게 생각해요? 안경테부터 옷, 슬리브 모두 오렌지야.
It feels like 1/5 drop and we're done.
Right.
Because there's no
정신 나갈 것 같다 진짜.
for Kane.
Unless Kane has some kind of reach burn effect in their deck.
여기에서는 안경테가 오렌지색이 아닌데 실제로 보면 오렌지색 안경 끼고 있거든요. 모든 게 오렌지색이야.
Couple of syncopates.
This is for Greg.
Yeah.
There's the binding.
Draw 3.
Okay, draw
1
3
mana
off of your 1 mana remove.
1 mana kill a thing, draw 3.
I think we're gonna.
엄마나 드로우 3.
Yeah. I mean, he does need to find a way to actually get
핸드 터진다.
life total from 18 to 0, but that can't be hard, right?
Greg's a control mage. He'll find a way. Once he firmly has control of the game, you have that Wandering Emperor. That's probably all he needs.
He's got 9 cards in hand right
이
now.
게임도 곧 5턴 갈 것
I
같은데.
would say Greg is living his best life at the moment.
Oh, absolutely. And it's so awesome to see. Greg just kind of always plays his own way. Just like, hey, well, you know, this is the meta game, but I like islands and plains. So I'm going to put that in my deck and just try to figure it out.
And we see Syncopate is going to hit Shieldred. Greg with the don't even try it. He's just going through the motions. Can you hear him?
Yeah.
지금 플레이가 급하게 하는 게 보이죠? 빨리빨리 하려고 하는 게 보이지?
He's so chill. It's amazing. Okay, now Chrome Host Sea Shark is
한 달 정도, 한 달 좀 안 된 것 같아요.
very quickly. He can just make a couple of huge
한
tokens.
3주 됐나? 2, 3주 된 것 같은데?
Time has been called.
Time has been called?
Remember, the previous round also went to time for Greg Orange.
And we might have a long day tomorrow, Paul.
Oh, man. There have been a lot of draws in this event. Well, these ramp decks make the games go real long.
They do. We saw Willie in that game too, able to withstand an absolutely absurd board from Kenji. So here, Greg really would like to play a couple of spells so he can get that Chrome Host.
Is this Hordlock monster? Draw 3? Okay.
조심 나갈 것 같다.
Do I have anything else I can do?
I mean, I don't know what happens if they draw here.
I think Greg should be able to do this, right? Kane's got 1 card in their hand.
I think so, but like, how about we do something?
There's an Odawara too.
Okay, that'll help out a lot.
This is, yeah.
Close on the Samurai, I guess.
It's an attack for 11. That has
vigilance. There we go. Greg's not used to attacking with creatures. It's kind of the.
야 지쳐.
Okay, that's a good chunk.
That is, and remember that shark in play too has the potential to generate some giant tokens.
Huge. Leyline Binding makes a 6/6.
Right.
Greg down to 5 life.
This
was
was
Phyrexian Might.
So, but if this was turn 1,
and now it's 2. Yeah.
Greg has 2 turns to close this out with
he's got 3
so
and
many
5.
cards.
Yeah, he should be able to. Greg Orange, he's just always hanging around the top tables. He's always in contention. Was it Monty earlier today that said keep an eye on Greg? He said he thought that his deck was well suited for
that was Cedric.
That was Cedric?
Cedric was pretty high. You know, with the way the metagame shook out, there was a lot of mid-range, and Greg loves to play decks that beat mid-range decks, right? And this is exactly one of them. I'm going to take this Azoria Shell, I'm going to add 4 copies of the Beanstalk, and it's going to be impossible for any of these mid-range decks to go over to the top of me.
Good call, Cedric. Things are looking very good for Greg Orange.
뭐 하는 거야? 얘. 찬들어.
Okay. Counter.
For as much.
For 5?
I mean, he wants a big token.
Could do it for, yeah, even more to make a lethal creature.
얘가 더 문제임? 아트라스보다 얘가 문제다?
So an 8/8 incubator.
지쳐.
3 cards off the beanstalk. I wonder why Greg splashed for that card. And he just scooped it up. That is great.
지쳤죠?
With the victory, so he wins his winning in. So we had 2 matches here. One of them with a winning in, and one of them with a win in hope, and both of the winning ins made it.
Yeah.
So nice and clean, nice and safe. We have more. We have more, by the way, Paul. We're actually not done yet.
No, there's more?
There's more.
Okay. All right. I'm in for more.
Yeah,
I'm in
and
for more.
it is one of those.
근데 무서운 거 알려드릴까요?
Winning in.
This was this one's
얘네들 이렇게 장기전 하면서 3게임 가서 끝났잖아요. 이 전 게임 있죠, 윌리 애들. 얘들 2라운드 했음. 얘들 3라운드 하는 동안 2라운드 했음.
And they're both on winning status, and we're going to join them in game number 3. Take a look at them right here. 9 and 4. This is
아, 이거 노잼인데?
everybody has it with their clean winning in, and it is an Esper mid-range mirror match.
그런 발표 잘 깐 사람이 이기는 매치.
We're going to figure out who it is. Oh boy. Paul, this is game 3, but it's not just game 3. This is extra turns.
And look at these life totals.
This is the 4th turn.
This game is just not going to have a conclusion,
Wait a minute,
right?
what's going to happen then?
Do they both draw and then?
There's no way they can both make it, right?
Right, but I mean,
either could make it?
It's not clear who's ahead here.
This is really tough. You know, the players are faced with an interesting challenge here. There's about 105 players in the field.
12시가 이긴 것 같은데? 엄청 유리해 보이는데? 밑에는 지금 1만화 카운터, 1만화 디나이, 2만화 카운터 이게 다고 그런 발표 이제 나와가지고 기록한 것 같은데? 위에는 뭘 했는지 몰라도 핸드가 되게 많은 것 같고 핸드 3개 뭐 4개 되는 것 같고
Of course, it's also the feature match. You play a little slower, right? You don't want to mess anything up here. But turn 4.
One of the things that
근데
players will do is
12점이라서 금방 죽을 것 같은데?
Who is going to win?
Yeah,
and sometimes one of them will say, "You got it."
That is
because I'd rather have one of us go than neither of us.
But when you look at this, is somebody clearly ahead?
No,
doesn't seem that way.
To me.
Ken is lower.
뭐야? 5턴인데?
Oh, they're going to show each other their hands.
So Lorenzo does have more action.
지금 이제 회의 들어갔죠, 회의? 야, 누가 이겼는지 보자. 야, 나 이거 나온 다음에 카운터가 있고, 나 이거 주워 오는 것도 있고.
This is obviously Lorenzo's hand is better.
내가 이긴 거 같지 않아?
And he's at 24.
시작됐죠?
But boy, you're speculating a heck.
Right, it's still not over.
This is really up to the players at this point.
This is such a tough decision here, but remember a draw.
어차피 비기면 안 되니까 여기서 이제 쇼부를 봐야 돼요.
We're obviously not gonna look at anything here.
Ken is just having a little think.
야, 내가 이긴 거 같지 않아? 시작됐죠? 야, 내가 유리해.
This is going to be one of the hardest concessions you can make.
Is he actually going to concede?
Top 8 of your first world championship.
이거는 6시가 고집 부리는 거야. 누가 봐도 12시에 이겼어.
Lorenzo made his case. He believes that he has the much higher
인정해.
chance of winning.
인정해.
You have the cut down to kill the fairy mastermind, right? It's a 3-2. And you have your own fairy mastermind. You make a 1-1.
He's actually running through what would happen.
But then he has the Gix's command, which would resolve.
Yes.
With the Urtai. So Lorenzo does
Lorenzo
seem
has more
reasonably ahead.
firepower in hand right now.
인정해. 너 졌어. 지쳐.
Ken's walking through it.
Yeah.
And he's going to concede to Lorenzo.
인정했죠? 야, 너 씨.
Kakahama takes the loss there, and that is Lorenzo making it through. And look at this, even
네가 이겼다. 네 엔드가 더 좋다.
I've never seen anything like that.
What a guy.
That is insane. Like this is for top 8 of worlds. I mean, yeah, if they get a draw, it's not good for either of them, but Ken just conceded.
I mean, at the highest stakes
possible,
right?
The highest level you can do that at.
둘 다 떨어질 순 없잖아요.
First opportunity.
둘 다 떨어질 순 없잖아.
Not completely clear that you were going to lose that game. But look, the draw knocks both of you out, and Ken, big concession. Big props to him.
Yeah,
for,
seriously, that
being able to
was
do that.
a real gesture there from Ken. Wow. Okay, well, it looks like we're going to
이제 서로 핸드 따고 누가 센지 전투력 측정하는 딱 시간 왔는데 거기에서 이제 상대 5만화 스펠 보고
Let's send it over to Marie and see what they think at the news desk.
Hey, you can take a short break with us here at the news desk.
바로 헉했죠 상대가.
The top announcement, Maria Bertoldi and Mani Devooti. What a day of magic, Mani.
What a day. Where coming to the day, I said I wanted to see.
나 이걸로 2개 주워올 거임 이러니까 하고 지셨죠.
3 people went from 4-3 to 10-3 to make our top 8. That is ridiculous. Willie Adel, Jean-Emmanuel Defra, and now Lorenzo Terlizzi all went from 4-3 to come to our top 8 here.
Wow, incredible stuff, everybody. It is time for our top 8 announcement. I'm going to send it on over to Cedric Phillips.
아 드디어.
Thank you so much, Mani and Maria.
카레이 나온다 이제.
Players are vying for the trophy in front of me to kick off this year.
트로피 되게 크구나.
Magic has brought so many players.
이걸로 진짜 때리면 가겠는데? 엄청 큰데 트로피?
Like we're here right now in Las Vegas. We started this weekend with 105 players. Day 2 saw 50 begin. And now I will bring to you the top 8 players of the World Championship. In first place from the United States, this is Reed Duke. In second place from Denmark,
깜짝이.
this is Simon Nielsen. In third place from Japan,
뭔가 가벼운 저 몸짓.
Kazune Kosaka.
그쵸 꿀밤하려. 움직임 하나하나가 얄미워.
In fourth place from France, this is Jean-Emmanuel.
엠마누엘 잘했죠 게임. 잘해요 게임.
In fifth place from the United States, known as the Citrus Assassin, this is Greg Orange.
님들아 5명 중에 4명이 안경 썼어.
In sixth place from Brazil, this is Willie Adel. In seventh place,
아까 나온 애들 다 나오겠죠.
this is Lorenzo Terlizzi. And in eighth place, all the way from Australia, this is Anthony Lee.
바닥에서 올라왔다. 아이디 친 사람들이죠? 2명. 그럼 마지막에 게임한 사람이 그럼 떨어진 거야? 아닌가? 걔가 얘였나? 걔가 얘였나? 어떻게 된 거지?
And there is your top 8 from World Championship 29 here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Congratulations to our top 8 players. We'll be seeing them tomorrow in
아, 얘가 마지막에 아이디안 애 중에 한 명이 떨어졌구나.
going to want to miss it. Let's take a look at our standings.
얘랑 아이디안 건데
Rounds of play. Your thoughts, Monty?
한 명 떨어진 거네요.
An incredible last round of Magic, and
그죠?
we're really seeing the effects of these slower mid-range control matchups, Maria. This is a long day.
Absolutely, we might be in for it tomorrow, but hey, I am here for it as well. What a fantastic
손으로 아레나 하고 있어요?
top 8 here for your world.
렉 걸려서 쉽지 않을 텐데.
Everybody, Marie Bertholdi and Monty Devuti here at the news desk. Monty, it's time to name our card of the day.
Maria, card of the day has to go to Sunfall, putting both Reed Duke and Willie Adel into our top 8. And for Willie, a Sunfall resolving completely turned around that second game that ultimately led him into this top 8.
Congratulations, Sunfall. You are our card of the day. Let's exile it all away. That's our card of the day.
마지막에 어떻게 된 거야?
Player of the day. To whom do we award that honor, Monty?
It has to be Reed Duke.
페어링이
First player into our top 8, getting the job done nice and clean. First with a 3-0 in draft, and then one win in constructed was all it took for Reed to be done for the day.
Winning a Pro Tour this season and making it here to the top 8 of the World Championship. Excellent stuff. That is your player of the day, none other than Reed Duke. What about our match of the day, Monty?
Well, Maria, this is a first for me. I don't think I've ever given match.
아유, 모르겠다. 하여튼
1-0.
내일 8강이나 봅시다. 저 쉬러 갈게요.
Willie Adel and Kenji Seigo. This match was a nail biter.
쉬러 갑니다. 내일 8강이나 보죠.
One game and then that
빠잉.
second game, Kenji was able to stabilize it, and it went the